A rascal was sentenced to 5 years in prison for saving his girlfriend. The day after his release, he attended her wedding and accidentally gained supernatural powers, starting his fortunes and achieving great success. His gold-digging ex-girlfriend begged for forgiveness on her knees. Wildflowers bloomed everywhere in the mountain village. I'm not going to waste my breath on that. Chapter 1. Clearing the debt of emotion. Wonkai, please spare me. I can't go on. On a rural path not far away, in a small grove nestled in the mountains, the voices were soft, echoing through the valley, causing the leaves to rustle and the branches to sway. Wonkai, let's move to another place. You're always so fussy. A lush patch of weeds was trampled down, with Pan Xiaolian's white top serving as a cushion beneath. Wonkai, I've waited for you for 5 years, and finally. The small tree beside them trembled incessantly, its leaves making a soft rustling sound. Wonkai, you must take responsibility for me. Huh? Wonkai scoffed disdainfully. The leaves fell silently, and the grove fell into tranquility. I've been pricked. Leaning against a large stone to rest, Wonkai turned as Pan Xiaolian suddenly clutched her waist. Wonkai, help me check. I can't see. You're always so troublesome. As he spoke, Wonkai pulled out a thorn from a sour jujube. Actually, Wonkai, I like you. Pan Xiaolian, I warn you, our affair is settled. We owe each other nothing. Wonkai stood up, picked up his torn shirt with 2 holes, and flung it over his shoulder. Even though I'm getting married tomorrow, the one I like is you. Wonkai turned his head and spat out a thick phlegm. Wonkai, wait for me. Pan Xiaolian hurriedly put on her clothes, only to find her white top stained with an array of colors, rendered filthy. Wonkai bit down on a piece of grass and strode homeward. Huaishu Village, with its picturesque mountains and clear waters, was an idyllic location for tourism and retirement. Yet, despite its beauty, the land was scarce, and the villagers struggled to make ends meet. After 5 years of darkness, today marked the first day of Lu Wongsai's release from prison. Lu Wongkai, a native of Huaishu Village, was often referred to by the villagers as a petty delinquent. Legend has it that his ancestors were imperial physicians who, upon retiring, chose this land for its favorable feng shui. They built a quaint little house with blue bricks and tiles, providing free medical care to the villagers while doing good deeds and earning their goodwill. At the tender age of 3, a devastating fire consumed the Lu family's century-old residence, claiming the lives of his parents and grandfather. Fortuitously, Lu Wangju, his father's adopted son, rescued Wonkai from the flames, preserving the Lu lineage. In a single night, the ancestral home was reduced to ruins. With the villagers' support, Wangju rebuilt 2 grass shacks using the remnants of the old brick walls. After their parents' demise, Wangju took on the roles of both father and mother, raising Wonkai with frugality and care. Wonkai grew up unruly and mischievous, often roasting mice, catching wild rabbits, and scavenging for shrimp, roaming the mountains and rivers while uncovering the village's secrets. When hunger struck, he would wander the village, unhesitatingly accepting whatever food or drink was offered. Over time, the villagers dubbed him a ruffian, and both young maidens and married women found amusement in teasing him. Wonkai developed a thick skin. No matter who teased him, he would turn the tables and find joy in their jests without ever feeling slighted. 5 years ago, the village beauty Pan Xiaolian fell for the street rascal Lu Wongkai. However, her father vehemently opposed their union, insisting she marry into a wealthy family. Pan Xiaolian's father was a compulsive gambler who, after losing heavily, resorted to borrowing high-interest loans from Zhao Haizi. At that time, the debt compounded quickly. Failing to repay within 3 days meant no hope of settling it later. Zhao Haizi sent enforcers to blockade their door, issuing threats that if the debt was not settled, they would take Pan Xiaolian as collateral. Pan Xiaolian's father pleaded on his knees, his head bloodied from striking the ground, but Zhao Haizi showed no mercy as they attempted to abduct Pan Xiaolian. Lu Wongkai, returning from chasing rabbits, intervened. To rescue her, he wielded a stick and fought off the debt collectors. Zhao Haizi's son-in-law, Feng Kuan, was at the forefront. One blow from Wongkai sent him straight to the afterlife. With a life lost, Lu Wongkai was taken away, while Pan Xiaolian cried out, "Wongkai, if you die, I will die with you. You serve your time, and I will wait for your return." Having not yet turned 18, he was spared the death penalty, but his fate was sealed with an 8-year sentence to expedite his release and reunite with Pan Xiaolian. He behaved well in prison, hoping for a reduced sentence. The power of love is profound. For Pan Xiaolian's sake, Wongkai exhibited exemplary behavior, and after just 5 years, he was released. Little did he expect, upon his return, to encounter Pan Xiaolian, who casually mentioned she was getting married the next day. To repay the debt of gratitude for his past rescue, Pan Xiaolian offered her body as a form of compensation before her wedding. Wang Kai did not inquire about her groom or the details of her marriage. He had no desire to know. Afterwards, he experienced no sorrow. To hell with promises of eternal love, they were mere fabrications. With this solitary event, all grievances were laid to rest. Standing at the village entrance, Wang Kai contemplated for a moment before striding boldly into Huaishu village. "Oh, isn't that Wang Kai? It's been years since I last saw you. You've grown." Aunt Daqiao, busy in her vegetable patch, stared at Wang Kai for a while before recognizing him, her face lighting up with a smile. Aunt Daqiao, in her 30s, was once one of the village's most renowned beauties. Despite having borne several children, she maintained a shapely figure. "Daqiao, yours has grown even bigger." Wang Kai paused, gesturing with his hands. "You brat, how dare you?" Aunt Daqiao glanced down and realized 2 buttons of her blouse had come undone. She quickly secured the opening and shot him a sidelong glance. "Wang, come to my house for lunch. Tell me what you want, and I'll prepare it for you." "Aunt, I want something ready to eat. Just dare to eat. I'll whip something up for you right now," Aunt Daqiao said, tossing aside her hoe and preparing to approach. Seeing her boldness after years apart, Wang Kai felt both amused and challenged. He spat out the piece of grass he had been chewing and feigned to head towards the vegetable patch. "Get lost. You little brat, squatting in prison for years hasn't changed your ways. You think I'm afraid of you?" Aunt Daqiao initially intended to scare him, but seeing his determined stance, she retreated, muttering a curse while picking up her hoe. It was all in good fun, and Wang Kai continued on his way home. In the 5 years he had been gone, 2 additional grass shacks had been added to his home. "Who are you looking for?" A little girl, barely able to speak, looked up at him with an innocent voice. "I'm not looking for anyone. This is my home." Wang Kai did not recognize the little girl, but found her charming and lovely. "This isn't your home. It's mine." The girl seemed anxious, as if she were arguing over ownership of the place. "Yaya, who are you talking to?" As the voice sounded, a slender woman with 2 braids emerged. Wang Sai's eyes lit up, rubbing them to ensure he was not dreaming. He looked again. The woman had willow eyebrows and apricot eyes, with a subtle dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her expression was unforgettable, even when she wasn't smiling. Having been away for years, could it be that this grass shack had been sold to someone else? Wang Kai was puzzled. You must be Wang Kai, right?" "I am Wang Kai. Who are you?" "I don't recall ever meeting you." Wang Kai racked his brain, but could not place her. "It's me, your sister-in-law. When I married in, you weren't home, so you must not have seen me." Upon realizing it was indeed Wang Kai, the woman's face broke into a radiant smile as she pulled him into the house. "Sister-in-law? When did I get a sister-in-law?" As she bent down to pick vegetables, Wang Kai inadvertently caught a glimpse of something he shouldn't have, his face reddening as he quickly turned away. "Brother, is that you?" Just as Wang Kai was lost in thought, a voice called from behind, and turning around, he saw his brother Wangzhu. Wangzhu, in his 40s, appeared much older than his years, resembling a man in his 50s. Gazing at his youthful and beautiful sister-in-law, then at his aging and unattractive brother, Wang Kai sighed, realizing that fortune and love was indeed irresistible. Upon seeing Wang Kai, his brother rushed over, and the two embraced, tears streaming down their faces. "Brother," Wang Kai choked out. Despite Wang Kai's usual carefree demeanor, showing little concern for anything, his eyes welled with tears upon seeing his non-biological brother, whom he cherished even more than his own parents. "That I haven't visited you all these years. You don't hold that against me, do you?" Wang's was sobbed as he pushed his brother aside, scrutinizing him from head to toe and nodding incessantly. "Brother, where have you been? What is the story behind them? This is your sister-in-law, Xiang Cao, and this is your niece, Yaya. The 3rd son of the village chief is getting married tomorrow, and I went to extend my congratulations," his brother replied, his gaze never leaving Wang Kai, a testament to their profound bond. "The 3rd son of the village chief? Isn't that Zhao San? Which village is he marrying from?" "Well, brother, since you've just returned, let's not dwell on such matters. Allow your sister-in-law to prepare a meal for you." His brother's eyes flickered, hinting at unspoken complexities. Chapter 2. Protecting sister-in-law. Under the persistent inquiries of Wang Kai, the elder brother finally revealed the truth. The village head, Zhao Mazi, and Zhao Heizi are biological brothers. Zhao Mazi has 3 sons, Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, and Zhao San, along with a daughter named Zhao Yan. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu have already established families, and Zhao San is to marry tomorrow. His bride is Pan Xiaolian. The elder brother is aware that Wang Kai had once killed a man and served time in prison to save Pan Xiaolian, who has openly declared to the villagers that in life, she belongs to Wang Kai, and in death, she shall be a ghost of his family. For reasons unknown, Pan Xiaolian has suddenly decided to marry Zhao San, and the elder brother hesitates to disclose this, fearing it might distress Wang Kai. Brother, I have severed all ties with Pan Shaolian. Our lives do not intersect, and whom she marries is her own affair, Wang Kai stated calmly, devoid of any sorrow. Brother, since you have come to terms with it, let us assist at the village head's house. Everyone is gathered there, the elder brother suggested. Wang Zhu, a straightforward man, pulled Wang Kai along after their meal to lend a hand. The village head's home was adorned with colorful decorations, buzzing with activity. As nearly everyone from the village was present. Ah, Wang Kai has returned, exclaimed Cui Hua, a tall and pleasant-looking woman, her nimble hands busy. After noticing the young man following Wang Zhu, she took a moment to recognize him as Wang Kai. Indeed, sister-in-law, you are as charming as ever. Wang Kai replied with a smile, avoiding a direct answer. Come now, Wang Kai, where's the charm in me? She laughed. Sister-in-law, your allure is in your figure. He teased. Get lost, you cheeky boy. The playful banter drew laughter from those around them. Wang Kai, it's truly you. I hardly recognized you, Zhao San exclaimed, dressed in new clothes and radiating joy, as he prepared for his wedding. After a moment, he approached and playfully punched Wang Kai. Word has it you're getting married. I mentioned it to my boss, and he sent me back, Zhao San continued, and Wang Kai quickly fell back into his easygoing demeanor. Though Wang Kai harbored disdain for Zhao San's father, he bore no ill will towards Zhao San himself, who had always been a devoted follower. As others busied themselves hanging lanterns and pasting colorful paper, Wang Kai reclined on a stool, casually cracking sunflower seeds while sipping tea. Wang Kai, get up and help. It's not time to feast yet. You're acting like you live here, scolded Xiaoling, a petite woman darting through the crowd like a spinning top. Spotting Wang Kai lazily seated with his seeds, she playfully pushed his legs aside. Sister-in-law, it's Zhao San's wedding, not mine. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Kai quipped. You never grow up, she retorted, then hurried off to resume her tasks. Wang Kai continued to lounge, appearing carefree. Who is that? Isn't that Wang Kai? Two men with dark faces remarked. Upon hearing their words, Wang Kai turned to see two men standing behind him. It was Zhao Hezi's second son, Zhao Erhu, and Zhao San, both resembling Cole in complexion. Years ago, to save Pan Shaolian, Wang Kai had killed Zhao Hezi's son-in-law, Fang Kuan. Now, Zhao Hezi's daughter remained a widow, despite Wang Kai serving 5 years in prison. The Zhao family still viewed him as an enemy. Who cares? I'm just here enjoying my seeds, he thought defiantly. Zhao Erhu, infuriated by Wang Kai's defiance, stormed off to summon their brothers, intent on confronting Wang Kai. Wang Kai, sensing the brewing trouble, was undeterred, believing these ruffians would not dare to act. Look who's out already. Too easy for you. Zhao San, hot-tempered, stormed over and grabbed Wang Kai by the collar. Wang Kai swiftly stood, evading the grip. What are you all waiting for? Beat him, Zhao San shouted, his eyes wild with rage. Stop, shouted a voice from the crowd, as onlookers sensed the impending chaos. It was none other than their elder uncle, Zhao Mazi. Uncle, this bastard killed someone and was released after just 5 years. We can't let him off easily. Zhao San protested, ready to charge again. Come on then, if you dare. Wang Kai challenged with a grin, taunting the Zhao brothers. Let us not cause trouble. Tomorrow is Zhao San's big day. We can settle this later, Zhao Mazi warned, glancing at Wang Kai with a dismissive snort. Wang Kai, nonchalantly tossing seeds into his mouth, leaned back with a defiant posture, exuding an air of contempt. The Zhao family seethed with frustration but dared not defy their uncle. Zhao San, veins bulging, smashed a chair against the ground in a fit of rage. Ouch! The chair rebounded, striking Zhao Erhu on the foot, causing him to yelp in pain. As night fell, Wang Kai sought his brother to return home, but could not find him after searching extensively. Let go of me. You can't do this. He suddenly heard someone exclaim at the door. I can come because I see your worth. Don't be ungrateful, another voice retorted. Let go. Wang Kai has returned. Be careful, or he'll have you castrated. Haha, castrate me? After dealing with Zhao San, I'll send him back to prison, the speaker laughed. His intention's clear. You can't harm Wang Kai again. Let me have my way, and I'll spare that brat. Not happening. I want to ask again. You're just a blind fool trying to take advantage of my sister-in-law. As Wang Kai reached the entrance, he caught sight of a man tearing at his sister-in-law's clothing, revealing glimpses of a scene seldom seen. With a shout, Wang Kai rushed forward, seizing the man by the collar. Lu Wang Kai, mind your own business. The man barked, recognizing him. At that moment, Wang Kai clearly identified the assailant as the village bully, Zhao Hezi. You dare to bully me, Zhao Hezi? Wang Kai fumed, delivering a resounding slap that left 5 distinct marks on Zhao Hezi's face, blood trickling from his mouth. Zhao Hezi spat blood, a tooth falling to the ground. In his youth, Zhao Hezi had been a scoundrel, engaging in unscrupulous activities. Even now, in his old age, he showed no signs of reform. And Wang Kai seized the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Wang Kai, stop! Sister-in-law cried out in terror, fully aware of Zhao Heizi's reputation. Wang Heizi, if it weren't for my sister-in-law Sto Hei, you bastard, how dare you take advantage of your sister-in-law right in front of us? We're going to teach you a lesson for your brother. These guys are like mad dogs. They'll bite anything they see. Saying something like that is just asking for a beating. Wang Kai, enraged, put down his sister-in-law and charged out. Wang Kai had always been a troublemaker and womanizer since he was little. He was no match for the 5 Zhao brothers all by himself. Seeing he was about to get hurt, Wang Kai took off running. Lu Wang Kai, you spineless coward, don't run. Hee. I'm not stupid. If I don't run, you'll beat me up. Wang Kai kept turning back and saying infuriating things as he ran. The Zhao brothers were furious and chased even harder. The big locust tree was right at the intersection. Wang Kai, preoccupied with turning back to provoke them, didn't notice the locust tree in front of him. Thump! Lu Wang Kai crashed headfirst into the locust tree. With a muffled thud, he felt a sharp pain in his head, his vision blurred, and his body slid to the ground. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? As his consciousness faded, a strange power slowly flowed from the trunk of the old locust tree like a warm current, seeping into his body from where he had hit the ground. The excruciating pain in his wounds began to feel cool, as if countless tiny tentacles were healing them. Wang Kai felt as if he had entered a fantastical world. On the trunk of the old locust tree, faint human faces appeared, their expressions either kind or gentle. One of the faces slowly approached Wang Kai and whispered, "Boy, I have waited for you here for thousands of years. I now bestow upon you the healing power, swift spirit fusion, and the spatial transfer power, spirit realm shift. Use them to do good deeds. When you accumulate enough merit, you can unlock other abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kai felt a powerful surge of strength within him. He abruptly opened his eyes and found himself lying at the foot of the old locust tree. Reaching up, he found the wound on his head had healed. He tried to extend his hand, palm up, a soft light shimmering in it. With a gentle wave of his hand, a small blade of grass that had been trampled nearby instantly came back to life, its tender green leaves unfurling anew. Holy crap, I have this superpower now. Haha. The 5 Zhao family tigers were annoyed at not being able to catch Wang Kai, but unexpectedly, Wang Kai had crashed into the tree and passed out. They laughed heartily. Zhao Dao said, "You damn Wang Kai. Even the old locust tree can't stand you anymore. Lu Wang Kai, what goes around comes around. Even the tree spirit has come to get you. Could he be dead?" The 5 Zhao family tigers chattered amongst themselves, gloating. "What's going on? Wang Kai isn't dead. He's acting like nothing happened. I clearly saw him crash into the tree. His head was bleeding a lot. Where's the blood? Second brother. This kid's faking it." Zhao Sanhu immediately judged when he saw Wang Kai was perfectly fine. Exactly, he's definitely faking it. Then what are we waiting for? Beat him up. Zhao Sanhu, hot-tempered, swung his stick, aiming it at Wang Kai's head. Spiritual domain transfer. Since the old locust tree granted him this ability, he had to test if it actually worked. However, if the spiritual domain transfer fails, he'll be done for. Whatever, even if I die, 18 years later, I'll still be a hero. Wang Kai closed his eyes, and in his mind, instantly transferred Zhao Sanhu's wooden stick to Zhao Eru's head. Ouch! Zhao Eru cried out in pain and instantly fell to the ground. Third brother, what are you doing? Second brother, I. Zhao Sanhu was dumbfounded. The stick was clearly meant for Wang Kai's head, so how did it end up on his second brother's? Haha, you bunch of idiots. Come and fight if you dare. Wang Kai was overjoyed. His spiritual energy surged. It was so simple. From now on, gods would fight gods, ghosts would fight ghosts. And no one could stop his path to ascension. Lu Wang Kai, you coward. Zhao Sihu, enraged, picked up a bowl-sized rock from the ground and hurled it at Wang Kai. Haha, you still dare to hit me? You're courting death. Seeing the rock coming, Wang Kai closed his eyes. In his mind, the flying rock redirected to Zhao Sanhu's thigh. Ouch! Zhao Sanhu cried out in pain, clutching his thigh and sitting on the ground, wincing in agony. Third brother, what? Zhao Sihu was dumbfounded again. This was truly unbelievable. Before long, all 4 brothers except Zhao Dahu were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Ugh! What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhao Heizi ran over from a distance and saw his sons lying on the ground howling. He cursed angrily. He had originally wanted to see Wang Kai's miserable state, but unexpectedly, all 4 sons were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Dad, is something fishy going on? Zhao Dahu whispered what had happened in Zhao Heizi's ear. Come on, don't embarrass yourself. Zhao Heizi and Zhao Dahu helped the little tigers up and limped away. Wang Kai, how are you? Where are you hurt? Xiang Cao had fainted from fright and hadn't recovered for a while. She was barely feeling better when she heard the screams outside. Thinking that Wang Kai had been crippled by the Zhao family, she quickly ran out. The Zhao family had just left, and Wang Kai, still in a daze from the excitement, sat motionless. Hearing his sister-in-law call him, he slowly opened his eyes. Tears welled in his eyes, his sister-in-law looking like a wronged young woman, her heart aching as she searched Wang Sai's body for wounds. "Sister-in-law, I'm fine, what are you looking for?" Wang Kai said, trying to push Xiang Cao away, but touched something soft and yielding. In his panic, he hadn't even noticed how many buttons on his shirt had been torn. Wang Kai vaguely noticed the undulations and quickly withdrew his hand, his face instantly turning red. Although he often joked and teased with young women and wives, even occasionally touching them, it was all in jest. No one took it seriously. Xiang Cao was different. She was his sister-in-law, and he absolutely couldn't harbor any disrespectful thoughts. "Look at you. Everyone says you're a pervert, and you're blushing like this. What kind of pervert are you?" Xiang Cao wasn't much older than him, but her words still surprised Wang Kai. "Sister-in-law, it was all a joke. I have principles. Look at you, getting serious now." Xiang Cao, seeing no wounds on Wang Sai's body, was relieved. Lu Wangzu returned from the village chief's house and encountered Zhao Haizi and his group, hurriedly greeting them. "Huh." Zhao Haizi spat, ignoring Wangzu. Wangzu sensed something was wrong and quickly ran home. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Wangzu asked, puzzled, seeing his wife and brother standing under the big locust tree. "Brother, nothing. Just came out for some fresh air." Before Xiang Cao could speak, Wang Kai spoke first. He knew his brother was honest and didn't want him to know too much. That night, Wang Kai stayed in the thatched hut opposite his brother. Sigh, it still doesn't work. In the middle of the night, Wang Kai was awakened by a sound. Listening closely, he heard his brother's helpless voice. "Forget it, I don't care about that." That was his sister-in-law's voice. "Sigh, you don't care?" "But I do." His brother's muffled voice. "What do you care about?" "I just don't want to say, not that I don't know anything." The older brother's voice was somewhat angry. "You heartless bastard. I've been destitute since I married you, and you still don't trust me." Xiang Cao's voice also became agitated. Everyone knows about you too. Stay away from him from now on. It's shameful." The older brother was clearly angry. "What's going on? Is it because my brother is impotent? Is my sister-in-law having an affair?" Chapter 4. Teasing. Wang Kai woke up in the middle of the night to hear his brother and sister-in-law's conversation and couldn't fall back asleep. Although they were in two separate rooms, they could hear each other clearly. Wang Kai was puzzled but too embarrassed to get up and ask. "Don't overthink it. As long as we have enough to eat and wear, that's enough. That kind of thing isn't necessary." Xiang Cao was trying to persuade Wangzu. "Why don't you find someone else?" Wangzu's voice was trembling with tears. "What kind of talk is that?" "I said I don't care," Xiang Cao said, turning over and giving Wangzu her back. "Brother." Wang Kai sensed that his brother and sister-in-law were having a disagreement, so he called out softly. "Oh, Wang Kai. You rascal, why are you still awake at this hour?" Wangzu, hearing his brother call, raised his voice. "Brother, come here for a moment." Wang Kai was already standing outside the door. "You should hurry to sleep. We need to help the village chief tomorrow," Wangzu said irritably. Wangzu refused to get up, and Xiang Cao pulled back the quilt and rolled out of bed. "Where are you going?" Wangzu hastily inquired. "None of your business," Xiang Cao muttered, wrapping herself in her clothes and stepping outside. "Sister-in-law, why are you out here?" "I was calling for my brother." Wang Kai was surprised to see his sister-in-law and immediately felt his face flush. "I know why you were calling your brother. Come on, let me tell you," Xiang Cao said, pulling Wang Kai inside. Dressed in a loose tank top and a checkered shirt, Xiang Cao bent over, and Wang Kai inadvertently caught sight of something he shouldn't have. "Look at you. Blushing like that. You hardly seem like a man," Xiang Cao teased, fully aware of what Wang Kai had seen. "Sister-in-law, Wang Kai stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Wang Kai felt troubled. In the eyes of the villagers, he was merely a fool, but in front of his sister-in-law, he felt like a child. "Don't be embarrassed. Let me tell you, your brother has some health issues," Xiang Cao said, glancing at Wang Kai and speaking softly. "What is wrong with my brother?" Wang Kai exclaimed, startled, fearing that his brother had a serious illness. "It's something down there that doesn't function properly," Xiang Cao indicated, her cheeks flushing. "Why hasn't he treated it?" Wang Kai asked anxiously. "We don't have the money, and your brother is too proud to let anyone know," Xiang Cao sighed. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will find a way to help my brother recover," Wang Kai resolved, recalling how his brother had always protected him like a father when they were young. He felt it was his duty to ensure his brother lived well. "Good. With your word, I can rest easy. Now hurry to bed," Xiang Cao said, patting Wang Kai on the shoulder and smiling as she left. Wang Kai wanted to ask his sister-in-law if there was someone outside, but he hesitated to speak. Before dawn, his brother came to wake him. "Wang Kai, stop sleeping and hurry to the village chief's house to help," Wangzu urged, already washed and standing before Wang Cai's bed. "Brother, it's Zhao San's wedding, not yours. Why are you so worked up about it?" Wang Cai, irritated that his brother seemed so invested in the Zhao family's affairs, scoffed. "What nonsense are you talking? The village chief has matters to attend to, and many people are eager to help. Don't act foolish," Wang Zu said, concerned that his brother, after 5 years in prison, still retained his old ways. Reluctantly, Wang Cai got dressed in frustration, not even washing his face, and followed his brother to the village chief's house. At Zhao Mozi's home, the lights were bright, and villagers had gathered in the middle of the night. They were arranging the wedding procession. Zhao Haizi, the groom's uncle and a prominent figure in the area, was in charge of welcoming the newlyweds. Dressed in a new suit with slicked back hair, Zhao Haizi looked quite impressive. Wang Cai chuckled to himself, thinking how this old man, having been beaten the night before, seemed unbothered today. With wealth and influence, Zhao Mozi was unafraid of spending money on his son's wedding, hiring 2 bands of musicians. The sounds of celebration echoed as the procession made its way to Pan Xiaoyan's home. Wang Zu busied himself with the laborious tasks, while Wang Cai found it dull and sat to munch on sunflower seeds. By 8 or 9 o'clock, the sound of the musicians grew closer, signaling the return of the new bride. The Zhao family prepared 1,000 firecrackers to set off as the bride arrived at the door, filling the air with noise. Wang Cai had always maintained an indifferent attitude toward others' weddings. After all, it wasn't his own, so he couldn't muster any excitement. Pan Xiaoyan was the focus of the day, receiving such grand treatment for her wedding. 2 of her sisters helped her into the courtyard. Although they were from the same village, Pan Xiaoyan still felt shy today. She scanned the crowd, and her gaze landed on Wang Cai, who she hadn't expected to see at her wedding. "Wang Cai, the bride is looking at you," someone remarked. And all eyes turned to see Pan Xiaoyan's attention fixed on Wang Cai. Many knew of her past affection for him, and the crowd fell silent. Zuehua, known for her straightforward nature, approached and playfully patted Wang Cai. Wang Cai looked up to see Pan Xiaoyan in a striking red outfit, looking slightly more beautiful than usual. To him, she was just a bride. Her looks had no bearing on him. "You came too?" Pan Xiaoyan said, breaking the silence when Wang Cai remained quiet. Wang Cai still didn't respond, and Pan Xiaoyan was gently ushered into the new house by the crowd. In customary fashion, the younger brothers would tease the bride during a wedding, a tradition known as disturbing the bridal chamber. However, today was different. The groom was the village chief's precious son, and many were hesitant to offend the chief. Inside the new house, it was quiet, and Zhao Mozi felt embarrassed, instructing Zuehua to gather a few young men to create some lively commotion, just to make it feel festive. With the newlyweds returned, it was now time to feast and celebrate with food and drink. According to rural customs, the newlyweds would toast each table. Zhao Mozi and his wife, accompanied by Zhao San and the new bride, went from table to table offering drinks. Villagers, who seldom enjoyed meat or alcohol, eagerly awaited these toasts. Sun Datu, who was of similar age to Zhao San, was his closest friend. When it was time for Sun Datu to receive a toast, he presented a challenge. "Third brother, if you kiss your sister-in-law in front of everyone, I will drink." Zhao San, a bit of a rogue, was known for his brazen demeanor around young women. This request did not daunt him, and he replied with a grin. "I'll kiss her, and you drink a cup. How about that?" Sun Datu readily agreed. Wang Cai, sitting at a nearby table, watched Zhao San and Pan Xiaoyan, a mischievous idea forming in his mind. Zhao San closed his eyes and leaned in toward Pan Xiaoyan's face. Wang Cai closed his eyes as well, using his spatial shifting ability, Ling Yu Yozhuan, diverting Zhao San's target. Laughter erupted in the courtyard as everyone found the situation hilarious. Zhao San, thinking the crowd was encouraging him, opened his eyes to find himself kissing his own mother instead. This Zhao San, known for his thick skin, turned beet red, unable to comprehend how he had ended up kissing his mother when he was aiming for Pan Xiaoyan. "Third brother, that doesn't count. You didn't get the right person." Sun Datu laughed until tears streamed down his face, adamantly refusing to drink. 3 times in a row, Zhao San ended up kissing his mother. Zhao Mozi's face turned a deep shade of purple. It was a joyous occasion, and he couldn't afford to lose his temper. "Looks like third brother is a bit too excited today. How about this? Let your sister-in-law kiss you instead?" Sun Datu, realizing that the antics could upset the village chief, offered Zhao San a way out. Reluctantly, Zhao San agreed, fearing further embarrassment. Pan Xiaoyan blushed, feeling overwhelmed by the attention. "Xiaoyan, from now on, we are family. So don't be afraid." Zhao San Pan Xiaoyan was so embarrassed she couldn't straighten her head. Wang Cai, busy picking at his food, was secretly amused and admired the spatial teleportation ability. It was incredibly cool. Having learned his lesson from Zhao San, Zhao Mozi didn't dare let Pan Xiaoyan continue. He quickly forced a smile and said, Datu, you little rascal, stop fooling around and drink. With the village chief speaking. Son Data didn't dare say anything more and obediently drank 3 cups of wine. Wang Kai saw Zhao Haizi drinking at a table not far away and wanted to play a trick on him. He closed his eyes and used his spatial teleportation ability. Your energy is insufficient to complete the spirit realm teleportation. A message flashed through his mind. Damn, insufficient energy? I thought it could be used indefinitely. But it turns out it requires energy. How can I obtain energy? This question appeared in Wang Cai's mind. You can replenish energy through sleep, through items, or by healing. Damn, sleep replenishes energy? I can't exactly go to sleep now. Healing? Damn it, I don't know how to heal. That's pure nonsense. As for items, my brain hasn't provided any information. Looks like there aren't any right now. Originally, Wang Kai was particularly happy using his spirit realm teleportation ability to tease the Zhao family. But now that this limitation has appeared, he feels somewhat depressed. Since he can't trick Zhao Haizi, it's his luck. After the banquet, it was still early, and the villagers hadn't left yet. He helped clean up the used tables and chairs. Wang Kai thought, I don't want to do this work. Leave it to you sycophants. Knowing his teleportation ability was running low on energy, Wang Kai quickly went home to sleep to replenish his energy. From now on, he wouldn't dare use his ability recklessly. Lu Wang Kai, get up. Wang Kai was fast asleep when Sun Data came and shook him awake. Hey kid, why did you wake me? Wang Kai asked. A little annoyed, still sound asleep. Hey, today's Zhao San's wedding day. There won't be many people tonight, so let's go have some fun, Sun Data said, pulling Wang Kai along. Who? Wang Kai asked, rubbing his eyes. Who else? Sanpangzi, Ergotzi, and Jimengzi. These were all nicknames. The group had grown up together but hadn't seen each other for many years. Wang Kai didn't want to go, but Sun Data's entreaties got the better of him, and he went anyway. A table of food and wine was set up in Zhao San's yard. Already full of people. Brother Wang Kai, you've finally arrived. Zhao San saw Wang Kai and quickly came to greet him, smiling as he took Wang Cai's hand. Yeah, everyone's here. Wang Kai greeted everyone. Come on, Wang Kai. You've been gone these past few years, and we brothers have all made something of ourselves. Zhao San said, pulling up a stool for Wang Kai. Wang Kai looked and saw Sanpangzi sitting opposite him. He'd always been chubby and a crybaby. Now things were different. Sanpangzi owned a restaurant in the county town. Business was booming. He'd made a fortune and was now a big boss. Ergotzi, a heavy smoker, needed more than 2 packs a day. He was Zhao San's little follower, always looking for cigarettes. Jimengzi, you could tell from his name that he loved to drink. He was a contractor in the provincial capital, also a big boss. Zhao San introduced his buddy's achievements, and Jimengzi laughed and asked, I'm just trying to make a living, nothing special. May I ask what Brother Wang Kai has been up to these past few years? Zhao San was a little embarrassed and didn't answer. Yeah, Wang Cai's been our leader since we were kids. He must be rich by now, right? Ergotzi, puffing on his cigarette and exhaling a string of smoke rings, asked hastily. Everyone wants to know what I've been doing these past few years. Wang Kai looked at them, asking earnestly. We want to know? Yeah, I want to know too. These guys haven't been home for years. I really don't know what Wang Cai's been up to. I served 5 years in prison. I just got out yesterday. Ah, no way. The group looked at Wang Kai in surprise. Haha, let's not talk about that. It's my wedding day. Let's drink. Zhao San, afraid they'd ask about Wang Cai's imprisonment, quickly changed the subject with a laugh. Talking about childhood, the friends laughed happily, as if they were back in their childhood. In their joy, they drank quite a bit. The drunkard has been to all sorts of drinking parties, drunk all sorts of alcohol, boasting he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Tonight was a bit of a disappointment. He was the first to get drunk. Next, Sanpangzi, who owns a restaurant, also got drunk, bragging to Ergotzi about everything under the sun until it was dark. Zhao San had pursued Pan Xiaoyan for 2 years, spending a fortune. And today he finally won her heart. His excitement was indescribable. After tonight, Pan Xiaoyan, the village beauty, would be his wife. Zhao San felt no pressure and drank to his heart's content. Wang Kai had also drunk quite a bit. Seeing everyone else drunk made him feel unwell. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he almost vomited. Suddenly, he remembered his healing power, which was very effective at treating wounds. He wondered if it could cure drunkenness. Thinking of this, Wang Kai closed his eyes, and the words sober up flashed through his mind. A warm current flowed from his stomach throughout his body, and instantly, he was no longer drunk. Holy crap, healing power can cure drunkenness. It's incredible. With this ability, he could easily drink the whole village under the table. Pan Xiaoyan waited in the new house until midnight, listening to the noisy drinking outside. She stood at the window watching but didn't come out. Seeing everyone passed out, she finally came out. At this moment, only Wang Kai sat there eating sunflower seeds as if nothing had happened. Damn, I'm getting married today. Nobody's going to listen to me. Zhao San slumped on the table. 2 piles of vomit at his feet, drool dripping from his mouth, occasionally spouting drunken ramblings. Are they all drunk? Pan Xiaolian patted several people, but there was no reaction. She turned to Wang Kai and asked, "You're not blind. Can't you see?" Wang Kai spat out the sunflower seeds and said expressionlessly, "Why are you so aggressive?" Pan Xiaolian looked at the indifferent Wang Kai and pouted. "That's how I talk. If you don't want to hear it, don't ask." Wang Kai said, standing up. "Hey, brother Wang Kai, come here, I want to show you something." Pan Xiaolian wasn't angry, but instead took Wang Sai's hand and said, "What good stuff could you possibly have? I don't want to see it." Wang Kai said, turning to leave. "Brother Wang Kai, you can't go." Pan Xiaolian blocked Wang Sai's path with her arms outstretched. "Since you've married Zhao San, live a good life with him. Don't talk to me unless it's absolutely necessary," Wang Kai said, grabbing another handful of sunflower seeds from the plate. "Brother Wang Kai, I really have something to do. Come with me quickly," Pan Xiaolian said, forcefully pulling Wang Kai into the house. "What do you want me to see? Hurry up and show it to me. I need to go home," Wang Kai said, cracking sunflower seeds. "Brother Wang Kai, look," Pan Xiaolian said, unbuttoning her clothes. With a clatter, her bright red dress fell to the ground, revealing that she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Chapter 6 Embarrassment Pa. Wang Kai spat, spitting a sunflower seed right onto Pan Xiaolian's bulge. "Brother Wang Kai, you're so mean." Pan Xiaolian wasn't angry at all. She opened her arms and pounced on him. Wang Kai hurriedly used his spirit domain transfer, and Pan Xiaolian instantly hugged the wardrobe. "Brother Wang Kai, what's going on?" Pan Xiaolian was shocked. She was supposed to hug Wang Kai. So why did she hug the wardrobe instead? "I told you we're even. I won't touch you again," Wang Kai said coldly. "Oh, brother Wang Kai, didn't I tell you? Zhao San has nothing but money. I married him so I could have a good life with you," Pan Xiaolian continued, completely unashamed. "Pa." This time, Wang Kai stuffed 4 or 5 sunflower seeds into his mouth and spat the pieces at Pan Xiaolian. The seeds stuck to her ample bosom. Pan Xiaolian's cheeks flushed, and she said coquettishly, "Brother Wang Kai, you're even naughtier than before. But I like it," Pan Xiaolian said shyly. Wang Kai found himself utterly speechless. The world is vast and full of wonders, yet it seemed that Pan Xiaolian possessed a thicker skin than Wang Kai by 1,000-fold. Disinclined to utter another word to her, he turned and exited the dwelling. "Wang Kai, don't go," Pan Xiaolian called out as she hurried after him. Upon stepping outside, Wang Kai nearly collided with someone. Looking up, he realized it was the village chief. "What's the rush, Wang Kai?" the chief asked, his attention diverted to several inebriated men at the table, failing to notice Wang Kai's emergence. "Oh, your new bride is calling for you," he remarked, immediately concocting a mischievous idea. "Calling for me?" Chief Zhao Mazi appeared skeptical, for why would a bride on her first day in her new home summon her father-in-law? Glancing back at the drunken men, he seemed to grasp the situation, concluding that his daughter-in-law must have asked him to rouse them. With this thought, he turned and re-entered the house. Pan Xiaolian, clad in a vibrant red coat, dashed out and collided directly with her father-in-law. "You! Oh dear, what an embarrassing situation." Chief Zhao Mazi, caught off guard, found himself holding onto Pan Xiaolian, whose attire was disheveled, revealing far more than was appropriate. His expression shifted instantly as frustration boiled within him. "Father, they are all drunk. Please wake them up." Pan Xiaolian quickly fabricated an excuse. In your state. It's better you stay out of sight," Zhao Mazi retorted, turning away with a dismissive wave of his hand, clearly irked. As Wang Kai made his way home, he encountered his brother along the way. "Your sister-in-law is worried you might get drunk and be taken advantage of. She sent me to fetch you. Are you all right?" Wang Zhu inquired upon spotting Wang Kai. "I'm fine," Wang Kai replied, feeling warmth in his heart at his sister-in-law's concern. Yet, recalling the words spoken by his brother the previous night, a pang of discomfort surged within him. "What is wrong with you? You look rather pale," his brother observed. Sensing his unease, "Brother, does my sister-in-law have someone on the outside?" Wang Kai finally mustered the courage to ask. "Don't speak nonsense. Your sister-in-law is doing just fine. How could she have someone else? Who told you that?" "I'll make sure to silence them," his brother exclaimed, clearly agitated and pacing back and forth. "I didn't hear it from anyone. You mentioned it yourself last night," Wang Kai countered. "You little rascal, so you dared to eavesdrop on adult conversations?" His brother's face flushed with a mix of shame and anger as he rummaged for something, seemingly preparing to reprimand Wang Kai. "Huh, brother, what is your problem? Just tell me, and I'll help you out," Wang Kai teased, knowing the gravity of the situation regarding his brother's potential issues. "That is absurd. I have no problems. Now get home. If you dare to speak foolishly again, I swear I'll knock you out." Wang Zhu, a man of integrity throughout his life, lacked the conviction to assert himself. Realizing he wouldn't glean any useful information from his brother, Wang Kai ceased his inquiries. After a deep slumber until dawn, He awoke refreshed. His sister-in-law had prepared breakfast, and as he lifted his bowl, he noticed a figure within it. "Sister-in-law, is this what you all eat regularly?" he questioned, discontented with the bland corn porridge that seemed unworthy of consumption. "Indeed, we don't have much grain. Anything we can eat is a blessing," his sister-in-law replied. Gazing at him with concern, the Wang Kai noticed her own bowl contained even thinner gruel. "What about my brother?" he inquired. "He has gone up the mountain," she answered. "Why has he gone up there?" Wang Kai pressed. "The village secretary has contracted the barren mountain, and your brother is watching over it," she explained. Her gaze averted from him, revealing her gratitude towards the secretary. "I must go see what's up there," Wang Kai declared, resolute in his decision. "Brother, your sibling is deep in the old wolf ridge. You mustn't go," his sister-in-law implored, reaching out to stop him. "It's fine. I've played in the mountains since childhood. I know it well," Wang Kai insisted, not lying, as the nearby mountains held no mystery for him. However, his intentions were not solely to check on his brother. He had his own reasons. The entrance to the mountains lay just 3 miles south of Huaishu village, where the rolling hills beckoned. Having chased rabbits and hunted birds in these hills as a child, Wang Kai was a seasoned hunter. Witnessing his sister-in-law's daily meager meals, he felt compelled to venture into the mountains for a hunt. Not long after entering, a wild rabbit suddenly darted from underfoot. "Don't run," Wang Kai shouted, adrenaline surging through him. Capturing this rabbit would provide a feast for his sister-in-law. He chased the creature at breakneck speed, but alas, he was no longer the swift child he once was. After 200 meters, the rabbit vanished into the thicket. "Damn it, such a delectable meal lost," Wang Kai lamented in disappointment. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, he approached the old wolf ridge, surrounded by towering peaks and jagged rocks. Why had the village secretary taken on this barren land? What could his brother possibly be guarding? Filled with questions, he searched for his brother amidst the wilderness. Nestled among the mountains, a low ridge appeared, encircled by towering hills, resembling an old wolf. Hence, the locals referred to it as Old Wolf Ridge. The slope was gentle, adorned with abundant trees. After a thorough search, Wang Kai spotted his brother tending to the trees. "What brings you here?" His brother turned, surprised to see Wang Kai behind him. "I had nothing to do at home, so I came to see you," Wang Kai replied. "What is there to see?" "Everything is just fine here," his brother chuckled, patting his chest. "Wait here, I'll get you something to eat," Wang Kai said as he made his way down into the valley. "Wang Kai, I have provisions. Don't wander too far," his brother called out. But Wang Kai was already too far ahead to hear. Suddenly, a wild chicken took flight from the underbrush. Wang Kai grabbed a stone and hurled it at the bird. But alas, 5 years in prison had dulled his once sharp skills. Both attempts to catch the wild chickens ended in failure, leaving him disheartened. Then, an announcement flashed in his mind. "Congratulations, your energy has been fully replenished." "Fully replenished?" Wang Kai slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that he had expended much of his spatial transfer energy playing tricks on Pan Shaolian and the Zhao family. It had only just recharged. Remembering the spatial transfer, an idea struck him. Could he alter the direction of the wild chicken nest flight, making it teleport into his hands? Though it seemed improbable, he was eager to give it a try. As he pondered, a mountain chicken entered his line of sight. Wang Kai bent low as it scurried towards the trees. To test his spatial transferability, he closed his eyes and concentrated on channeling his ethereal power. In his mind, the chicken flew into his palm. To his astonishment, the chicken indeed collided with his hand. Chapter 7. The Harvest. "Wow, I really possess this ability," Wang Kai exclaimed in sheer joy. Using his brother's hatchet to dispatch the chicken, he quickly built a fire by the stream in the valley. Before long, the aroma of roasted chicken filled the air. Although devoid of any seasoning, it was a delicacy for the two brothers whose stomachs were growling. The chicken was small, yet Wang Kai generously shared the majority with his brother. "Brother, what are you doing?" Wang Zhu asked, seeing his brother set aside a large portion. "I can't eat that much. This is for your sister-in-law and Yaya to take back," Wang Zhu replied, still holding a great deal in admiration for his younger brother. Only by following him could he enjoy such wild delicacies, a truth that had remained unchanged over the years. "Just eat. I'll catch a couple of wild rabbits to bring back for your sister-in-law's enjoyment," Wang Kai boasted, his mouth greasy with pride. It is easier said than done. Capturing a rabbit is no simple task. Throughout his life, Wang Zhu never managed to catch a single rabbit, which seemed utterly elusive to him. In his younger years, he would never dare venture beyond Old Wolf Ridge. However, now armed with newfound supernatural abilities, he felt emboldened to explore the depths of the mountains. Heading south from Old Wolf Ridge, he followed the mountain stream, which grew increasingly dark and foreboding. A sense of trepidation filled Wang Kai as he hesitated, contemplating the risk of adventure. Yet, Recalling his extraordinary powers, confidence surged within him. After an indeterminate distance, he found himself beneath an expanse of sky, confronted by a lush thicket ahead. Occasionally, startled birds took flight, their wings rustling the leaves, a sound that sent shivers down his spine in the otherwise silent valley. Perhaps it was wiser to retreat, the atmosphere was too chilling. As he turned to leave, he stumbled over a stone, nearly losing his balance. When he regained his composure, a brown, kidney-shaped fungus caught his eye. Could this be the fabled, 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum? He mused, examining it closely. Although its diameter was only a little over 10 centimeters, far from 1,000 years old, he wished it were larger. To his astonishment, as he envisioned the mushroom growing, it indeed began to expand, becoming as large as a plate. Even more remarkable, it emitted a strange, radiant glow. Surely, such a specimen would fetch a handsome price in the city. With a sense of delight, Wang Kai felt a surge of satisfaction. Realizing that one should not be overly greedy, possessing this mushroom was already more than enough. As he neared Old Wolf Ridge, a wild rabbit dashed across the path. Seizing the moment, Wang Kai utilized his supernatural abilities, causing the plump gray rabbit to collide with a large stone. Alas, the poor creature met its demise. With the mushroom in hand and the rabbit slung over his shoulder, Wang Kai sang merrily as he made his way home. Darkness fell before he reached the mountain's edge, and eerie animal calls echoed through the valley. Suddenly, a wild chicken burst from beneath his feet, flapping noisily and startling him. What a delightful meal it would make, he thought, activating his powers once more to capture the fowl. However, a notification interrupted him. Insufficient energy, please replenish. Frustration washed over him. Why was his energy so limited? A message flashed in his mind. You have a total of 100 energy points. Capturing the chicken costs 15 points, while the mushroom's growth consumes 60 points. The energy required for the mushroom's growth was staggering. Disheartened, he decided that if he could not capture the chicken, the rabbit would suffice for a hearty meal. Upon reaching home, he heard someone crying inside. Rushing to the door, he was greeted by his brother, who scolded him for returning so late. Who is crying? Wang Kai inquired. It's your sister-in-law, and yeah, his brother sighed. Why? Because of you. The chicken you roasted for them was taken by the dog from Widow Sun's house before they could eat it. Wang Zhu, pained yet resigned, replied. I thought something serious had happened. Look what I brought back. He placed the rabbit and the mushroom on the ground. His sister-in-law's eyes brightened at the sight of the rabbit, and she playfully punched Wang Kai's arm. It was already late, and the family had yet to eat. So they quickly set to work. His brother skinned the rabbit while his sister-in-law ventured into the garden for vegetables. Tonight, they would feast on the finest game. What is this? Wang Zhu asked, noticing the large mushroom for the first time. I believe it resembles a type of Ganoderma, Wang Kai replied. Ganoderma is a precious medicinal herb. His sister-in-law exclaimed, unable to hide her excitement. We should not eat it, but rather sell it in the city. Wang Zhu, having been raised by his adoptive father, had some knowledge of herbal medicine. Brother, your health isn't great. Why not consume the mushroom? Wang Kai suggested. His brother, initially pleased, quickly changed his demeanor, retorting. You little rascal, what are you talking about? Just kidding, brother, Wang Kai laughed, realizing his brother's sensitivity regarding his health. His sister-in-law smiled at their banter. The rabbit meat was soon cooked, and although it was late, the family enjoyed their meal immensely. Wang Kai, tomorrow you must sell the mushroom in town. Don't leave it at home, his brother instructed early the next morning. Observing their sparsely furnished home, Wang Kai pondered that selling the mushroom for money was the best course of action. Resolutely, he rose, placed the mushroom in a snakeskin bag, and set off towards the county town. The morning was still young, and few pedestrians were on the road. He learned that there were 8 renowned pharmacies in town, all eager to buy precious herbs at fair prices. Wang Kai made his way to the Tianzi No. 1 pharmacy, located on the southern edge of the city, which boasted numerous rooms filled with various herbs and was bustling with customers. Upon entering the pharmacy, he was approached by a clerk. Are you buying or selling? The clerk inquired, noticing Wang Kai's bag. Selling, Wang Kai replied, biting a blade of grass. Please follow me. The clerk gestured, leading him to the back room. The elderly manager, with graying hair, scrutinized the bag. Young man, could this contain Ganoderma? He asked quietly. Wang Kai was taken aback, impressed by the old man's keen observation. He opened the bag, revealing the brown mushroom. What do you think it's worth? He asked. The old man, stunned, struggled to respond. Is there a problem? Don't you want it? Wang Kai asked, concerned they might refuse. Of course we want it. Such a rare find cannot be overlooked, the old man replied, hastily examining the mushroom. Since you want it, please provide a price. Wang Kai, inexperienced in selling, was unsure how to proceed. Please wait a moment. This is top quality material. The old man said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I must consult my master for an accurate appraisal. Impatient, Wang Kai thought, it was just a mushroom. Why was the old man so flustered? Just then, a woman entered from the front room. The old man called out, Miss Jiao, I was just about to find you. How fortunate you have come. Wang Kai turned to see a strikingly beautiful young woman approaching. Her delicate features and refined attire left him speechless. He had never dreamed of encountering such beauty. Is this yours? The old man asked, handing the mushroom to the young woman. Is it yours? She directed her gaze at Wang Kai, raising an eyebrow. Yes, it is mine, he stammered, suddenly shy in her presence. How much do you want for it? She asked without examining it closely. Wang Kai hesitated, wanting to say 200 but fearing ridicule if he asked for too much. I will give you this amount. Jiao Gunyang extended her delicate hand and waved it in front of Wang Kai's eyes. Your hand is truly beautiful, Wang Kai said, reaching out to touch the young woman's tender skin. She quickly withdrew her hand, leaving Wang Kai grasping at air, and awkwardly remarked, You, being poor, not only refrain from speaking, but also lack manners. Jiao Gunyang cast a glance at Wang Kai, scolding him. I merely wanted to touch your lovely hand. I harbored no ill intentions. Wang Kai explained. No need for explanations. From your eyes, I can see that you are not a lecherous man, merely a bit mischievous. Jiao Gunyang replied with a slight smile, showing no anger. Is this amount too much? An elderly man interjected, waving his hand in front of his eyes with a frown. Such a precious item is priceless. The question of quantity is irrelevant, Jiao Gunyang spoke with profound meaning, providing both the elder and herself a way out of the situation. All right, 500 it is. It doesn't really matter. Why be so calculative? Wang Kai chuckled at the absurdity of a grand apothecary discussing a few hundred coins so ceremoniously. 500? The elder's eyes widened, peering through his crystal glasses at Wang Kai. What? Not 500. I must inform you, I won't sell it for 50. Wang Kai's heart sank. Surely they wouldn't only offer 50. Jiao Gunyang laughed, her laughter more melodious than silver bells. Wang Kai thought that this laughter was sweeter than sipping syrup. What are you laughing at? Wang Kai raised an eyebrow in inquiry. You're such a simpleton. I said 50,000. Jiao Gunyang giggled, revealing her neat, pearly teeth, only partially visible. What? 50,000? What's wrong? Don't want it. Think it's too much? Jiao Gunyang frowned, observing Wang Kai's dazed expression, before bursting into another fit of laughter. Wow, is it really that valuable? Wang Kai muttered under his breath. So if I offer this price, I can arrange for the preparation immediately, Jiao Gunyang inquired earnestly, tilting her face up. With such a sum, I will certainly sell it. By the way, you haven't examined it closely. How do you know it's worth so much? Wang Kai expressed his inner confusion, feeling that this Jiao Gunyang was quite extraordinary. Youth, our Jiao Gunyang has been identifying medicinal herbs since she was 8. No matter where the herbs come from, she can determine their value without a second glance. The elder said, stroking his beard while extolling Jiao Gunyang's remarkable abilities. Oh, how wonderful it would be to marry someone like her. Wang Kai thought to himself and inadvertently voiced it. Flattering tongue, Jiao Gunyang retorted before turning to leave. The elder carefully stored the lingji and instructed the accountant to fetch money for Wang Kai. Wang Kai felt as if he had stumbled upon a windfall, walking with a buoyant lightness. Hey, country bumpkin, if you find something good, remember to come find me. As Wang Kai stepped outside, Jiao Gunyang's silvery voice echoed from the doorway. All right, just wait. I will certainly bring good things to see you, Wang Kai replied, making a silly face and smiling. Jiao Gunyang didn't scold him. She merely chuckled again, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. With this unexpected fortune, Wang Kai felt as though he was floating. Sister-in-law, look at this. Upon returning home, Xiang Chao was busy preparing vegetables, and Wang Kai tossed the snakeskin bag onto the ground. What's wrong? Did they not want it? Xiang Chao's expression turned grave. Sister-in-law, open it and see. Oh, so much money. Where did this money come from? Xiang Chao exclaimed in surprise, looking at Wang Kai. This is the money from selling the lingji. Wang Kai disclosed to make his sister-in-law happy, without concealing the truth. Oh my, we are rich now, Xiang Chao exclaimed, having never seen so much money in her life after years of poverty. Upon seeing the money, especially earned by their own family, she couldn't contain her excitement. She spread her arms, jumped up, and hugged Wang Kai tightly. Wang Kai felt a soft weight blocking his mouth, as his sister-in-law was on top of him, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Wang Kai grew nervous, extending his arms awkwardly, afraid to embrace his sister-in-law. She was his brother's wife, and regardless of what his brother had said that night, she had always treated him well. Sister-in-law, please get down. He gasped for air as she pressed down on him, not daring to move. Look at you, so shy in front of your sister-in-law. How will you ever marry a wife? Xiang Chao realized she had overreacted and quickly hopped down. Noticing Wang Kai's flushed face, she teasingly scolded him. Hee, sister-in-law, it's not the same. Wang Kai sighed in relief, smiling. What is not the same? Remember, all women are the same. There's nothing to fear. In the future, don't blush when you see a woman, understood? Xiang Chao, only a few years older than Wang Kai, spoke with surprising wisdom, proving the saying that a young girl knows nothing, but once she becomes a woman, she becomes wise. Sister-in-law, we have money now. Help me think of how to spend it. Wang Kai swiftly changed the subject, looking at Xiang Chao. She gazed upwards, blinking for a while, and surprisingly couldn't he come up with a way to spend the money. I've got it. Let us build a house, one even better than the village chief's. Xiang Chao finally exclaimed, joyfully cupping Wang Kai's face. That's quite a bold statement. Where will you get so much money to build a house? Wang Kai's brother returned just in time to hear Xiang Chao's words, and, putting down his axe, remarked scornfully. Look, we have money now. We can build a house without any worries. Xiang Chao eagerly pulled Wang Zuzhu over to show him the bundles of cash in the bag. Where did this money come from? Wang Zuzhu rubbed his eyes, suddenly wide-eyed. It's what your brother earned. Xiang Chao glanced at Wang Kai with admiration. You brat. You better not go stealing from others. Wang Zuzhu immediately turned on Wang Kai, scolding him. Brother, where did you get that idea? This is the money from selling Lingji. Wang Kai insisted, urging his brother to sit down and smilingly explain. Lingji is valuable, but it's not worth this much, Wang Zuzhu argued. Brother, they offered the price themselves. What are you doubting? Wang Kai smiled, finding his brother rather obtuse. As the head of the family, with this money, let us build the house first. What do you say? Xiang Chao's face was filled with hope. Stop saying we all the time. This is Wang Kai's money. And building a house is also for Wang Kai. Wang Zuzhu, who was usually honest and never argued with others, quickly corrected his wife's misunderstanding. Xiang Chao was left speechless, pointing for a long time without uttering a word. Oh dear, brother, sister-in-law, we're all family here. My thought is that this money should go towards treating my brother's illness first. Wang Kai had long decided that his brother, who had raised him since childhood and had never enjoyed a day of comfort, must be treated first so he could experience the joys of being a man. You brat. If you keep saying I'm sick, we will have unfinished business. Wang Zuzhu, who usually had a good temper, immediately turned irate upon hearing this. You, who have a sickness but won't admit it, Xiang Chao defended Wang Kai, confronting Wang Zuzhu. What sickness do I have? Tell me what sickness? In front of his brother, Wang Zuzhu clearly found it hard to maintain his composure. Your limp is like a soft eggplant. Can't you see what is wrong with you? Xiang Chao, growing impatient, and the two began to bicker. You. Wang Zuzhu squatted on the ground, banging his head in frustration. Wang Kai anticipated that what began as a joyous occasion would turn into an unpleasant quarrel, just as he was about to intervene. Several people walked in from outside, blocking the doorway. Wang Zuzhu looked up to see the group, slumping to the ground in despair. Wang Kai saw that the leader was none other than Zhao Sanhu. What is he here for? Lu Wangzhu, it's time to repay your debts. Zhao Sanhu stood at the entrance with 5 men, looking fierce. Wang Kai was puzzled. His brother was usually honest and simple. How could he owe Zhao Sanhu money? When did my brother owe you money? Wang Kai stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of his brother, and asked Zhao Sanhu. I'm not talking to you. Ask Lu Wangzhu. Zhao Sanhu, reluctant to engage with Wang Kai, remained enigmatic. It was unclear whether he feared confrontation or simply wished to avoid it. Brother, what is truly happening? Wang Kai was eager to uncover the truth. With a heavy sigh, Wang Zhu recounted the events. Years prior, to save Pan Xiaolian, Wang Kai had clashed with Zhao Haizi's men, resulting in the untimely death of Zhao Haizi's son-in-law, Fang Kuan. Although Wang Kai had faced repercussions, an 8-year sentence and a compensation of 2,000 yuan, this sum remained unfulfilled for Wang Zhu, who struggled to afford even basic necessities. Zhao Haizi, relentless in his pursuit of justice for his deceased son-in-law and grieving daughter, directed his wrath towards Wang Zhu, who became the target of daily harassment. With no income to speak of, Wang Zhu sought out the village chief, requesting his intervention. In front of both families, he assumed responsibility for the compensation and signed a loan agreement. However, this was no ordinary loan. It was a predatory debt. Though Wang Zhu diligently repaid a portion, the interest accrued far exceeded the principal. Upon grasping the situation, Wang Kai realized that this debt stemmed from his own misjudgment, and thus should not be laid at his brother's feet. Zhao Sanhu, this debt is mine alone, and has nothing to do with my brother. Kid, today I'm here to collect on this loan, signed by Lu Wangzhu himself. Your account will be settled later. Zhao Sanhu waved the yellowed agreement in front of Wang Kai. dismissing his concerns. Wang Kai, this matter is not for you to meddle in. Your brother always bears the burden of troublesome issues. Am I to ignore this? Do you have the means to repay? Wang Kai pressed. Speak plainly. How much is owed including interest? I will settle it immediately. Very well, Zhao Sanhu replied, producing a calculator with a flourish. The principal was 2,000. After 1 year, it ballooned to 5,000, and in the second year, it reached 15,000. After accounting for the 1,127 yuan you've repaid, the total outstanding is 49,998 yuan. Wang Kai was incensed. How had a mere 2,000 yuan evolved into such an exorbitant sum over 5 years? This is utterly outrageous. This debt was imposed by the authorities. If one cannot pay, what can be done? Your brother should never have signed that loan agreement, Zhao Sanhu mocked, relishing in Wang Sai's frustration. Such an amount is beyond my lifetime's earnings. Wang Zhu, pale with fear, exclaimed through tears. Haha, I possess a solution that could expedite your repayment, Zhao Sanhu chuckled, though his mirth was insincere. What is it? If it aids in repaying, I am willing to consider it. Wang Zhu, sensing a glimmer of hope, leaned in. Lu Wangzhu, you are quite fortunate with your appearance. You managed to marry a stunning wife. Therefore, I propose to sell her in the city. Her beauty would surely fetch a high price. Wang Kai, furious, retorted, Zhao Sanhu. If you dare joke about my sister-in-law again, I will end you. I am merely offering a way out. You show no gratitude, Zhao Sanhu taunted, flanked by several burly companions who echoed his demands for repayment. Wang Kai, unwilling to accept the debt, felt cornered by the reality of his brother's signature. If they resisted, they would be labeled as defaulters. With a heavy heart, he kicked the bag of money away. Hey, you dare strike me? The bag fortuitously collided with Zhao Sanhu's abdomen, prompting an enraged reaction. Brother, there's cash inside. One of Zhao Sanhu's men exclaimed as a bundle of bills tumbled out. Stop your nonsense. These paupers have no money. Zhao Sanhu scoffed, dismissing the claim with a kick. Brother, it is indeed money. Another man insisted. Only then did Zhao Sanhu turn, and upon seeing the fallen bundles, his demeanor shifted. He hastily gathered the bag and began counting. Well, it appears these impoverished souls have managed to scrape together 50,000 yuan. Enough with the chatter. Take your money and leave the loan agreement, Wang Kai stated tersely, eager to sever ties. Here is the agreement. Keep it. The excess 2 yuan is my gift for your troubles. Let's part ways peacefully, Zhao Sanhu spat, disdainfully discarding the agreement. Was this money pilfered, Lu Wang Kai? Zhao Sanhu queried suspiciously as he turned to leave. Steal? You can keep it if you wish, Wang Kai retorted, incensed. Regardless of how it was obtained, it's mine now. Zhao Sanhu smirked, darting away. Their hearts heavy with despair, Wang Zhu and his wife watched as Zhao Sanhu absconded with the money. Do not worry, sister-in-law. Our debt with the Zhao family is now settled. They shall not trouble us further, Wang Kai consoled. Alas, we will never earn such a sum in our lifetimes, she lamented, her kindness overshadowed by the harsh realities of finances. Fear not. I possess numerous schemes for earning money. You shall enjoy a life of comfort, Wang Kai reassured her, watching her tears gradually cease. Internally, he cursed his misfortune. What a waste of effort, laboring for the Zhao family. Yet he resolved, money is but a transient matter. I can always earn more. With thoughts of exploring deeper mountains for treasures, he retired for the night, dreaming of discovering a superior ginseng to sell in the city for a fortune, perhaps even winning the affections of the beautiful Jiguniang. Wang Kai was jolted from his reverie by Pan Xiaoyan's frantic arrival. Wake up, something terrible has happened. What is the commotion? Has someone died? Wang Kai grumbled, rubbing his eyes. Watch your tone, Wang Kai. His brother and sister-in-law rushed in, alarmed by the ruckus. Indeed, how could you speak so rudely? His sister-in-law chastised gently. Pan Xiaoyan, trembling and tearful, exclaimed, Wang Kai, my father is gravely ill. Why should I care about your father's fate? Wang Kai replied coolly, turning away. What has happened to him? His brother and sister-in-law inquired, their curiosity piqued. My father is seriously ill, Pan Xiaoyan sobbed. If your father is on the brink of death, why not seek a doctor? What do you want from me? Wang Kai retorted dismissively. Dr. Dai has come and declared that he is unable to treat my father, urging us to hasten to the hospital. Pan Xiaoyan lamented. Then let's hurry to the hospital. What brings you here to seek help? Wang Kai, bewildered, found himself at a loss. It's dozens of miles to the hospital, and all the young people in the village are away, Pan Xiaoyan murmured. Oh, Wang Kai, please stop asking questions and assist quickly. Saving a life is of utmost importance. Wang Kai, whose nature was simple and honest, discerned that Pan Xiaoyan had come seeking someone to take her father to the hospital. Awakening from her stupor, Pan Xiaoyan wasted no time and dashed away. normally loud and boisterous, upon hearing that her father, Pan Jiutiao, had fallen gravely ill. The villagers rushed to help. Pan Jiutiao resided at the east end of the village, and by the time Wang Kai and his sister-in-law arrived, the courtyard was already teeming with neighbors. An open space was left in the center, where Pan Jiutiao lay motionless, his face ashen. Listen to me, everyone. Today, most of the young men are away. Those at home should step forward and prepare a stretcher. We must swiftly carry the patient to the hospital, instructed village head Zhao Matzi, dressed in a blue Zhongshan suit, as he surveyed the onlookers. Indeed, Pan Jiutiao has fallen ill. We cannot afford delays. If you cannot assist, please step aside. Mr. Dai, the village doctor, was sweating profusely as he tried to maintain order. Pan Xiaoyan's mother knelt beside her husband, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, several robust young men squeezed through the crowd and stood beside the village head, simultaneously stating, "We are here. Please make arrangements." Wang Kai, harboring no fondness for Pan Jiutiao, lingered outside, reluctant to approach. Suddenly, a clear message flashed in his mind. Healing power alert. A patient lies within 10 meters. Your energy is sufficient to heal and earn merit. What? Pan Jiutiao is as lifeless as a corpse, and I can heal him? Wang Kai pondered, recalling recent events, and felt compelled to trust the ability bestowed upon him by the old locust tree. Everyone, please make way. In an instant, the crowd busied themselves tying together a makeshift stretcher. Zhao Matzi raised his head to address the onlookers and began directing the effort. 4 young men stood at the corners of the stretcher, ready to move. Wait. Wang Kai pushed to the front, halting the young men. What are you doing, Wang Kai? The village head glared at him. I want to see what illness Uncle Pan has. Wang Kai tilted his head and replied. For heaven's sake, lives are at stake. What good will that do? Don't waste time. Zhao Matzi snapped, his tone harsher than usual. Indeed, Wang Kai, Pan Jiutiao's pulse is weak. We cannot afford any delays. Please do not create further chaos. Mr. Dai, who usually remained composed after decades of practice, was now visibly anxious. Uncle Pan has a minor ailment. There is no need for a hospital, Wang Kai said with a smile. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Everyone knew that Wang Kai's words and actions were often unreliable, yet the gravity of the situation warranted his jest, provoking disdainful glances from many. Wang Kai, I understand that Pan Jiutiao has always opposed your relationship with Xiaoyan. If this were any other day, I wouldn't say anything, but now, during this critical moment, if you delay Pan Jiutiao's treatment and something happens, you will be held responsible, Zhao Matzi warned, his tone a mix of firmness and concern. Fine. I will take responsibility, Wang Kai replied resolutely, though a twinge of doubt crept into his mind, having never formally used his healing power. He knew that if he did not assert himself, they would deny him the chance to heal. This kid must be mad. Has prison made him foolish? If Mr. Dai cannot heal him, what can he do? Murmured the villagers, speculating on Wang Kai's motives. Wang Kai, it is my fault. I am sorry. Pan Xiaoyan's mother suddenly knelt at Wang Kai's feet, weeping. Auntie, what are you doing? Wang Kai was taken aback, confused by her intentions. Wang Kai, I know you like Xiaoyan, but we are impoverished and thus arranged for her to marry the village head. We are sorry, but you cannot seek revenge on us. Her mother continued to cry. Auntie, I am here to heal your husband, not to take revenge, Wang Kai retorted angrily. Oh, everyone knows your intentions. You just want to waste time and let Xiaoyan's father die. If you could heal, I would eat dirt gladly, she cried, beating the ground with her hands theatrically. Some murmured that Wang Kai should not waste time, while others found her performance amusing. Auntie, you said it yourself. If I heal your husband, you will eat dirt. Wang Kai, unable to tolerate both Pan Jiutiao and his mother, felt disdain for her dramatics. All right, go ahead and heal him. If you succeed, I will gladly eat dirt, but what if you fail? Pan Xiaoyan's mother retorted, rising from the ground and approaching Wang Kai, clearly challenging him. Lu Wang Kai, if you can cure Pan Jiutiao's illness, I will kneel before you and call you grandfather. Zhao Matzi impatiently interjected, adding a sharp edge to his words. Are you serious? Wang Kai turned to Zhao Matzi, a smile on his face. Of course. In Huaitree village, my word is law, Zhao Matzi responded, furious that Wang Kai, after 5 years in prison, had not become more humble, but rather more arrogant. Wang Kai assumed a serious demeanor and declared, all right, then everyone step aside. I shall commence the healing. Mr. Dai shook his head, sighing. Laughter erupted among the villagers, young and old, at Wang Kai's antics. The village head suddenly recalled that if he lost the bet, he would have to kneel and call Wang Kai grandfather. What if Wang Kai lost? Realizing this, Zhao Matzi hastily inquired. Don't be clever. What will you say if you cannot heal him? If I fail, Do as you wish. I am indifferent to the outcome, Wang Kai replied nonchalantly. If you delay Pan Jiutiao's treatment, you will be banished from Huaitree village. Zhao Matsi threatened, seemingly ready to devour Wang Kai. Agreed. Let that be the condition. Wang Kai responded, feeling unconcerned. Even if he failed, it would only mean leaving the village. What was so dreadful about that? Activating swift resonance, he placed his palms upward. In his mind, a strange light emanated from his palms. Free of distractions, he pressed them down against Pan Jiutiao's chest. What is this fool doing? He seems unreliable. If he could heal, I would call him my ancestor, the onlookers chuckled, beginning to whisper among themselves. Initially, Zhao Matsi thought Wang Kai might possess some extraordinary skill, but soon realized he was merely pressing his hands against Pan Jiutiao's chest. After a long while with no visible effect, Zhao Matsi felt confident in his victory and squinted at Wang Kai, saying, Lu Wang Kai, stop your charade, you've lost. Get out of Huaitree village. Chapter 11. Saving a life. Zhao Matsi had been worried that if Wang Kai truly healed Pan Jiutiao, he would have to kneel in front of the entire village and call him grandfather, which would greatly diminish his authority. Regretting his wager with Wang Kai, he observed him with both hands pressed against Pan Jiutiao's chest, making no further movements. Zhao Matsi's frown eased as he thought, this kid is just putting on a show. Approaching Wang Kai, he attempted to shove him aside, but found he could not budge him. Oh my! Pan Jiutiao's complexion is regaining color. Mr. Dai exclaimed in astonishment. The usually composed village doctor, though skeptical of Wang Kai's abilities, remained fixated on Pan Jiutiao as Wang Kai focused intently. Gradually, color returned to Pan Jiutiao's previously ashen face, a truly miraculous sight. Zhao Matsi was taken aback. Had anyone else claimed such a thing, he would have dismissed it outright. However, these words were uttered by the village doctor, Mr. Dai, whose proclamations could determine life and death, and thus must be believed. What? Old Pan has recovered? Upon hearing the village doctor say this, the keen-eyed among the crowd noticed something amiss and gathered around. After a light cough, Pan Jiutiao slowly opened his eyes. What are you all doing? Pan Jiutiao was startled to see a series of upside-down faces, nearly terrified to death. He turned to rise, surrounded by fellow villagers. Old Pan is alive. Is he not a zombie? In this isolated rural setting, many had never encountered such a phenomenon. Some believed that Pan Jiutiao was indeed dead and had now returned from the grave. Dear, are you dead or alive? Little Lien was bewildered. Thinking that whether Pan Jiutiao could even make it to the hospital was questionable. Even if Wang Kai cured him, he could not possibly stand up instantly. You old witch. I'm perfectly fine. Why are you cursing me? Pan Jiutiao, bewildered by the situation, glared and cursed. He is alive. Old Pan has truly returned from the dead. It is like a ghost story. The villagers were thrown into chaos, with few believing that Wang Kai had saved Pan Jiutiao. Congratulations, you have treated a patient, consuming 95 energy points and expending 99 points of physical strength. You have gained 1 merit point. Continue your efforts to unlock further abilities upon reaching 100 merit points. Wang Kai suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his mind clearly displaying this information. Wow. To save a single life consumed nearly all my energy. Only to gain 1 merit point. Calculating this, I would need to save 100 people to unlock other functions. This is quite challenging. Fortunately, the 2 abilities granted by the old locust tree are still usable. I can leverage them to heal others and amass wealth. Wang Kai sat on the ground, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, the crowd finally noticed him. 2 young men helped him up, and upon seeing Wang Kai's weakened state, the villagers began to believe that he had indeed exerted himself to revive Pan Jiutiao. Wang Kai had brought Pan Jiutiao back to life, and the village chief had lost. Suddenly, a man in the crowd exclaimed, the village chief has lost, and he must bow to Wang Kai. He must call him grandfather. There is a spectacle to behold. Most of the crowd relished the commotion, with some suggesting, and many joining in the ruckus. Where is the village chief? The chief has fled. Scanning the crowd, their eyes searched for the figure of Zhao Matsi, but he was nowhere to be seen. The chief has run away. And what about Jiutiao's wife? Yes, Jiutiao's wife deserves to eat crow. Those who gamble must accept their losses. Let her eat crow. The villagers were quite entertaining. Before Wang Kai could speak, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Moreover, a mischievous soul had already fetched a smooth stone, topped with a pile of something unappetizing. After a bout of hearty laughter, little Lien's complexion turned an alarming shade, darker than braised beef. Eat it, sister-in-law. Indeed, you said so yourself. Go on. And if it's not enough, we can fetch more. The villagers began to urge little Lien to fulfill her promise, each voice rising in unison. I was just joking with Wang Kai. Little Lien gazed at the unsightly item on the stone, nearly retching, her face frantic as she attempted to wriggle out of the predicament. That won't do. We all heard you. You must eat it. Several voices chimed in. Wang Kai gradually regained his strength, standing aside and watching as they pressed Little Lien. A smile crept onto his lips. Oh dear, let us not pick on my foul-tempered wife. Spare her, will you? Someone recounted the events to Pan Judiao, who then fell to his knees, bowing and pleading for mercy. Little Lien was coerced, and upon seeing the revolting item, she vomited profusely. Let us call it a day. I was merely jesting, and in the future, let us refrain from making such absolute statements. Wang Kai looked at Little Lien, both amused and exasperated, waving his hand dismissively. Since Wang Kai was willing to overlook it, others followed suit. Some remarked on Wang Sai's generosity, while others felt he should reprimand Little Lien for her audacity. What about the village chief? Go find him. He hasn't knelt yet. Yes, let the village chief kneel. The mention of the chief ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Eager to witness how he would bow and call Wang Kai grandfather. Wang Kai had no intent to trouble Zhao Matzi again, but a group of young men insisted, surrounding him as they made their way to Zhao Matzi's home. As the village chief for many years, Zhao Matzi had accrued numerous benefits. Not only had he built new houses for his 3 sons, but his own residence had just undergone renovations, boasting 5 grand tiled rooms with pristine white walls, truly luxurious. Village chief, is he at home? The door to Zhao Matzi's house was tightly shut, and someone began to knock, calling out loudly. Inside Pan Judiao's home, Zhao Matzi sensed trouble and stealthily slipped away. Not long after lying down, he heard the commotion outside. Hiding beneath the covers, he pretended not to hear. What is going on out there, making such a racket? The village chief's wife, hearing the noise, hurried over to inquire. You foolish woman. Just mind your own business and sleep, Zhao Matzi grumbled, blocking his ears in annoyance. After knocking for a while without a response, it was clear that the chief was deliberately avoiding them. A curious individual climbed over the wall and opened the door. The villagers streamed in, filling the courtyard to capacity. What is happening? They entered the yard. You must get up and see what they want. The village chief's wife once again urged Zhao Matzi, tugging at him. Zhao Matzi peered through the window and saw the yard brimming with people. Sigh, there's no escaping this. Zhao Matzi resigned himself and reluctantly opened the door. Village chief. Wang Kai cured Pan Judiao, and you lost the bet. You must keep your word. Yes, you must keep your word. The crowd chimed in, leaving Zhao Matzi feeling utterly humiliated. A few young men pushed Wang Kai toward Zhao Matzi. Zhao Matzi understood that if he failed to honor his promise, these villagers would not relent. Chapter 12. Healing. My brother Zhao Matzi had been the village chief for many years, known for his unwavering authority. Villagers bowed and scraped before him, fearing to offend him. Yet, in a moment of folly, he had wagered against Wang Kai. Now regretting his impulsiveness, he realized it would be difficult to evade this situation. With this thought, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and suddenly knelt before them, not yet calling him grandfather. Yes, he must say grandfather. The villagers erupted in cheers, and Zhao Matzi thought, well, since I've knelt, what's one more word? Grandfather. His voice was barely a whisper, yet many heard him. Ha. The crowd burst into laughter, and Zhao Matzi felt a wave of shame wash over him, nearly wishing to vanish into the ground. Zhao Matzi lost face, and not only did he resent Wang Kai, but he also loathed the villagers who had egged him on. Having achieved their goal, the crowd dispersed in groups, laughing and chatting as they departed. Wang Kai strode home with a light heart, feeling invigorated. Wang Kai, wait a moment. As he reached the old locust tree, someone hurriedly caught up with him. Breathless and clutching their stomach, Wang Kai turned, illuminated by the moonlight, to see Pan Xiaoyan standing behind him. Your father is fine now. Why are you seeking me? Wang Kai tilted his head at Pan Xiaoyan, asking with a smirk. Wang Kai, I'm here to thank you. Pan Xiaoyan approached, reaching out for Wang Sai's hand, only to be rebuffed. I merely happened to treat a patient. It has nothing to do with you, and there is no need for thanks. Wang Kai replied in a calm tone. Wang Kai, are you still angry with me? I have said it before, Zhao San is nothing but wealth. I still prefer you. Pan Xiaoyan gazed up at Wang Kai with pleading eyes, her voice soft and imploring. Remember, we are even now. Don't involve me in your affairs in the future. Wang Kai stated firmly before turning to leave. Wang Kai, if you ever need me, you can always find me. I am yours and can do anything for you. Bah. Wang Kai turned back and spat, returning to the grass hut. He suddenly heard voices coming from his brother's room. As the household matriarch, you must have noticed that our brother has made quite the impression. He even managed to revive the deceased. My sister-in-law was recounting the recent events to my brother, embellishing them somewhat. Oh, spare me your exaggerations. I know exactly what kind of person Wang Kai is. He couldn't possibly be a healer. It must have been mere coincidence, she insisted. Wang Zhu appeared skeptical of Xiang Chao's words, assuming she was merely jesting. You thick-headed fool, do you know what I was thinking? My sister-in-law said with a mysterious tone. What could you possibly be thinking? How would I know? Wang Zhu replied, lacking energy, possibly due to fatigue. I was contemplating that if someone on the brink of death can be healed by Wang Kai, why not have him cure your ailment as well? She suggested, her voice dropping as if she were shy. You know what my condition is. How could it possibly be cured? If you can't stand it, go find another man. I won't mind, he retorted, clearly agitated by her mention of his affliction. How could I have married such a useless man? Xiang Chao exclaimed in frustration. Wang Kai, overhearing this exchange, suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, if Pan Jiu Tiao could be saved, why not employ the swift healing technique on my brother? He declared, addressing his sister-in-law's straw hut from the courtyard. Wang Kai, don't heed the nonsense of that old hag. You won't be able to cure my illness. His brother shouted, irritated. It was late at night, and treating Pan Jiu Tiao would not only drain all his energy, but also exhaust him completely. He needed a good night's rest to recuperate. Wang Kai, if you have the ability to heal, you should tend to your brother now, Xiang Chao urged. Eager to avoid delay. Let us wait until tomorrow, he replied. Why wait until tomorrow? It would be so much better to treat him now, she insisted, her cheeks flushing. Observing her embarrassment, Wang Kai discerned her true feelings. Although she claimed not to care about their marital matters, it was evident she was deeply concerned. Her current demeanor suggested she could hardly wait a day. Wang Kai, why are you smiling? She inquired, puzzled by his silence. Sister-in-law, are you unable to contain yourself? He teased. You impudent boy, you know nothing. She retorted, her face turning even redder as she playfully slapped him. As for my brother's condition, I cannot guarantee a cure. Please do not harbor excessive hope, Wang Kai cautioned. I believe in you, Wang Kai. My future happiness depends on you, she said, turning to leave. As the sun rose high, Wang Kai remained asleep. His sister-in-law peeked in several times, too shy to wake him. Uncle, little Yaya whispered, pinching Wang Kai's nose. What? He exclaimed, startled awake to find her mischief. My mother told me not to tell you, she innocently revealed. Sister-in-law? He suddenly remembered his promise to her the night before to treat his brother today. He quickly sprang up, carrying Yaya outside. Wang Kai, why didn't you sleep a bit longer? His sister-in-law asked with a radiant smile, albeit slightly bashful. She served him breakfast, which appeared more substantial than usual, indicating she was treating him well. Though Lu Wangzhu had claimed he wasn't seeking treatment, he had not gone to the mountains that day, suggesting he too wished to be healed, but was too proud to admit it. After a hearty meal, Wang Kai urged his brother to lie down, preparing to treat him. His sister-in-law stood at the doorway, her expression tense. Their future happiness hinged on Wang Kai's abilities. She felt uncertain about whether he could truly heal Wang Zhu's affliction. Wang Kai found it odd. Last night at Pan Jiu Tiao's, his mind had instinctively detected a patient within a 10-meter radius. Yet now, his mind offered no such insights. He resolved to use the swift healing technique. Your energy is insufficient to utilize the swift healing technique. His mind promptly conveyed a clear message. Damn it. The energy expended treating Pan Jiu Tiao was too great, and after a night's sleep, I have not fully recovered, Wang Kai lamented. Wang Kai, are you unable to heal me? His sister-in-law's expression shifted dramatically, her voice tinged with despair. Sister-in-law, treating Pan Jiu Tiao last night drained too much energy. I haven't recuperated yet. Let us postpone it, he replied helplessly. I told you it wouldn't work, yet you didn't believe me. Now you see. I have lost all hope. Wang Zhu realized that his ailment was likely incurable, understanding that his brother's words were mere excuses. Brother, do not worry. I will find a way to cure you, Wang Kai reassured him, though he himself felt uncertain about his capabilities. Wang Kai, come here, his brother beckoned, leading him to his room. What are your thoughts? Speak freely. Wang Zhu began. To be honest with you, my illness is beyond healing. Why? Wang Kai asked, perplexed as to why his brother insisted his condition was untreatable. Look. Suddenly, his brother dropped his trousers. Ah! Wang Kai exclaimed, horrified at the sight. Chapter 13. Brother's illness is difficult to cure. A request to sister-in-law. Having lived with his brother for many years, Wang Kai had never noticed his brother's shortcomings. Now, he realized that his brother was afflicted in ways he had not previously comprehended. Brother, how did you end up like this? Wang Kai questioned in disbelief. I never wanted to speak of it, but it was during that fire years ago when I rushed in to save you. My trousers caught fire and were damaged. He explained, but how could only half be burned? I searched the mountains for various herbs to salvage what I could. Otherwise, it would have been entirely ruined. Wang Zhu recounted as he adjusted his trousers. I will help you, Wang Kai promised. You fool. Having shown you this, you still hold out hope? Other ailments may be treatable, but this is beyond remedy. Wang Kai expressed his frustration. He was at a loss for words. Logically, a condition like his brother's was incurable. What if his brother's situation could not be resolved? What would happen to his sister-in-law? Would she remain forever alone? Or would she seek solace in another man? Wang Kai felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at the ceiling, unsure of what to say. Wang Kai, your sister-in-law is beautiful and kind-hearted. I am no longer able to fulfill my duties. You must take care of her. Lu Wangzu's eyes glistened, nearly shedding tears. Brother, I will look after her. Wang Kai assured him. I meant in that regard. In what regard? To be frank, your sister-in-law is young and without a man to comfort her. She tosses and turns at night, unable to sleep. You are not a stranger. When I am not around, treat her as your own. What? Brother? How can you say such a thing? Wang Kai nearly jumped up in shock. This was utterly outrageous. I'm not upset. Why should you be? You are family. And it's better than letting her seek comfort from strangers, Wangzu reasoned. Unfortunately, Wang Kai was not the type to engage in such affairs with those close to him. Brother, please stop. If she truly cannot endure it, I want to interfere. But I cannot do that, Wang Kai firmly opposed. While they conversed, Xiang Chao eavesdropped from the courtyard. Her cheeks flushed upon hearing Wang Zu's request for Wang Kai to care for her. Yet, when she heard Wang Kai's resolute refusal, disappointment washed over her. And she stomped her foot in frustration, silently cursing, what a foolish boy. At noon, Wang Kai suddenly recalled the matter of energy and questioned in his mind. What is my current energy level? His mind promptly displayed a clear message. Currently, your energy is 50 points. Damn, after a full night's rest. I've only recovered this little energy. What am I to do? Your energy replenishes slowly. To accelerate the replenishment rate, approach the old locust tree, which will increase the speed by 50%. His mind provided information, indicating that proximity to the old locust tree would enhance his energy recovery. In order to swiftly restore his energy, Wang Kai had no choice but to rest beneath the ancient locust tree, closing his eyes as he leaned against it. It was not until dusk that his mind received a notification. Your energy restoration is nearing 90. Alas, he thought. Isn't being near the old locust tree supposed to expedite this process? This is hardly rapid. To acquire energy more swiftly, you need to prepare energy elixir. Energy elixir? How does one prepare it? You may venture into the deep mountains to gather fateful plants. Once you have collected all the fateful plants, you can concoct the energy elixir. He was taken aback. He had no idea it was such an intriguing endeavor. As soon as his mind posed a question, it received an immediate response. Congratulations. Your energy restoration is complete. At last, with full energy, Wang Kai felt elated. It was time to return and assist his brother in healing. Where's my brother? Wang Kai inquired after searching for him in vain. He is weeding in the fields. He will be back soon, his sister-in-law replied, emerging from the kitchen. What do you need him for? She asked again. I want to try healing him once more, to see if I can cure his illness, Wang Kai said. Wang Kai, if it doesn't work, you will have to take care of your sister-in-law, she chuckled, glancing at the robust Wang Kai. Suddenly, Wang Kai recalled his brother's words and felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to continue the conversation. Look at you, acting like a bashful maiden. How will you ever find a wife? She teased, noticing his shyness. After dinner, once everything was tidied up, Wang Kai urged his brother to lie down. With his energy fully restored, he was ready to attempt the healing. Spirit fusion, Wang Kai communicated to his mind. He closed his eyes, palm upwards, calling forth the spirit fusion, yet there was no response. What is going on? Why is there no reaction? I am fully energized. Apologies, pathogens detected within 10 meters. These pathogens have been long-standing. Your current ordinary energy cannot activate the spirit fusion's power. What on earth? Long-standing? This implies that his brother's ailment has persisted for many years, which he could understand. Ordinary energy? So, I currently possess only ordinary energy? What other forms of energy exist? A plethora of questions flooded Wang Kai's mind. At present, the ordinary energy you possess can be utilized in normal circumstances. However, the detected pathogens are complex, requiring special energy assistance for treatment. What is special energy, and where can I find it? Apologies, special energy can only be obtained through serendipity. There is no fixed method or location. How absurd. He needed what he could not attain, which was incredibly frustrating. Wang Kai, how is it going? His sister-in-law rushed over. Noticing his troubled expression. Sister-in-law, I wish I could explain, but a few words will hardly suffice. Even if he revealed his supernatural abilities to her, she would not comprehend. How could he not heal someone who could be saved? His sister-in-law could not fathom it, leaving hope shattered once more. Sighing deeply, Wang Kai pulled the blanket over his head. Disappointed at his inability to heal his brother, he retreated to his room and fell asleep. To treat his brother, he needed to obtain special energy. Yet, without a fixed method or location to acquire it, it all hinged on chance. He yearned for his brother's happiness, but achieving it in the near term seemed daunting. Wang Kai was troubled, tossing and turning until he finally drifted into slumber. In his dream, he traversed the mountains seeking serendipitous energy. The once vividly real mountains transformed into a fantastical realm. Mist enveloped the landscape, ethereal energy wafting about, as though he had entered a celestial paradise. A white crane took flight from the stream's edge, and Wang Kai attempted to approach it, but it always remained just out of reach. When he quickened his pace, the crane soared higher. When he slowed, it too decelerated. Suddenly, a colossal rock appeared before him, smooth enough to reflect his shadow. Looking ahead, he realized it was a sheer cliff. He dared not take another step forward. The white crane landed upon the stone. In his moment of astonishment, the crane unfurled its wings and transformed into a maiden clad in white. Her large, sparkling eyes, delicate brows, and radiant smile were enchanting. Her form draped in sheer fabric that accentuated her alluring silhouette. Wang Kai was captivated, his mouth dry. I am the Crane Fairy. Our meeting today is fortuitous. I possess special energy. Do you desire it? Her lips parted, her voice a melodious whisper. Special energy? Is it the very essence needed to heal my brother? Ecstatic, Wang Kai exclaimed, I want it, I want it. His heart raced as he reached out for the special energy. Ah, special energy is not a tangible substance. The Crane Fairy replied with a smile. What is it then? It is a form of liquid energy. But how can I obtain it? I didn't bring a container. Wang Kai lamented, regretting his oversight. Energy cannot be contained in a vessel. Then how will you give it to me? He asked, growing impatient at the complexity of the situation. The Crane Fairy's cheeks flushed, and she hesitated. This energy must be transmitted through the body, she said shyly. As she spoke, she delicately unfastened her garment and let it drift into the air like a wisp of cloud. Wang Kai gazed at the floating fabric, feeling a sense of serenity wash over him. Looking down, he saw the Crane Fairy reclining gracefully on the smooth stone. What? The maiden's exquisite skin was completely bare, her curves perfectly defined. The beauty of the Crane Fairy, far surpassing the mountain's splendor, left him speechless. Normally, when encountering young women in the village, Wang Kai would never blush. Yet now, he felt a wave of shyness. Did you not seek special energy? Come closer, the Crane Fairy beckoned with a delicate gesture. Wang Kai, overwhelmed with excitement, thought this was an opportunity he could not let slip away. How extraordinary it was to acquire special energy in such a manner. Initially hesitant, he recalled the necessity of special energy to heal his brother. Finding an excuse, he stepped forward. Touching her felt soft and inviting. Wang Kai, casting aside his inhibitions, mirrored the Crane Fairy's actions, tossing his own garments into the air. Now, he and the Crane Fairy were stripped of barriers, their interaction unimpeded. Wang Kai struggled to maintain his breath, feeling a rising sense of panic. Suddenly, he found it hard to breathe, his vision dimming as something obstructed his mouth and nose. After a few moments of suffocation, he could endure no longer. With a gasp, he opened his eyes. It was merely a dream. He had not been on the stone at all. Yet, the surroundings remained hazy, and someone was beside him. Wang Kai, you finally awakened. A warm breath brushed his ear as his sister-in-law's voice echoed. What is happening? Wang Kai realized his sister-in-law was beside him. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? He asked, startled, as he noticed the disarray of clothes strewn across the floor, his and hers alike. And to his shock, his sister-in-law was devoid of any coverings. Wang Kai, what is wrong? You seemed fine just moments ago, she said, breathless and slightly annoyed. No, sister-in-law, I was just dreaming. It's not what you think. Wang Kai hastily pushed her away and scrambled to gather his clothes, hastily donning them as he stammered through an explanation. Wang Kai, your brother left before dawn, and he asked me to check on you. As a result, my sister-in-law turned crimson and has been explaining herself ever since. Sister-in-law, you've delayed my important matters. Wang Kai expressed some annoyance. If it weren't for you blocking my mouth and nose with a weapon, perhaps I would have received the special energy gifted by the White Crane Immortal in my dreams. Now, at a crucial moment, I have awakened and gained nothing. Wang Kai, what have I delayed for you? My sister-in-law replied, equally disappointed. I could have soared through the clouds. Just as I reached the pinnacle, I fell abruptly, landing in a state of utter disarray. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't understand, Wang Kai said, feeling gloomy and reluctant to elaborate further. You ungrateful one, your brother treats you so well. My sister-in-law exclaimed, her eyes reddening, her voice tinged with tears. Sister-in-law, you misunderstand. I was about to receive the energy to heal my brother's illness in my dream. You woke me up just before I could, Wang Kai explained, noticing her distress yet unsure how to comfort her. Stop making excuses, sister-in-law knows you disdain her. What are you talking about? How could I possibly disdain you? Wang Kai hurriedly replied. If you don't disdain me, then you should accept me. Your brother agrees, she said, moving closer. Sister-in-law, you can't say that. You are my sister-in-law. I could never harbor such thoughts about you. Wang Kai quickly dodged. Can you bear to see me suffer? She pointed at him angrily. Do not worry, sister-in-law. Although I couldn't receive the special energy this time, there will be other opportunities. I will heal my brother. He reassured her. Faced with her relentless questioning, Wang Kai was at a loss for words. He couldn't comprehend why his sister-in-law had transformed in this manner. During the day, she was like a delicate flower, gentle and soft-spoken, never raising her voice. Yet at night, she seemed like an entirely different person. Could it be that women care deeply about such matters? At that moment, dawn broke outside. Wang Kai dressed and turned to leave. Wang Kai, where are you going? His sister-in-law called out as he stepped outside. To gather herbs on the mountain, he replied without looking back. Frustrated at not receiving the White Crane Immortal's special energy that morning, Wang Kai's pace quickened. Just as he entered the mountain path, his heavy footsteps startled a wild rabbit. With a thump, the rabbit leaped 3 feet high and darted away down the slope. Wang Kai quickly activated his spiritual domain technique. Apologies, the target is beyond 30 meters. Transfer cannot be completed at this time. A message flashed in his mind. What a day. Everything is going wrong. Resolute not to let the rabbit escape, he pursued it. Suddenly, from a nearby grove, he heard someone cry for help. This area was not far from the mountain entrance, where villagers often gathered herbs and wild fruits. Following the voice, he discovered a woman sitting beneath a wild peach tree. She wore a plaid shirt and blue cotton trousers. To his surprise, she was quite beautiful. With just a glance, he could tell she was an attractive woman, fair-skinned and with 2 braids. It was evident she was a married rural woman, according to local customs. Unmarried daughters wore a single braid, while young wives wore 2. Please help me, the woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with desperation upon seeing Wang Kai. What happened? He inquired. I was gathering mushrooms when a rabbit came and bit me, she shyly explained. I've only heard of people being bitten by snakes in the mountains. I've never heard of a rabbit biting anyone. Chapter 15. The Rabbit's Bite. A woman's plea for help. At this point, Wang Kai had reached the woman's side. Where did it bite you? Here, she indicated, pointing to the back of her thigh. Let me see, Wang Kai requested, urging her to show him the wound. That's not appropriate. She hesitated, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the pain, reluctant to reveal her injury. If you don't let me see, how can I help you? He insisted, growing impatient. The woman shifted her body, rolling up her pant leg, yet she found it difficult to expose the wound. Reluctantly, she undid her belt and pulled down her trousers. Oh, that wretched rabbit! Wang Kai exclaimed, shocked at the sight of the wound. Is it severe? The woman's expression changed drastically. Yes, it's quite serious. The wound is turning black. This rabbit is poisonous, Wang Kai stated gravely. How can a rabbit be poisonous? She questioned, clearly in disbelief. Haven't you heard? Rabbits don't bite. A biting rabbit is lethal, Wang Kai attempted to educate her. Ouch, I can't move from the pain. Can you carry me to the pharmacy? She pleaded, panicked. In just a short time, the wound has turned black. It's more toxic than a snake bite. If I carry you to the clinic, they probably won't be able to save you, Wang Kai said, furrowing his brow with concern. What should I do? Am I going to die? She cried, on the verge of tears. Let me try something, Wang Kai sighed deeply. He had originally intended to gather herbs. But if he treated this woman, his energy might be entirely depleted, and he would certainly not venture deep into the mountains today. I heard that when someone is bitten by a poisonous snake, the venom must be sucked out. Would you be willing to let me do that? Wang Kai asked jokingly. Ha, what do you think? He glanced at the woman's injury, realizing the location was too sensitive for a man to feel comfortable sucking out venom. Oh, that would be too embarrassing. The wound is in such an awkward place. The woman blushed, making an effort to turn and prepare for him to suck out the venom. Wang Kai found the situation amusing and chose not to speak further. Swift spirit integration, the thought entered his mind. With palms upturned, he felt a warm glow emanating from his hands, almost burning. Suddenly, he pressed his hands against the wound. Ah, the woman gasped, feeling a warm current flow from Wang Kai's palms into her body. The warmth circled around the wound before quickly retreating. She sensed her blood being drawn outward by that warm flow. After 10 minutes, a pool of black liquid appeared on the ground. Congratulations. Energy liquid ingredient successfully acquired. Collect 5 more ingredients to brew a bottle of energy liquid. What is happening? Wang Kai wondered internally. Energy liquid ingredients temporarily stored within your body. Once all ingredients are gathered, the energy liquid will be automatically brewed. Oh, so that's how it works. I thought I would have to go back and concoct the energy liquid myself. The woman felt her blood circulating vigorously, all flowing towards the wound. The black blood was entirely expelled, and the wound began to heal gradually. Congratulations. Patient successfully treated, consuming 75 energy points, earning 1 merit point. Current merit points total 2. What the heck? The energy consumed for saving someone today is significantly less. Wang Kai sat down on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Is it done? The woman asked, astonished as she reached behind to feel her wound, only to find nothing there. Oh my, are you a deity sent from the heavens? She exclaimed in disbelief as she felt around for the wound. Me? Do I look like a deity? I am merely an ordinary citizen of Huaitree Village. Far from divine. Wang Kai took a breath, trying to calm himself. Huaitree Village. How come I don't recognize you? She replied, surprised. Where are you from? Wang Kai scrutinized her, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place her. I am from Sanwan Village, but my maternal family is from Huaitree Village. My father is Zhao Haizi, she stated, hoping to establish her truth. Your father is Zhao Haizi? Wang Kai was taken aback. 5 years ago. That was the name of the man who had died. Could this woman possibly be his daughter? Yes, although it's close to my maternal home. I haven't returned in 5 or 6 years, she reflected, hesitating momentarily. Is your husband named Fang Kuan? Wang Kai inquired. Yes, but he has passed away. The woman replied calmly. That makes sense. At that time, Wang Kai was young and could not remember what Zhao Xiaoya, who was already married, looked like. By the timeline, Zhao Xiaoya must be in her early 30s, yet she appeared youthful, with delicate and tender skin. I am Lu Wang Kai, the one who killed your husband. If you harbor hatred towards me, I will not retaliate. Feel free to vent your anger, just don't kill me. Wang Kai understood that Zhao Haizi was a villain, and his sons were involved in heinous acts, yet his daughter was different. Feeling guilty towards her, Wang Kai lowered his head, inviting punishment. What? You are Lu Wang Kai? Zhao Xiaoya's eyes widened in terror, bloodshot with emotion. Yes, I am indeed the one who took your husband's life. And today I offer you the chance to seek retribution. Wang Kai stood tall, unmoving. You wretched Lu Wang Kai. You killed my husband and left me a widow for 5 years. Do you know how much sorrow I have endured? Zhao Xiaoya cried bitterly. Wang Kai remained silent. I dread the nights, unable to sleep, longing for my husband. You owe me for my husband, Zhao Xiaoya declared, picking up a stone and raising it high. Why don't you dodge? Wang Kai shook his head, remaining silent. You, Zhao Xiaoya, seemingly filled with hatred for Wang Kai, raised the stone but could not bring herself to strike. Pointing at Wang Kai's face, she found herself at a loss for words. Not retaliating is your choice. But I have offered you the chance. If you do not strike now, I will leave. Wang Kai gazed at Zhao Xiaoya, expressionless, although he felt remorse. He had already given her an opportunity. Moreover, he had served 5 years in prison, and having saved her life earlier, he believed it balanced their scales. You cannot leave. Upon seeing Wang Kai take a few steps away, Zhao Xiaoya suddenly shouted fiercely. What do you intend to do? Wang Kai halted and turned to ask. It has been 5 years. I have not touched a man. You owe me. Zhao Xiaoya rushed over, hugging Wang Kai around the waist, her face pressed against his back, her voice trembling with tears. What? Wang Kai thought he might have misheard. You owe me 5 years of joyful living. Zhao Xiaoya reiterated. How am I to repay you? Wang Kai asked, perplexed. You must compensate me for the joy of being a woman. Zhao Xiaoya's face flushed, silently cursing Wang Kai for his lack of understanding. Only then did Wang Kai realize that Zhao Xiaoya was yearning for a man. However, this was not something I should be responsible for, after all. I am the one who killed your husband, or perhaps I should say, your enemy. If you do not repay me, I will hate you for a lifetime. Zhao Xiaoya released her grip, standing before Wang Kai, her eyes glaring. Wang Kai was at a loss for words. This woman's thoughts were utterly peculiar. They say you are a rogue, a scoundrel. How could you be like this? Zhao Xiaoya had heard rumors about Wang Kai. How was he so different from the tales told? Those were mere fabrications. I actually adhere to principles, Wang Kai stated earnestly. Principles? Nonsense. If a woman offers herself to you, and you do not dare to act, are you even a man? Have you become a eunuch after 5 years in prison? No wonder Pan Xiaoyan left you. Zhao Xiaoya, fueled by an unknown anger, belittled Wang Kai. Speak carelessly again, and I shall not hold back. Wang Kai never imagined this seemingly gentle woman would become so assertive. Do not hold back. I am here to make you uncomfortable. Come on. Zhao Xiaoya had completely shed her earlier modesty. Unreasonable, Wang Kai muttered, turning to leave. Attempt to walk away? Not so fast, Zhao Xiaoya exclaimed, lunging at him. Wang Kai stepped back, not noticing a stone behind him. With a thud, he fell, and Zhao Xiaoya landed on him. A rush of feminine fragrance enveloped Wang Kai, freezing him in place. In the struggle, a button from her checkered shirt came loose, and Wang Kai inadvertently caught a glimpse. Chapter 16. Rescuing in the Wild. The wife of an enemy. Wang Kai cursed inwardly. Damn it, I am not Lu Xiaohui, do not push me. Zhao Xiaoya became quite proactive, disregarding her image. This is not my doing. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. A sudden thought struck Wang Kai. Apologies, this matter belongs to personal conduct. You may decide for yourself. Damn, how does this ability know everything? Since this is my personal choice, I am not a saint. So I might as well fulfill her desires. With that thought, Wang Kai's defenses crumbled. The nearby sapling swayed without wind, and Zhao Xiaoya murmured in a dreamlike state. The 5 years of widowhood held too many unfulfilled desires, erupting like a volcano, no longer controllable. An hour later, the woman whispered faintly, I cannot go on like this. I am dying. Wang Kai stood up, adjusted his clothing, and turned to leave. Having not gone far, a wild rabbit startled and leaped from behind a large stone, sprinting along a small path in the valley. Suddenly remembering he had a bit of leftover energy from treating Zhao Xiaoya's wound. Spiritual domain shift. Wang Kai sent information to his mind. In his mind, the running rabbit turned and crashed into the nearby sapling. Bang! In an instant, the rabbit collided with the tree, leaping 5 feet into the air and landing motionless. Wang Kai bent down to pick up the rabbit. It was quite plump, at least 5 or 6 pounds. He intended to take the rabbit back to treat his sister-in-law to a hearty feast. Suddenly recalling Zhao Xiaoya, feeling guilty towards her, Wang Kai headed up the hill. Under the sour jujube tree, 2 quails noticed someone approaching and quickly hid. Wang Kai's eyes lit up, thinking, if it is a gift, I might as well give more. If I can catch the quails too, a rabbit paired with 2 quails would make for a splendid gift. With this thought, Wang Kai hurriedly set down the rabbit and sent information to his mind. In short, Wang Kai extended his hands, and through the power of spiritual domain shift, the 2 quails automatically flew into his palms. Your energy is insufficient. Please replenish your energy promptly. The mind displayed the message, indicating insufficient energy. However, it was of no consequence. He had already caught the rabbit and quails, leaving no other desires unmet. Concerned that Zhao Xiaoya might have left, he walked over only to find Zhao Xiaoya still reeling from the earlier events, her clothes clutched in her hands, not yet worn. Wang Kai chuckled to himself. Today, Zhao Xiaoya must feel as if it were a festive occasion. Why are you back again? Zhao Xiaoya exclaimed, startled, unsure of what had transpired. Haha, I caught you a rabbit. Why aren't you dressed yet? Do you still want more? Wang Kai, shedding his previous nervousness, resumed his banter. You have exhausted me. Zhao Xiaoya replied weakly. Have you eaten rabbit before? Wang Kai tossed the rabbit at her feet. Ah, is this yours? Zhao Xiaoya could hardly believe it. It was known that skilled hunters in the village had set many snares on the mountain and could not catch a single rabbit in days. This Wang Kai had, in just a short while, managed to catch a rabbit. It was truly unbelievable. Here, this is for you, along with these 2 quails. Take them home and nourish yourself. Wang Kai said, pulling a few blades of dogtail grass to securely bind the quails. Wang Kai, I did not misjudge you. Zhao Xiaoya quickly rose, joyfully picking up the rabbit and quails. Unbeknownst to Wang Kai, since Zhao Xiaoya's marriage, she had opposed her husband Fang Kuan's support of her father Zhao Haizi's evil deeds. However, Fang Kuan disregarded her, eager to cling to his father-in-law's influence, always rushing to the forefront. Zhao Haizi was quite pleased with him, but Zhao Xiaoya found it exceedingly distressing. Finally, Fang Kuan was killed by Wang Kai, and Zhao Xiaoya mourned for over a year. From that time on, she had not returned to Huaitree village. The compensation Wang Zui gave was never seen by Zhao's family. After Fang Kuan's death, her mother-in-law, overwhelmed by grief, soon followed her son into the afterlife. From then on, Zhao Xiaoya relied solely on her father-in-law. Though they were a daughter-in-law and father-in-law, living under the same roof as 2 solitary individuals posed many inconveniences. Fearing gossip from the villagers, the pair remained cautious in their interactions. Life has been arduous, particularly during festive seasons when a morsel of meat is a rarity. Though Zhao Xiaoya's family is affluent, they have never considered her well-being. Upon seeing wild rabbits and quails, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. If you desire game, come find me in Huaitree village, Wang Kai declared, casually stuffing a blade of grass into his mouth. As he turned to leave, a voice from the hillside called out, cursing him by name. Who is the scoundrel with such foul language? Before Wang Kai could see the speaker, he retorted, You dare to lay a hand on my sister in this desolate place? I shall break your dog legs. Zhao Eru rushed over, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Kai. Which of your eyes saw this? Is she truly your sister? Wang Kai, with the grass still clenched between his teeth, tilted his head defiantly. Arms crossed. She is indeed my sister. What have you done to her? Zhao Eru, furious, gestured towards Zhao Xiaoya. The sight of the trampled grass on the ground left no doubt that the two had engaged in disgraceful acts. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with in the surrounding villages. And the thought of a recently released petty criminal luring a girl into such shameful behavior was intolerable to Zhao Eru. Moreover, Wang Kai was the very one responsible for his brother-in-law's demise. It was evident that the girl had been coerced by Wang Kai. Fueled by rage, Zhao Eru prepared to strike. I will not let this go unpunished. I will avenge my brother-in-law. Despite being nearly 40, he charged at Wang Kai like a youth. Wang Kai, coldly observing him, remained unperturbed, possessing the uncanny ability of the spirit domain. As Zhao Eru swung his fist, Wang Kai quickly sent a message to his mind. Sorry, insufficient energy. Please replenish before usage. The brain promptly responded. Damn, I completely forgot about the energy shortage. A punch landed squarely on his chest. You actually hit me? Wang Kai exclaimed, nearly toppling over. Where do you think you're running? Zhao Eru taunted as he pursued. This is none of your concern. If you wish to fight, do so elsewhere. Zhao Xiaoyao interjected, hurling a rabbit at Zhao Eru. You are mistaken. Zhao Eru stuttered, bewildered that his sister would side with Wang Kai. I am not your sister, nor are you my brother. Since Fang Kuan's death, who from your family has come to check on me? Have you contributed a single cent towards Wansai's compensation? Zhao Xiaoyao accused, her eyes blazing. Zhao Eru was rendered speechless, his earlier bravado dissipating. Come on, Zhao Eru, why are you suddenly silent? Wang Kai mocked from behind Zhao Xiaoya, making faces at him. Scoundrel! I will fight you. Zhao Eru, unable to respond to his sister's accusations, redirected his fury towards Wang Kai and charged. Wang Kai, wishing to avoid confrontation, circled around Zhao Xiaoya. In the commotion, Zhao Xiaoya's clothing was unintentionally torn away, leaving her exposed. How utterly embarrassing. Quickly, put something on, she exclaimed, blushing as Zhao Eru averted his gaze. Flustered and agitated. Chapter 17. Hunger Without Rice. Game to satisfy Zhao Xiaoya signaled to Wang Kai, who tossed her his clothing before departing. As he walked, Wang Kai felt discontent. His powers seemed unreliable, frequently faltering at crucial moments, which was quite vexing. Suddenly, he recalled his dream of the white crane fairy from the night before, which brought him joy. Why not return home and sleep, hoping to receive the fairy's special energy in his dreams? After 2 days of slumber, he was disappointed not to have the enchanting dream again. Go out and borrow some grain. He was startled awake by his sister-in-law's voice. He opened the window to see her conversing with his brother in the yard. In our village, apart from the secretary's family and the Zhao family, everyone else is destitute, barely able to eat. Where can I borrow grain? His brother lamented. Perhaps I should forage for wild vegetables. Relying on others isn't a solution. Wan Sai's brother hesitated, then seemed to remember something, speaking mysteriously. You fool, it doesn't matter what we eat at home. How can you expect your brother to survive on wild vegetables every day? His sister-in-law disapproved of his suggestion, her expression stern. Wang Kai, now fully dressed, stepped outside and reassured them, don't worry about it. I will go hunt for some game. Wang Kai, hunting game is not that easy. You were merely fortunate the last 2 times, his brother doubted him. Fine, go ahead. If you catch something, splendid. If not, return for dinner, his sister-in-law said, concern lacing her words. With midday approaching, Wang Kai hurried toward the mountain's entrance, hoping to catch a wild rabbit. After wandering for some time, without even spotting a rabbit's fur, he decided to venture deeper into the mountains. His stomach growled, having skipped breakfast. And now it was nearly noon. 5 miles in, he reached a fork in the path, leading to a valley surrounded by barren mountains, filled with stones and brush, occasionally yielding some useful herbs. Ascending the slope, he hoped to find wild fruits to stave off his hunger. However, it was not the harvest season, and all the wild fruits remained unripe. At the halfway point, he stumbled upon a natural spring and felt an overwhelming thirst. He cupped his hands to drink, savoring the refreshing sweetness. Dense grass surrounded the spring, and to his surprise, he spotted a wild strawberry growing against the rocky wall. Unfortunately, it was only the size of a peanut, far too small to eat. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he wished the strawberry could ripen faster. With nothing else to occupy his time, he sent a message to his brain, rapid growth. In his mind, he visualized the strawberry growing quickly and soon. Its green hue transformed into a ripe red. Astonished, he realized how incredible this was. If only it were larger, he mused, and that thought echoed in his mind. Please utilize abilities judiciously, came the prompt reply from his brain. Seriously, this can be done? Wang Kai pondered, growing earnest. As he concentrated, The strawberries began to enlarge until they were the size of his fist. 6 strawberries now stood, each as big as a fist. Starving, Wang Kai picked one and savored it. The sweet and tangy flavor melted in his mouth, truly a delightful treat. Congratulations! You have successfully acquired an energy liquid ingredient. Obtain 3 more ingredients to formulate the energy liquid. Wow, what a fortunate stroke of luck! I managed to find an energy liquid ingredient here. It seems I should wander around more often during my free time. Although the energy liquid was not yet complete, he felt invigorated. After devouring another strawberry, he wrapped the remaining 4 in his shirt. Having failed to catch a rabbit, he could at least bring back strawberries for his brother and sister-in-law. As he descended the slope, a wild chicken suddenly flapped its wings and flew up from behind a small tree. Finally, he had encountered prey. Wang Kai quickly harnessed the power of the spirit domain, causing the wild chicken to turn and fly towards him. He seized the chicken and joyfully made his way home. You were tasked with borrowing food, yet you hesitated and did not go. Meanwhile, Wang Kai has been away for half a day, and as the sun approaches its zenith, I wonder what you will eat. Before I could step inside, I heard my sister-in-law chattering at my brother's ear. Brother, sister-in-law, I am back, Wang Kai said, shaking his head secretly. He thought to himself that his sister-in-law's incessant nagging was incongruous with her age. Not wanting her to continue, he spoke up. Oh, Wang Kai? Why have you returned bareback? You'll get sunburned and struggle to find a wife. His sister-in-law had noticed the wild chicken in Wang Sai's hand, and her face instantly brightened with delight. Haha, if I can't find a wife, then I'll just live with you, sister-in-law, Wang Kai replied without a second thought. What is this? She asked, noticing the bulging contents of Wang Sai's clothing, curiously approaching for a better look. You'll know when you see it, Wang Kai said as he handed the wild chicken to his brother. Wang Zhu could not catch rabbits, let alone wild chickens, but he was adept at slaughtering creatures that flew and ran. Wow, I have never seen this before, his sister-in-law exclaimed as she opened Wang Sai's clothing and discovered 4 large red fruits that she could not identify. Sister-in-law, these are wild strawberries. Wang Kai, you must be joking. Wild strawberries are not this large. Indeed, these are wild strawberries. One of a kind. Within 100 miles, no one else has the fortune to taste them, Wang Kai laughed. Wang Zhu remained silent, focused on preparing the wild chicken. The family awaited the chicken that Wang Kai had brought home, with some tending the fire and others preparing the bird. After cleaning the chicken thoroughly and chopping it into small pieces, Xiang Cao had already brought the water to a boil. Wasting no time, the chicken was placed into the pot to simmer. Mother, it smells so good, Yao exclaimed, standing nearby, enchanted by the aroma, and she turned to Xiang Cao, saying, yes. Soon our Yao will enjoy a delicious meal. At this moment, the sister-in-law was quite pleased, relieved that they wouldn't have to worry about food for this meal. In fact, this wild chicken could provide for 2 meals. After midday, the sun scorched the earth, creating a sweltering heat. As the sun began to set, Wang Kai decided to take a stroll and noticed that there were very few young men in the village. His childhood companions were scarcely visible. Wang Kai pondered. Had everyone gone to the city to earn a living? And, how should I say this? He felt embarrassed. Seeing a woman made him blush. He assumed any words he spoke would be in vain. Xiang Cao, regardless of what happens, you must assist your aunt. The future of our family relies on you. Just as Wang Kai reached the courtyard, he overheard his sister-in-law speaking with another woman inside. Though their voices were low, he could hear everything. What is going on? Why am I being involved in this? And, what if Wang Kai agrees? It's simple. We find an opportunity to hide and let Wang Kai go over. Is that feasible? Of course. Wang Kai has always been healthy, and his ancestors were physicians. Who knows, he might just plant a seed. What on earth is this? Are they suggesting borrowing seeds? Chapter 18. Treasure hunting in the deep mountains. Encountering the white crane, Wang Kai tiptoed towards his room, but was soon noticed by his sister-in-law. Wang Kai, where have you been? You've just returned now. As he hurried to enter, she called out to him. Wang Kai, it's been years since we last met. You've grown taller. A woman in her 50s, impeccably dressed, stood at the door, smiling warmly at Wang Kai. Aunt Chow, you look beautiful as well. Wang Kai recognized her as the wife of Chow Yutong from the east of the village, commonly known as Aunt Chow. This child has grown up and become quite sturdy, Aunt Chow remarked, gazing at Wang Kai with bright eyes, as if she were looking into the future. Sister-in-law, it's been years since we last met. Are you still wearing those high shoes? Wang Kai used to tease his sister-in-law and aunts like this. Impudent child, no proper manners. Aunt Chow laughed. Aunt, I don't believe you. Come on, let your aunt show you. With a playful grin, Wang Kai approached. Seeing that he was serious, Aunt Chow quickly hid behind Xiang Cao, chuckling. This child is too timid to face a woman. Xiang Cao laughed heartily, puzzled by Wang Sai's contrast in demeanor. He joked easily with the village girls, yet was shy at home. Aunt Chow shared a few jokes and turned to Xiang Tsao, saying, "Xiang Tsao, remember that matter. I must take my leave." Before Xiang Tsao could respond, Aunt Chow had already walked away. "Wang Kai, I need to talk to you about something," his sister-in-law said as she followed him into the room. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and addressed him. "What is it?" Wang Kai inquired calmly. "You know Chow Fugui, right?" his sister-in-law asked. "Yes, isn't he teaching in town?" Wang Kai replied. "Yes," she confirmed. "What about it?" "Chow Fugui is 30 years old, married for 7 or 8 years, yet he has not been able to conceive a child," she whispered. "What does that have to do with me? Originally, it was not your concern, but Aunt Chow just came by and asked for your help," his sister-in-law said mysteriously. "Sister-in-law, I am not yet capable of helping with such issues. Please do not make promises on my behalf," Wang Kai stated calmly. "What are you thinking? She didn't ask you to treat him?" His sister-in-law nearly laughed in frustration, pinching his arm. "What does she want from me if not for treatment? You silly boy. Stop pretending to be clueless." His sister-in-law felt she had been clear enough, yet Wang Kai still pretended not to understand. So she continued, "Listen. What Aunt Chow means is to find an opportunity for you to spend the night with Chow Fugui's wife." "What? Borrowing seeds?" "Absolutely not." Wang Kai shook his head, resolutely refusing. "They will pay you, you know," his sister-in-law said, rubbing her hands together. "How much? If it's not enough, I won't do it." Wang Kai raised his head, jokingly asking. Hearing this, Xiang Tsao was startled, fearing that Wang Kai would agree if the price was right. "Sister-in-law, tell Aunt Chow that if she has spare money, it would be better spent on hospital visits. My seeds are not for casual borrowing." Wang Kai made a face at his sister-in-law. "You little rascal," taking advantage of the situation, she scolded, playfully tapping his head. Before dawn, Wang Kai was already awake, ready to venture into the mountains to gather treasures to sell for the family's sustenance. If he slept a few more days, he would have nothing but thin porridge to eat. 10 miles into the mountains lay the Old Wolf Ridge. By now, the sun had risen high. Continuing forward led deeper into the mountains, where an abundance of wildlife and treasures awaited. Unfortunately, only the bravest villagers dared to approach Old Wolf Ridge, and none ventured further. Although he had entered the mountains before, retracing the valley still felt eerie and intimidating. Unfamiliar creatures roamed the mountains, and Wang Kai dared not casually capture them. With every step, he meticulously searched for rare treasures. He hoped to encounter a lingji mushroom to exchange for a good price in the city, ensuring his future was secure. Sadly, after searching for quite some time, he found no trace of lingji. Suddenly, a white crane took flight from the stream at the valley's bottom. "Wow. Isn't that the white crane I dreamed of last time?" "White crane fairy, wait." Wang Kai hastily waved and called out. Unfortunately, the white crane did not comprehend his summons and flew along the valley, disappearing in an instant. "Ah, I misunderstood. The white crane from my dream was just that, a dream. This is reality. How could I possibly meet the white crane fairy?" Wang Kai mocked himself, yet without a clear destination, he followed the direction in which the crane had flown. The mountain was filled with underbrush, leaving no clear path. Wang Kai could only proceed along the stream. At the stream's end lay a pond the size of 5 rooms, backed by a steep rock face from which water cascaded, creating a breathtaking waterfall. The pond's water was crystal clear, revealing fish and shrimp leisurely swimming about. Surrounded by wild grasses and blooming flowers, it resembled a fairyland. After running around for half a day, he had found nothing. Upon beholding the crystal-clear waters of the pond, Wang Kai could not resist the urge to undress and plunge into the depths. With a single dive, the underwater landscape of azure stones became vividly apparent. The pond's floor was teeming not only with various aquatic creatures, but also with an array of uniquely shaped rocks. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a white stone radiating a blue luminescence, measuring approximately 7 to 8 inches in length and as thick as an arm. Its form strikingly resembled a woman reclining on a bed, and upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial crane he had dreamt of that very morning. Even mirroring her repose, Wang Kai reached out to grasp the stone and swam back to the surface, positioning himself at the pond's edge. This stone, with its alluring curves and polished surface, resembled a pillow. Engaging in such aquatic activity was indeed exhausting. His stomach began to rumble in protest, famished and devoid of provisions. He was left to forage for wild fruits in the vicinity. As he searched, he discovered a fig nestled beneath the rocky wall. Puzzled, he wondered how such a fruit could thrive in a place that seldom received sunlight. As he approached the fig tree, he noted its considerable size. Yet it bore only a single fruit. This fig, akin to a walnut in size, was still unripe. How could such a vast mountain yield so little sustenance? Wang Kai lamented inwardly. With only this solitary fruit, it was hardly sufficient. Reminded of the incident involving the growth of strawberries, inspiration struck him. Channeling the power of rapid growth, he envisioned the fig gradually expanding until it reached the size of a bowl. He wished for it to grow further. But his mind received a message. Apologies, the limit has been reached. To continue enlarging the target, advanced functions must be unlocked. Taken aback, he realized that this fig, now resembling a small watermelon, would suffice for his needs. With that thought, he opened the fig, revealing its flesh, which was a delightful pink brown, melting in the mouth. Unlike any fig he had ever tasted. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained energy liquid ingredients. Gather 2 more ingredients to concoct the energy liquid. Just as he savored the fig, his mind flashed a new message. It was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Had he not ventured to this place, the energy liquid would have remained elusive. After satiating his hunger, Wang Kai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He reclined on a large stone slab to rest, using the pillow-like stone to support his neck. Despite the heat, the stone emitted a refreshing coolness, enveloping him in comfort. This stone possesses a cooling function, far superior to any air conditioning in the city, he mused. With the stone beneath his head, he quickly drifted into a dream. The celestial crane he had seen earlier descended gracefully from above the waterfall, gradually transforming into a human figure upon landing. The crane morphed into a fairy, gliding towards Wang Kai with a lightness of being. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Was the fairy about to bestow upon him a special energy? Chapter 19. A visit from my sister-in-law unveils hidden truths. Recalling the fairy from his previous dream filled Wang Kai with exhilaration. Last time, he had been interrupted by his sister-in-law and missed the chance to receive the special energy. Now, with no distractions, he could embrace the moment fully. He attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. The fairy approached him with a gentle smile. The disparity between mortals and celestial beings was palpable. The fairy before him had long, slender legs and a flawless figure, moving with an effortless grace. His heart raced with anticipation for the blissful moment that was about to unfold. However, much to his disappointment, the fairy did not utter a word. With a delicate gesture, she produced a cherry-like fruit from her bosom. The red fruit danced before Wang Kai's eyes, prompting him to open his mouth. Before he could savor its flavor, it vanished down his throat. What was that? He wondered, perplexed, though his voice would not carry. The fairy, still smiling, retrieved a white begonia flower from her attire. A faint, fragrant aroma wafted toward him, enveloping him in a cloud of scent that filled his lungs. He reached out to grasp her, but she slipped away like a whispering breeze, her stunning figure dissolving into vapor. The mist transformed back into a crane, spreading its wings and soaring toward the waterfall. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained energy liquid ingredients. A bottle of energy liquid has been automatically generated for you. As he watched the celestial crane depart, a surge of frustration welled within him. Just as he was about to voice his anger, a message flashed in his mind. Wang Kai awoke, sitting upright. After exerting so much effort, he had only managed to concoct an energy liquid suitable for emergency use. He gazed at the sun, now dipping toward the horizon. Despite his efforts, he had yet to find anything of value. Determined not to linger, he rose and began his journey back. Passing through the woods where he had previously found the spirit herb, he thought to tempt fate once more. The forest canopy shrouded him in shadow, as if dusk had already fallen. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he spotted a diminutive bird, smaller than a sparrow. Its feathers were black, yet its head was a brilliant yellow. Remarkably, a tuft of feathers atop its head fanned out like a peacock's display. Enchanted by the bird, Wang Kai attempted to summon it to his hand using the power of spirit domain transfer. Apologies, you cannot use spirit domain transfer on the spiritual bird, his mind relayed. Astonished, he realized that it was a spirit bird. No wonder he had never encountered such a creature. Understanding this, he deduced that wherever the bird perched, treasures were likely to be found. He took a few steps forward, approaching the bird, but as he reached out to catch it, his hand brushed against a small blade of grass. The bird vanished in an instant. Astonished, Wang Kai examined the blade of grass in his hand. It was not large, yet it emanated a faint blue glow, its translucent leaves shimmering like starlight. Could this be the legendary spirit herb? Seeing how this grass was unlike any other, and considering its connection to the spirit bird, he resolved to take it back, hoping it might hold some value. With that decision, he carefully cleared the rocks surrounding the grass. Just as he exposed its roots, several sharp thorns sprang forth, piercing his finger with excruciating pain. His fingertip turned black from the venom. How treacherous, he exclaimed, realizing it was not only poisonous, but also uniquely so. Without delay, he summoned the healing power within him. A soothing chill enveloped his finger, restoring its color and mending the wound. Had it not been for my healing abilities, I could have met a dire fate. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired special energy ingredients. To his astonishment, being pricked by the thorn had inadvertently granted him special energy ingredients. Cautiously, he refrained from touching the roots again. Instead, he broke off a twig and gently uprooted the grass. He gathered a few large leaves to carefully wrap the herb. With the stone pillow and the spirit grass in hand, he made his way back, exhilarated. He was uncertain of the grass's true nature. Yet he was certain of the stone pillow's value. His journey had not been in vain. As dusk settled, Wang Kai returned home, arms laden with treasures. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard his brother and sister-in-law embroiled in a heated argument. His brother, a man of few words, was at a loss against his sister-in-law's relentless barrage of complaints. Perhaps we should slaughter the sheep. The elder brother hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, Slaughter the sheep? How could you even think of that? I was counting on this sheep to bear offspring and sell for some money. If we kill it now, what will you use for oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar in the future? Just as the elder brother devised a plan, his sister-in-law swiftly countered his suggestion. It was then that Wang Kai noticed that the elder brother had a sheep at home, and the room he resided in was where the sheep was tethered. The sheep was emaciated and frail, trembling as it stood. It was either ill or malnourished. Goodness, was life for the elder brother and sister-in-law truly so dire? They had no rice to cook, and even their sheep was not thriving. How could such a beautiful woman like his sister-in-law have married his elder brother? After returning home for several days, Wang Kai had refrained from asking this question, sensing there was an unspeakable secret behind their union. When the family did not borrow food from Wang Zhu, Xiang Chao grew furious. The pot was boiling, yet there was no rice to add. Sister-in-law, brother. Wang Kai's heart ached, and he couldn't help but call out. Wang Kai is back. Come inside quickly. Dinner will be ready soon, the elder brother said, not wanting Wang Kai to know they were out of rice. You cook tonight, his sister-in-law remarked, sulking as she stood aside. Sister-in-law, I heard you talking just now. Is it really just that there is no rice? Wang Kai said with a smile. Wang Kai, your brother is truly foolish. He should have just borrowed half a bowl of rice, but he didn't manage to do so. His sister-in-law vented her frustrations to Wang Kai. Sister-in-law, we won't eat rice. Look at this, Wang Kai said, pulling out 2 wild rabbits from behind and tossing them onto the ground. Oh my, 2 rabbits. Wang Kai, you're quite capable. His sister-in-law's gloomy face instantly lit up with joy, her laughter ringing like a blooming flower. Wang Kai, you rascal, you go out once and return with wild game. Wang Zhu's heart was also filled with elation upon seeing the rabbits, relieved that there would be something to cook. Wang Kai, next time you go out, sister-in-law will accompany you. We can gather more wild rabbits and chickens to sell in the city. This is far better than farming, his sister-in-law said while helping Wang Zhu skin the rabbits. Indeed, since you're idle at home, why not join Wang Kai in catching wild rabbits to sell? Wang Zhu wholeheartedly agreed with Xiang Chao's suggestion. Sister-in-law, how much can we even sell wild rabbits for? Besides, there aren't that many on the mountain every day. Wang Kai chuckled. Originally facing a meal with no rice, they ended up enjoying a feast of wild game, bringing great joy to his sister-in-law. As Wang Kai prepared for bed, his sister-in-law entered the room. Sister-in-law, is there something you need? Wang Kai quickly shielded his chest with the shirt he had just taken off. Look at you, as if I would eat you. She laughed at his defensive posture. Wang Kai, I'm going out for a bit, but I'm scared to go alone. Will you accompany me? His sister-in-law came over and sat on Wang Kai's bed. Sure, he replied without a second thought, putting on his shirt and patting his chest. Wang Kai followed his sister-in-law to the east side of the village. Unaware of her true intentions, she entered the courtyard of Chao Yutang and called out loudly, Aunt Chao, are you home? Aunt Chao emerged from the house and pulled Xiang Chao aside. Wang Kai did not ponder the whispers exchanged between the 2 women. Wang Kai, come quickly inside. Aunt Chao beckoned after a few moments of hushed conversation. Upon entering, Wang Kai saw a woman in her 30s, dressed in a white top with blue flowers and black pants. She had willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, her skin fair, with red lips and white teeth. Upon seeing the newcomers, she quickly stood up, smiling as she greeted them. Wang Kai, this is Chao Fu Gui's wife, Li Qiao'er. Call her sister-in-law, Xiang Chao introduced. Sister-in-law, Wang Kai acknowledged, feeling somewhat unfamiliar and refraining from further conversation. Unsure of why his sister-in-law was here, he found himself at a loss for words as the woman spoke, staring blankly at the rafters above. The door creaked shut, snapping him back to reality, and he noticed that his sister-in-law and Aunt Chao had already stepped outside. Li Qiao'er closed the door, bolting it, her face flushed, her eyes burning as she gazed at Wang Kai. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Wang Kai asked, sensing something amiss as he stood up. Did your sister-in-law not tell you? Li Xiao'er asked, wide-eyed in surprise. No, he replied, realizing she must have assumed his sister-in-law had informed him. I've been married to your Chao Ge for 7 or 8 years now, and we haven't conceived. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and they said his condition is untreatable. My father-in-law is ill and wishes for a grandchild before he passes, Li Xiao'er said, blushing and nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Are you asking me to lend my seed? Wang Kai's mouth fell open, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 20. Reluctance to lend seed. Seeking treatment for uncle after hearing Li Xiao'er's explanation, Wang Kai recalled that Aunt Chao had visited his sister-in-law a few days ago. His sister-in-law had indeed mentioned this matter to him, but he had already declined at that time. You don't want to? Li Xiao'er asked softly when Wang Kai fell silent. It's not that, sister-in-law, he began, not wanting to embarrass her in front of Li Xiao. You know, both your Fu Guigu and I are teachers. We wouldn't do this unless absolutely necessary. If this gets out, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. As Li Xiao'er spoke, her eyes reddened, nearly bringing her to tears. Sister-in-law, I believe you should take Fu Gui to a major hospital for an examination. Our salaries have all gone to medical expenses, and there's been no effect. Otherwise, why would we come up with such a terrible idea? If it weren't for your Uncle Yu Tang's illness, I wouldn't be so eager for a child these past 2 years. Li Xiao'er spoke with a tone of resignation and helplessness. Wang Kai finally understood that Uncle Yu Tang was suffering from a condition they deemed incurable, prompting them to desire a child to grant the elder a peaceful passing. Sister-in-law, what ailment does my uncle have? Sigh. There's a tumor in his abdomen. The doctors at the major hospital said he wouldn't last 2 years, Li Xiao'er sighed. Sister-in-law, if I can heal my uncle's illness, would you stop being anxious about having children? Wang Kai pondered before speaking. If the major hospital can't heal him, how could you? Li Xiao'er said, her expression one of desperation. Sister-in-law, I can try, Wang Kai replied, unable to make any promises, only offering his willingness to attempt. Li Xiao'er felt a wave of disappointment. She had initially planned for Wang Kai to assist her tonight, but he showed no interest. Teaching in town, Li Xiao'er often faced men who sought to take advantage of her. The notion of borrowing seed would be readily accepted by most men. Yet the so-called Lu Wang Kai, known for his modesty, remained indifferent. Feeling awkward, Li Xiao'er stepped outside. Before long, his sister-in-law hurried back into the room, patting Wang Kai's shoulder and exclaiming, You fool, why don't you get it? Sister-in-law, I'm not a casual person. But fine, I agree to help treat Uncle Chao. Wang Kai stood up, stretching. A short while later, Aunt Chao and Li Xiao helped the frail Chao Yutang into the room. Wang Kai had often seen Chao Yutang 5 years ago. Back then, he was a robust man with large, spirited eyes. Now, however, he was gaunt, resembling an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, lacking the strength to walk. Wang Kai, if you can truly cure your uncle's illness, your aunt will be forever grateful. Aunt Chao looked at Wang Kai with hope, her excitement palpable. Although Li Xiao'er was unaware of Wang Kai's healing abilities, Aunt Chao had witnessed him cure Pan Jiutiao. While she didn't dare harbor great expectations, trying was better than nothing. If he succeeded, it would be a joyous occasion. Child, don't strain yourself, it can't be cured. Look how much he's deteriorated. Chao Yutang spoke weakly, grasping Wang Kai's hand and placing it on his abdomen. Wang Kai could distinctly feel a hard mass beneath his fingers. Uncle, I can't guarantee a cure, but let me give it a try. Please lie down, Wang Kai instructed. Assisting Chao Yutang to recline, Wang Kai transmitted information to his brain. Swift Spirit Fusion. You have activated the power of Swift Spirit Fusion. It has been detected that the pathogen is in a stubborn state and requires the consumption of energy liquid for treatment. The brain quickly replied, I am currently full of energy. Why must I consume energy liquid? Wang Kai pondered with confusion. Due to the stubborn state of the pathogen, a one-time expenditure of 180 energy points is required. Please consume the energy liquid. This illness is indeed tenacious, as evidenced by the amount of energy consumed. Having just prepared the energy liquid today, he was uncertain how to ingest it. Your energy liquid can be consumed in 10 portions, with each serving storing 100 energy points. Are you certain you wish to consume it? Was that even a question? Of course, he would consume it. Wang Kai chuckled to himself, thinking, isn't that obvious? How can one treat an illness without consuming it? Congratulations, you have successfully consumed 1 portion of energy liquid, storing 100 energy points. Now, everything was in order. It was time to witness a miraculous moment. He extended his hands, palms facing upward. In his mind, he activated the power of Swift Spirit Fusion. Having just ingested the energy liquid, Wang Kai felt invigorated, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Instantly, he sensed a dazzling light emanating from his palms, which became fervent. He felt a torrent of energy surge within him, converging toward his palms. Placing one hand on the abdomen of Chow Yutong, precisely where the lump resided, and the other on the back of his hand, he concentrated all his power in his palms. The radiant light flickered in his palms, as if bombarding the pathogens within Chow Yutong's body. The three women watched Wang Kai intently, none of them uttering a word. Xiang Cao felt a twinge of doubt. In her eyes, Wang Kai seemed to be merely playing around. As for the extraordinary sensations Wang Kai experienced, only he could perceive them. The others remained oblivious. Li Qiao, having taught for several years, usually instructed her students not to indulge in superstition, but rather to believe in science. Yet now, her mother-in-law claimed that Wang Kai truly possessed extraordinary abilities, and seeing him merely pressing his hands against her father-in-law's ailment made her question the very purpose of large hospitals if such a treatment could be effective. Aunt Chow held great hope in Wang Kai, having witnessed his healing process firsthand. Wang Kai's stamina and energy were simultaneously depleting. A quarter of an hour passed. Sweat beads began to form on Wang Kai's forehead. An hour passed. His shirt was drenched in sweat. At this moment, his sister-in-law and Li Qiao began to believe that Wang Kai was genuinely healing. Otherwise, how could he be sweating so profusely? Congratulations, you have successfully destroyed the pathogen, consuming 185 energy points. Merit points increased by 2 points, bringing your total to 4 points. As Wang Kai collapsed to the ground, the brain simultaneously transmitted information. Wang Kai, what's wrong? What is happening? His sister-in-law and Aunt Chow rushed over, panic-stricken. I'm fine, just need to rest for a moment, Wang Kai replied weakly. His physical strength severely depleted. Father, how are you feeling? Do you sense anything? Li Qiao, instead of assisting Wang Kai, approached her father-in-law with concern. Oh dear, how can the tumor in your abdomen have vanished? Chow Yutong's frail hands searched his abdomen, but could not locate the ever-growing mass. Is it true? Let me see, Li Qiao said, extending her delicate hand to feel around her father's belly, also unable to find the lump. Old man, have you truly recovered? Aunt Chow, hearing that her husband's tumor had disappeared, suddenly felt rejuvenated and approached Chow Yutong to scrutinize his complexion. Oh dear, how do you feel now? Aunt Chow asked, gazing at her husband with care. Until now, the women all believed that Wang Kai had cured Chow Yutong's illness. Aunt Chow's brow relaxed, and her joy was ineffable. Suddenly, as they were all secretly exhilarated, Chow Yutong felt a tumult in his abdomen and, with a forceful retch, expelled a pool of black liquid. Chapter 21. The tumor dissipates. Medicine rejected Aunt Chow was horrified to see her husband ejecting a large pool of black blood, continuing to vomit. Old man, what is happening? You mustn't die. Uncle, please don't scare me. Father. The three women surrounded Chow Yutong, their eyes brimming with tears, fear engulfing them. Lu Wang Kai. My father was perfectly fine. Look at what you've done. Li Qiao could not accept reality, rushing over to grab Wang Kai by the collar, her eyes blazing with fury, as if she wished to kill him to quell her rage. Wang Kai, what is going on? Speak. His sister-in-law, initially filled with pride, as Wang Kai had seemingly eradicated the tumor from Chow Yutong's belly, was now aghast to see him spewing black blood, teetering on the brink of death. Should Chow Yutong die, the Chow family would never forgive Wang Kai. I don't know. Wang Kai's head was spinning. He had not anticipated this. The brain had already signaled that the pathogen had been destroyed, so why was Chow Yutong vomiting black blood? He truly could not comprehend. Old man, if you die, how can I live? Aunt Chow could no longer maintain her composure and sank to the ground, weeping. Life and death were at stake, and Wang Kai felt utterly lost. Seeing Aunt Chow in tears stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have treated Chow Yutong. He had long been aware that such ailments were deemed incurable. Stop your wailing, I'm not dead yet. Just as the chaos ensued, Chow Yutong suddenly spoke. Ah, old man. You scared me. Aunt Chow, hearing her husband's voice, which was significantly stronger than before, quickly stood up and sought a towel to wipe away the black blood from his mouth. I feel much better now, you all needn't cry. Chow Yutong, observing the women in tears, felt irked. Uncle, do you truly feel better? Xiang Cao, who had been on the verge of tears, felt a wave of relief upon witnessing Chow Yutong's condition. By the time Li Qiao finished cleaning the black liquid from the floor, Chow Yutong had improved and was no longer retching. Wang Kai, where on earth did you learn such skills? Chow Yutong gazed at Wang Kai with gratitude. Uncle, it was purely accidental. It's nothing special, Wang Kai replied, not wishing to elaborate further. Wife, I'm hungry. Please prepare something to eat for me. Chow Yutong clutched his belly, addressing Aunt Chow. Oh dear, you haven't eaten for several days. Knowing you're hungry means you must be on the mend. Aunt Chow exclaimed joyfully, heading to the stove to prepare food for her husband. Wang Kai observed as Chow Yutong devoured a large bowl of rice, realizing he had recovered, and left with his sister-in-law. Wang Kai had not anticipated that utilizing his supernatural abilities to heal others would be so exhausting. After sleeping soundly until dawn, he suddenly remembered the little herb and wondered if it held any value. Wang Kai sprang up, stuffed the herb into a snakeskin bag, and hurried toward the renowned pharmacy in the city. Before noon, Wang Kai arrived at the pharmacy's entrance. The Tianzi No. 1 pharmacy was always bustling, regardless of the weather or festive occasions. Watching the throngs of people coming and going, Wang Kai mused that it seemed there were indeed many who fell ill. Stepping into the main hall, a clerk approached him and inquired, "Sir, are you buying or selling medicine?" "Selling. Please wait a moment, I will fetch someone." The clerk politely responded before turning to summon a person. "Ah, we meet again. Please follow me to the back room." It was the same elderly man in charge from last time, greeting Wang Kai with a broad smile. Wang Kai placed the herb from the snakeskin bag onto the table in the back room. "Oh, this is also a good item." The elderly man removed his glasses from his nose, took out a handkerchief to wipe them, and then placed them back on his nose to examine the herb closely. "How much is this worth?" Wang Kai turned his head to look around, but did not see Ninth Miss, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "This, alas. My old eyes are not keen. While I can tell it is a good item, I cannot casually make an offer." "What do you mean?" Wang Kai asked, puzzled. "Since you can discern it is a good item, why hesitate to price it?" "Sir, to be frank, if I am not mistaken, this herb may very well be the legendary Lingxi herb, which our apothecary has never acquired." The elder spoke with a serious tone. "What shall we do now?" "Please wait a moment. I shall summon Miss Jiu," the elder replied, hastily exiting. Shortly after, a clerk brought tea and placed it on the table, smiling, "Sir, enjoy your tea." Wang Kai nodded in acknowledgement, thinking to himself, this apothecary is quite sophisticated, offering complimentary tea. By noon, not only had Miss Jiu not arrived, but the elder in charge also seemed to have vanished. Wang Kai grew increasingly impatient, his stomach grumbling from having skipped breakfast. A clerk approached with a lunchbox, cheerfully saying, "Sir, the manager instructed me to tell you to wait a moment longer. Your meal is being prepared for you." Wang Kai opened the box to find a bowl of rice, a plate of stir-fried meat, and 2 servings of vegetables. He was pleasantly surprised. Who knew that coming to sell medicine would also yield a free meal? Without a second thought, he picked up his chopsticks and devoured everything. As the sun began to set, Miss Jiu still had not arrived. Wang Kai, now thoroughly exasperated, made his way to the front hall. The elder was bustling about, and upon seeing Wang Kai, he quickly approached, saying, "I sincerely apologize. Miss Jiu has gone out and has not yet returned. If you cannot wait any longer, I suggest you proceed to apothecary number 6. Frustrated, Wang Kai thought to himself, why was this not mentioned earlier? He tucked the Lingxi herb away and set off toward the northern part of the city. Following the elder's directions, Wang Kai arrived at apothecary number 6. The architecture was identical, the sign merely differing by one character. If one did not look closely, they might easily confuse it with apothecary number 1. One notable difference was the scarcity of patrons here. Those present were well dressed, unlike the common folk. Wang Kai stepped through the entrance, and a clerk approached him. "Sir, are you here to sell herbs?" "Yes," Wang Kai replied. "Please follow me." The clerk led him to the back hall, which was elegantly furnished with intricately crafted redwood furniture. In contrast, Wang Kai's snakeskin bag appeared rather unsightly, almost like refuse. Half an hour passed with no one attending to him, and Wang Kai, now furious, grabbed his bag and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he nearly collided with an incoming person. "What are you rushing for? Are you blind?" Before Wang Kai could clearly see the individual, they began to berate him. Stepping back, he then realized that the person was a woman. Dressed exquisitely, he smiled, recognizing her as Miss Jiu. "I've waited for you all day. Why have you only just returned?" Having recognized her, he felt at ease, recalling that she had advised him to come find her directly should he come across any treasures. "Wait for me all day? Do I know you?" The woman glared, regarding Wang Kai with disdain. "You truly have a poor memory. I sold you a Lingxi last time. Have you forgotten?" Wang Kai felt a pang of irritation. It seemed that this girl had completely forgotten him in just a few days. "Lingxi? I haven't received any in 2 years. Are you lying? Can we discuss something of substance?" The woman shot a look filled with contempt at Wang Kai, clearly looking down on him. Bewildered, Wang Kai realized that Miss Jiu truly had forgotten him. "Whatever, I am merely a seller of herbs. Whether you recognize me or not is of little consequence." He placed the snakeskin bag on the table and produced the Lingxi herb. The woman tore off the outer leaves, scrutinizing the herb before turning away to brush off the dirt on her hands. "You fool, bringing a weed to deceive me. Watch your back, or I shall ruin you." "Weed? What do you mean?" She spoke curtly, her displeasure evident. After that, she turned and walked out. Wang Kai was utterly bewildered. The manager at Apothecary No. 1 had clearly identified this as the linksy herb, yet here it was deemed a weed? Are you certain this is a weed? Wang Kai, unwilling to accept defeat, called after her as she exited. The woman did not look back. His spirits plummeted. The herb he had so eagerly anticipated turned out to be nothing more than a common weed. He wished to discard it, but upon searching the room, he found it impeccably clean, with not even a trash bin in sight. Reluctantly, he returned the herb to his snakeskin bag and exited the apothecary, feeling defeated. Sir, please take care, the clerk called out as Wang Kai emerged from the inner hall. His mood soured, and he ignored the clerk. Hey, aren't you the one who sold Lingji? A melodious voice reached his ears as he descended the steps of the apothecary. He looked up to see the very woman he had just encountered, Miss Jiao. What a coincidence. I see you are indeed Miss Jiao, Wang Kai replied, his frustration evident. What's your problem? Why are you speaking so harshly? Miss Jiao looked perplexed. I have no desire to engage with you, Wang Kai said dismissively, turning to leave. Stop right there. She blocked his path, seemingly unaware of what she had done to offend him. If you do not wish to buy my herbs, why stop me? Are you bandits? Wang Kai retorted angrily. Herbs? What herbs? Miss Jiao was increasingly confused. We just met in your back hall. Now you pretend not to recognize me? Don't play dumb with me, Wang Kai snapped, his temper flaring. I just returned. How could I have met you? Miss Jiao furrowed her brow. Do not joke with me. Is this amusing to you? Wang Kai felt she was clearly mocking him, which only fueled his anger. Oh, I see now. You must have seen my sister. She suddenly exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Your sister? Wang Kai was taken aback, confident in his ability to recognize faces and never one to mistake someone for another. Yes. My sister is in charge of apothecary number 6. It was undoubtedly her you encountered, Miss Jiao clarified as she noticed Wang Kai's confusion. But they look so alike. He muttered under his breath. Ha ha ha. We are twins. How could we not resemble each other? Miss Jiao laughed happily, and after her laughter subsided, she said, now, let me see what treasure you possess. She ascended a couple of steps, glancing back at Wang Kai. Your sister already assessed it and deemed it a weed. Wang Kai assumed the contents of his snakeskin bag were indeed the same weed the previous woman had mentioned, leaving him feeling uncertain. Since you are here, let me take another look, Miss Jiao returned, accepting the snakeskin bag from Wang Kai. Upon examination, she erupted into a melodious laugh. What is so amusing? Wang Kai asked, puzzled, furrowing his brow. You fool, just because my sister said it was a weed, you believed her? I am not acquainted with her. Wang Kai muttered incoherently, frustration bubbling within him. I can assure you, this is not a weed. Come inside with me, Miss Jiao said with a smile. Turning and entering the apothecary without looking back, Wang Kai hesitated for a moment before quickly following her. Miss Jiao has returned. Hello, Miss Jiao. The clerks, amidst their bustling activities, rushed over to greet her. Back in the same room, Wang Kai set the snakeskin bag on the table once more. What is this if it is not a weed? How much is it worth? He asked, pulling out the herb as he spoke. I need to examine this closely. Miss Jiao replied, taking the herb and scrutinizing it, even smelling it beneath her nose. She picked up a birdcage and covered it with a cloth, plunging the interior into darkness. Upon placing the herb inside, a serene blue light emanated from it. You have indeed stumbled upon a treasure, Miss Jiao proclaimed. Turning to Wang Kai, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me what it is. Wang Kai urged impatiently. It is the linksy herb. The ninth maiden confidently uttered 4 words, each imbued with certainty. Just moments ago, that woman had referred to this as a mere weed, yet now, it was transformed into an ethereal herb. Wang Kai felt a tumult of emotions within. The inconsistency was astounding. What they claimed was entirely contingent on their whims. Is it valuable? Wang Kai posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. How to articulate this? The linksy herb is priceless when in the hands of the deserving, yet utterly worthless when squandered on the unworthy. The ninth maiden, engrossed in her examination of the herb, didn't even glance back as she spoke. Do not keep me in suspense. How much are you willing to offer? Wang Kai inquired. I can offer you this amount. She gestured a 6 with her fingers. 600 or 6,000. Wang Kai mused, recalling how the ninth maiden's sister had previously dismissed it as a weed. Perhaps her judgment was clouded. He. It's not 6,000. 600? Wang Kai found her words excessively verbose and thought that even if this were indeed a celestial herb, it would not surpass the worth of that grand rasher he had encountered previously, so he held little hope. 60,000. What do you say? If that is insufficient, I can increase it slightly, the ninth maiden stated earnestly. That will suffice, Wang Kai replied, not being overly greedy. His aim was merely 600 yuan, enough to purchase a few bags of grain. He was astonished to receive such a sum. Yesterday, a client sent word requesting this type of ethereal herb. Had it not been for someone specifically asking for it, I would not have dared offer such a high price. Consider yourself fortunate, the ninth maiden elaborated. Wang Kai, oblivious to the intricacies of their business, cared only for the money. He retrieved his earnings from the account office and cheerfully made his way outside. Hey, what is your name? The ninth maiden called after him. Lu Wang Kai, he replied, stepping forward with a light-hearted gait. The sky was darkening. Having never spent years in the city, he realized that with nightfall approaching, he would have to traverse the streets in darkness. Thus, he decided it prudent to find a place to stay for the night and return in the morning. As the streetlights began to flicker on, a throng of people populated the thoroughfare, the lamps illuminating the entire street. City dwellers, having toiled all day, donned tailored attire and descended from their cage-like apartments to unwind in the streets. Observing their polished appearances, Wang Kai felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced down at his patched garments. His stomach soon reminded him of its presence. Grumbling as he spotted a noodle shop ahead. Now that he had some money, he resolved that his stomach would no longer endure hardship. He owed it to himself to indulge in a hearty meal. With this thought, he unhesitatingly entered the restaurant. Sir, how many are you? The server greeted him with a smile at the entrance. Are you blind? Wang Kai retorted angrily, irritated by the unnecessary inquiry given he was alone. What would you like to eat? The server persisted, still smiling. Clearly, I am here to eat. What else would I be doing? Wang Kai had never dined in a restaurant before and had intended merely to observe others to decide what to order. However, the server's incessant questioning began to irk him. We have a wide variety of noodles and stir-fried dishes. Which would you prefer? The server continued unperturbed. A little of everything, Wang Kai casually replied. But we have dozens of dishes. Do you think you can finish them all? The server questioned, looking at him with skepticism. Wang Kai ignored him and noticed two beautiful women at a nearby table enjoying their meal, with 3 plates of food before them. Unfamiliar with the names of the dishes, he instructed the server, bring me 3 plates of what they are having. The 2 women glanced up at Wang Kai upon hearing him speak, exchanging disapproving looks and clearly regarding him with disdain. Wang Kai, not oblivious to their contempt, felt a surge of indignation and told the server, just bring me 2 portions of what they are having. But 2 portions equate to 6 plates of food. Do you think you can eat that much? The server hesitated, attempting to dissuade him. What's with all the chatter? It's none of your concern whether I can finish it or not. Wang Kai raised his voice intentionally. The server turned to relay the order to the kitchen, and the 2 women whispered to each other, look at that country bumpkin. He probably thinks he can dine for free. Although Wang Kai overheard their remarks and felt angered, he chose not to respond. Soon, the dishes began to arrive at his table, and he had never tasted such delectable food. He devoured it ravenously, his cheeks bulging as he ate. The 2 women, maintaining their refined demeanor, couldn't help but sneer at Wang Kai's gluttonous display. After consuming 3 plates, he found himself unable to eat another bite. Just wait. He won't be able to pay the bill. This will be quite the spectacle. The 2 women continued to observe and gossip. I'd like to settle the bill, Wang Kai said, feeling full and not wanting to push himself further. That will be 78 yuan, the server informed him, having already calculated the total. Wang Kai rummaged through his pockets, only to discover he had no money. Oh, this will be entertaining. Let us see how he handles it, the 2 women whispered gleefully. Anticipating the unfolding drama. We don't extend credit here. Our margins are too thin, the server stated, noticing Wang Kai's empty hands. How do you know I was going to ask for credit? Wang Kai glared at him. All right, I admit my mistake. Just show me the money, the server retorted. You look down on me, don't you? Wang Kai muttered under his breath. You poor wretch, ordering so much food with no means to pay. I knew from the moment you walked in that you were broke. Why act like a big shot? The server had lost all patience. Infuriated, Wang Kai suddenly remembered that his money was in a burlap sack. He swiftly retrieved the sack from beneath the table and, with a flourish, dumped 6 bundles of 100 yuan notes onto the table. The server's jaw dropped, unable to close for a long moment. The 2 women were equally bewildered. The country bumpkin they had scorned was, in fact, wealthier than they had imagined. You look down on me, don't you? Wang Kai tossed a 100 yuan note to the server and shot a glance at the 2 women. I was mistaken. I deserve a beating, the server said, taking the note and slapping himself in apology. Please wait a moment. I will get your change. No need for change. Consider it a tip, Wang Kai declared, stuffing the money back into the burlap sack before turning to leave. The server stood there in a daze, having never encountered a customer quite like Wang Kai. Continuing down the street, he soon came across a brightly lit establishment with the colorful sign reading Fade In. Pondering the clever name, Wang Kai hesitated before pushing open the glass door and stepping inside. After checking in at the front desk and paying, he received the key to room 208. Ascending to the second floor, he opened the door to his room and gasped. The walls were pristine white, and the spacious window was adorned with delicate curtains. The bedding was immaculate, free of any blemishes, and as he sat on the bed, before Wang Kai could utter a word, the woman turned and departed. Just as he reclined on the bed, she returned to knock on the door. "What brings you back?" Wang Kai inquired as he opened the door, only to find the woman blocking his entrance. With great effort, she turned around, revealing 4 other women standing behind her, each adorned with heavy makeup and revealing attire. It felt reminiscent of an emperor selecting concubines in ancient times, a lineup awaiting his choice. Curious, Wang Kai placed his hands behind his back, scrutinizing each of them. They were all in their 30s, lacking in allure. "Boss, if you are dissatisfied, we can bring in another batch," the plump woman suggested upon noticing Wang Kai's continuous head shaking. "Then let us change them," he replied, amused by the unexpected entertainment of this hotel experience. The plump woman brought in 5 different groups, but none met Wang Kai's approval. "Are you teasing me, young man? With so many options, you haven't found one to your liking?" The woman's patience was clearly waning. "If none appeal to me, what should we do? Perhaps we should call it a day?" Wang Kai chuckled, looking at her. "Fine, I'll take a gamble. Let them all come in." "I refuse to believe you find any of them attractive," the plump woman declared, dismissing the current batch. Moments later, a dozen women stood in the corridor. Wang Kai examined each one, but regardless of their bold demeanor, they failed to impress him, leading him to lose interest. "Just send the last one in," he instructed the plump woman. "Very well, your discerning eye is commendable," she replied, beaming with joy. A woman entered the room, and upon seeing her, Wang Kai was taken aback. Why does she look so familiar? He wondered. The woman also paused, recognizing him, but there was no turning back now. "You?" Wang Kai exclaimed, realizing she was Li Shirhan, the wife of Zhao Sanhu, whom he had met on Zhao's wedding day. "Wang Kai, what brings you here?" Li Shirhan asked, astonished and slightly embarrassed. "I was about to ask you the same. How did you end up here?" Wang Kai replied. After 5 years in prison, he was unaware of the happenings in the village. He had heard that Zhao Haizi's 5 sons were now quite wealthy, some running businesses, others owning factories. Particularly, Zhao Sanhu returned to the village with an air of arrogance, exuding the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Wang Kai had assumed they were engaged in lucrative ventures, only to discover that his wife was working in a hotel. "Wang Kai, despite our past grievances, please don't speak of this to anyone," Li Shirhan implored. Her cheeks flushed. "I cannot guarantee that," Wang Kai teased, observing her anxious demeanor. "I am practically begging you. If the villagers find out, how can I ever return?" Tears welled in her eyes as she nearly knelt before him. "If you want me to remain silent, you must agree to one condition," Wang Kai stated. "I'll agree to anything, even 10 conditions," Li Shirhan responded eagerly, sensing hope. "You must explain why someone from your family, who is not lacking in wealth, is in this situation," he pressed. Li Shirhan sighed, revealing that Zhao Sanhu had a volatile temper, and with his brothers backing him, he became increasingly domineering. A few years prior, he had ventured into the clothing business in town, initially earning a significant income. However, with newfound wealth, he took to drinking and gambling, leaving Li Shirhan to oversee the business. The profits from the clothing store were insufficient to support his extravagant lifestyle, and he even maintained a mistress. By the previous year, he had amassed considerable debt, and under the influence of alcohol, he would often resort to violence against Li Shirhan. With no choice left, she closed the clothing store and moved to the city, initially working as a cleaner. The plump woman, recognizing her beauty, often encouraged her to pursue a different path. And just yesterday, Li Shirhan finally decided to change her course. "Wang Kai, I've shared everything with you. You mustn't tell anyone," she grasped his hand firmly. "As for the Zhao family, I have no interest in gossiping," he reassured her. "Wang Kai, others may label you as a scoundrel, but I believe you possess a kind heart, and you wouldn't betray my trust, right?" Li Shirhan still seemed apprehensive about his discretion. "You're quite bothersome. I've already assured you I won't say a word. Now, please leave," Wang Kai said, irritated. "I cannot leave," Li Shirhan hesitated, lowering her voice. "Why not? There are rules here. Once a guest selects someone, they cannot leave until payment is made," she whispered. "Ah, so essentially, once you're in, I must proceed, correct?" Wang Kai chuckled. Li Shirhan blushed and nodded, remaining silent. "And what if I refuse?" Wang Kai teased, lifting her chin with his finger. "Then I still must be compensated," she murmured, almost inaudibly. "Very well," he said, tossing money towards her. "I still cannot leave," she hesitated again. "I've paid. Why can't you just go?" Wang Kai retorted, exasperated. Li Shirhan, haven't said anything yet. Is it necessary for me to consummate this arrangement? He inquired. Not exactly. But I must wait at least an hour before I can exit, she replied, glancing at him. All right then, you can stay until the time has passed, Wang Kai said. Reclining on the bed, Li Shihan, with a determined expression, finally unfastened all her buttons, revealing that summer was particularly sweltering. During the day, the men of the village would bathe in the river at the village's edge, while the women dared not approach. They could only venture to the riverbank after dusk. Xiang Cao, having spent the day cutting pigweed and drenched in sweat, decided to join several sisters-in-law at the river once the men had departed, relishing the cool water. Preferring solitude and fearing jest from her sisters-in-law, Xiang Cao sought a secluded spot to wash. Unbeknownst to her, a man was also bathing in the river. Hearing the women's laughter upstream, he dared not approach, opting instead to wade downstream. He stripped off his clothes and plunged into the water, inadvertently colliding with Xiang Cao. Startled, she surfaced, only to be violated by the man. How do you know this? Wang Kai, initially persuaded by Li Shihan's claims, found himself doubting her in the end. Later, when Xiang Cao could no longer contain her cries, her sisters-in-law rushed over, only to find that the man had already fled, stark naked. Li Shihan spoke with such conviction that it left no room for doubt. Why would she marry my brother? In her family, traditional beliefs were deeply entrenched, and it was widely known that Xiang Cao had been defiled, leaving no suitors brave enough to approach her. Ultimately, her father was driven to despair, and her mother fell gravely ill. They sought a matchmaker to find a distant family willing to accept her, but the news had spread too far. The youth were well aware and averse to marrying her. Li Shihan paused for breath before continuing. Eventually, Xiang Cao's mother declared that regardless of the man's character, she would consent to any man willing to take Xiang Cao as his wife. A matchmaker, acquainted with the village secretary, facilitated an arrangement. Your brother, without any bride price, walked to Xiang Cao's mother's home and brought her back, thus sealing the marriage. What an extraordinary tale. For days, Wang Kai had hesitated to inquire about how his brother and sister-in-law had wed, but upon encountering Li Shihan that evening, he learned of the profound injustice Xiang Cao had endured. You claim Yaya is not my brother's child. What is the truth of this? Wang Kai pressed further. Not only is Yaya not your brother's child, but she was not born of your sister-in-law either, Li Shihan replied without hesitation. What? Are you joking? Wang Kai could scarcely believe it. Would I jest about such matters? Yaya was found by your brother on the roadside. Your sister-in-law seldom ventures out, and the villagers all assume she bore the child, Li Shihan affirmed earnestly. Wang Kai was astonished. Could it be true that Yaya was not his sister-in-law's child? Wang Kai, I have confided many secrets to you. You ought to be grateful, Li Shihan remarked, gazing at him. How should I express my gratitude? Fool, is that even necessary? Li Shihan playfully smacked her thigh. At that moment, Wang Kai finally noticed that Li Shihan was still unclothed. Get dressed and leave. I have no desire to be associated with your Zhao family. Though Li Shihan was not without charm, Wang Kai felt no attraction. You are just like your brother. There must be something wrong with you, Li Shihan reiterated, seeking to provoke him. Nonsense. I am perfectly healthy, Wang Kai retorted, thumping his chest. Humph. What man would admit to having a flaw? Do you need me to prove it to you? Li Shihan continued to incite him. Suddenly recalling Zhao Sanhu's visit to demand payment, Wang Kai was consumed by rage. By the heavens, I will make Zhao Sanhu pay. Wang Kai showed no mercy, behaving like a wild beast. An hour later, Li Shihan was drenched in sweat, her breath shallow. Wang Kai, you are truly formidable. Enough with the chatter, leave. You are impossible. Lacking any generosity. You say I lack generosity? Do you know that Zhao Sanhu extorted 50,000 yuan from me? What? He extorted money from you? Li Shihan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Kai recounted the incident involving Zhao Sanhu and his men demanding the 5,000 yuan. That scoundrel is a menace. He will surely face retribution. Li Shihan expressed her disdain for Zhao Sanhu's actions. Sleeping in a hotel bed was truly comfortable. Wang Kai awoke only when the sun was high in the sky. He hurriedly got up to prepare for his return, purchasing rice and flour in town. Determined that his sister-in-law would no longer have to worry about provisions. By the time Wang Kai returned, night had fallen, and his sister-in-law was cooking. Wang Kai, why did you return so late? I was worried sick when you didn't come home last night, his sister-in-law exclaimed, rushing out to grasp his hands, inspecting him as if he were a long-lost relative. Sister-in-law, I am not a child. There is no need to fret so, Wang Kai said, placing the rice, flour, and snacks he had bought on the table. Upon seeing the abundance of goods, his sister-in-law was overcome with tears of joy. Sister-in-law, why are you crying over a mere bag of rice and snacks? She was simply overwhelmed with happiness. After following your brother for years, worrying daily about meals, Your return has brought her a sense of security. She wept and laughed in equal measure. Goodness, is it really so moving over just a bit of rice and snacks? As they conversed, Wang Zhu returned, carrying a cloth bag. Xiang Cao, I have brought back the grain. Wang Kai noticed that the bag contained about 20 pounds of rice and asked, Brother, where did this come from? This is the payment for the mountain work from the village secretary, converted into rice, Wang Zhu replied. Beaming as if he had accomplished a great feat, is this all they give for a year's work? Zionko scoffed, unimpressed by the meager amount. Wang Kai found it amusing. His brother spent every day at Laolang Ridge, repairing trees and surveying the mountains, and this paltry amount of rice was indeed laughable. Look at you. You used to praise the secretary as a good man who takes care of us, and now you complain about the little you received. Isn't this better than doing nothing? Wang Zhu, feeling unappreciated, visibly sulked. Wang Kai glanced at Yaya, and suddenly recalled Li Shihan's words. Upon closer inspection, Yaya bore no resemblance to his sister-in-law. Could it be true that Yaya was not born of her? Chapter 25. Building a new house. The bully's malice. Wang Kai was convinced of Li Shihan's words. He could discern from Yaya's features that she was not his sister-in-law's child. If his sister-in-law had never given birth and his brother was unwell, could it be that his sister-in-law was still untouched? Wang Kai, what are you thinking about? Hurry and eat. As Wang Kai was lost in thought, his sister-in-law had already prepared the meal. With rice in the pot, her face lit up once more. Sister-in-law, I intend to build a house, Wang Kai announced as he ate. What? Build a house? His sister-in-law pressed her hand to his forehead, suspecting he was feverish. Wang Kai, your brother knows how uncomfortable it is for you in that room. In a couple of years, if we both work hard, we will surely build you a new house. Wang Zhu felt a pang of guilt as a grown man. He could neither support his wife nor provide his brother with a new home, and they still resided in 2 grass huts. Brother, I cannot wait 2 years. I can hardly wait 2 days. Wang Zhu sighed deeply, falling silent. In the middle of the night, while Wang Kai was sound asleep, his sister-in-law came to wake him. Fearing something grave had occurred, he bolted upright. Sister-in-law, what is wrong? Seeing his alarm, she reassured him, nothing is the matter. I simply couldn't sleep and wanted to talk to you. Realizing Wang Kai had misunderstood, she quickly clarified. You startled me. By the way, sister-in-law, why can't you sleep? Wang Kai inquired with concern. I don't know. I just can't seem to fall asleep. Sister-in-law, why does Yaya not resemble you at all? She wouldn't have been found on the road, would she? Wang Kai probed, testing the waters. How do you know? His sister-in-law's eyes widened in fear. There is no need to ask further. This matter must be true. Just a wild guess. I met someone from your village today, and they told me about your situation. Wang Kai briefly recounted Li Shihan's words to Xiang Cao. Nonsense. I have nothing to do with that person. Xiang Cao was aware that people in her maternal village misunderstood her, including her relatives. With a sigh, she revealed another side of her story to Wang Kai. Indeed, that night, Xiang Cao sought refuge in a secluded spot to bathe alone. Suddenly, she was startled when a figure emerged from the water, causing her to scream in fright. The man, oblivious to her presence, hastily fled upon hearing her cries. Xiang Cao could not discern his identity, and to this day, remains unaware of who he was. The sisters bathing upstream heard the commotion and rushed over, armed with a flashlight. They illuminated the scene, catching a glimpse of a bare man scurrying away with his clothes from the opposite bank. Surrounded by women, none dared to pursue him. Upon returning home, Xiang Cao chose not to inform her parents. What began as a mere farce spiraled into a scandal when the town gossip ignited a sensational rumor. Just days later, word spread through the neighboring village that Xiang Cao had been assaulted by a man while bathing in the river at midnight. This unfounded tale inflicted untold suffering upon Xiang Cao. From that moment on, no matchmaker dared to approach her family. The insidious grip of feudal ideology dictated that once a woman had been sullied by a man, regardless of the circumstances, her prospects of marrying well were irrevocably tarnished. It was only later that Xiang Cao's parents learned of their daughter's misfortune that fateful night. The whispers of scandal pierced their hearts like a sharpened dagger. Xiang Cao's father, a man of integrity and pride, never anticipated that his daughter would bring shame upon their family. In a fit of rage, he struck Xiang Cao, yet his fury remained unassuaged, leading him to drown his sorrows in alcohol, becoming perpetually inebriated. A few months later, after a particularly heavy bout of drinking, he never awoke again. His death, spurred by heartbreak, only served to validate the malicious rumors. Xiang Cao's mother, overwhelmed by dual grief, fell ill and could not recover. During this period, Xiang Cao refrained from stepping outside, her face perpetually stained with tears. One day, Wang Zhu arrived, and her mother, in despair, urged Xiang Cao to leave with him. Without a second thought, Xiang Cao complied, for her home had become unbearable. Thus, she and Wang Zu arrived in Huaitree village. Gradually, Xiang Cao reconciled with her circumstances. Life, albeit brief, was to be lived, and she no longer cared for Wang Zu's age or appearance. Initially, she believed Wang Zu would desire her immediately, but to her dismay, 2 months passed without any physical intimacy. Restless nights led her to inquire of Wang Zu, who revealed he had a medical condition preventing him from consummating their marriage. Disheartened, Xiang Cao felt trapped in a union devoid of joy. She withdrew from the world, ceasing to engage with the villagers entirely. Eventually, Wang Zu, while selling mountain goods in town, stumbled upon an abandoned infant, whom they named Yaya. Upon bringing Yaya home, Xiang Cao felt an unexpected affection for the child. Wang Zu proclaimed to the village that Xiang Cao had given birth to a daughter. Having spent nearly a year in the village, many had never seen Xiang Cao. Thus they readily accepted Yaya as her biological child. It was then that Wang Kai realized his sister-in-law was a kind-hearted woman, willing to endure life with an unattractive and elderly husband. Yaya, though not her own offspring, was cherished by Xiang Cao. Wang Kai, are you truly planning to build a house? Wang Kai nodded and produced some money. Oh my, have you sold so much? I didn't even have to ask. I knew that grass fetched a good price. As a woman, Wang Sai's sister-in-law was prone to excitement. Grasping Wang Sai's hand, she was momentarily speechless with joy. With money in hand, Wang Kai sought out a contractor from a neighboring village known for constructing houses, negotiated a fair wage, and promptly commenced building. Wang Zu envisioned retaining the original brick walls, constructing anew atop them. However, Wang Kai insisted on demolishing the old bricks, believing they had lost their integrity after enduring flames. Ultimately, he replaced the original walls entirely. A month later, 5 spacious tiled rooms stood completed. 3 additional side rooms followed suit, all painted white, creating a striking contrast against the red tiles. The grand courtyard replaced the previous thatched huts. With the new house erected, Wang Kai commissioned a carpenter to craft essential furniture, beds, tables, and stools. Each day beneath the large locust tree, a multitude gathered, their eyes drawn to Wang Sai's radiant white-walled, red-tiled home on the hillside. What business is Wang Kai in? Where does he acquire such wealth? They wondered. We've labored for over a decade, yet cannot afford 3 rooms. How does he manage to build so swiftly upon his release? Surely, his funds are ill-gotten. The villagers, both young and old, engaged in speculation about Wang Sai's newfound wealth. Once, they mocked Wang Zu for his honesty and inability to manage life. But now they questioned the legitimacy of Wang Sai's fortune. Seated beneath the ancient locust tree, Zhao Haizi, donning sunglasses, seethed with resentment over Wang Kai, who had killed his son-in-law. He yearned to exact revenge, but the current legal system prevented him from doing so without consequence. Unable to directly harm Wang Kai, he sought ways to undermine him, determined not to allow him a peaceful existence in Huaitree village. Thus, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that Wang Kai had committed robbery. The village women, fond of gossip, seized upon this explosive news, which, once embellished, transformed into a detailed narrative. Wang Kai was said to have robbed people on South Avenue at night, not only assaulting them, but also stealing their money. If the victim was male, they faced violence and loss. If female, both finances and dignity were at stake. Many claimed that not only had Wang Kai amassed wealth, but he had also despoiled numerous women, naming them with alarming specificity. Initially, skepticism prevailed, but as the tale spread, more came to believe it. On yet another beautiful morning, Wang Kai lay on his newly constructed bed when an astonishing sound pierced the air. A jeep roared toward the locust tree and screeched to a halt. Are you Wang Kai? For men in hats demanded, waking him from his slumber. I am. Have you served time? Yes. Come with us. As they spoke, a gleaming silver bracelet was placed upon Wang Sai's wrist. Chapter 26. The Truth Revealed. Acquitted Wang Kai was bewildered by the unfolding events. He had experienced a similar scene 5 years prior, when he was aware of his guilt. Now, however, he felt lost. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zu and Xiang Cao emerged to find Wang Kai nearly at the locust tree. Wang Kai, what trouble have you caused this time? Wang Zu called out, rushing toward him. Brother, I haven't done anything wrong. Stay home and wait. Wang Kai shouted back, turning to reassure his brother. Wang Zu trusted his brother's integrity, despite village gossip labeling Wang Kai a troublemaker. He had never stolen from anyone. Occasionally, he would visit others for meals, but he always did so openly. Xiang Cao, hastily dressed, chased after them, pleading with the men to spare Wang Kai. The officers, committed to upholding the law, were not swayed by her pleas. As Wang Kai was ushered into the jeep, the officers remarked that they would conduct a routine visit in the village. Upon returning, the visiting officers quietly informed each other, let's go. The facts are largely corroborated. Confused, Wang Kai questioned. What do you mean by largely corroborated? During the ride, he inquired, officers, could you enlighten me about my alleged crimes? Surely. You know what illegal acts you've committed without needing to ask, replied a stern officer in his 40s, seeming to be the leader. I genuinely do not know. Wang Kai replied innocently. Never mind. Once we arrive, you'll soon find out, the officer retorted impatiently. Wang Kai had spent time in prison and was acutely aware that their so-called gifts were akin to punishment. Regardless, he had committed no wrongdoing. So why should he concern himself with their matters? He reassured himself and fell silent. After a bumpy journey, he was escorted to the interrogation room. His wrists and ankles adorned with high-tech restraints that curtailed his freedom of movement. He had endured such devices 5 years prior. Wang Kai, confess honestly to your matters. You have just emerged from prison. Committing another crime is a grave offense. Do you understand? Sir, could you remind me of the charges against me? Very well. Allow me to remind you. You have just been released from a labor camp. From where did you acquire the funds to build your house? Sir, the money for my house has legitimate origins. Ah, a legitimate source, you say? It appears you are still unwilling to cooperate. I am willing to cooperate. I can explain where my money comes from. Wang Kai suspected that some envious scoundrel from the village had stirred trouble. Let me warn you, lying incurs legal consequences. The money I earned from selling herbs can be verified at Tianzi number 6. Though he had initially hesitated to speak, he felt compelled to divulge the truth. Uncle Hat, who handled matters efficiently, returned within an hour with the investigation results, confirming that Wang Kai had not lied. Wang Kai, since your source of wealth is clear, why do the villagers claim your assets were obtained through robbery, involving injury to numerous individuals and the humiliation of several women? Uncle Hat inquired sternly. I do not know. You may investigate, Wang Kai retorted angrily, lamenting the villagers' capacity to cause harm. Very well, your financial sources are clear. However, regarding the allegations of assault and insult, we must continue our investigation. You cannot return home for the time being. With that, he was confined to another room. Wang Kai felt stifled. He had intended to use his abilities to uplift his fellow villagers, but found himself ensnared in a trap. In the small, dark room, he slumped on a wooden bench and fell asleep. As dusk approached, Uncle Hat, weary from his day of labor, found that many victims identified by the villagers either did not exist or had never traversed that path. It seemed someone had orchestrated this scheme against Wang Kai, wasting an entire day of their time. A meeting among the officers concluded with the explanation that Wang Kai had been set up. Uncle Hat, resembling a leader, released Wang Kai, offering a contrite smile and apologizing. Just as Wang Kai was about to leave, Uncle Hat suddenly collapsed to the ground. 2 individuals rushed over, shaking the fallen leader, exclaiming, Li Team, what happened? Wang Kai sent a mental message. Swift spirit fusion. Pathogens detected within a 10-meter radius. Your energy is sufficient. Proceed to save the individual. With his palms facing upward, golden light flickered, and he pressed his hands against Li Team's chest. As the energy flowed into Li Team's body, his previously pallid complexion gradually regained its color. Congratulations, you have successfully treated the patient, consuming 60 energy points. You now possess a merit value of 1 point, totaling 5 points. How remarkable. What technique did you employ to heal him? A young officer inquired, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Haha, this is my superpower, Wang Kai replied, half joking, half serious. The officer understood that Wang Kai was jesting and refrained from further questioning. Li Team stood, flexing his limbs, seemingly unharmed, perhaps merely fatigued from the day's exertions. Upon seeing Wang Kai preparing to leave, Li Team hastily called out, Wang Kai, thank you. Though unspoken, Wang Kai appreciated the sentiment. The feeling of saving a life was far superior to inflicting harm. Initially, Li Team intended to drive Wang Kai home, but due to new orders, he could only apologize and send him on his way. By the time he returned home, it was quite late. Fearing his brother and sister-in-law would worry, Wang Kai felt compelled to inform his brother of his return. As he approached the door, his brother opened it. Wang Kai, you're back? Wang Zhu exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him, tears streaming down his face. Brother, I'm home. Why are you crying? Wang Kai asked, puzzled. The village head said you were doomed this time. When you suddenly returned, I thought you were a ghost, Wang Zhu sobbed. Where's sister-in-law? She hasn't come out yet? Wang Kai inquired. Your sister-in-law went to the village head's house to save you. Why would you send her there? You fool. If your sister-in-law hadn't pleaded with the village head, would you have returned? Wang Zhu admonished, seizing the opportunity to teach his brother about gratitude. Brother, you're truly naive. The Zhao family and I are at odds, and you know that. Why would you send sister-in-law to plead? Why not go yourself? Wang Kai complained, raising his voice. I went, But the village head said I knew nothing and sent your sister-in-law instead. He wanted to clarify how to proceed with her. You're such a dimwit, Wang Kai scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at his brother. Understanding that the village head was a lecher, he knew sending his sister-in-law to him could only lead to trouble. Without a moment to lose, Wang Kai dashed out. Wang Kai, why am I the fool? Where are you going? Wang Zhu scratched his head, bewildered by Wang Kai's sudden fervor. As Wang Kai raced along the path, he could almost envision the scene of Zhao Mozi overpowering his sister-in-law. Upon reaching the village head's home, he found the door slightly ajar. Stepping into the courtyard, he discovered the house shrouded in darkness. Isn't sister-in-law here to find the village head? Where is she? A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he shouted, Zhao Mozi, come out here. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the lights flickered on inside. Infuriated, Wang Kai charged towards the village head's quarters. Chapter 27. A misguided intrusion. Rescuing sister-in-law. Just as Wang Kai was about to push open the brightly lit bedroom door, it swung open, colliding with him, enveloping him in an unexpected warmth and accompanied by a sweet floral scent. Enraged, he presumed that his sister-in-law was being violated by Zhao Mozi within. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the figure in his embrace was not his sister-in-law, but rather Zhao Yin, the village head's daughter, clad in a diaphanous nightgown. It was unclear whether she wore it to save fabric or for some other reason, as it left little to the imagination. What are you doing here? Wang Kai stood there dumbfounded, utterly bewildered to find Zhao Yin alone in the room. Wang Kai, what are you yelling about at this hour? Zhao Yin pointed an accusatory finger at him. I'm looking for my sister-in-law. Wang Kai's complexion changed as he peered behind Zhao Yin, noticing the room's tidy and pleasant decor, devoid of any other presence. Having failed to confront the village head, he had instead barged into his daughter's private chamber. A situation that felt utterly absurd. Looking for your sister-in-law? Why are you cursing my father? Zhao Yin glared at him, her teeth clenched in frustration. Had she been taller, she might have bitten him. Please, I don't have time to explain. Where's your father? Wang Kai anxiously sought his sister-in-law, fearing she might already be in peril. My father? I'm not telling you. What can you do about it? Zhao Yin, playful and spirited, had been raised with privilege and was unafraid of anyone. Seeing Wang Kai in a frenzy only fueled her mischievousness. You little brat, if I weren't preoccupied with important matters, I'd teach you a lesson, Wang Kai fumed. Had any man from the Zhao family been before him, he would have surely dealt them a severe beating, but against Zhao Yin, he felt powerless. Since she refused to divulge information, Wang Kai could not remain at a standstill. He resolved to seek out the village head himself. As he stepped outside, Zhao Yin called after him, Dog Wang Kai, wait up, I'm coming with you. Despite the insult, Wang Kai paused for her. Realizing he would struggle to find the village head without her, Zhao Yin changed her attire and followed Wang Kai as he headed directly to the village committee courtyard. Spotting a room illuminated within, Wang Kai surmised that his sister-in-law and the village head might be inside, and fearing the village head might engage in nefarious deeds, he hurriedly approached. Upon reaching the door, he overheard the village head Zhao Mozi's voice. Wang Kai's recent actions are no trifling matter. If you do not cooperate, I'll ensure he sits in prison for another 10 years. Do you believe me? The village chief, you cannot do this. Let me go. Sister-in-law pleaded as Zhao Mozi's door was ajar. Wang Kai pushed the door open and rushed into the brightly lit room. Without a second thought, he forcefully opened the door. To his surprise, the door was not locked from the inside. Zhao Mozi stood bare-chested, tearing at the herbal woman's clothing. The herbal woman struggled desperately. Her top had been ripped open, revealing her stunning figure, which could no longer be concealed. Zhao Mozi, let go of my sister-in-law, Wang Kai shouted, charging forward and landing a punch on Zhao Mozi. Wang Kai? Zhao Mozi, taken aback, turned to see Wang Kai and was astonished, wondering how this young man had emerged. Wang Kai was ready to strike again when Zhao Yin rushed over to intervene, scolding Zhao Mozi. Look at what you've done. How disgraceful. What are you doing here? Zhao Mozi stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment as he realized his shameful act had been witnessed by his daughter. The herbal woman picked up Zhao Mozi's clothes and tossed them at him, saying, Hurry up and put this on. This is mortifying. Sister-in-law called out to Wang Kai, collapsing into his arms and weeping sorrowfully. Sister-in-law, he didn't harm you, did he? Thank goodness you came, otherwise. She shook her head. Zhao Mozi, I warn you. If you dare to lay a hand on my sister-in-law again, I will deal with your entire family. Wang Kai glared at Zhao Mozi, furious at the sight of his disheveled sister-in-law. Wang Kai, what are you saying? Zhao Yin, displeased, interjected. Fine, you have guts. Just wait and see, Zhao Mozi retorted. Though he felt guilty, having been the village chief for years, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his daughter. With a menacing remark, he left the room. Sister-in-law, let's go. Wang Kai urged her, helping to adjust her clothing. As they walked down the road, she leaned against him, making him feel awkward. Yet he couldn't push her away. Ah, how easy it is for women to handle matters. Look, you just want to find the village chief, and your brother was released. Wang Zhu said, who had been waiting at the door, rushing over to greet them. You, what a simpleton. How much suffering must I endure to be free from this? The herbal woman, recalling the earlier incident, began to weep in frustration. What? Did I say something wrong? Wang Zhu, confused, replied. Brother, enough, it's over now. You two should get some rest. Wang Kai recounted the incident with Uncle Mauzi being taken away for questioning, urging his brother and sister-in-law to rest. That night, Wang Kai lay awake in bed, pondering who might be scheming against him. The next noon, beneath the old locust tree, a crowd of men, women, and children gathered, discussing something while staring at Wang Cai's new courtyard. As Wang Kai stepped outside, the crowd gaped, hardly believing he could emerge so nonchalantly. Zhao Haizi was among them, lurking to witness Wang Zhu and the herbal woman's distress. Look, there's Wang Kai. How did he get out so quickly? Aunt Wang exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Yes, I heard he was involved in robbery, assault, and even insulting women. He should be facing years in prison, Sister San added, equally astonished. The women chattered incessantly about the situation. Are you all just here to cool off? Wang Kai approached the old locust tree and greeted the crowd. Ah, indeed. Wang Kai, what happened yesterday? They inquired in unison. Haha. Wang Kai laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? Aunt Wang wondered, puzzled by his reaction. Who spread the rumor that I was involved in robbery, assault, and the most detestable claim of violating women, naming me specifically. Wang Kai confronted them directly. Who said that? They all responded, denying any accusations. No one has said anything bad about you, Wang Kai. They insisted, each claiming innocence. Wang Kai was aware they wouldn't admit to anything, especially since he noticed Zhao Haizi among them, purposely addressing the crowd for his benefit. Zhao Haizi, sitting under the old locust tree, buried his head in his legs. Too ashamed to look up, Wang Kai surmised that it was likely Zhao Haizi who had been stirring trouble behind the scenes. Chapter 28. Who builds houses and gathers people to play cards. At this moment, Wang Kai harbored a deep resentment towards Zhao Haizi, vowing to make him pay dearly. Zhao Haizi, a lifetime indulger in vice, had never done a good deed. Despite being a notorious bully, he had 5 sons known as the 5 Tigers of Locust Tree Village. Now, in his 60s, Zhao Haizi could no longer stir up much trouble. But his sons inherited his wickedness, committing heinous acts without a single good deed to their names. Wang Kai, after returning home for several days, gradually learned that Zhao Haizi's eldest son, Zhao Dao, was considered the most level-headed among the 5 tigers. However, he had inherited his father's gambling skills. Despite the village being impoverished, Zhao Dao secretly organized men to play cards, ruining many lives. In this age of law and order, gambling was strictly prohibited, and there had been several crackdowns in the past 2 years, but peace was short-lived. Since last year, Zhao Dahu had built 3 houses in a hollow on the eastern side of the village, where activities were frequent. The villagers knew that those who went to Zhao Da's place were generally involved in gambling. As night fell, Wang Kai strolled through the village, hands behind his back, and noticed a light from a flashlight flickering ahead. He quietly followed the light, which illuminated a small path leading out of the village. Sanhua, how much did you win last night? Ball, I won over 300 at first, but then I lost. That's still better than me. Your luck is truly terrible. I haven't seen you win a game. Damn it, I lost over 700. I won gamble for a few days. My luck is too bad. Ball, who knows when luck will return? If I don't gamble, I can't even sleep. I'll go borrow some money from Dahu and play a few big hands. Wang Kai overheard the conversation as he neared the 3 houses. It was evident that Zhao Dahu's place was indeed a gambling den. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the front of the 3 houses. Wang Kai attempted to hide, but was spotted by the 2 men. Who's there? Senhua turned around sharply, noticing someone behind him as the flashlight shone on Wang Kai's face. Hey, it's me. Since he had been discovered, Wang Kai ceased to hide. The 2 men approached, and upon recognizing him, they asked, Wang Kai, what are you doing here? I couldn't sleep, just wandering around, and ended up here. What are you 2 doing? Wang Kai casually lied, returning their question. We're here to play cards. Want to join? Li Wang, with Sanhua, asked in a low voice. I don't know how to play. I'll just watch for now, Wang Kai replied with a smile. The 3 entered the house, and Wang Kai immediately coughed. The smoke was overwhelming. Inside were 4 small square tables, each surrounded by 4 stools. 2 tables were already filled with men engrossed in card games. The heavy smoke was suffocating, and Wang Kai found it hard to bear. Lu Wang Kai, who let you in here? Zhao Dahu approached with a smug expression, questioning him loudly. What is the matter? Wang Kai felt the domineering tone of Zhao Dahu and immediately felt displeased. Tiger brother, Wang Kai came with us, San Hua and Li Wang chimed in simultaneously. No newcomers are allowed from now on, Zhao Dahu said with a stern face. Tiger brother, we're all from the same village, don't worry about it. Besides, Wang Kai is now a wealthy man. He wants to play a couple of hands. You wouldn't tea refuse, would you? San Hua offered Zhao Dahu a cigarette with a grin. Fine, let him come. I'm not afraid of money. Zhao Dahu waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Dahu was more than 10 years older than Wang Kai and held a grudge against him. Most individuals who come here are expected to bring profit to Zhao Dahu. Hence, he welcomes Wang Kai's arrival without hesitation. Li Wang pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Wang Kai, who shook his head, insisting he no longer smokes. Wang Kai, you used to smoke a pack a day at home. What happened? Did 5 years in prison make you quit? San Hua, only a few years older than Wang Kai, chuckled, knowing well of Wang Kai's past indulgences in smoking and drinking. Drinking is fine, but I haven't smoked in years and don't wish to start again, Wang Kai replied with a smile. San Hua and Li Wang seated themselves at a table deeper inside, and soon, several others gathered around them. 5 years ago, Wang Kai's life revolved around smoking, drinking, and flirting with women, but he never engaged in card games. While others at different tables played cards, San Hua and Li Wang chose to play dice. Wang Kai, unfamiliar with the game, watched intently. Li Wang turned to him, explaining, this game is called San Gong. It involves 3 dice. Players take turns shaking the dice cup, summing the numbers on the dice, and taking the last digit as their score. The higher the score, the better the hand. 3 identical numbers are called San Gong, the highest hand. Other combinations include a straight, which consists of 3 consecutive numbers, typically lower than San Gong, but higher than other regular combinations. Players take turns rolling and comparing scores. The highest score wins. If multiple players tie, they roll again. After Li Wang's explanation, Wang Kai began to understand. Oh, it's easier than I thought. Just watch for a while, and you'll get it, Li Wang remarked, lighting another cigarette. Unfortunately, Li Wang's luck was dismal, losing several rounds and finding himself short on cash. Brother Hu, could you lend me some money? Li Wang asked, getting up to approach Zhao Dahu. Zhao Dahu, while smoking, squinted at him and said, Li Wang, you know this money comes with interest, no need for further clarification, right? I understand, Li Wang responded, his tone obsequious. Wang Kai silently cursed Zhao Dahu, likening him to his father, engaging in usury. Zhao Dahu handed Li Wang 1,000 yuan, instructing him to sign a loan note. With cash in hand, Li Wang's confidence surged. Betting more meant winning more, and he boldly wagered 100 yuan. Yet, his luck did not improve. He lost every round. After several hours, the borrowed 1,000 yuan was gone. Desperate, Li Wang borrowed another 1,000 from Zhao Dahu, his eyes red with frustration, betting 200 at a time. Unfortunately, the game did not reward sheer betting. He won only once, losing the rest. After a few more hours, he had lost a total of 2,000 yuan. Slumping dejectedly on his chair, across from him sat a burly man in his 40s with a full beard. Li Wang referred to him as Brother Meng, rumored to be Zhao Da's friend from out of town. Wang Kai sensed something amiss. Brother Meng seemed to win big while losing small amounts, suggesting he had an edge. San Hua also lost but was cautious, betting small and losing little. Wangzi, are you still in the game? Brother Meng asked, noticing Li Wang's despondent silence. I've lost 2,000. I'm done, Li Wang replied in frustration. Done? If you walk away now, that 2,000 will be gone forever. If you keep playing, you might just win it back. Chapter 29. Losing everything. Borrowing at high interest, Brother Meng casually shook the dice in his hand, nonchalantly saying, always losing. Why play at all? Li Wang slammed his hand on the table in anger. What a coward. If you're not going to play, go home and sleep with your woman. Brother Meng's words were intentionally provocative, inciting Li Wang's ire. Who is a coward? Come on, I'm not afraid. Li Wang, thoroughly incensed, borrowed another 2,000 from Zhao Dahu. Wangzi, I advise you to stop, San Hua urged, genuinely concerned for his friend. A few thousand is nothing, let us keep playing. Li Wang's anger flared, his face reddening as he spoke. Now that's the spirit of a man. Brother Meng praised him, giving a thumbs up. Wang Kai turned to observe other tables playing cards. One table engaged in do di zhu with minimal stakes, while another played jia jinhua, also with small bets, occasionally seeing larger wins and losses. It became apparent that every player here experienced wins and losses, governed solely by luck. After just an hour of watching, Li Wang lost another 2,000, totaling 4,000 yuan. In a desolate village like Weitree, that amount represented years of income. Even as Li Wang sought more funds from Zhao Dahu, he was met with refusal. Wangzi, it's not that I won't lend you money, but you've already borrowed 4,000. And I expect repayment in 3 days. I can lend you again afterward, Zhao Dahu stated with a resigned expression. Brother Hu, if you don't lend me money, how can I ever recoup my losses? Li Wang pleaded. After much desperate entreaty, Zhao Dahu relented. All right, this time I'll lend you 6,000, bringing your total to 10. Win it back quickly and return it to me. I won't charge you interest. Deal? Li Wang agreed without a second thought. Haha, Wangzi, now you have some backbone. Brother Meng exclaimed, extending his thumb once more. Sanhua, feeling uneasy, stood up, claiming he had matters to attend to. A younger man excused himself to the restroom, never to return. With others leaving, Brother Meng expressed his discontent. Let us just play the two of us. Li Wang glared at him. What is so uninteresting about that? Brother Meng shook his head. What is stopping us? I see you're just afraid, Li Wang taunted. Afraid? Not a chance. Since you want to play, I'll join. But let us not waste time. Let's bet big. Brother Meng rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage with Li Wang. Strangely, every time Li Wang rolled a high number, Brother Meng always outdid him, winning each time. In a fit of rage, Li Wang ultimately lost all 6,000 yuan, collapsing in despair on his chair. Wang Cai's teeth ground in frustration. Zhao Dahu was nothing less than a villain. Years ago, Zhao Haizi likely employed such tactics to ruin Panjudiao. And now his son was doing the same. Initially contemplating reporting this to the authorities, he reconsidered, realizing that having just observed the game, he would surely be implicated if the authorities were to raid the place. I'll wait a few days to see how Zhao Dahu handles Li Wang, Wang Cai resolved. Wangzi, how is it going? Did you recover anything? Zhao Dahu entered, inquiring about Li Wang. Li Wang weakly shook his head, silent. No way, you've lost all 10,000? Zhao Dahu exclaimed dramatically. Li Wang nodded, confirming his loss. Wangzi, you know the interest here. 10,000 incurs a daily interest of 100. It accumulates daily. Zhao Dahu reminded him. His interest is unforgiving. Brother Hu, I will repay you gradually. Please don't let my parents or wife find out, Li Wang suddenly recalled, urgently beseeching Zhao Dahu. Don't worry, Wangzi, as long as you repay, I won't go to your home for collection, Zhao Dahu assured him, appearing gallant. Li Wang, in a state of despair, stood up and left without acknowledging Wang Cai, who had no intention of departing. He wanted to witness the unfolding drama. For 2 consecutive days, Wang Cai visited Zhao Dahu's casino each night. He observed players losing their tempers and borrowing money from Zhao Dahu, but they only borrowed a few hundred, unlike Li Wang, who lost an entire 10,000 in one night. That evening, after dinner, Wang Cai encountered Sanhua on his way to Zhao Dahu's casino and inquired about Li Wang's condition. Sanhua informed him that Li Wang had slept for 3 days straight after returning home. Just then, Zhao Dahu approached, his flashlight illuminating Sanhua's face, and said, Sanhua, go fetch Li Wang. Sanhua complied, taking Wang Cai along to find Li Wang. When they entered the room, they found Li Wang still asleep. Wang Cai noticed that in 3 days, Li Wang had lost considerable weight. His eye sockets were sunken, and his complexion was ashen, resembling someone just recovering from a severe illness. Li Wang caught sight of Sanhua and seemed to discern something, prompting him to inquire, Has Brother Hu sent you to summon me? Sanhua nodded in silence. With a heavy sigh, Li Wang rose, dressed himself, and followed Sanhua outside. Wangzi, it has been 3 days. You have yet to show your face. The money is due, Zhao Dahu remarked upon seeing Li Wang. Brother Hu, you are well aware of my family's situation. I have no funds at present. Li Wang pleaded with Zhao Dahu. I am indifferent to your family's circumstances. The money I lent you stipulates repayment within 3 days. What more is there to discuss? Zhao Dahu retorted, unfurling the loan agreement before Li Wang. Casting a glance at the document, Li Wang noted the clear stipulation of repayment within 3 days. Brother Hu, could you grant me a few more days? Li Wang, realizing Zhao Dahu's merciless nature, knelt down in supplication. Wangzi, I too borrowed this money from someone else. If you do not repay me, what am I to do? Besides, even if I grant you a few extra days, how do you intend to earn over 10,000 yuan? Zhao Dahu said, patting Li Wang on the shoulder and lifting him up. I have no way. Li Wang nearly broke into tears. Should I approach your wife instead? Zhao Dahu inquired with a smirk that belied his cruel intent. No. Women are timid. You must not let her know. Li Wang exclaimed, horrified. Wangzi, come here. I have a suggestion for you to repay your debts. Zhao Dahu said, leading him to the back of the house. Li Wang hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed. Brother Hu, what is your plan? He asked urgently. My friend Meng Zi has been fortunate lately and has won a considerable sum, Zhao Dahu whispered. What does that have to do with me? He is neither kin nor friend. He will not lend me anything, Li Wang replied, dejected. Just hear me out, Zhao Dahu insisted. Brother Hu, go on. Meng Zi has a certain weakness. What is it? He has a weakness for women. What does that have to do with me? I am a man, Li Wang said, thumping his chest. Huh, you think you can outsmart me? Zhao Dehu teased. Brother Hu, I am not trying to be clever. A few days ago, Meng Zi saw your wife and has been incessantly talking about her since, Zhao Dehu remarked. What? He fancies my wife? No way. I will handle my own affairs. Li Wang said furiously, shaking his head. Very well, I will not waste more words. Time to repay, Zhao Dehu said sternly, extending his hand toward Li Wang. Li Wang was at a loss for words, fully aware that he could not repay the debt. What more could he say? Wang Zi, if you cannot repay by tomorrow morning, I will have no choice but to approach your father, Zhao Dehu stated before turning to leave. Li Wang wanted to say something but found himself at a loss. He understood that his father, Li Qing, had long suffered from tuberculosis and was in declining health. If he learned of Li Wang's gambling losses, it would surely devastate him. Li Wang squatted down, repeatedly striking his head in self-reproach. Sanhua informed Wang Kai that cases like Li Wang's were all too common. He was not alone in this predicament. After sobbing for a while, Li Wang ruminated over his circumstances and realized he had no other options. He called out to Zhao Dehu once more. Wang Zi, if you have something to say, hurry up, I am busy inside. Zhao Dehu replied with a cold demeanor. Brother Hu, about what you mentioned earlier. What did I mention? There are many matters. I have forgotten. Zhao Dehu feigned ignorance, clearly exploiting Li Wang's vulnerability. You said Meng Zi is interested in Xiao Li, Li Wang stammered. Feeling heat rush to his face. Oh, that matter. I recall now, but I have yet to speak with Meng Zi, Zhao Dehu said, clapping his hands and smiling. Zhao Dehu entered the house and called Meng Zi, who was playing cards. After some negotiation from Zhao Dehu, Li Wang reluctantly agreed to allow his wife, Wang Xiaoli, to be presented to Meng Zi, on the condition that Meng Zi would help repay part of Li Wang's debt. This arrangement was known only to the three of them, Li Wang, Zhao Dehu, and Meng Zi. Though it was a desperate and humiliating measure, Li Wang felt he had no other choice. Sanhua knew Li Wang was in serious trouble but felt powerless to help, given his own family's dire circumstances. Wang Kai observed them playing cards inside, and Sanhua pulled him aside to explain the deal struck between Li Wang and Zhao Dehu. Wang Kai's expression turned complex as he silently cursed the gamblers, knowing full well the harm they caused yet still participating. Wang Kai, I know you've been doing well lately. Could you lend Wang Zi some money to settle his debts? Otherwise, he might end up selling his wife, Sanhua pleaded with Wang Kai. I have no money. I've spent it all on building my house. I have only a few hundred yuan left, which is insufficient, Wang Kai replied truthfully. Alas, then we can only watch as Li Wang's wife is toyed with, Sanhua said sadly, lowering his head. After contemplating for a while, Wang Kai finally mustered the courage to address Sanhua. I may not have money, but I understand the tricks of the card game and can help Li Wang win back his funds. Really? Sanhua perked up instantly. Yes, Wang Kai affirmed with a nod. No, Meng Zi will surely cheat. You won't stand a chance against him. Sanhua suddenly recalled that Meng Zi had never lost. Do not worry. If we lose, I will take responsibility, Wang Kai said, handing over 100 yuan. What is this for? Tell Li Wang to use this 100 yuan as capital to enter the game and play dice with Meng Zi. He should not be afraid, Wang Kai instructed earnestly. Can this really work? Sanhua remained skeptical. How could Wang Kai guarantee that Li Wang would win? Since it was Wang Kai's money, Li Wang would not suffer a loss, so Sanhua still wanted Li Wang to try. When Li Wang heard Sanhua's suggestion, he shook his head vigorously, doubting Wang Kai's ability to help him win. After much persuasion from Sanhua, Li Wang still lacked confidence. Faced with the impending reality of handing over his beautiful wife to Meng Zi, he felt compelled to take the risk. Zhao Dehu eyed Li Wang suspiciously, unaware of the earlier developments. In an instant, Li Wang had changed his mind and decided to play dice alone with Meng Zi. Meng Zi, however, did not think much of it. He was confident in his skills and sure he would win. Finally, Meng Zi and Li Wang sat at opposite sides of the table, preparing for a final showdown. Li Wang, feeling uncertain, pulled out the 100 yuan given by Wang Kai and placed it on the table, thinking that if he lost, he would simply accept it. Meng Zi rolled a sequence, leaving Li Wang feeling even more uncertain. He absent-mindedly shook the dice and set them on the table. Wang Kai, having never engaged in such a venture, was unsure of the outcome. Spirit domain whisper, Wang Kai projected a thought into his mind. In his mind's eye, all three dice inside the cup aligned perfectly. Wang Zi, what's wrong? Afraid to let go? Li Wang hesitated, his hand resting on the cup, while Zhao Dehu laughed from the side. Indeed, what is keeping you? Wang Kai playfully tapped Li Wang's shoulder. Li Wang glanced at Wang Kai, then turned away, closing his eyes and steeling himself to reveal the cup. 3 kings. Incredible. Both Meng Zi and Zhao Dehu along with Sanwa, expressed their astonishment. Li Wang, eyes shut tight, dared not look. Hearing the proclamation of 3 kings, he finally opened his eyes to confirm the result. Tears of joy welled up as he exclaimed, "How miraculous!" Meng Zi remained unimpressed. After all, winning a round in a game was not an uncommon occurrence. As the second round commenced, it was Li Wang's turn to roll first. Wang Kai, utilizing the power of the spirit domain, conjured a sequence again. Meng Zi, however, remained expressionless as he rolled 3 kings himself. Wang Kai observed, impressed. Meng Zi was indeed skilled at manipulating the dice. It seemed that winning back 10,000 yuan would not be an easy feat as previously agreed. In the third round, Wang Kai refrained from intervening, and Li Wang lost again. This time, with the initial capital lost, Li Wang found himself utterly broke. Just moments ago, brimming with confidence, Li Wang now slumped despondently onto a stool. "Wang Zi, are you still in the game?" Meng Zi gazed at Li Wang with a triumphant glint in his eyes, contemplating Li Wang's beautiful wife. "I've run out of money. I'm done playing," Li Wang said weakly. "If you're not going to play, then go home and bring your wife here. Tonight, I intend to indulge," Meng Zi declared audaciously before Zhao Dahu and Sanwa, uttering crude words. "You are being excessively overbearing," Li Wang retorted, rising to point at Meng Zi, his teeth clenched in anger. "What does it matter? If I bully you, so what? If you're unconvinced, come and play." Meng Zi continued to provoke Li Wang. "Let us play big this time," Li Wang thought, feeling uncertain but resolved. "Playing big? What do you have to wager?" Zhao Dahu interjected. "I'll bet my entire stake of 10,000 borrowed from Brother Hu, plus interest. If I win, Meng Zi returns the money. If I lose, my wife goes to him, and I'll have nothing left." At this moment, Li Wang had decided to go all in, as the first round had already validated that Wang Kai could assist him. "Wang Zi, you're being quite unreasonable," Zhao Dahu thought to himself, calculating the situation and sensing something amiss. "What's wrong? You already agreed to use your wife as collateral. Now you're betting her again? That's essentially wagering twice on the same bet, which is clearly unfair," Zhao Dahu deduced with keen insight. "Never mind. It's just 10,000. It doesn't matter. I've promised you. Let us go." Meng Zi spoke confidently, never anticipating his own defeat. Zhao Dahu remained silent, still pondering how the stakes should be calculated. They rolled the dice to determine the order. This time, Meng Zi went first. After a vigorous shake, he astonishingly rolled 3 sixes, the highest possible combination. "Haha, it's in the bag." Meng Zi laughed heartily. "Wang Zi, what are you even rolling for?" "You've lost," Zhao Dahu chimed in, grinning, convinced that even if Li Wang rolled 6 points, it would only be a tie. Li Wang felt despondent, his hands trembling. After a moment of hesitation, he finally released the dice. "It's truly 3 sixes," Sanwa exclaimed in excitement, eyes wide with disbelief. "This is unbelievable. You actually rolled 3 sixes," Zhao Dao muttered, astonished. As Meng Zi, initially confident of victory, was left in shock at the unexpected tie, they decided to play another round. This time, Wang Kai, cautious, transmitted information to Li Wang after Meng Zi's turn, using his powers. He manipulated the dice within the cup, resulting in a roll of 2, 3, and 5. Meng Zi revealed his hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What a shame." Zhao Da's face turned pale upon seeing the outcome. "Haha, the smallest combination. Wang Zi wins without even needing to roll," Sanwa declared in delight. "Of course. How could you not roll something? What if Wang Zi rolled a 0? Zhao Dahu hastily interrupted, secretly hoping for a 0. Now, Li Wang felt no pressure, confidently rolling the dice. Wang Kai, realizing he could control the outcome, aimed to provoke Zhao Dahu further. In short, he used his powers to alter Li Wang's roll to 1, 4, and 6, a slight edge over Meng Zi. "Damn it," Meng Zi shouted, furious, slamming his fist on the table. The commotion drew others in, curious about the unfolding drama. Upon learning that Li Wang had won with a 1 against Meng Zi's 0, everyone was astounded by the sheer luck. "A wager is a wager. I have no choice but to tear up your IOUs," Zhao Dahu reluctantly conceded. "I refuse to accept this. I'll keep playing." "I can't believe this," Meng Zi protested vehemently, pointing at Li Wang. "Haha, I'm done playing. I'll take my winnings and leave," Li Wang said, rising with a smile. "You coward." Meng Zi spat in anger. Li Wang, intending to retaliate verbally, was pulled away by Sanwa. Wang Kai nodded to Sanwa, who understood and hurriedly led Li Wang away. By midnight, the gamblers were still fervently playing cards, with some reveling in joy while others despaired, one even venting his frustration by slamming the table. "Freeze! Hands up!" echoed authoritative shouts as bright flashlights illuminated the room. A multitude of officers entered, swiftly apprehending everyone present and seizing all gambling stakes. Zhao Dahu and Mengzi were taken away. When Zhao Haizi received the news, the jeep had already left the village some time ago. Infuriated, he raged, unsure whether he was cursing his son or the informant. Zhao Haizi and the village head, Zhao Motzi, traveled to town that night, seeking assistance and spending considerable sums, resulting in significant distress for Zhao Haizi. He vowed that whoever had reported them would face dire consequences. Li Wang was terrified. Despite his gratitude towards Wang Kai, he feared Zhao Haizi discovering his involvement. Though his family was impoverished, he managed to prepare 2 dishes to invite Wang Kai and Sanwa for a drink. After several toasts, Sanwa opened up, discussing how Zhao Dahu exploited the youth through gambling, ruining many lives. Not only did Zhao Dahu profit from it, but he also engaged in usury, leaving several young men in debt and too frightened to return home. Wang Kai, with your abilities, you could win a fortune in Zhao Dahu's gambling den. Why are you in such a rush to report him? Li Wang inquired, puzzled by Wang Cai's intentions. Who am I winning from? It's merely the hard-earned money of the impoverished around here. I can't bring myself to do it. Besides, if I win, I'd be drawn into it myself. Wang Kai replied earnestly. Exactly. Wang Kai refuses to accept dirty money. Henceforth, none of us shall indulge in gambling. Sanwa concurred with Wang Kai's sentiments. Under Wang Kai's guidance, Li Wang and Sanwa reached out to a few others, collectively drafting a letter to expose Zhao Dahu's crimes. Initially, Zhao Haizi had been making connections, and it seemed Zhao Dahu would soon be released, but upon receiving the report, no one dared to release him. Wang Kai felt a sense of relief. Having dealt with Zhao Dahu, and subsequently intended to address Zhao Haizi's sons one by one. In the eastern part of Huai Tree Village, surrounded by mountains, multiple rivers converged to form a modest reservoir. From the mountain's peak, the water's surface resembled an ancient turtle, earning the reservoir the name Turtle Mountain Reservoir. The reservoir, embraced by mountains on 3 sides, boasted picturesque scenery, and local villagers often visited for leisure. During his childhood, Wang Kai frequently went fishing there with Erga and Sampang. After returning for several days, he hadn't visited the reservoir yet. Wang Kai arrived at the water's edge, seated and admiring the beautiful lake. A school of fish, seemingly in a frenzy, leaped out of the water, soaring a meter high. After consuming wild rabbits and pheasants lately, he had yet to enjoy fish. Seeing the abundance of fish, Wang Kai felt a surge of excitement, stripping off his clothes and plunging into the water to catch them. Unbeknownst to him, the fish were either in a conference or on an excursion, clustering together closely. Wang Kai effortlessly caught several fish weighing around 2 pounds each. He broke a branch, inserting it through the gills and out of the mouth, ensuring the fish could not escape. After catching 5 fish, the school, sensing danger, scattered in a panic. Well, these 5 will suffice, he thought, emerging from the water, dressing, and preparing to head back. Stop. Do you know the consequences of stealing fish? A voice boomed from behind. Wang Kai turned to find 4 men standing there, unfamiliar faces, clearly not from Huai Tree Village. Stealing fish? Whose fish am I stealing? Wang Kai questioned, perplexed. Don't play dumb. Everyone knows this reservoir has been contracted out, a burly man in his 30s replied. Contracted out? By whom? Wang Kai asked, even more confused. 5 years ago. Aside from chasing wild rabbits up the mountain, one would come here to catch fish and shrimp, with no one to oversee the activities. What are those few people doing? Boss Zhao has contracted the reservoir for 2 years now. Are you feigning ignorance? Chapter 32. Fishing in the Reservoir, the Enmity of Eru. Boss Zhao? What's his name? I don't know him. Wang Kai asked, bewildered. It's the illustrious Zhao Eru, Boss Zhao. You must not be a local. The man continued. Zhao Eru? Contracting the reservoir? I've never heard of such a thing. As Wang Kai pondered this, several individuals approached and snatched away his fish. Wang Kai thought, since Zhao Eru has contracted the reservoir, if they don't allow fishing, then so be it. Taking my catch is another matter. Come, accompany us, 2 individuals said, each grasping one of Wang Kai's arms, intent on taking him away. Where to? To meet the boss. You've stolen fish and think you can just walk away? They shouted in unison. I've given you the fish. Why do you want to take me? Wang Kai was increasingly confused. These people were likely hired by Zhao Eru. All from the same village, yet they were so fierce. Not far from the reservoir, Zhao Eru approached. Boss, this person has been caught stealing fish. One of the men pointed at Wang Kai, eager to claim credit. Ah, it's Lu Wang Kai. So you've come to steal fish? Zhao Eru exclaimed with delight. Finally having caught him. It's just 2 fish. I've given them to you. Why are you still apprehending me? Wang Kai retorted angrily. Watch your mouth. The man shoved Wang Kai, speaking menacingly. Lu Wang Kai, do you know the consequences of falling into my hands? Zhao Eru said with a smug grin. It's merely 2 fish. What can you do to me? Wang Kai replied, unyielding. Even one fish is theft. Prepare to face imprisonment. Zhao Eru laughed heartily, his tone turning severe. Wang Kai thought Zhao Eru was merely trying to intimidate him, chuckling as he said, fine, I'll await your accusation. Zhao Eru was somewhat taken aback. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently encountered individuals sneaking into fish, and merely threatening them with imprisonment had made them plead for mercy and settle matters privately. The so-called private settlement involved accepting a fine. Zhao Eru had amassed a considerable amount of money through such tactics. The men were workers hired by Zhao Eru from outside the area to oversee the reservoir. He avoided hiring locals since they all knew each other. When faced with fish thieves, it was difficult for them to act due to personal connections. Outsiders, however, were unknown, and upon seeing someone fishing, they would intimidate and extort money. Brother, don't be foolish. Stealing fish is a grave offense. If we send you to the station, you won't be able to get out, one of the men told Wang Kai. Haha, I've been inside before, don't think you can scare me. Wang Kai replied calmly, unyielding to threats. The men had no choice but to take him to the 2 small houses nearby where they resided. Zhao Eru was already waiting there. Upon seeing Wang Kai being pushed in, Zhao Eru stood up and swung his fist at him. Wang Kai quickly utilized his mystical power, redirecting Zhao Eru's punch to the face of the man holding his arm. With a resounding smack, the man staggered back, clutching his face. Zhao Eru, initially elated at hitting his target, soon realized he had miscalculated, striking his worker instead. Blood streamed from the man's nose as he rolled on the ground. Zhao Eru stared at his fist, bewildered. How had he ended up hitting the worker instead of Wang Kai? Refusing to back down, Zhao Eru leaped again, kicking at Wang Kai's abdomen. Again, Wang Kai employed his mystical power, redirecting Zhao Eru's foot to another man's stomach. With a thud, the man stumbled back several steps before collapsing, his head striking the wall, nearly knocking him unconscious. What an oddity! Zhao Eru scratched his head, utterly perplexed. One man had a bloody nose, and the other had a lump on his head, both sprawled on the ground. In a panic, Zhao Eru quickly called for the other 2 to assist in helping the 2 injured men inside. Zhao Eru, are you still going to hit me? If you don't, I'm leaving, Wang Kai taunted from the back, deliberately trying to provoke him. Get lost, Zhao Eru shouted in frustration, pointing at Wang Kai, seething. Wang Kai laughed as he walked away, but after a few steps, he recalled the fish still lying on the ground. He turned back, picked up the fish, and thought about making fish soup. As he walked back down the mountain path, feeling invigorated, he began to sing a mountain song. The mountain wind blows through the bamboo grove. Oh brother, my heart is in disarray. Sister, like a flower on the branch, you often haunt my dreams. By the riverside, waiting for the girl, when will we hold hands together? Wang Kai sang with a flair he hadn't exhibited in years. Lu Wang Kai. Just as Wang Kai was singing, someone called out from the left hillside. Who is it? Startled, he halted and looked around but saw no one. Who is calling me? If you don't speak up, I'm leaving, Wang Kai said as he prepared to depart. Lu Wang Kai, it really is you. After walking less than 10 meters, a woman descended from the hillside, blocking his path. She had 2 long braids and wore a floral checkered top, carrying a bamboo basket. It's you. What are you doing here? Wang Kai finally recognized Zhao Eru's sister, Zhao Xiaoya. I'm gathering herbs on the mountain, Zhao Xiaoya replied, visibly pleased to see Wang Kai. Here, I caught a few fish. I'll give you 2, Wang Kai said, removing 2 fish, impaling them on a branch, and handing them to Zhao Xiaoya. Wang Kai, it's been so long since I've seen you, Zhao Xiaoya said, blushing as she quietly accepted the fish into her basket. Really, it's nothing between us, Wang Kai replied, preparing to leave with the fish. Lu Wang Kai, are you going to deny it after pulling up your pants? Zhao Xiaoya raised her voice in frustration. Why are you shouting? What is wrong with me? Wang Kai asked. That day on the southern hillside, you're pretending to be confused, Zhao Xiaoya said, lowering her head. Oh, now I remember. I almost forgot. Well, since you're looking at me today, take a good look, Wang Kai said, turning in circles before Zhao Xiaoya. Scoundrel, it's not like I'm pursuing you. Why am I the scoundrel? Wang Kai laughed. Wang Kai, I don't want to cling to you, but I truly can't forget you, Zhao Xiaoya confessed, hugging Wang Kai around the waist. Hey, that is inappropriate. What if someone sees us? Wang Kai exclaimed, feeling flustered but reluctant to push her away. Ma. The sound of sheep bleating reached Wang Kai's ears, indicating that the old shepherd was nearby with his flock. The old shepherd is coming, Wang Kai whispered to Zhao Xiaoya. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoya quickly released her hold. Indeed, on the hillside ahead, the old shepherd was herding his sheep toward them. Zhao Xiaoya reluctantly let go of Wang Kai. Wang Kai mused to himself. This woman appears gentle and elegant, yet her actions are wildly impulsive. Passing by the entrance of Chow Yutong's home, he noticed Chow Yutong weeding in the garden. Upon seeing Wang Kai approach, he quickly laid down his hoe, walked over, and grasped Wang Kai's hand, exclaiming, "Wang Kai, you are my savior." Chapter 33. Sister-in-law weeping, treating the sheep's illness. Uncle, it was just a small effort. Why the formalities? Alas, you pulled me back from the gates of hell. I will remember your kindness for a lifetime, Chow Yutong said earnestly, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to find the right words. Uncle, if you feel indebted, just bow to me, Wang Kai chuckled. To Wang Kai's surprise, Chow Yutong actually knelt down, but Wang Kai quickly supported him, preventing him from falling to the ground. Uncle, I was just joking. You took it seriously, Wang Kai said, gently patting Chow Yutong's back. Wang Kai, come inside. Aunt is making you egg tea, Aunt Chow called out as she emerged from the courtyard. Noticing Wang Kai conversing with the old man, Aunt Chow, I can't go. Are you trying to barter my fish for a bowl of egg tea? I'm not falling for that, Wang Kai replied, lifting the fish and preparing to leave. This child, Aunt Chow smiled, pointing at Wang Kai. He took a couple of steps but turned back, handing her a fish. Under the big locust tree, only one woman was knitting. As the gossip had subsided and few people visited lately, Wang Kai, where did you catch such big fish? Sister Tsuehua, noticing the two fish in Wang Kai's hand, stood up with envy. Sister, let me touch one, and I'll give you a fish. How about that? Wang Kai joked. That's not fair. If I touch, I want to fish. Tsuehua retorted, not backing down. All right then, I won't touch it. I'll just give you one, Wang Kai replied, handing her a fish. Are you serious? Tsuehua thought he was joking, but was taken aback when he actually gave it to her, unsure whether to accept it. Lu Wang Kai, always keep my word, he declared, thumping his chest. I can't just take your fish. Here, let me touch a bit, Tsuehua said, leaning in. Seeing her earnestness, Wang Kai grabbed the last fish and ran off. You little rascal, you can't escape this. Tsuehua laughed as she headed home with the fish. Wang Kai looked back, realizing he had gone from 5 fish to just 1 by the time he got home. Fortunately, it would suffice for a hearty soup. Upon entering, he heard his sister-in-law crying, startling him. Sister, what's wrong? He asked with concern. The goat is about to die, she sobbed, pointing to a frail goat lying on the ground. Wang Kai recalled his brother mentioning that they had raised this goat for years, relying on it for income from its offspring. Thus, this goat was a long-standing contributor to the family. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could the healing ability he possessed work on animals too? He focused his mind and thought of the technique. With palms up, a warm energy surged through his hands as he placed them on the goat's belly. Congratulations. You have successfully healed a beneficial animal and gained special energy materials. Astonished, Wang Kai observed the goat not only standing up, but also looking much healthier. Bah! It bleated and ran outside. His sister, still crying, looked up in shock as the goat frolicked outside, having seemingly recovered in mere moments. She rushed out to see it grazing. Wang Kai, look, our goat is better, she exclaimed, pulling him outside to witness the transformation. At that moment, his brother returned with a knife. What do you need that for? Wang Kai gasped. Your sister said the goat was dying, so I was going to kill it. His brother replied, heading into the yard. You fool, can't you see the goat is alive and well? Wang Kai pointed toward the goat. His brother turned around and, realizing the goat was lively and eating grass, paused. Sister, I caught a fish. Let's make fish soup, Wang Kai suggested, indicating the fish on the ground. His sister began to prepare it while he observed the goat, still aware of its frail condition. If only he could fatten it up. With that thought, he sent a message to his mind, wishing to help the goat gain weight. The healing ability is working. Please cooperate. Wang Kai concentrated, visualizing the goat as robust and plump. Congratulations, you have successfully utilized the healing ability. The brain confirmed his success. Looking at the goat again, he was amazed at its transformation. It was now plump and healthy, entirely different from moments before. This power was astonishing. If it continued, he would hardly need to work in the fields. His sister's culinary skills shone as she prepared the fish, and while they dined, a plump goat wandered into the yard. Whose goat is this? How did it end up here? His brother murmured, trying to shoo it away. The goat circled the yard obstinately, refusing to leave. His sister, equally frustrated, joined in to push the goat out. Wang Kai laughed, observing the scene. Why are you laughing? Come help us. His sister scolded him. That is our goat. Where do you think you're taking it? Wang Kai replied. Idiot, how could that be our goat? You've been back for days and still can't recognize it. His sister teased. His brother examined the goat closely and noticed its tail had a patch of black fur. This is indeed our goat. Look, it has a mark, he pointed out. Astonished, they realized the goat, which had been on the brink of death just hours ago, was now vibrant and plump. Wang Kai truly is our fortune bringer. his sister proclaimed. What do you mean by that? His brother asked, confused by her statement. Since Wang Kai returned, Wei had plenty to eat and even moved into a new house. The goat that was dying is now healthy and plump. This is all thanks to him. She counted the recent changes on her fingers. Indeed, her brother conceded, scratching his head. As night fell, his sister continued to stroke the now healthy goat, reluctant to sleep. Sister, why aren't you going to bed? Wang Kai inquired. Sleeping is dull. I'd rather be with the goat, she replied casually. Chapter 34. Midnight Goat Theft and a Lesson for Zhao Eru. Wang Kai immediately understood his brother's predicament. He couldn't fulfill his sister's needs, leaving her frustrated. However, without special energy, he couldn't cure his brother's ailment, so he could only let her endure a bit longer. Wang Kai remained silent and returned to his room. Awakening in the middle of the night, he wondered if his sister had gone to bed. Stepping outside, he noticed in the moonlight a goat at the door engaged in a tug-of-war with someone. The figure was tall and didn't resemble his sister. Could it be his brother? No, it didn't seem like him either. Could someone be trying to steal the goat? Quietly approaching, he discerned it was Zhao Eru, who, despite failing to deal with Wang Kai during the day, had inadvertently harmed 2 workers. Frustrated, he had circled Wang Kai's home and, spotting the plump goat in the yard, attempted to lead it away. With all his strength, he grasped the goat's horns, trying to pull it through the gate. The goat, firmly planted on the ground, wouldn't budge an inch. That scoundrel Zhao Eru thinks he can steal from me. Let us see how I deal with you, Wang Kai thought angrily, remaining silent. Zhao Eru swayed back and forth, pulling hard on the goat, which inched forward only slightly. As time passed with the goat's rear positioned downward, it could no longer hold back and began to urinate with a splash. Wang Kai seized the opportunity, hastily employing the ethereal force of his spirit domain. In his mind, the goat's urine sprayed towards Zhao Eru's face. Zhao Eru, caught entirely off guard, could hardly fathom how the goat's urine, projected backwards, had landed upon his own visage with such force. He cursed audibly, only to have the foul liquid inadvertently enter his mouth. Ugh. Zhao Eru wiped the goat urine from his face, utterly mortified, nearly retching from the experience. The goat bleated twice and turned towards the center of the courtyard. Zhao Eru, entangled with the goat, disregarded the urine on his face and rushed to grasp its leg. Wang Kai once again summoned the ethereal force, and the goat's leg forcefully propelled backward, striking Zhao Eru squarely on the shoulder. Ouch! The goat, now not only large but also vigorous, caused Zhao Eru to release his grip on the goat's leg, clutching his shoulder in pain, grimacing in agony. Damn it, if I can't handle Lu Wang Kai, how can I deal with you, beast? Zhao Eru muttered through clenched teeth, cursing the goat. Not finished with his tirade, he charged forward once more. This time, under Wang Kai's manipulation, Zhao Eru stumbled and fell, landing directly beneath the goat's tail. The goat bleated in surprise, having heard tales of boastfulness but never expected to witness such absurdity. Zhao Eru, you scoundrel, insulting my family's you in the dead of night. Wang Kai laughed uproariously, thoroughly amused. Covered in goat urine, Zhao Eru was in a state of utter despair. Upon hearing Wang Kai's laughter, he finally noticed Wang Kai standing not far away. Zhao Eru was speechless, his face burning with shame. After all, he had ventured into someone else's home at night to steal a goat, only to be humiliated by the very creature he sought to pilfer. Without further ado, he turned to flee. Wang Kai, once again wielding the ethereal force, caused Zhao Eru to collide headlong with the doorframe. Ouch! Stars danced before Zhao Eru's eyes as he crouched down, cradling his head. Zhao Eru, how dare you attempt to steal a goat in the dead of night? How does it feel? Wang Kai knelt down, grinning as he inquired. Zhao Eru was utterly bewildered, inwardly cursing that wretched Lu Wang Kai, wondering what strange techniques he had acquired to leave him in such a state of disarray. After their previous encounter beneath the old locust tree and yesterday at the reservoir, Zhao Eru had grown fearful, convinced that Wang Kai had learned some mystical arts. He dared not linger any longer, suppressing his pain, and fled with haste. Wang Kai, eager to pursue Zhao Eru further, was met with a notification. Insufficient energy. Damn it. You are fortunate indeed. As Wang Kai watched Zhao Eru retreat, he turned just in time to collide with his sister-in-law. Xiang Cao had been tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and upon hearing the goat's bleat, she sprang up. She happened to witness Zhao Eru crashing into the door. Xiang Cao hurried over, but by the time she arrived, Zhao Eru had already fled, and in Wang Kai's turn, they collided into each other. A wave of fragrant softness enveloped Wang Kai's senses. Sister-in-law, he stammered, blushing and quickly stepping back. Xiang Cao, momentarily dazed, lost her balance as Wang Kai retreated, stumbling and nearly falling. Wang Kai instinctively reached out to steady her. And in that moment, her entire weight fell upon him. "Sister-in-law, please, get off me," Wang Kai exclaimed, flustered as he attempted to assist her. In the heat of the moment, his hands inadvertently found themselves on her prominent features. What began as a minor accident turned into an entangled situation at the doorway. "Wang Kai, you are truly not a man," Xiang Cao declared, seated on the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Sister-in-law, what have I done? I am your sister-in-law. What is there to fear? Am I going to eat you?" she retorted with a playful scorn. "No, sister-in-law, I cannot betray my brother," Wang Kai stammered, fully aware of her intentions. Your brother, that is all you remember? You would let your sister-in-law weep? Sister-in-law, please get up and return to sleep," Wang Kai urged, turning to head back inside. "You," Xiang Cao pointed at Wang Kai's retreating figure, so enraged she could not articulate her frustration. Wang Zhu awakened. Noticing Xiang Cao was absent, hearing voices outside, he hurried out. "Wang Kai, who is speaking?" he inquired, spotting Wang Kai just as he was about to re-enter the house. "Sister-in-law?" Wang Kai gestured towards the doorway. "Why are you crying in the middle of the night?" Wang Zhu approached the door, noticing his wife in tears, and asked with confusion. "It's him." "Who? What has he done to you?" Wang Zhu's heart tightened as he frowned, seeking answers. "If only he had done something to me," Xiang Cao remarked cryptically. "Oh, it's just my brother playing a prank. Don't take it to heart," Wang Zhu assumed, thinking Wang Kai had bullied his sister-in-law. "You are truly oblivious." Xiang Cao huffed angrily as she stormed inside, slamming the door behind her. Wang Zhu shut the main door, but found himself unable to re-enter. After several knocks, Xiang Cao remained unresponsive, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. Hearing the commotion, Wang Kai emerged to find his brother squatting at the door, motioning for him to come inside and rest. "Wang Kai, don't take your sister-in-law's antics to heart. Women can be like that," Wang Zhu explained, trying to ease the tension. "Brother, it's all right. I understand that sister-in-law has her reasons," Wang Kai responded with a carefree demeanor. "Your sister-in-law is wonderful, but she has a tendency to fly off the handle for no reason, and I am powerless to change that. You are not that far apart in age. What do you think is going on with her?" The two brothers found themselves in a deep conversation. "Brother, I am hesitant to say, but women can be quite demanding. Perhaps she simply hasn't had enough to eat," Wang Kai suggested without directness. "I used to believe that, but we have plenty of rice and flour at home now. How could she possibly go hungry?" Wang Zhu countered, shaking his head in disagreement. "Brother, when I say not enough to eat, I don't mean food in the literal sense," Wang Kai clarified, bewildered that his brother did not grasp this fundamental concept. "What do you mean?" Chapter 35, Ambushed. A treasure in the water. "Forget it. Let us not discuss it." Wang Kai thought it wise to refrain from elaborating further, knowing that his brother needed clarity. "I am your brother. What is there to hide?" Wang Zhu pressed, demanding a clear explanation. "Brother, the act between a man and a woman is akin to dining. If you cannot satisfy her, she will always feel hungry," Wang Kai finally articulated, after much contemplation. No, your sister-in-law has said she does not care about that," Wang Zhu remarked, playfully nudging Wang Kai. "Ah, brother, it is said that women often speak in riddles. Don't you understand this?" Wang Kai chuckled, looking at his brother with amusement. "Wang Kai, I have long said this. If I cannot satisfy her, why won't you help me?" Wang Zhu finally caught on to the implication in Wang Kai's words, hesitating for a moment before beginning to express his grievances. Wang Kai nearly burst into laughter at the innocent sincerity of his brother, patiently explaining, "Brother, aside from this matter, I can assist you with anything else. You truly have no conscience. If you do not help me, how can you bear to let your sister-in-law seek comfort in the arms of another man?" Wang Zhu glared at Wang Kai, a hint of anger in his voice. "Brother, rest assured, I am devising a plan. You can trust that I will find a way to remedy your situation." "Nonsense. I have already shown you. It is impossible for anything to grow back." Wang Zhu lamented despondently. The brothers conversed throughout the night, discussing their present troubles, then reminiscing about Wang Kai's childhood. Wang Kai had never forgotten the hardships his brother endured to sustain himself, facing scorn and suffering countless tribulations. He silently vowed to heal his brother's ailment and grant him a life of joy. The next day, after lunch, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, Wang Kai found himself wandering aimlessly, eventually arriving once more at the reservoir's edge. The heat of the day was oppressive, and beneath a small tree, he discovered a stone slab measuring over a meter in length. Wang Kai reclined upon the stone, feeling the refreshing breeze wash over his overheated body. He absent-mindedly plucked a tuft of foxtail grass, chewing on it idly. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed someone gazing in his direction from a distance. Moments later, two more individuals appeared. Wang Kai felt a sense of unease, pondering whether those who had been watching the reservoir had returned. Sensing something amiss, he straightened up to assess the situation. Turning his head, he indeed saw the same group of individuals from the previous day, one of whom had a bandage wrapped around his face. As they noticed Wang Kai sitting up, they slowly approached. "What is the matter? I haven't caught any fish today. Are you looking for trouble?" Before they had a chance to speak, Wang Kai took the initiative. "Hee, we're just passing by. It's not personal." They replied with forced smiles. "Where's your boss?" Wang Kai casually inquired, glancing at the mountains across the reservoir. "The boss is over there fishing. He'll be here shortly," they said, sitting beside Wang Kai, engaging in idle chatter. Uncertain of their intentions, Wang Kai refrained from speaking out of turn. Before long, Zhao Eru indeed walked over. Holding a sizable carp weighing 3 to 4 kilograms, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Wang Kai, yesterday was a misunderstanding. Look at this fish, how about it?" Wang Kai retorted. "What does that have to do with me?" "It's a gift for you," Zhao Eru said, extending the fish toward him. "Wang Kai, what trick are you up to this time?" Wang Kai queried directly, fully aware Zhao Eru had no good intentions. "Brother, what do you take me for? It's just a fish. I can afford it. It's yours for free." As Zhao Eru placed the fish into the water and used a large stone to hold it down, Wang Kai ignored him. Zhao Eru continued to flatter him, praising Wang Kai's abilities. Despite possessing 2 abilities bestowed by the ancient locust tree, Wang Kai was still a mere mortal. Flattery began to inflate Wang Kai's ego. Ultimately, he felt that after last night's encounter with the goat that subdued Zhao Eru, the latter had grown fearful of him, possibly seeking to mend their relationship. As dusk approached, Zhao Eru urged, "Brother, the fish is right by the water's edge. If you don't take it, it'll seem like you're looking down on me." With such words spoken, Wang Kai thought it would be foolish not to accept the fish, lest Zhao Eru believed he hadn't forgiven him. Resolutely, he stood and moved towards the water, grasping the branch with the fish while shifting the large stone. Zhao Eru and his companions followed closely behind. "What are you standing around for? Hurry and help," Zhao Eru signaled, and the others hastily stepped up behind Wang Kai. "No need for assistance. I can manage on my own." Wang Kai thought Zhao Eru had changed too rapidly. Yesterday he was a ferocious wolf, yet today he resembled a docile goat. While speaking, he kept his head down. Suddenly, with a splash, Wang Kai was unexpectedly pushed into the water. "Damn it," he cursed, swallowing a few mouthfuls of water. Just as he emerged, Zhao Eru struck him on the head with a bamboo pole. Before Wang Kai could react, the pole came crashing down. "Ouch," he yelped, nearly losing consciousness. Zhao Eru swung the pole repeatedly on the water's surface while the others picked up stones and hurled them at Wang Kai. Realizing he could not stay there any longer, Wang Kai took a deep breath and dove beneath the surface, swimming towards the center of the reservoir. "Boss, is this kid dead?" The one who had been struck the previous day asked Zhao Eru after a prolonged silence. "He is not that weak, is he?" Zhao Eru replied, equally puzzled. They stared at the water's surface for a long time, but Wang Kai did not resurface. "Boss, let us get out of here. Killing someone will cost us dearly." A few outsiders panicked. Hastily, they left. Zhao Eru did not voice his concerns, but was apprehensive. He only intended to teach Wang Kai a lesson. Yet he feared the boy might drown. Wang Kai had often bathed in rivers since childhood, accustomed to being submerged for extended periods. The deeper he swam into the reservoir, the colder and more pressurized the water became. Just as he felt overwhelmed, he caught a blurry glimpse of a turtle lying ahead. This turtle was an enormous 2 meters wide, and upon noticing Wang Kai, it extended its head. Wang Kai recalled catching small turtles weighing a kilogram or 2 as a child. Yet this one was far too large. He had heard from elders that encountering a giant turtle was perilous, and offending such creatures could lead to death. This turtle was much larger than a pot lid, clearly a turtle king. Realizing this, Wang Kai clasped his hands together and bowed 3 times to the ancient creature. "I want to capture you. I've bowed thrice, so I haven't offended you. Please let me pass." However, as he turned, the turtle blocked his path. Turning again, the turtle similarly obstructed him. Wang Kai felt anxious, unable to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, he remembered the power of the spiritual domain. He projected a thought. "Please, old turtle, move aside. Greetings, the 1,000-year-old turtle sage is offering you the reincarnation pearl. Do you wish to decline?" "What is the reincarnation pearl for?" he inquired. "The reincarnation pearl can synergize with the swift spirit, restoring what was lost 20 years ago." "How remarkable. I want it," Wang Kai exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at the turtle. The ancient creature opened its mouth, dropping a gleaming pearl. Wang Kai hurriedly caught it and bowed 3 times in gratitude. When he looked again, the old turtle had vanished. Who would have thought that being pushed into the water by Zhao Eru would lead to such a treasure? If Zhao Era knew, he'd be furious. With the precious pearl in hand, Wang Kai dared not linger, fearing it might slip from his grasp. When he resurfaced, he realized he was still far from the shore. His heart raced. Although he was an excellent swimmer, he had never ventured this far. It would take a long time to swim back. Taking a deep breath, he decided to dive again, believing he could swim faster underwater. As he submerged, it felt as if two hands were pushing him from behind, and he heard a rushing sound by his ears. Startled, he surfaced to find he had already reached the shore. Could it be the old turtle was aiding me? Sitting on a stone by the bank, he quickly retrieved the pearl, which sparkled brilliantly, a true treasure. Noticing the bamboo pole and fish still there, he realized Zhao Eru and the others had long since disappeared. You scoundrel Zhao Eru, I want to forget this. Wang Kai cursed inwardly as he returned home. His sister-in-law was overjoyed to see him with another fish. Wang Kai, where did you catch this? She exclaimed. Wang Zhu, however, was less pleased, frowning as he questioned, from the reservoir? I must warn you, don't cause me any more trouble. His brother's expression shifted to one of fear as he looked at Wang Kai. What's wrong? Do you know that Zhao Eru has taken over the reservoir? Many people have been swindled out of money trying to catch fish, Wang Zhu said, trembling with apprehension. It's fine. Zhao Eru wouldn't dare do anything to me. Wang Kai replied dismissively, smiling. You'll regret it one day, Wang Zhu said angrily, turning away. His sister-in-law approached, smiling to comfort him. Don't mind him. He.S. just a coward. Yes, I know, sister-in-law. Look at this. Wang Kai suddenly recalled the pearl, unable to hide his excitement as he produced it. Oh my, where did you get that? It's a treasure. His sister-in-law rushed over, wiping her hands on her clothes to avoid getting the pearl dirty. I want to tell you. Wang Kai teased. You brat, are you playing with me? Just wait till I deal with you. Xiang Cao was also delighted, playfully tapping Wang Kai on the shoulder. Wang Zhu, initially furious, reconsidered after returning home. He felt he had spoken too harshly. Turning back, he overheard Xiang Cao and Wang Kai frolicking in Wang Cai's room. Vanilla, relentless as ever, yearned to be close to Wang Kai. She could sense a masculine aura emanating from him, something entirely absent from Wang Zhu. Standing at the door, Wang Zhu felt a mixture of emotions. Despite his discomfort, he was pleased. If Vanilla could cultivate a good relationship with Wang Kai, he would remain silent about it. However, Wang Kai felt uneasy, believing that his sister-in-law's actions would only bring him distress. Brother, Wang Kai called out as he noticed his sibling at the entrance. Vanilla turned, her interest interrupted, and cast a disdainful glance at Wang Zhu. What a commotion. I thought something significant was happening, Wang Zhu remarked awkwardly. Look, I found a treasure, Wang Kai exclaimed, retrieving a luminous pearl from his bedside. In the dim room, the pearl's glow intensified. Found. Surely you didn't take it from someone, Wang Zhu questioned skeptically. Feeling as though Wang Kai had returned as a different person, bringing with him a series of inexplicable occurrences that left him unprepared. You truly are a killjoy. Besides being a wet blanket, what else can you do? Vanilla remarked, her discontent with her brother-in-law increasingly evident. Why is it so cool in your room, Wang Kai? It's hot outside, and I can hardly bear the heat in the room to the east. Upon entering Wang Cai's chamber, a refreshing chill enveloped them. Indeed, it is quite pleasant, Vanilla agreed, feeling the coolness as well. Sister-in-law, it's because of this, Wang Kai said, producing a stone pillow from the bedside. As they approached it, the cooling sensation intensified. Wang Kai, you've struck gold. Where did you acquire such treasures? Vanilla playfully punched Wang Cai's shoulder. The stone pillow and the reincarnation pearl, when placed together, illuminated the room with an otherworldly glow, casting a blue light that created a mesmerizing spectacle. Ah, it's beautiful. Truly miraculous. Wang Zhu and Vanilla gazed in awe at the strange brilliance of the two treasures, their mouths agape in admiration. Suddenly, a message flashed in Wang Cai's mind. Hello? A damaged entity over 20 years old has been detected within 10 meters. Would you like assistance in its restoration? Damaged entity over 20 years old? I had no idea. Wang Kai pondered, bombarded with questions. The damaged entity has been scorched by fierce flames, leaving behind only half. The reply came swiftly, yet Wang Kai remained perplexed. As he pressed for further clarity, his mind received no response, leaving him in contemplation, unable to discern the nature of the entity. Sister-in-law, if your brother were not ill, our family would be the happiest, she mused, gazing longingly at the pearl. Since Wang Cai's return, their household had flourished with food and drink, and they resided in a spacious home. Vanilla no longer fretted over empty pots, but bore the burden of sleepless nights. Reflecting on the fact that Wang Zhu, who could not alleviate her worries, slept beside her each night, she felt a longing that compelled her to voice her true feelings. As Wang Kai grappled with the enigma of the damaged entity, he was startled by Vanilla's mention of her brother's illness. Could it be related to his affliction? Years ago, a devastating fire had engulfed their home, and in an act of self-sacrifice, Wangzhu had suffered burns to save him. It had to be. Resolute, Wang Kai transmitted a message to his mind. I wish to restore it. Instantly, a response appeared. Restoration of the damaged entity requires the assistance of the reincarnation pearl. Are you certain? Wang Kai nearly laughed in disbelief. Of course, I am certain. Reminder, the reincarnation pearl can only be used once. It can save you from one calamity. Restoring the damaged entity will consume the pearl. Additionally, restoration requires time and energy. Before commencing, you must consume 3 energy potions, totaling an energy cost of 395 points. Are you still certain? How can it only be used once? If I don't use it now, can it save my life later? Wang Kai wrestled with the moral dilemma of potentially sacrificing his own chance at life for his brother's ailment. What troubles you, Wang Kai? You look rather pale, Vanilla exclaimed, suddenly noticing his somber expression. Are you worried that your sister-in-law might damage the pearl? Wang Zhu, too, recognized Wang Sai's unusual demeanor and asked quietly, Am I so petty? I'm merely observing. How could I damage it? Vanilla retorted, her irritation surfacing. Brother, sister-in-law, I am faced with a difficult choice. What choice? What is going on? Both Wang Zhu and Vanilla inquired simultaneously. Sister-in-law, suppose this pearl were yours. It could save your life. However, your loved one suffers from an ailment that does not impede his daily life. Would you use the pearl to cure him, knowing it would be lost? That's a no-brainer. Of course, I would keep it for my own survival. If he is not in mortal danger, why waste the pearl? Vanilla responded without hesitation. Let me think, Wang Zhu said, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he declared, what sister-in-law said makes sense. If a loved one were on the brink of death, I would use the pearl without hesitation. But since he is not, I would rather keep it for myself. Wang Kai nodded in agreement. You both make valid points. Wang Kai, why are you asking this? The pearl isn't even mine, Vanilla questioned with a smile. Sister-in-law, I must be honest. I believe your brother's ailment can be cured. What? Vanilla appeared incredulous. Wang Kai, don't jest. I've shown you, it cannot be cured. Why do you keep bringing this up? Wang Zhu's discomfort was palpable at the mere mention of his illness. I assure you it can be treated, but doing so will render the pearl useless, Wang Kai insisted earnestly. What? What should we do? Vanilla gasped, unsure of how to respond. Then let us forego the treatment. It would be a shame to waste the pearl. Especially since my condition does not hinder my daily life, Wang Zhu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, we've managed thus far. We're living well. We cannot squander the pearl, Vanilla agreed, contemplating deeply before suddenly voicing her support for her brother's stance. Sister-in-law, I believe we should prioritize treating my brother. I am still young. I am not on the brink of death, and the pearl may not be needed yet. Wang Kai glanced at both Wang Zhu and Vanilla, his expression troubled. Absolutely not. Wang Zhu shook his head vigorously. Vanilla, too, was reluctant to part with the pearl, even if it did not belong to her. Haha, sister-in-law, I was merely jesting. The pearl will not be wasted. It will only be used temporarily. It was evident that both Wang Zhu and Vanilla would prefer to forfeit Wang Zhu's health over losing the pearl. To win their agreement, Wang Kai resorted to fabricating a lie. He instructed Wang Zhu to lie on the bed, palms facing upward, with the pearl nestled in his right hand. He signaled to his mind to consume 3 energy potions. Congratulations, you have consumed 3 energy potions. 6 remain, activating the power of swift convergence. He felt his blood surge toward his hands. As warmth radiated from his palms, the pearl shimmered brightly. Wang Kai placed the pearl atop Wang Zhu's dantian, gently rolling it with his hand. Wang Zhu felt a warm current flowing from Wang Kai's palm throughout his body, akin to being nibbled by ants. The warmth surged through him, and then receded, leaving a tingling sensation. Memories of the fire flickered in Wang Zhu's mind. Chapter 37, The Pearl Vanishes. And the fate of the brother remains uncertain. Wang Kai spared no effort in using the reincarnation pearl to treat Wang Zhu's ailment. Wang Zhu felt waves of warmth traversing his body, each surge converging on the site of his past injuries. In his mind, visions of the inferno resurfaced. At that time, Wang Zhu was preparing to sleep when his adoptive father had asked him to deliver medicine to a lonely elder in a neighboring village. Reluctant, Wang Zhu had thought it should wait until morning. However, he did not dare to argue and reluctantly went to deliver the medicine. The elderly man, hard of hearing, insisted on conversing with Wang Zhu, but his words fell upon deaf ears. Wang Zhu, feeling inexplicably agitated, finally managed to extricate himself from the old man's grasp. Upon returning, he was met with the horrifying sight of the courtyard engulfed in flames. It was nearly midnight when the villagers discovered the blaze, by which point it had spiraled out of control. A crowd gathered to witness the chaos. with only a handful of individuals attempting to extinguish the fire with basinfuls of water, which proved utterly ineffective against the inferno. Panic-stricken, Wang Zu scanned the area but found no sign of his adoptive father or family. A neighbor informed him that his adoptive father had escaped, but his grandfather and mother remained inside, prompting him to rush back in search of his grandfather. Tragically, his adoptive father entered the house and never re-emerged. Suddenly, the heart-wrenching cries of a child pierced the air, Wang Zu's voice. Why was the child crying? In such a fierce blaze, no one dared to venture inside. Alas, the poor child. The villagers merely speculated, none brave enough to rescue anyone. Without a second thought, Wang Zu dashed into the flames, risking his life. The villagers, witnessing his courageous act, shook their heads in disbelief, convinced that Wang Zu would meet the same fate as his adoptive father. Upon reaching the door of the main room, he found the doorframe ablaze, and there lay a quilt at the entrance, with Wang Kai wrapped inside. Weeping, Wang Zu's heart sank. He realized that his adoptive father had likely been unable to escape and had thrown Wang Kai out in the quilt. Flames licked the eaves of the winged rooms, and without hesitation, he scooped up the quilt, carrying Wang Kai to safety. At that moment, his trousers caught fire, but he paid it no mind, determined to ensure Wang Kai's safety. After casting aside the burning quilt, Wang Zu fled with Wang Kai unharmed. By the time he removed his pants, his legs bore the marks of the flames. The inferno raged throughout the night, collapsing roofs and reducing wooden structures to ashes. Wang Zu called out for his adoptive father and mother, his cries filled with anguish. Wang Kai, still young, wept for a time before falling into an exhausted slumber on the ground. Recalling the horrific scene, tears streamed down Wang Zu's cheeks. He could not comprehend how his adoptive father's family, devoted to healing and helping others for generations, could meet such a tragic fate. Later, he gleaned from the old man's vague accounts that the fire had been deliberately set. The recollection felt like a long, haunting dream. 2 hours had passed. Wang Zu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and despite the stone pillow beneath him, he felt utterly drained. As he manipulated the precious pearls, he sensed their diminishing size. Warning, your energy is insufficient. Please replenish it promptly. Wang Kai, wholly focused on treating his brother, received a jarring message in his mind. Wasn't 3 doses of energy liquid supposed to suffice? Apologies, the prediction was inaccurate. The damaged original body is more complex than anticipated. Additionally, your affinity with the damaged original's owner is excessively high, and the repair results may exceed expectations. Exceeding expectations? Then why wait? Let's consume it. Congratulations. You have consumed 1 dose of energy liquid. 5 doses remain. Initially inclined to complain, Wang Kai understood the necessity of maintaining focus during the healing process. Xiang Cao watched intently as Wang Kai worked, noting the sweat trickling down his forehead, yet she refrained from wiping it away, fearing it might disrupt the treatment. Emerging from his memories, Wang Zu realized his clothes were completely soaked. Waves of heat surged through him, colliding with the charred areas of his body. Suddenly, Wang Kai sensed that the pearl in his palm had vanished. Just as he was taken aback, a message flashed in his mind. Congratulations, the damaged original body has been restored. Surpassing expectations. A total of 498 energy points have been consumed. Your selfless act of sacrificing the precious pearl for healing has increased your virtue points by 3, bringing your total to 8 points. At last, success. Wang Zu's cracked lips formed a smile directed at Xiang Cao. Wang Kai, what's wrong? She inquired, leaning in with concern. I'm fine. How is my brother? Wang Zu's voice was barely a whisper. How is he? Xiang Cao directed her gaze at Wang Zu, her voice barely above a murmur. Aside from feeling hot, there is nothing else. Wang Zu, seeing the worry etched on Xiang Cao's face, spoke candidly. Ah, so that means he hasn't been healed? Xiang Cao slumped down, overwhelmed with disappointment. Wang Kai, already devoid of any strength, was immediately jolted by Xiang Cao's words, rising in alarm to look at his brother. Really, hasn't he improved? Let me check. Wang Zu hesitated, reaching into his clothes. What is going on? Xiang Cao pressed, her concern mounting. Brother, speak to me. Wang Kai urged desperately, but Wang Zu remained silent. You really are impossible, Xiang Cao remarked, pushing Wang Zu's hand aside to inspect for herself. In an instant, Xiang Cao's arm stiffened, and her expression froze. Sister-in-law, what is the situation? Wang Zu's heart raced. Wang Kai, you're killing me, she exclaimed, covering her face and retreating in haste. Wang Kai stood bewildered. He had sacrificed his precious pearl to heal his brother. Yet his sister-in-law claimed it was detrimental. What on earth was happening? Wang Kai, don't listen to your sister-in-law. Everything is fine. Wang Zu, witnessing his brother's astonishment, sought to alleviate his distress. You look exhausted. You should rest for a while, he said, patting Wang Kai's shoulder before hastily exiting. What was the situation? Was it good or bad? Why couldn't they just speak the truth? Wang Kai clenched his fists and struck the bed in frustration, mumbling under his breath. Feeling utterly fatigued, he lay down upon the stone pillow, which felt cool against his neck, bringing a wave of refreshing relief. Gradually, a trickle of energy flowed from the stone pillow, restoring his strength little by little. What? This stone pillow has restorative capabilities? Before long, Wang Kai felt his energy levels significantly replenish. Uncle, Mother sent me to find you to play. The door swung open, and Yaya peeked in, locking eyes with Wang Kai. Where's your mother? Wang Kai felt a tightening in his chest. Where had his sister-in-law gone? Had she become upset with him and left? Where's your father? Wang Kai pondered if the disagreement stemmed from his brother's lack of improvement. Mother said not to speak nonsense, just to play with you. Yaya struggled to relay her message. What on earth were these two arguing about? Wang Kai was puzzled and invited Yaya to stay and play while he went to check on his sister-in-law and brother. Approaching the door to their room, he overheard his sister-in-law exclaim in exasperation, "You devil! I'm going to die." Chapter 38. Reforming and seeking survival. Wang Kai was uncertain about the state of his brother and sister-in-law and felt compelled to clarify the situation. As he neared the door, he heard his sister-in-law's voice. A wave of anxiety washed over him, accompanied by a sense of disappointment. His brother's illness had always weighed heavily on his heart. When his brother was unwell, his sister-in-law, akin to a ravenous wolf, would relentlessly tease him, half in jest, half in earnest. She was his sister-in-law, and Wang Kai could never act out of line. He had hoped that by curing his brother, he could bring happiness to his sister-in-law. Yet, judging by their expressions, it seemed he had failed. Even if the treatment had not succeeded, he felt it was not enough to provoke an argument between them. With that thought in mind, Wang Kai raised his hand to knock on the door, wishing to explain himself and hoping for another chance. As he prepared to knock, a familiar sound reached his ears, one he had encountered numerous times before, though it was not his sister-in-law's voice. It reminded him of the day he had just been released from prison, alongside Pan Xiaoyan and the small cops. Zhao Xiaoya was also present. What the hell? The wall echoed with a series of knocks, growing louder. Wang Kai understood what was happening. The two of them were. These two were utterly shameless. Unable to contain their desires even before dusk, Wang Kai's heart soared with unexpected delight. Wang Kai lifted Yaya and stepped out of the door, granting his brother and sister-in-law a moment of indulgence. As night fell, Wang Kai returned with Yaya in his arms. The kitchen door was shut. Had his sister-in-law not begun cooking yet? Puzzled, Wang Kai wondered what she could possibly be doing at this hour. Surely, she wasn't still wrapped up in her own affairs? Indeed. Muffled sounds of intimacy wafted through the window cracks. Sister-in-law, it's time to cook. Wang Kai called out with a mischievous grin, standing at the doorway. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Wang Kai, what are you shouting for? Xiang Cao emerged, playfully tapping him on the head, her tone a mixture of reproach and amusement. Wang Kai noticed that in her flustered state, Xiang Cao had misbuttoned her blouse, offering a glimpse of her charms. Sister-in-law, your buttons, he remarked, grinning. Mind your own business, she retorted, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, chiding him once more. As she turned to fix her attire, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wang Kai, unable to resist, teased, sister-in-law. What happened to your leg? What do you mean? Xiang Cao glanced around, confused by his inquiry. I merely noticed you walking with your legs apart. I thought perhaps it was painful. Wang Kai chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. Get lost, you rascal. When did you become so cheeky? She scolded, fully aware of the implications of his words. After a while, Wang Zhu emerged from his room. Upon seeing Wang Kai, he appeared somewhat bashful. Brother, Wang Kai greeted cheerfully, choosing not to elaborate further. Brother, I must say, being a man is truly wonderful. Everything I have is thanks to you, and I shall never forget it. Wang Zhu finally confessed, struggling to articulate his feelings. Xiang Cao, noticing the quiet exchange, stole a glance at Wang Kai before eyeing Wang Zhu, stifling a laugh. Having endured a metaphorical battle earlier, Xiang Cao felt rejuvenated, her spirit uplifted as she hummed a tune while walking. Wang Kai sighed in relief. With his brother back to normal, he was certain his sister-in-law would be well taken care of. Suddenly, Xiang Cao inquired, Wang Kai, where is Baozhu? Is she eating? She's treating your brother. Wang Zhu asked in surprise. Oh, it's just something I found. As long as your brother recovers, I won't have to worry about her scheming anymore. That is worth it. Wang Kai replied nonchalantly, concluding with a light-hearted jest. Brother, I owe you so much, Wang Zhu acknowledged, understanding that regretting the wasted opportunity with Baozhu was futile. Brother, don't speak like that. If it weren't for you back then, I would have perished. Consider this my way of repaying you, Wang Kai remarked casually. You fool. I told you long ago that at the cost of Baozhu, we would cease treatment. Yet you wouldn't listen, Xiang Cao reprimanded with a stern expression. Sister-in-law, let us not play coy. Do you dare say you wouldn't be pleased if my brother recovers? Since earlier, Wang Kai had shed his shyness in front of his sister-in-law and spoke directly. You rascal, she blushed, muttering under her breath, unable to suppress her laughter. After a while, Xiang Cao returned to inform Wang Kai. I just ran into Zhao Eru's wife. She asked if you were home. What does she want with me? Wang Zhu interjected. Having just taken a bite of fish, I told her you were eating, and she left without saying a word, Xiang Cao replied, glancing at Wang Kai. I understand, Wang Kai nodded. Realizing Zhao Eru had sent her to gather information, believing he had drowned. Thinking of Zhao Eru, Wang Kai resolved to find a way to deal with him. He would not rest until he had him thoroughly subdued. The next day, Wang Kai sat beneath the old locust tree, cradling Yaya, when Li Wang and Sanwa approached. Wang Kai, we both admire you, Sanwa declared before even reaching them. Admire me? Indeed, just the other day, I was telling Sanwa how we toil endlessly, facing hardships. While you seem to do nothing yet live so well, Li Wang said, casting envious glances at Wang Kai, giving him a heartfelt thumbs up. Haha. You didn't see the hard work I put in. It's all about knowing the right paths, Wang Kai replied with a smile. Wang Kai, we're already poor. And after losing so much playing cards these past 2 years, we're now on the brink of starvation. Can you help us out? The two implored with desperate tones. Wang Kai chuckled but remained silent, pondering that the things he could manage were beyond their reach. How could he assist them? Wang Kai, as the saying goes, we share blessings and endure hardships together. You can't just stand by and watch us suffer, Sanwa urged, offering Wang Kai a pack of cigarettes as a gesture of goodwill. I have a way to make money, Wang Kai casually remarked. What is it? Quickly tell us. Li Wang and Sanwa appeared eager, leaning in to hear. If you want to make money, you must labor. We rely on the mountains and rivers, Wang Kai explained. Who wants stones from the mountains? What is there in the water? Sanwa questioned. There are fish in the water. The reservoir is teeming with them. Sell them in the city, and the profits will come quickly, Wang Kai replied, narrowing his eyes. Brother, you can't be serious. Zhao Eru has contracted the reservoir. Who would dare fish there? They both shook their heads, thinking Wang Kai was jesting. Why not just collect fish from the shore? He can't control that, Wang Kai chuckled. But how could fish possibly jump onto the shore for us to collect? Li Wang shook his head, thinking Wang Kai was merely making a joke. Here's the plan. You two prepare the vehicle. I'll toss the fish onto the shore, and you can gather them to sell. What do you say? That's risky. Isn't that going against Zhao Eru? Sanwa said, his voice trembling with apprehension. Then forget it. Just go back to your fields and weed, Wang Kai said, picking up Yaya and walking away. All right, we'll do as you say. The two hurriedly chased after him, resolutely agreeing. Wang Kai thought to himself, Zhao Eru, just wait. I'll confront you openly and drive you mad. Chapter 39, Guarding the Reservoir. Watch me gather fish and frustrate Eru without delay. Sanwa and Li Wang returned to prepare. Wang Kai, intending to take Yaya home, entered the courtyard but found neither his brother nor sister-in-law. Approaching his brother's room, he heard the unmistakable sounds of fervent activity and the soft murmurs of his sister-in-law. Unbelievable, Wang Kai thought, shaking his head with a smile. After having his brother's health restored, it seemed they were still fervently engaged in their intimate affairs. An hour passed, and they remained engrossed in their endeavors. With matters on his mind, Wang Kai had no choice but to send Yaya to knock on the door. As his sister-in-law opened the door, slightly disheveled, Wang Kai chuckled, Sister-in-law, there's plenty of time. Take it easy. You little rascal, she blushed and scolded. Sister-in-law, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving Yaya in your care, Wang Kai said, heading towards Turtle Mountain Reservoir. Sanwa and Li Wang were already waiting, looking around anxiously. Wang Kai, we're all set. It's up to you now, Sanwa said as he approached Wang Kai. Wang Kai nodded, settling on a stone by the water's edge. Sanwa lit a cigarette for him. Is there really fish here, or are you just joking? Li Wang asked, noticing Wang Kai's calm demeanor, feeling uncertain. Don't rush. It won't be quick to catch fish. Wang Kai exhaled smoke slowly. Indeed, Wang Kai knows what he is doing, Sanwa said in a flattering tone. Approximately half an hour later, four outsiders appeared from a distance, keeping watch over the reservoir. Sanwa, with keen eyes, nudged Wang Kai and, feeling a bit guilty, said, Wang Kai, look, the guards are coming. What should we do? I haven't caught any fish. Is it all right to just sit here and play? Can they really do anything about it? Wang Kai replied loudly, deliberately letting the four guards hear him. Of course, no one can say anything about sitting here and playing, but going into the water to catch fish is stealing. And we must definitely intervene. The four guards responded with equal volume upon hearing Wang Kai's words. Go, summon your boss over here. Wang Kai, without glancing at the guards, gazed at the water's surface and called out loudly. After a brief hushed discussion, one of them turned and left. Before long, Zhao Eru indeed approached along the narrow path. Lu Wankai, you truly have a charmed life, Zhao Eru exclaimed. He had been terrified the day before, fearing that Wankai had perished. After his wife inquired about Wankai's fate and learned that he was alive, he finally felt at ease. Upon hearing that Lu Wankai had returned, Zhao Eru hurried over. Eru, I'm not going to die anytime soon, Wankai replied. What do you want from me? Zhao Eru asked. I just wanted to know the rules about the reservoir you've contracted. Wankai looked at Zhao Eru with a challenging expression. Isn't it obvious? I've contracted the reservoir. Invested a significant amount to stock it with fish. Anyone who catches fish is stealing and will face imprisonment, Zhao Eru stated seriously. So, the fish in the reservoir are all yours, Wankai remarked. Of course. If they weren't mine, would they be yours? Zhao Eru, irritated by Wankai's excessive chatter, was at a loss for words. What if I find fish on the shore? Will you care then? Wankai pressed on. Haha, Lu Wankai. Did you not drown yesterday, and now your head is filled with water? If you can pick a fish off the shore, not only will I not care, but I'll even give you one, Zhao Eru laughed, finding Wankai's words amusing. How could fish possibly jump onto the shore? I don't need your generosity. I'll just wait here to pick up fish. Sanhua and Li Wang can vouch for me. Don't you dare cheat me, Wankai said earnestly. Fine, Zhao Eru. Keep my word. If you can manage to pick fish from the shore, then go ahead, Zhao Eru responded, unwilling to engage further. Feeling that Wankai had lost his wits and was only speaking nonsense, Sanhua and Li Wang exchanged nervous glances. After all, Wankai's claim did seem rather implausible. We can't sit here all day without catching anything. If others find out, they'll definitely call us fools, Sanhua remarked. Wankai, how can we expect to catch fish just sitting here? After a while, seeing Wankai dozing off, Li Wang could no longer hold back and asked. Right. Are you pulling our leg? Sanhua added, losing his patience. Jiang Zia fished, and only those willing to take the bait would catch anything. Haven't you heard? Wankai replied with his eyes closed. That's fishing. We're trying to pick them up, which is different, Li Wang countered after a moment's thought. Just then, a carp leapt from the water. Wankai immediately activated his ethereal powers, and in his mind, as the carp was about to hit the water, it glided along the surface toward the shore. With a splash, a 3 to 4 pound carp landed before Wankai, flopping about. Quick, grab it, Li Wang shouted, swiftly pinning the fish's head down. Wankai, look, it's over 3 pounds. This is incredible, Sanhua exclaimed excitedly. The two managed to catch the fish and put it into a basket. Sanhua hurriedly came over to light a cigarette for Wankai. After 5 years in prison, Wankai had quit smoking, but now, to impress his friends, he started again. Time passed, and the basket now held 8 carp of varying sizes. Warning, energy insufficient. Please replenish energy promptly. A message flashed in Wankai's mind, startling him. Damn, I forgot. Using ethereal powers consumes energy. He thought it hardly worth using energy liquid just to catch a few fish. Zhao Eru watched from a distance, curious about Wankai's antics. Observing one big fish after another leaping onto the shore, he couldn't fathom what was happening. Sanhua and Li Wang had never imagined they would genuinely catch fish on the shore. Seeing the fish in the basket, both felt satisfied. Wankai, that's enough for now, Sanhua said as he noticed fewer fish jumping out of the water. All right, let us call it a day, Wankai said, stretching. He knew that even if they stayed, his energy was depleted, and he could not summon any more fish to the shore, so he decided to leave gracefully. Seeing Wankai, Sanhua, and Li Wang depart, Zhao Eru let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't comprehend how that rascal Wankai predicted the fish would jump onto the shore. Whatever. If Lu Wankai can pick fish here, why can't others? Zhao Eru called over 2 workers to guard Wankai's former spot, waiting for fish to jump. Upon returning home, Sanhua and Li Wang wasted no time resting. They hopped on their dark 2-wheeled bike and pedaled swiftly toward the city. Wankai needed to sleep to replenish his energy. After dinner, he lay down with a stone pillow under his head. Your energy is being doubled in recovery. A message flashed in his mind. What is going on? Why is this happening? Wankai pondered, confused. Due to your brain's contact with the crane stone pillow, it will prioritize restoring your stamina. Once your stamina is fully restored, it can help you double your energy replenishment. The brain quickly addressed his inquiry. Double? How many times? Wankai questioned again. Hello, the specifics depend on your energy levels. The lower your energy, the higher the multiplier. Damn, I didn't know that. If I had known the stone pillow could help me recover energy, I should have brought it to the reservoir to catch fish while sleeping to replenish energy. Yes. Tomorrow I'll take the stone pillow to the reservoir to catch more fish and infuriate Zhao Eru. Chapter 40. The Bet Between Two. Small fish transforming into large ones as night fell, Wang Kai finished his dinner and prepared to sleep early. Sanhua and Li Wang came running, drenched in sweat. What happened to you two? Wang Kai exclaimed, startled by their disheveled appearance, clearly indicating something was amiss. Sanhua pulled several bags from the basket, while Li Wang carried 2 bottles of liquor. Wang Kai, we've hit the jackpot. Li Wang, panting, began. What is going on? Wang Kai asked, feeling a bit confused. We took the fish to the city to sell, and a restaurant bought them, claiming they were wild fish, offering a high price. Li Wang explained. Yes, they said they'd take as many as we had, and the price was negotiable, but they had one condition. They had to be fresh. Sanhua chimed in, still catching his breath. Haha, I thought it was something serious. How much can we sell them for? We're still far from getting rich. Wang Kai shook his head, chuckling. Sanhua and Li Wang used the money from selling the fish to buy food and drinks, as today was the first day, and they wanted to celebrate. The next day, the 3 of them arrived at the reservoir as planned. Wang Kai, that rascal Zhao Eru has taken our spot. Sanhua, who had run the fastest, returned to report before Wang Kai and Li Wang had even reached the slope. Wang Kai walked over to see that indeed. Zhao Eru was seated in his former position, mimicking Wang Sai's previous posture, utterly motionless. The other 2 guards sat beside him, and the 3 were silent, their eyes fixated on the water's surface. Wang Kai secretly chuckled. This guy must have seen them catch fish yesterday and come to stake his claim. Lu Wang Kai, first come, first served. I've claimed this spot today, so don't even think about approaching. Zhao Eru called out before Wang Kai could get close, blocking his path. What should we do, Wang Kai? Sanhua asked, flustered, believing the spot was indeed prime. Forget it. Since they've taken it, let us just keep our distance, Wang Kai suggested, spotting a large rock not far away and sitting on it. Sanhua, eager to please, pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Wang Kai, lighting it as if serving a master. As Wang Kai puffed away, he kept an eye on the water's surface. Just then, a fish leaped from the water. And utilizing his unique ability, Wang Kai, just like the day before, guided the fish as it glided across the surface toward the shore, leaping up onto land. Li Wang could hardly contain his excitement as he hurriedly seized the fish and placed it into the basket. This one weighed a hefty 5 to 6 pounds. Wang Kai glanced at the fish, which was a mere 2 pounds, and intentionally raised his voice for Zhao Eru to hear. Zhao Eru, having arrived early to claim a good spot, had been waiting for ages without catching a single fish. Yet, within moments of Wang Kai's arrival, a fish had already leapt onto the shore. Zhao Eru took note of the fish, which was no more than 1 or 2 pounds. But Wang Kai audaciously claimed it to be 5 or 6 pounds, clearly out of frustration. Enraged, Zhao Eru shouted at Wang Kai, Lu Wang Kai, what are you bragging about? What am I bragging about? Wang Kai retorted loudly, if that little fish of yours exceeds 3 pounds, I'll give you one in return. Zhao Eru fumed. Haha, Zhao Eru, do you dare to bet? Wang Kai provoked. How do we bet? Let us each put 200 yuan on the line. You bring a scale, and if my fish does not weigh 6 pounds, the 200 is yours. If it exceeds 6 pounds, your 200 goes to me. Do you dare to wager? Wang Kai challenged. Whoever backs down is a coward, Zhao Eru replied, suddenly invigorated, as he was quite adept at estimating the weight of fish. Without hesitation, he approached to confirm that the fish barely weighed 2 pounds, feeling confident of his victory. He pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket. Wang Kai also retrieved his 200 yuan, placing them on the ground and securing them with a large stone. Seeing this, Sanhua hurriedly cautioned Wang Kai, be careful. Wang Kai, you're surely going to lose. Indeed, with a fish weighing only 1 or 2 pounds, there's no way it can reach 6 pounds. Don't bet. Li Wang added. Lu Wang Kai, whoever backs out is a coward. I'll have someone fetch a scale, Zhao Eru declared, excitement dancing in his eyes. Fearing that Wang Kai might backtrack. I always keep my word. Hurry and get the scale, Wang Kai said slowly, as if still waking up. Zhao Eru sent a worker to fetch the scale and stood vigil over the fish, wary of Wang Kai substituting it for another. Soon, the scale arrived. And Zhao Eru's excitement peaked. Although he hadn't caught any fish today, winning 200 from Wang Kai would suffice. 1 pound 8 ounces, Lu Wang Kai. You've lost, Zhao Eru gleefully announced after weighing the fish. I don't believe it, Wang Kai shook his head. It's true, Sanhua chimed in, eyes wide. Lu Wang Kai, are you not a man? Why don't you stand by your words? Zhao Eru, noticing Wang Kai's denial, grew increasingly agitated. Li Wang, you watch him weigh it. I'll feel secure then. Wang Kai lay back against the stone. Fine, I'll weigh it again. You all watch closely, Zhao Eru replied. Placing the fish back on the scale, Wang Kai summoned his mystical powers, and in his mind, the fish began to grow. 2 pounds 6 ounces. 3 pounds. 4 pounds 3 ounces. What a bizarre occurrence. It just kept increasing. Zhao Eru stared, utterly bewildered. 6 pounds and a half. It's confirmed, Li Wang exclaimed, watching the scale stabilize, his excitement bubbling over. What sorcery is this? Zhao Eru scratched his head in disbelief. Suspecting the scale was faulty, he had another one brought. Yet the result remained unchanged. It was then that Zhao Eru realized that somehow, the fish had mysteriously grown. This fish isn't the same one, he exclaimed in dismay. Zhao Eru, are you capable of playing fair? You've held the scale for so long. Who swapped the fish? Wang Kai shouted back. Zhao Eru was left speechless, sensing something was amiss yet unable to articulate it. Li Wang retrieved the two men's money from under the stone and handed it to Wang Kai, smiling. Wang Kai, I truly admire you. Forget it, my 200 is still mine. You two can share this 200. Wang Kai said, pocketing his share while distributing 100 each to Sanwa and Li Wang. Oh dear, this is quite embarrassing, they murmured, excitement leaving them momentarily speechless. Haha, this amount is trivial. You two are overly elated. When gambling, you wager hundreds without a second thought. Why the sudden concern? Wang Kai chuckled at Li Wang. Alas, don't mention it. Losing has blinded me. I wasn't thinking at all. Now I realize how hard it is to earn money, Li Wang said sheepishly. After a fruitless day of fishing and losing 200 to Wang Kai, Zhao Eru felt a wave of despair wash over him. Sitting on a stone beneath a small tree, he watched as Sanwa and Li Wang had already caught over 20 fish, leaving him dizzy with frustration and utterly powerless. Boss, do you think this spot is no good today? One of the workers, unable to bear the sight of their empty nets, asked Zhao Eru. Damn it. Let us go over there and chase them away, Zhao Eru barked, leading two workers to confront Wang Kai. Chapter 41. The whole family joins forces to steal fish. Zhao Eru, envious of Wang Kai catching fish on the shore, assumed it was merely a matter of location. He approached Wang Kai with his workers. Wang Kai, I've claimed this spot. If you want to fish, go elsewhere, Zhao Eru shamelessly declared. I've been here for half the day. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it so, Wang Kai retorted, taken aback by Zhao Eru's audacity. Not leaving, huh? Then let us see who catches the fish first, Zhao Eru asserted, knowing Wang Kai wouldn't back down easily. Fine, if you can catch it. It's yours, Wang Kai replied nonchalantly, resting his head on a stone pillow, relieved to have it after exhausting his energy from catching a few fish. He knew resting for half an hour would replenish some energy, enough for another use of his mystical domain. Sanwa and Li Wang felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, they had been a team of two, and it hadn't mattered who caught the fish. With Zhao Eru's arrival, competition had entered into the mix, making them vulnerable to losing their catch. Just then, a large carp leaped out of the water. Zhao Eru immediately tensed, arms outstretched like a goalkeeper in a football match. The two workers, seeing their boss so anxious, mirrored his stance in preparation to catch the fish. The three formed a line at the water's edge, pushing Sanwa and Li Wang aside. The two dared not confront Zhao Eru directly, adopting a more submissive stance. At that moment, the fish neared the surface, and under Wang Kai's influence, it swiftly darted toward the shore. Sanwa and Li Wang felt helpless, unable to reach a favorable position. The fish flew straight toward Zhao Eru's midsection, and as he reached out to catch it, the fish collided with him, knocking him to the ground. Ouch! Zhao Eru exclaimed, the fish bouncing back into the air. The two workers scrambled toward the fish, but it landed directly in Sanwa's basket. One worker missed the fish and fell on top of Zhao Eru instead. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled about. Where's the fish? Zhao Eru shouted, pushing the worker off him and looking around frantically. Zhao Eru, are you blind? The fish jumped into my basket. Wang Kai laughed heartily, fuming. Zhao Eru contemplated beating Wang Kai, but remembered all their previous encounters had ended in his defeat, leaving him feeling uncertain. Every attempt to seize the fish had ended in failure, leaving him sitting on the ground, panting, and pointing at the two workers, cursing, useless fools. The workers, equally bewildered, could not fathom what had gone wrong. Wang Kai, your basket is full, Sanwa and Li Wang approached, one shoving a cigarette into Wang Kai's mouth while the other lit it. Zhao Eru, witnessing this, grew even more furious, thinking, this kid has practically become a genius. Zhao Eru, I'm done competing with you. You can fish here alone, Wang Kai declared, rising and stuffing the stone pillow into his bag. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Zhao Eru, who was too enraged to respond. For several consecutive days, Zhao Eru summoned 4 workers to surround Wang Kai and his companions, intent on competing for the fish. The outcome was predictable. Each day brought nothing but disappointment, leaving me frustrated and defeated. On this particular day, Wang Kai and Sanwa arrived at their usual spot, only to find several new faces, including 2 or 3 women. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Zhao Eru had summoned his wife, daughter, and daughter-in-law, clearly intending to overwhelm them with numbers. Zhao Eru's wife, in her 40s, had once been the belle of the village. Although the signs of age were beginning to show around her eyes, her figure still held a certain allure when viewed from behind. "Hey, sister-in-law, what are you doing here with all these men?" Wang Kai called out to Zhao Eru, addressing him directly but showing his wife a modicum of respect. "Lu Wang Kai, you're taking advantage of our family's hard-earned fish. How shameless." Zhao Eru's wife retorted coldly, showing no mercy. "Haha, I'm merely collecting fish from the shore, not raiding the reservoir. It's your family's greed that is truly shameless." Wang Kai shot back, never one to shy away from a verbal spar. "Lu Wang Kai, you have no shame." Zhao Eru's daughter, Zhao Xiaoqing, joined forces with her mother against him. "You little brat. I can't be bothered to argue with you," Wang Kai replied, noting that Zhao Xiaoqing, at 18 or 19, was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin that surpassed her mother's youthful days. However, she had been spoiled since childhood and was not to be underestimated. Choosing to disengage from their taunts, Wang Kai recognized that they were outnumbered. Zhao Eru's wife maintained a fierce demeanor, poised and ready to seize the fish. As the first fish leaped from the water, Wang Kai harnessed his supernatural abilities to manipulate its descent. Zhao Eru's eyes widened as he fixated on the fish, gesturing eagerly. The fish glided slowly toward the shore, and Zhao Eru's wife, eager to make an impression, pushed her husband aside to stand in its path. Just as the fish approached her, Wang Kai accelerated its speed, causing it to collide with her legs. "Ouch!" she yelped, falling to the ground and clutching her abdomen in pain, grimacing and wailing. A worker nearby, oblivious to her plight, rushed over only to trip and land on her, his hands inadvertently pressing against her bosom. "Pervert!" she shouted, her face ablaze with humiliation as she shoved him away. Zhao Xiaoqing, witnessing her mother's public embarrassment, retaliated with a slap to the worker's face. "I didn't mean to," he stammered, his face turning pale. Following this chaotic episode, the competition for fish resumed. After being knocked down thrice by fish, Zhao Eru's wife was utterly defeated and limped away, cursing under her breath. "Sister-in-law, leaving so soon?" Wang Kai called out, laughing heartily. She stormed off without a backward glance, mentally cursing Wang Sai's lineage. Upon returning home, she noticed her injuries and, embarrassed, refrained from seeking medicine, avoiding her husband for an entire month. Zhao Xiaoqing, still indignant over her mother's misfortune, believed her mother had acted foolishly. Wang Kai, observing Zhao Xiaoqing take on her mother's role, found joy in making her suffer similarly. After a couple of setbacks, she, too, was forced to concede defeat. Zhao Eru's daughter-in-law, pregnant, managed to secure a fish without incident. But after more than 10 days, Zhao Eru was too exhausted to compete with Wang Kai any longer, watching in frustration from a distance. How could he allow Wang Kai to reap the rewards from the reservoir he had contracted? Fury coursed through Zhao Eru, causing him to collapse. Workers rushed him to the clinic, where he required 3 days of 4 drips to recover. Upon learning of Zhao Eru's illness, Zhao Haizi visited him, shocked at how much weight his son had lost in a mere 10 days. Zhao Eru recounted the story of Wang Kai collecting fish from the reservoir, escalating Zhao Haizi's anger. "You spineless fool! Why let him take what you've raised?" Zhao Haizi shouted. "What should I do, father?" Zhao Eru asked, feeling defeated. "Don't worry. I'll make sure Lu Wang Kai pays dearly for this." Zhao Haizi slammed his fist on the table, determined to confront Wang Kai. Chapter 42, The Banquet of Deception. Watch as I bring you to your knees at over 60 years of age. Zhao Haizi had never done a good deed in his youth and was now intolerant of any loss. Despite Zhao Eru's rationality urging restraint, he could not escape his father's wrath. "Father, Wang Kai is indeed quite capable. Don't embarrass yourself," Zhao Eru cautioned, though his hatred for Wang Kai ran deep. "You expect me to just watch him sell the fish from our reservoir?" Zhao Haizi glared at his son, troubled. "Of course not. We need to devise a clever plan to deal with Lu Wang Kai," Zhao Eru suggested after deep contemplation. "Yes, a strategy that requires no bloodshed," Zhao Haizi agreed, nodding in approval of his son's plan. Wang Kai, hearing about Zhao Eru's 3-day recovery from 4 drips, felt a sense of vindication. For several days, neither Zhao Eru nor his workers showed up to contest the fish, which struck Wang Kai as odd. Why had Zhao Eru, now well again, not sought him out? Had he finally given in? On a sweltering day, the fish in the reservoir were restless, leaping out of the water. Soon, Wang Sai's basket was full, and he and Sanwa decided to wrap up for the day. He chose to keep 1 large fish for his brother and sister-in-law, only to find that lunch had not yet been prepared. As he pondered this, he heard a commotion coming from his brother's room. Wang Kai shook his head in amusement, thinking his brother was trying to make up for lost time. At that moment, Zhao Eru's wife peeked around the door. "Sister-in-law, looking for me?" Wang Kai greeted her with a smile. Wang Kai, come here, I need to speak with you. Zhao Eru's wife beckoned, gesturing for him to step outside. Feeling apprehensive, Wang Kai wondered what her intentions might be. Nevertheless, he approached her. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? It's not that Zhao Eru is unable to perform at night. And you need my assistance, is it? He joked. Wang Kai was known for his playful teasing of the village's women, and they took it in stride. You rascal. Always thinking the worst of people. What is it? Perhaps you're inviting me for a drink? Wang Sai's words were playful, confident they wouldn't take such a step. Smart boy, yes. I am inviting you for a drink, she replied mysteriously. Where? Come to my house tonight, she said with a knowing smile. Why the invitation? Zhao Eru suggested that it's better to resolve conflicts than to harbor grudges. We should clear the air and improve our relationship. Zhao Eru's wife spoke with a charm that made her seem almost like family. Haha, sister-in-law, I can confidently say that this is not a genuine invitation. You little rascal. Why don't you trust me? Feeling slightly embarrassed by his words, Zhao Eru's wife quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile, fine. Whether it's a good or bad invitation, I'll definitely come tonight. As she departed, Wang Kai playfully brushed against her. You haven't changed your mischievous ways, she remarked, leaving with a light heart. At this moment, Wang Zhu and Xiang Chao had concluded their exercise. Exhausted, Xiang Chao staggered to the kitchen door. Oh, what a magnificent fish. Upon seeing the large fish, her eyes sparkled. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard. Let me nourish you. Wang Kai entered and smiled at his sister-in-law. You should rest. I will prepare fish for you, he offered. Xiang Chao understood the implication behind Wang Kai's words and, feeling slightly embarrassed, shifted the conversation. They were to visit Zhao Eru's home for drinks in the evening. After dinner, Wang Kai decided to take a nap, unaware of their intentions. He needed to replenish his energy and be prepared. Just as he was dreaming beautifully, his sister-in-law awakened him. Wang Kai, Xiao Qing is looking for you, she announced. Oh. Wang Kai responded, hurriedly dressing. Zhao Eru's daughter, Zhao Xiaoqing, stood at the entrance, her face stern as she exclaimed, Lu Wang Kai. We agreed to go to my house for dinner. Why are you dawdling? Her harsh tone made Xiang Chao feel embarrassed, and she laughed. He just woke up from a deep sleep. Wang Kai, wishing to avoid conversation with Zhao Xiaoqing, draped his shirt over his shoulder and walked downhill towards Zhao Eru's home. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Zhao Xiaoqing assumed Wang Kai would be thrilled to see her, but his indifference wounded her pride, prompting her to chase after him in anger. You little brat. Why should I bother with you? Wang Kai retorted dismissively. Well, Lu Wang Kai, you think you're better than me, Zhao Xiaoqing said, approaching him playfully. Wang Kai ignored her and continued on his way. At Zhao Eru's home, a table was set in the courtyard, laden with sumptuous dishes. Zhao Eru had invited several young men from the Zhao family known for their drinking prowess, with the sole purpose of getting Wang Kai inebriated. Brother Wang Kai, we've been waiting for you. We're all family here. Feel free to sit, Zhao Eru stated, adopting an unusually humble demeanor that felt somewhat awkward. Zhao Yongqiao, Zhao Eru's cousin in his 30s, was a robust man who got along well with Zhao Eru. In the village, whenever there was a celebration or gathering, Zhao Yongqiao was the one to provide company and drinks. Zhao Ji, a generation younger than Zhao Eru, was in his early 30s and equally reckless with alcohol. With these two present, Wang Kai realized that Zhao Eru intended to get him drunk tonight. He recalled the day by the reservoir when Zhao Eru feigned reconciliation, lured him into complacency with a large fish, and ultimately pushed him into the water, beating him with a bamboo pole. This time, he was certain Zhao Eru would employ the same trick. Now, drinking was no longer about dice but card games. Zhao Yongqiao took charge, praising Wang Kai for his youth and achievements, having just built a new house after emerging from prison, and engaged in a stream of flattery. He then picked up a deck of cards and said, Brother, we have never drunk together. Let's play a few rounds. Wang Kai secretly chuckled, recognizing the ploy to intoxicate him, for why would two people play cards for just a few rounds? If one lacked stamina, they would surely become inebriated alone. All right, let us do it however you wish, Wang Kai replied casually, neither yielding nor resisting. Zhao Yongqiao, anticipating Wang Kai's reluctance, intended to cut it down to 2 rounds, but was taken aback when Wang Kai readily agreed. After 1 round, a significant portion of the liquor had been consumed, and Wang Kai refrained from using his abilities to manipulate the cards, leading to a draw. By the end of 3 rounds, they had nearly emptied 2 bottles of liquor. Zhao Eru and the others were astonished, realizing both men had impressive drinking capacities. Had it been anyone else, they would have already collapsed. Zhao Yongqiao's tongue was noticeably thick, indicating he was nearing his limit. Wang Kai, feeling slightly dizzy, discreetly activated his powers to dispel the alcohol's effects. However, to avoid giving Zhao Eru any hints, He pretended to be somewhat intoxicated. Ah, Wang Kai is truly the pride of our Huai Tree village. Look at his drinking capacity. No one in the surrounding villages dares to match him, Zhao Eru exclaimed, standing up to shower Wang Kai with compliments. Noticing Wang Kai's feigned intoxication, a smile crept across Zhao Eru's face. Ah, haha, I can't take any more. I've had enough. Wang Kai pretended to be drunk. Wang Kai, you still seem alert, come. Nephew, let's play a couple of rounds, Zhao Ji said, swapping places with Zhao Yongxiao and revealing a hand of cards. This was clearly a strategic move to overwhelm Wang Kai. It was evident they were intent on making him drink more. No, I can't drink any more. Wang Kai continued to perform. Wang Kai, if you don't drink with me, you look down on me, Zhao Ji feigned annoyance. All right, I respect you. Let us have just one round, shall we? Wang Kai deliberately slurred his words. Zhao Ji was delighted, having been eager to drink. They played a round. But Zhao Ji's luck was poor, leading him to drink more than Wang Kai. Zhao Eru believed that after the 3 rounds of cards with Zhao Yongxiao, Wang Kai would be sufficiently inebriated, and with Zhao Ji adding fuel to the fire, Wang Kai would soon be incapacitated. Unexpectedly, after 3 rounds with Zhao Ji collapsed, but Wang Kai remained upright. Although Zhao Eru's wife, typically a woman of grace, frequently indulged in drink, she felt somewhat dissatisfied seeing 2 notorious drinkers from Huai Tree Village fail to incapacitate Wang Kai. She decided she would challenge him herself. Zhao Eru kept signaling to his wife, but she feigned ignorance. Frustrated, Zhao Eru sighed and stomped his feet, yet his wife remained oblivious. After 1 round, Zhao Eru's wife slumped over the table, unable to lift her head. Wang Kai, pretending to be drunk, shattered a cup and laid his head on the table. Wang Kai, Zhao Eru called out, noticing Wang Kai had succumbed to his inebriation, patting him on the back and calling loudly. Come on, drink. Wang Kai straightened up, squinting as he raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Seeing that Wang Kai was not completely incapacitated while his wife had fallen, Zhao Eru became infuriated. Cursing silently. This damned woman, you've forgotten your task. What will we do now? Zhao Eru summoned his daughter to fetch 2 more young men, insistent on ensuring Wang Kai succumbed to drink. Watching as several men slumped over the table, Zhao Eru realized he would have to intervene personally. Wang Kai noted that 5 had already succumbed, leaving only Zhao Eru and his daughter Zhao Xiaoqing. It appeared he must continue to feign unconsciousness to expose Zhao Eru's ulterior motives. After consuming a few cups, Wang Kai held the last drink he had lost and pretended to be drunk, resting his head on the table. Wang Kai, Wang Kai, Zhao Eru exclaimed, overjoyed. Shaking Wang Kai and calling out repeatedly. Wang Kai merely grunted in response, remaining silent. Wang Kai, you little brat, Zhao Eru muttered angrily into Wang Kai's ear. Wang Kai realized this man was testing him, but chose to remain silent. Finally, I've managed to get you down, Zhao Eru declared. Giving Wang Kai a heavy pat on the head, Wang Kai silently cursed him multiple times without reacting. Zhao Eru pulled Zhao Xiaoqing aside, murmuring something. Wang Kai understood that whatever they were plotting, it was undoubtedly against him. I won't. I refuse. Zhao Xiaoqing suddenly raised her voice, contradicting Zhao Eru. You foolish girl. Tonight is a perfect opportunity. Your mother has gotten herself drunk, leaving only you to take charge, Zhao Eru insisted. What scheme was this man concocting? Zhao Xiaoqing began to cry softly, feeling overwhelmed. Zhao Eru led her to a quieter spot, where Wang Kai could no longer hear their conversation. Shortly after, Zhao Eru returned, shaking Wang Kai and calling out to him. Wang Kai grunted again, maintaining his act. Zhao Eru, pleased, helped lift Wang Kai, saying, Brother, you're drunk. Let me help you to bed for a while. No, I'm not drunk. Let us keep drinking. Wang Kai persisted in his charade, spouting nonsensical drunken remarks. Zhao Eru carried Wang Kai into the bedroom. Wang Kai squinted, observing that this did not resemble Zhao Eru's usual abode. The room was immaculate and adorned with pictures of celebrities. Could it be that this fellow had brought him into Zhao Xiaoqing's room? No, that was his own daughter, who had yet to find a suitor. Brother, you're home now. Rest, Zhao Eru said, unceremoniously tossing Wang Kai onto the bed. He glanced inside once more, turned, and closed the door behind him. Wang Kai, puzzled about Zhao Eru's intentions, perked up his ears to listen for any sounds from outside. Silence enveloped the room, but he could discern an unsteady breath coming from the other side of the bed. To his astonishment, there was indeed another person in the room. Goodness, there's someone here? Wang Kai exclaimed, feigning a turn and slurring, I'm not drunk, I swear. As he squinted, he realized that the figure beneath the covers was none other than Zhao Xiaoqing. Astonished, he thought to himself, Zhao Eru has truly gone to great lengths to ensnare me. Using his daughter as bait, Zhao Xiaoqing, typically carefree and wild, had been instructed by her father to concoct a scheme against Wang Kai. Initially, he intended for her mother to share the bed with the inebriated Wang Kai, allowing someone to witness the aftermath and have him arrested. However, her mother had ended up drunk herself, leaving Zhao Xiaoqing to fill that role. Though she initially resisted, Zhao Eru's persistence eventually persuaded her. Now, having disrobed and hidden under the covers, she awaited Wang Cai's arrival, but fear gripped her. After all, she had never even dated before. If word of this got out, what would become of her reputation? Wang Kai, deliberately draping his arm over Zhao Xiaoqing, watched as she tensed, retreating to the corner of the bed in fright. He mumbled incoherently, rolling closer to her. With nowhere left to retreat, Zhao Xiaoqing found herself cornered. "Don't come any closer, you insufferable Wang Kai," she finally exclaimed, pushing him away with a frown. Wang Kai opened his eyes, grinned, and replied, "Your father sent me here, didn't he? He wants us to share a bed. Get out. Just leave." Zhao Xiaoqing, now realizing Wang Kai had regained his wits, was frightened to tears as she urged him to go. "If I leave, your father Zhao Eru will find a way to harm me. Are you sure you want me to go?" Wang Kai countered, dropping the pretense and facing Zhao Xiaoqing directly. "Quickly, you must leave before he returns," she insisted, hastily dressing as she spoke. Wang Kai, observing her get dressed, marveled at her figure, which was almost flawless. "How dare you stare?" Zhao Xiaoqing, flustered at his gaze, chastised him. "You're quite beautiful," Wang Kai remarked, reaching out to pull her closer. Zhao Xiaoqing shuddered, momentarily rendered speechless. She had intended to take advantage of the situation, but suddenly recalled that Zhao Eru might be on his way back, and she couldn't let him trap her in the room. Regretfully, Wang Kai released her and moved toward the door. "Lu Wang Kai, I invited you for drinks, and yet you dare to take advantage of my little Qing?" Just as he opened the door, Zhao Eru rushed in with Zhao Haizi and Zhao Matzi, surprised to see Wang Kai at the threshold. However, Zhao Eru quickly regained composure, hurling accusations at Wang Kai. Well, Zhao Haizi, Zhao Matzi, what brings you two old fellows here?" Wang Kai retorted, unwilling to show them any mercy. "Lu Wang Kai, dare to call me old? Watch your back." Zhao Haizi spat, seething with anger. "Lu Wang Kai, your manners are lacking. I won't hold it against you, but tell me, what exactly transpired in my granddaughter's room?" Zhao Matzi sneered, his voice icy. "You wish to know? Stop wasting time. Speak." Wang Cai's nonchalant tone startled Zhao Matzi, who feared Wang Kai had indeed taken advantage of the situation. "Ask your nephew," Wang Kai replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes. At that moment, Zhao Eru entered the room, noting that Zhao Xiaoqing was fully dressed, tears welling in her eyes as she glared at him. Zhao Eru inhaled sharply, questioning the situation. Had his daughter been compromised by this scoundrel Wang Kai? "What are you all doing here? Is this a joke or an arrest?" Zhao Xiaoqing's words rendered Zhao Eru speechless. Zhao Matzi, a cunning old fox, caught on to the failure of Zhao Eru's scheme. "Eru, you foolish child. How could you make such a blunder? Xiaoqing is still a girl. Do you have the heart to ruin her reputation?" he admonished, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Eru. Zhao Haizi, bewildered, wondered whose side his brother was on, recalling their earlier conversation. Although Zhao Eru typically exuded bravado, he was keen to heed Zhao Matzi's counsel. Now, Zhao Eru stood silent, head bowed. Zhao Haizi's face paled as he turned to Wang Kai. "Lu Wang Kai, you," he began, unsure of how to proceed, realizing they had arrived too late to catch him in the act. "Huh, with your feeble minds, you thought you could ensnare me? Save your breath," Wang Kai chuckled, stepping outside. His words incited outrage among those present. "Lu Wang Kai, don't you dare leave," Zhao Haizi shouted, unwilling to concede defeat. "What do you intend to do? Accuse me of sleeping with your granddaughter and imprison me?" Wang Kai preempted, fully aware of Zhao Haizi's thoughts. "Good, just ask your granddaughter if I did anything." Wang Kai stood his ground, unwavering. Zhao Matzi, perceptive and astute, had noted that Wang Kai was far from intoxicated and would never provide Zhao Eru with any incriminating evidence. "Is this not enough humiliation for you?" Zhao Matzi fumed, directing his ire at Zhao Eru and Zhao Haizi. With a swift motion, Zhao Xiaoqing pushed Zhao Eru out and slammed the door. "Zhao Eru, do you have any more business? If not, I shall take my leave," Wang Kai taunted, reveling in his triumph. "Get lost." Zhao Eru, having lost both face and purpose, cursed under his breath. Wang Kai, whistling nonchalantly, sauntered out the door, his demeanor carefree. Zhao Haizi, still unsatisfied, turned to Zhao Matzi, lamenting, "We could have caught him. And on what grounds would you have arrested him?" Zhao Matzi retorted, "Just because he emerged from Xiaoqing's room. You truly lack foresight. Did you not see he was sober? With our numbers, we could never have apprehended him. And even if we did, without solid evidence, we couldn't imprison him." Zhao Matzi educated, having served as village head for many years. Zhao Eru glared at the drunken fools sprawled across the table, simmering with frustration as he muttered, "Useless drunks." Not only had Zhao Eru lost a table of food and drink, but he also left with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, pleased with the turn of events, lay down and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Wang Kai, the sun is high, get up. Wang Kai, deep in sleep, felt someone shaking his shoulder. He opened his eyes groggily and asked, "What are you doing? You're interrupting my sleep." Li Wang, wearing a broad smile, replied, "We're going fishing." Wang Kai sat up, rubbing his eyes, and responded slowly, "You two are far too greedy. If we continue this, Zhao Eru will surely lose his temper." Li Wang frowned, puzzled by Wang Sai's words. "Wang Kai, if we're not going fishing, then what shall we do?" Sanhua entered, noticing Wang Kai still appeared half asleep, and quickly inquired, "Are we going up the mountain?" "Up the mountain." Two individuals simultaneously widened their eyes and opened their mouths, bewildered by the enigmatic intentions of Wang Kai. At that moment, Sanhua and Li Wang were entirely convinced of Wang Kai's capabilities. It was not merely a matter of ascending the mountain. Even if Wang Kai suggested jumping into a cauldron of oil, they would unhesitatingly follow. Initially intending to inform his sister-in-law, Wang Kai noticed she had yet to rise and simply chuckled, shaking his head as he ventured outside. Wang Kai did not plan to lead them deep into the mountains. Instead, he aimed to gather some reasonably priced medicinal herbs near the Old Wolf Ridge. He understood well the adage, idle land breeds weeds, idle minds breed troubles, and idle bodies breed trivial matters. Being overly idle could ruin a person. He could not use his extraordinary abilities to bestow them with excessive wealth, as that would only lead to their downfall. Wang Kai introduced several types of herbs to the two, encouraging them to gather on their own. "Wang Kai, aren't these just weeds? Can they be sold?" Li Wang voiced his doubts after a moment's hesitation. "Rest assured, as long as you are not afraid of hard work, you can earn quite a bit in a day," Wang Kai replied earnestly. Upon hearing the potential for substantial earnings, both Sanhua and Li Wang instantly perked up. Within an hour, the two were drenched in sweat. Li Wang, panting, rushed to Wang Kai's side and glanced up at the scorching sun, exclaiming, "Wang Kai, gathering herbs is even more exhausting than fishing. It's too tiring." Just as Wang Kai was about to impart the wisdom that diligence leads to prosperity, they suddenly heard a cry for help from the western hillside. What was that sound? Sanhua, timid by nature, hurried over to ask, alarmed by the call in the secluded woods. Without uttering a word, Wang Kai dashed towards the source of the sound. Halfway up the western slope, there was a peach orchard. As Wang Kai reached the edge of the grove, a woman, in a state of panic, hurriedly emerged from the trees, leaping and stumbling. To his astonishment, she was bare from the waist up, frantically waving a pink garment as if something were pursuing her. "Help! Someone save me!" Upon seeing Wang Kai approach, the woman cried out in terror, as if he were her last hope. Caught off guard by the unusual situation in broad daylight, Wang Kai momentarily froze. In her panic, the woman slipped and stumbled forward, colliding directly into Wang Kai. Instinctively, he extended his arms to catch her, and the unexpected softness of her body caused him to lose his footing and fall to the ground. "Hey, what are you doing in broad daylight?" Wang Kai regained his composure, attempting to push her away but found it difficult. "I'm so sorry." The woman, realizing the absurdity of the situation, blushed as she scrambled to her feet, crouching down to cover herself with the pink top. "Isn't this sister-in-law Yafeng? What on earth is happening?" Wang Kai finally recognized her, realizing it was Wang Yafeng, the village's women's director. In her 30s, she was petite and charming, resembling a delicate flower. Her husband, Li Sherdun, was tall and robust, known for his honesty. Since Wang Yafeng assumed the role of women's director, her husband had inexplicably acquired funds to purchase a vehicle for transportation in the city, and their business was thriving, leaving him seldom at home. "I was stung by a wasp. Look, it's all swollen." Wang Yafeng managed to steady her nerves and confessed the truth, despite her embarrassment. Wang Kai observed the swollen areas on her arms and shoulders, as well as the left side of her face. "Sister-in-law, how can you be without clothes and not expect to get stung?" He chuckled, looking at her disheveled state. "You brat, help me figure this out and stop joking." Wang Yafeng replied, her face flushed. "Sister-in-law, just put on your clothes. I haven't even married yet," Wang Kai joked. "Turn around and don't peek," she insisted. Wang Kai covered his eyes and turned away. Wang Yafeng donned her top, grimacing as it brushed against the stings. "Wang Kai, I'm feeling dizzy. I can't take it anymore," she said, having just put on her clothes. Suddenly, she felt faint, her eyes swelling shut. Before Wang Kai could respond, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Sister-in-law," he called out several times, but she did not respond. Chapter 45. saving lives and gaining abilities, killing two birds with one stone at that moment. Wang Kai had no time for contemplation. He swiftly employed his skill, rapid spirit fusion, placing his palm on Wang Yafeng's shoulder. A warm flow surged from his hand into the wounded area. Gradually, Wang Yafeng began to awaken from her stupor, feeling a soothing coolness as the pain from the stings diminished. Congratulations, you have absorbed the poison of Longwang Peak, successfully acquired special energy materials, and earned 1 merit point for saving a patient. Wow. Sister-in-law Yafeng was poisoned by Longwang Peak. I've heard that this type of wasp sting is untreatable. If stung, one typically dies within hours. To think I could effortlessly neutralize the poison and absorb it for special energy, truly a double victory. Wang Kai, how did you manage to cure me? Wang Yafeng, rolling up her sleeve, examined the previously swollen area, now healed, and asked, puzzled. A secret remedy, I can't disclose. Wang Kai chuckled, adopting a mysterious tone. Wang Kai, you saved my life today. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I will certainly help you. Wang Yafeng expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Oh no, wait. Before Wang Kai could respond, Wang Yafeng seemed to remember something, her expression shifting dramatically. What's wrong? Noticing her sudden alarm, Wang Kai inquired. There are still others in the woods. Wang Kai, you must save him. Wang Yafeng, deep in thought, appeared to have made a significant decision. Urgently grasping Wang Kai's hand, without waiting for his reply, she pulled him deeper into the grove. Wang Kai and Wang Yafeng trudged through the peach orchard, taking careful steps. Suddenly, Wang Kai spotted a pair of blue pants discarded on the ground. Sister-in-law, whose pants are these? He asked, kicking them lightly. Don't ask, just hurry and find someone. Wang Yafeng blushed, picking up the blue pants. Taking a few more steps, they discovered a cloth shoe. Wang Kai was baffled. What was happening? Had Wang Yafeng committed a crime here? As he pondered, they reached a peach tree, where a figure lay face down, back exposed. The man had half-white hair and was completely unclothed. It was unclear how many times he had been stung by the wasps of Longwang Peak. But his body was now darkened, resembling a corpse long deceased. Ah! Wang Yafeng gasped, her eyes widening as she covered her face with her hands, her body going limp and collapsing to the ground. Not recognizing the man, Wang Kai observed that he was likely another victim of the Longwang Peak stings. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he quickly transmitted his intention to his mind. Rapid spirit fusion. Half an hour passed, and the dark purple hue on the man's body gradually receded. Wang Kai's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired special energy materials by treating a critically ill patient, earning 2 merit points. Wang Kai collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. The man had suffered numerous stings, and the poison had spread rapidly, requiring a significant amount of Wang Kai's energy and strength to extract it. Are you all right? Wang Yafeng had regained her composure and, upon seeing the man's skin return to normal, rushed over, shaking his shoulder. The man slowly opened his eyes and, in a weak voice, asked, Am I dead? You're not dead. Wang Kai saved you. Hearing the man speak, Wang Yafeng was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she quickly reassured him. Wang Kai? The man pondered for a moment before suddenly sitting up and hastily putting on a shirt. As Wang Kai's strength gradually returned, he was taken aback upon seeing the man's face. Wow. Isn't this the former village head, Qian Wanshan? Qian Wanshan, in his 60s, had served as village head for many years, navigating village politics skillfully and avoiding direct conflicts, earning him a reputation as a good leader among the villagers. Wang Kai's mind was somewhat perplexed as he pondered how this over 60-year-old village secretary could be entangled with the 30-something Wang Yafeng. True to his role as the village secretary, he expressed his gratitude to Wang Kai with a respectful bow after arranging his clothing, articulating his sentiments with precision. Simultaneously, the secretary, wary of any misconceptions, clarified, Wang Kai, please do not misunderstand. Today, in an effort to enhance the villagers' income, I accompanied the women's director to the mountain for an inspection. Unexpectedly, we disturbed a swarm of wasps, and in a panic, I had to discard my clothing. Wang Kai smiled in response, understanding the insinuation behind the secretary's words. Indeed, he thought, one should not entertain ill thoughts. After all, how could he not know what kind of person his sister-in-law was? At that moment, Wang Yafeng felt compelled to provide an explanation, fearing the potential repercussions if Wang Kai were to divulge the incident. Wang Kai chuckled, refraining from replying to her. In the desolate wilderness, you came here for an inspection? Such a ruse would not deceive even a spirit. It was evident to anyone what they were truly up to. Their explanations rang hollow. As they exited the peach grove, Sanhua and Li Wang approached. Wang Yafeng and the village secretary exchanged a glance, the secretary's face betraying discomfort. Perhaps they felt fortunate that Sanwa and Li Wang had not witnessed the earlier scene, for that would have posed a considerable dilemma. Wang Kai, what happened just now? Li Wang inquired upon seeing him. Nothing much, I just encountered a nest of wasps, and Wang Kai assisted in dealing with them. Wang Yafang interjected hastily, fearing any slip of the tongue. Both the village secretary and the women's director were village officials, and Sanwa and Li Wang held their words in high regard. As night descended, Wang Kai entered his home, immediately greeted by a delectable aroma. Curiosity piqued, he rushed to the kitchen. Sister-in-law, what are you cooking? He asked, noting the absence of wild game for several days. Can't you tell? It's an old hen, she replied, turning back with a smile as she kneaded dough. We Haven Tea raised chickens, have we? It's half a chicken sent by Yafang. By the way, she mentioned she needs to see you tonight. His sister-in-law, engrossed in her task, failed to notice the change in Wang Kai's expression. Uncertain of Wang Yafang's intent, he wondered if it was to express gratitude for saving her life. On the eastern hillside of Huai Tree Village stood 4 large tiled houses to the north and 4 single-story houses to the south, with 2 wing rooms on each side. The eastern wing served as the kitchen, where Wang Yafang, clad in a blue apron, was frying eggs. Sister-in-law, you haven't eaten yet? I could smell the aroma from afar. Wang Kai greeted her. I already ate. This is for you, she replied, plating the golden fried eggs. Sister-in-law, what do you need to see me about? He asked, helping her carry the dishes as he turned to inquire. Wang Yafang remained silent, guiding him into the house. The living room was neat and orderly, furnished with a set of high-quality, antique-style red-painted wooden sofas. On the coffee table sat 4 plates of food, a bottle of white liquor, and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Given the setup, it was clear they would be alone, making Wang Kai feel somewhat uneasy. Wang Yafang expressed her gratitude repeatedly, pouring him drink after drink. As the bottle of liquor neared emptiness, her eloquence began to falter. Sister-in-law, you're getting drunk, he remarked, just as she retrieved another bottle from beneath the table. Wang Kai snatched it away. Let me open it. Being drunk can help you speak your heart, she insisted, attempting to reclaim it. As he stepped back, Wang Yafang lost her grip and began to fall. Instinctively, Wang Kai rushed forward to catch her, but she collapsed into his arms like a limp doll. Wang Kai, my heart is heavy, she lamented. In such an intimate setting, Wang Kai found himself in a rather awkward predicament, and to his surprise, Wang Yafang's eyes glistened with tears as she began to confide her secrets. Chapter 46. Unveiling Secrets and Seeking Healing. Wang Kai initially presumed that Wang Yafang's invitation for drinks was merely an expression of gratitude for saving her life, coupled with a plea for discretion regarding the earlier incident. However, he was taken aback when a drunken Wang Yafang began to weep in his embrace. Wang Kai, do you know why I have not borne children after many years of marriage? She inquired, wiping her tears. How would I know? He thought to himself, stifling a chuckle at the absurdity of the question. My husband, Li Sherdun, is not a man. He is incapable, she confessed, bursting into tears. Sister-in-law, you mustn't say such things. Li Sherdun is in good health. How could he possibly be incapable? Wang Kai believed her drunken ramblings were nonsensical. She recounted how, in her family, she was regarded as the most beautiful girl in the village, and marrying Li Sherdun felt like a match made in heaven. On their wedding night, however, Li Sherdun had consumed too much alcohol and never entered the room, leaving her waiting half the night before she fell asleep. In her dreams, someone entered and turned off the light, laying her down on the bed. Thinking it was her husband, she shyly allowed him to undress her completely. Amidst her embarrassment, she felt a flicker of anticipation, eventually succumbing to the intoxicating allure of a man's presence. The next morning, she discovered that Li Sherdun had spent the night hiding in the kitchen. The question of who had been with her lingered in her mind, a haunting mystery. When Li Sherdun tearfully confessed that he could not fulfill his duties as a husband, her nightmare truly began. If you are incapable, why marry at all? Wang Yafang was a romantic woman who could not tolerate such a fatal flaw in a man. Eventually, she learned that it was the village secretary who had stolen her innocence that fateful night. Wang Kai's mouth fell open in astonishment. Where had the village secretary's benevolent image gone? Sister-in-law, you must be drunk and speaking nonsense, he interjected, incredulous at the revelation. No, I am not making this up. While Sherdun was away, he came to me and admitted it, she retorted, her eyes brimming with tears. We had a disagreement, and he assured me that his son had connections in the county. If I agreed to continue our secret affair, he would help Sherdun earn a fortune. Did you succumb for money? Wang Kai asked, astonished. It was not solely for money. I am a woman with needs, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Sister-in-law, why are you confiding in me? Are you not afraid I will speak of this? Wang Kai inquired, furrowing his brow. Wang Kai, I want a child, she declared, her gaze steady and resolute. Sister-in-law, but isn't Sherdun ill? He replied, puzzled. I mean, I want to have a child with you, she insisted. Absolutely not, he exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. Wang Kai found the notion amusing. He was not a stud to be used for such purposes. As he stood to leave, Wang Yafeng clung to him, refusing to let go. Wang Kai, I am already in my 30s. If I do not have a child soon, in a few years, it will be impossible. I will be at my wit's end, she cried. Your husband's incapacity is of no use to me, Wang Kai thought, suddenly reminded of his brother Wang Zhu. If he had not healed his brother's ailment, Wang Yafeng would have been incessantly pestering him. Could he find a way to cure Li Sherdun's condition? Sister-in-law, if you can bring Sherdun home someday, I can take a look at him. If he gets better, you would not need anyone else's assistance, and everything would be resolved, he proposed earnestly. Healing? After visiting several major hospitals without success, do you think you can? Wang Yafeng doubted his intentions. However, after much persuasion, she finally agreed to ask her husband to return the following day for treatment. The next morning, Wang Yafeng sought out her husband, Li Sherdun, who appeared taken aback at her unexpected arrival. He was engaged in transportation in the city while his wife served as the women's director at home. They had not seen each other for several months. When Wang Yafeng expressed her intentions, Li Sherdun's face flushed crimson with indignation as he exclaimed, You women have such loose tongues. How could you speak of this to others? Moreover, if a major hospital cannot cure this ailment, how could Lu Wangkai possibly succeed? It's absurd. Wang Yafeng was taken aback by Sherdun's reaction and remarked, Do you know? That day, Pan Judiao was on the brink of death, and Wangkai saved him. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I refuse to believe that after spending years in prison, he learned to heal, Li Sherdun retorted, his skepticism unwavering. How could the scoundrel Lu Wangkai transform into a miraculous healer in his eyes? Wang Yafeng continued, Chao Yutong had a tumor, and it was Wangkai who cured him. What? That is impossible. Tumors are terminal illnesses. How could he possibly cure them? Li Sherdun's mind was consumed by questions and curiosity. To validate his doubts, he followed Wang Yafeng back to the village. Upon seeing Lu Wangkai, Li Sherdun perceived him as the same carefree rogue without a proper job. Wangkai, if you can truly heal my ailment, I shall treat you like a revered ancestor. Li Sherdun expressed with disappointment, believing his wife had been beguiled by Wangkai. His disdain evident in his demeanor. Brother Sherdun, I only treated your illness out of pity for your wife's plight. With your current attitude, it's futile to plead. Wangkai replied, his tone somewhat irritable. Wang Yafeng, recognizing Sherdun's stubborn nature, signaled Wangkai to proceed without further provocation. Utilizing his healing powers, Wangkai initially thought Sherdun's condition was a long-standing stubborn illness, only to discover it was merely due to a blocked blood vessel. With ease, he cleared the obstruction and restored natural circulation. As Li Sherdun lay on the bed, he felt Wangkai's hands pressing on his lower abdomen, and suddenly, he heard a whoosh from within his body. Wangkai, is it healed? He queried, his tone laced with mockery. You'll know if you and your wife try, Wangkai replied. Not overly concerned about Sherdun's attitude, he was confident that time would reveal the results, and Sherdun would surely express his gratitude. Wang Yafeng observed the treatment with amusement. Yet doubt lingered in her mind. Feeling hopeless, she suggested to Sherdun, if you're busy, return to the city. As Li Sherdun pedaled his bicycle, Wang Yafeng accompanied him to the village's edge, both lost in their thoughts, silence enveloping them. I'm leaving. You should head back, Li Sherdun said, casting a glance at his wife. The weather was warm, and with her shirt's top buttons undone, as she waved goodbye, a tantalizing glimpse of her form caught his eye. What on earth? Li Sherdun gasped, astonished by the unexpected sight. Wang Yafeng felt a tinge of disappointment as her long hair cascaded behind her like a black waterfall when she turned. This simple motion sparked a torrent of thoughts in Li Sherdun, overwhelming his control. What are you doing? Wang Yafeng exclaimed as he grasped her arm and led her toward the cornfield, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Chapter 47, Specializing in Male Ailments. All the men in the village seek help suddenly. Li Sherdun tossed aside his bicycle and seized Wang Yafeng's arm as they ventured into the cornfield. Wang Yafeng, bewildered by the unfolding events, gazed at Sherdun in disbelief. His face flushed crimson. He trampled a patch of corn and laid his shirt atop it. What are you doing? Wang Yafeng gasped, glancing down to see an unusual transformation occurring with Li Sherdun, her cheeks turning crimson as she covered her mouth in shock. Li Sherdun leaned closer, his stubble scratching her cheek. In broad daylight, they were candid with one another, as he, a man who engaged in farm work for years, sweated profusely in the cornfield. Sherdun, you really have recovered. Wang Yafeng exclaimed half an hour later, excitement bubbling within her. Yes, I've recovered. Li Sherdun felt as if he were dreaming. Pinching his arm confirmed the reality of the situation. Old Li, passing by, noticed his corn had been knocked down. Assuming it was due to a pig running amok. Damn livestock. If they're not tied up soon, I'll resort to drastic measures, he muttered, heading toward the cornfield through the fallen stalks. The rustling of corn leaves and Old Li's loud curses startled Wang Yafeng and Li Sherdun. What are you two doing? Hurry and get dressed. Wang Yafeng snapped back to reality, grabbing the shirt from the ground and tossing it at Sherdun's face. Before they could tidy up, Old Li approached, fuming as he sought the culprit behind the damaged corn. You two? Old Li was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing he was confronting his son and daughter-in-law rather than a wayward pig. Father, we thought there was livestock in the field, so we came to check, Wang Yafeng lied. Barely convincing herself, Old Li, with the wisdom of experience, quickly grasped what had transpired but chose not to comment, turning and leaving. Exiting the cornfield, Wang Yafeng smoothed her disheveled hair and urged Sherdun, it's getting late. You should leave. Now that I'm healed, why would I leave? Li Sherdun turned his bicycle around, his tone buoyant. Wang Kai stood at the entrance, watching goats graze when the couple hurriedly approached. Wang Kai, you are my savior. From now on, during festivals, I shall honor you with offerings, Li Sherdun exclaimed, kneeling at Wang Kai's feet, overwhelmed with gratitude. What is going on here? Wang Kai was perplexed, wondering if they had already tested the healing. Wang Kai, my husband's ailment has been cured. Wang Yafeng chimed in, excitedly gesturing toward Li Sherdun. Li Sherdun's recovery was not a grave matter. Wang Kai felt it was nothing to boast about. However, Wang Yafeng was unlike other women. As the women's director, she was acutely aware of the reproductive issues plaguing the village. For over a decade, many men had married, yet several couples remained childless. Initially, Wang Yafeng presumed it was due to the villagers' harsh living conditions that deterred them from having children. However, upon investigation, she discovered that many men harbored problems of their own. Due to feudal beliefs, they suffered in silence, unwilling to disclose their struggles. With Li Sherdun's illness cured by Wang Kai, this news swiftly spread throughout the village. As Wang Kai peacefully slept, Li Wang rushed over in a flurry. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he noticed the darkness outside. Dawn had yet to break. Wang Kai, you are quite unreasonable. Li Wang began to complain before Wang Kai could respond. What is wrong with me? Wang Kai was bewildered. He hadn't wronged Li Wang in any way. You cured Li Sherdun's ailment? Li Wang inquired. Yes, what of it? Wang Kai remained puzzled, unable to see the connection. My wife and I have been married for 5 or 6 years and have yet to conceive, Li Wang stated earnestly. What does that have to do with me? Wang Kai was even more confused. Stop feigning ignorance. I'm trying to tell you that I have a problem too. Li Wang hesitated, finally admitting the truth. So what? Wang Kai teased, fully understanding Li Wang's implication. Li Wang's face flushed as he pulled Wang Kai up, pleading, Wang Kai, please help me and cure my ailment. Wang Kai glanced at Li Wang, who was as robust as an ox, questioning how he could have any ailment. With curiosity, he instructed Li Wang to lie down and projected a signal to his mind, activating his healing ability. With warm energy radiating from his palms, he pressed on Li Wang's lower abdomen, and the diagnosis became clear. Li Wang's dysfunction stemmed from a severed vital meridian. To mend the ruptured meridian, 195 energy points would be required, necessitating the consumption of an energy elixir. Reluctantly, Wang Kai ingested an elixir to restore Li Wang's severed meridian. Wang Kai, is it cured? Li Wang inquired, feeling nothing yet. You'll know once you return home and test it. Wang Kai smiled at him. Li Wang was filled with a sense of skepticism. Yet the early morning hours had not yet arrived, and with the resources at home readily available, experimenting was hardly a daunting task. Feeling somewhat mischievous, he returned home, causing quite a commotion that startled his parents. Despite the embarrassment, he was exhilarated. He resolved never to wander aimlessly again, preferring the comfort of his wife's embrace. Wang Kai never imagined that his village harbored so many young men grappling with various degrees of dysfunction. Due to the limitations of energy, utilizing the swift and agile healing power demanded a significant expenditure of vitality. Energy required time to replenish, and thus, after treating a patient, Wang Kai would immediately rest his head upon a stone pillow. Although the stone pillow accelerated recovery, it still took a full day for him to completely regain his strength. 10 days later, Wang Kai's home was bustling with activity. The courtyard was filled to capacity with patients, compelling Wang Zhu to explain to each one, my brother Wang Kai can only see one patient a day. Please do not wait any longer and return home. Initially, some believed him, but as the days passed without receiving their turn, doubts began to arise. Among the crowd was a man named Sun Wenji in his 30s. Not from the village. Upon hearing of the miraculous healer Lu Wang Kai, who specialized in men's health issues without the use of medication or injections, he was intrigued yet skeptical. Inquiring among the villagers, he learned of the healer's reputed abilities, whereupon he questioned, "Is it true that he can cure ailments merely by placing his hands upon the abdomen?" A villager nodded affirmatively, stating, "Absolutely, he has already healed several." Sun Wenji pressed further, "With so many patients, why haven't I seen the healer?" "He is currently asleep," came the reply. "What? So many patients, and he is sleeping?" Sun Wenji exclaimed, utterly perplexed. "Did you not hear the healer's rule? He sees only one patient each day." Understanding the healer's regimen, Sun Wenji realized that with 20 patients waiting, it would be ages before he could consult the healer. Operating a shop in town, he valued his time and could not afford to waste it waiting idly. The following morning, Sun Wenji arrived at Wang Zu's door, carrying 2 bags of apples and bananas. "What brings you here?" Wang Zu, unfamiliar with Sun Wenji, was taken aback by his presence with gifts. "I run a shop in town and am quite busy. Please convey my request to the healer for a consultation," Sun Wenji pleaded, leaving the gifts at the doorstep. Before Wang Zu could respond, Xiang Chao, draped in her attire, stepped forward and readily agreed to Sun Wenji's request. "Wang Kai, this is my sister-in-law's relative who has traveled a long way for treatment. Please see him first." Awakened from his slumber, Wang Kai was unable to refuse, and he allowed Sun Wenji to lie down. Utilizing the swift healing power, he successfully treated Sun Wenji's long-standing ailment. Upon exiting Wang Kai's abode, Sun Wenji found a throng of over 10 individuals waiting outside. Learning that the man had already received treatment, the crowd felt disheartened. Realizing their hopes for the day had been dashed, 2 villagers, who had conversed with Sun Wenji the previous day, expressed their confusion. He just arrived yesterday. How could he have been treated so quickly? After inquiring further, they discovered it was due to his offerings. The villagers exchanged knowing glances and promptly returned home to prepare their own gifts. As night fell, the crowd dispersed, and a villager approached Wang Zu with a gift in hand. Days later, the astute villagers grasped a new understanding. To expedite their healing, one must first present a gift to Wang Kai's brother. As the number of gift givers increased, Wang Zu found himself in a quandary, pondering whom to prioritize for treatment. Xiang Chao, quick-witted, began compiling a list of gift givers and arranged them according to the value of their offerings. Observing the trend, some realized that minimal gifts were futile and resolved to be more generous. Soon, the gifts transformed into substantial monetary offerings. Aside from eating and sleeping, Wang Kai dedicated his days to treating one patient at a time. To hasten his energy recovery and provide prompt treatment, he wasted no time. During this period, Xiang Chao was all smiles, as the house brimmed with fruits and canned goods, forming small mountains of provisions that they could scarcely consume. The public rarely saw Wang Kai, yet his brother Wang Zu became quite renowned, entertaining dozens of patients daily while devising intricate methods to manage their queues. One day, after treating a young patient, Wang Kai's mind received a notification. "Congratulations. You have consecutively treated 88 patients, earning 100 merit points, unlocking a new ability. 1,000 cures. Goodness. I expected something truly remarkable. Yet 1,000 cures is merely a term?" Wang Kai felt a wave of disappointment. He already possessed the power of swift healing that could cure myriad ailments. What additional benefit could this new ability possibly provide? He sought clarification from his mind, but alas, there was no response. Feeling particularly uninspired, he ventured outside for fresh air. Over 20 men stood in the courtyard, some having waited for more than 10 days. "Oh dear," Wang Kai sighed heavily. "Why are there so many patients? It seems to grow more overwhelming daily. When will this end?" "Finally, we see you," a man exclaimed, approaching Wang Kai. Many among the crowd were unfamiliar with him and were intrigued by the healer's presence. Is this truly Wang Kai? They wondered, gathering around him. With a bittersweet smile, Wang Kai placed a comforting hand on the man's shoulder. The 1,000 cures ability revealed. Patient suffers from kidney yang deficiency. What is this? Is it truly miraculous? Wang Kai was astonished. The moment his hand made contact with the patient, his mind instantly displayed the diagnosis. This was indeed the new ability, the power of 1,000 cures. Yet, merely identifying the ailment was insufficient. It was the ability to prescribe remedies that would prove invaluable. The mind then provided a remedy, wolfberry. Incredible. This is astonishing, Wang Kai thought, amazed at the capacity to both diagnose and prescribe. With such capabilities, those ailments treatable with medication would no longer require patients to queue for their turn. Hastily, he returned indoors, retrieving paper and pen to transcribe the remedy. Wang Kai, does this truly work? You're not deceiving me, are you? The man, who had only heard tales of Wang Kai's non-invasive methods, was taken aback by the prescription, feeling uncertain. You, my friend, have overindulged in the pleasures of youth, leading to your current state, Wang Kai explained with a smile. The man, initially skeptical, felt a rush of heat upon realizing Wang Kai had pinpointed the root of his troubles. Indeed, prior to marriage, curiosity led him to explore various indulgences, and as time went on, he grew increasingly reliant on them. After marriage, he found himself unable to meet expectations, regretting his past choices. It seemed Wang Kai had discerned the essence of his ailment, and perhaps the prescribed remedy would indeed prove effective. Clutching the prescription, the man departed. Meanwhile, many others who had waited for over 10 days, losing hope, now observed Wang Kai's newfound ability to prescribe remedies and decided to give it a chance. Days later, news spread that the prescriptions Wang Kai provided were miraculous. The remedies were affordable, capable of curing ailments with just one dose. With effective prescriptions available, fewer people were willing to endure the lengthy waits, instead requesting their own prescriptions to try at home. One morning, as Wang Kai opened his door, he noticed an 8 Immortals chair placed in the courtyard. A man dressed in a suit, sporting a crew cut, lounged with one leg crossed over the other, restlessly shaking a foot while munching on sunflower seeds, scattering the shells about. His attire suggested he was not a local villager. Wang Kai felt a twinge of displeasure. Who is this person, acting so grandly in my courtyard? He thought, determined to approach and discern the identity of the intruder. What is happening today? Wang Kai was in a fit of anger when his sister-in-law emerged from the door, exclaiming in surprise. Upon seeing her, Wang Kai was taken aback. His sister-in-law was no longer the simple village woman she once was. She had transformed completely. Once youthful and beautiful, she had begun purchasing new clothing and applying makeup. She wore a tight red knitted sweater that accentuated her figure exquisitely. One could confidently assert that her appearance rivaled that of city dwellers. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Wang Kai, puzzled by her words, inquired. In the past, this place was bustling with people at this hour. What's the situation today? His sister-in-law bent down, peering out the doorway, murmuring in confusion. Isn't it nice that there's no one around? It's so peaceful, Wang Kai remarked casually. He could not comprehend why his sister-in-law desired more patients to visit, especially since he treated them without charge. Have you been sleeping foolishly these days? If no one comes for treatment, how will we receive any money? Xiang Cao shot him a disapproving glance, punctuating her words with pointed gestures. Money? What money? Wang Kai was utterly bewildered, unable to discern his sister-in-law's intentions. Oh, you don't understand. I want to explain it to you, she replied impatiently, turning her slender waist towards the entrance. The man seated on the 8 Immortals chair seemed oblivious to their conversation, engrossed in cracking seeds, leaving a scattering on the ground. Wang Kai's gaze fell upon the man with a buzz cut, who remained nonchalantly perched on the chair, and his anger surged. He strode over. Who the hell are you? He barked, standing before the man. Upon seeing the man's face, Wang Kai gasped in shock, exclaiming, How can it be you? Chapter 49. You little wretch. I am your uncle. Wang Kai was incensed to find a man in a suit sitting on the 8 Immortals chair, seeds strewn about. Approaching the man, he was stunned. This fellow not only wore a suit but also a tie. What an odd appearance. Hey, Wang Kai, why are you out here? Wang Zhu said, lowering his leg with a smile. His world had been utterly shattered. Was this really the same honest and simple brother who had been bullied everywhere? Brother, what are you doing sitting in the yard? Wang Kai's anger subsided considerably. I'm waiting for them to line up. You don't know how busy I've been these past few days, Wang Zhu recounted, his face brimming with pride. Brother, how can you do this? This is so unexpected. I always thought I was doing good by treating the sick, Wang Kai replied, astonished that his brother and sister-in-law had collected a considerable sum without consulting him. Wang Kai, what's wrong? After treating them all day like a fool, isn't it reasonable to collect a little money? Wang Zhu stood up abruptly, pointing a finger at Wang Kai, who did not wish to argue with his brother. Having been raised by him since childhood, Wang Kai, you need to think of a solution. Why is there not a single patient today? His sister-in-law, having waited at the door for a long time without seeing anyone, rushed back in to say, Sister-in-law, I don't treat patients for money. Wang Kai was bewildered by her transformation. Fool, if not for money, then what? How will you eat? Drink? She bombarded him with questions. Wang Kai sighed heavily, unable to explain himself. Have you grown wings? You don't listen to your sister-in-law anymore, she muttered as he turned to retreat into the house. Wang Kai felt a swell of frustration. He had not anticipated that life, now seemingly better, would bring more troubles. As he pondered his grievances, Wang Kai donned his coat and stepped outside for some fresh air. Just as he reached the village entrance, a series of revving sounds echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw a motorcycle speeding towards him, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Wangkai, come on, let us go to town. The motorcycle came to a halt beside him, and Zhao Xiaoqing removed her helmet, patting the back seat confidently. I'm not going, Wangkai replied, turning his head and walking away. Lu Wangkai, it's just treating patients. What is so impressive about that? Zhao Xiaoqing was assertive, being the first to invite him for a ride on her motorcycle, yet also the first to be refused. Lu Wangkai, you coward. Why do you say that? Wangkai turned back to ask. You're afraid my dad will deal with you and you don't dare sit on my motorcycle, she pouted, pointing her delicate finger at him. I'm not afraid of anyone. Wangkai retorted. Fine, I'll sit. He realized she was employing reverse psychology to provoke him. Zhao Xiaoqing, bold and unafraid, navigated the rugged mountain path without a hint of trepidation. Being a young girl, Wangkai felt hesitant to draw too close. He sat on the back seat, maintaining a respectful distance. The motorcycle jolted violently, making him feel as though he were in a bridal sedan chair, nearly toppling off. Reluctantly, he reached out to secure his arms around her waist for safety. Due to the bumpy ride, he pressed closer against her back. Zhao Xiaoqing jolted, losing control of her right hand. As they approached a sharp turn, she forgot to release the throttle. Ah! She shrieked as the motorcycle careened down the slope. Goodness! This girl is truly trying to murder me, Wangkai exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly recalling his supernatural ability, he hastily directed his thoughts. In his mind, the motorcycle returned to the road after the turn. Apologies, ordinary energy cannot complete the transfer. Please issue a suitable command immediately. Goodness! Transfer failed, what to do? Below the slope lay a deep ravine. Falling into it would mean disaster. Spotting a small path above the ravine, he had no choice but to settle for a lesser option, willing the motorcycle to smoothly land on that path and come to a stop. Congratulations! The spirit domain successfully completed the transfer. This action was excessively dangerous, consuming 98 energy points and 80 stamina points. With this information flashing in his mind, Wangkai dared to open his eyes. Indeed, the motorcycle had come to a steady halt on the small path and had turned off. Hey, you reckless girl! What are you doing? Wangkai shouted, shaking Zhao Xiaoqing. Zhao Xiaoqing released her grip on the handlebars, letting her arms dangle at her sides. She slumped against Wangkai like a rag doll, having fainted from fear. Goodness, that was close. If it weren't for my powers, we would have definitely been done for. Removing Zhao Xiaoqing's helmet, he found her eyes tightly shut, appearing lifeless. He lifted her from the motorcycle and laid her on the slope. What to do? She can't be truly dead, right? He checked below her nose and felt a breath, confirming she was alive. 1,000 cures indicates. Patient suffered extreme fright. No serious issues, no medication required. Shaking or calling will awaken her. Goodness, this can also display? Initially skeptical of the 1,000 cures utility, he now recognized its remarkable capabilities, clearly indicating whether medication was necessary. Hey, he shook Zhao Xiaoqing's shoulder, calling her several times. Where am I? Am I dead? She murmured softly, her eyes still closed. You're not dead. You nearly got me killed. Wangkai kicked her lightly, gritting his teeth. Ah, Lu Wangkai. Zhao Xiaoqing turned her head to look. Just a meter below was the edge of the ravine, and surrounding them were wild grass and barren mountains. With the motorcycle parked on the path, logically, falling from that height should result in serious injury, yet he bore not a scratch, and the motorcycle was unscathed. This was illogical. Zhao Xiaoqing, dazed for a while, finally voiced her confusion. Wangkai, having exhausted nearly all his energy and substantial stamina, was in no mood to converse. He lay on a large stone to rest. Hey, Wangkai, did you save me? Zhao Xiaoqing suddenly inquired. Go away. You silly girl, I am your uncle. Wangkai was nearly infuriated. After all, he was of the same generation as Zhao Eru. Yet this girl had the audacity to call him brother. I'll just call you Lu Wangkai then. Zhao Xiaoqing made a face at him. Lu Wangkai, come here. I have an injury on my face. Upon seeing Wangkai's silence, Zhao Xiaoqing suddenly raised her voice. Startled, Wangkai rushed over, anxiously turning her face to inspect for injuries. After a thorough examination, he found no harm at all. Zhao Xiaoqing abruptly lifted her head and pecked him on the cheek, leaving a mark of her lips. You. Wangkai stood up abruptly, his face flushed with embarrassment. He, Lu Wangkai, they say you're a rogue, a scoundrel. Why are you behaving like this? Zhao Xiaoqing laughed uncontrollably. Wangkai felt a sense of being toyed with. This wild girl had managed to make the self-proclaimed big brother of Huai, Tree Village, blush profusely. After a brief rest to recover their strength, the next challenge was to maneuver the motorcycle onto the road. The two pushed the bike along a narrow path, laboriously making their way. Despite being drenched in sweat, they finally reached the main road safely. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get on. Zhao Xiaoqing had mounted the motorcycle and, Noticing Wang Cai's hesitation, called out loudly. Ride slowly. I'm genuinely a bit frightened. Huh. I'm not afraid of anything, let alone you. Zhao Xiaoqing scoffed, giving him a thumbs up. Goodness. Is this girl provoking me again? Without a second thought, Wang Cai swung his leg over the bike and put his arms around her from behind. Indeed, if you aren't scared, why should I be? Soon they arrived at the street of Wilderness Town, where Zhao Xiaoqing stopped at a restaurant and removed her helmet, urging, What are you waiting for? Get down. Damn it, Wang Cai muttered under his breath. Wilderness Town, nestled against the mountains, was a modest and impoverished locality. Motorcyclists were a rare sight on its streets. Zhao Xiaoqing, with her beauty and fashionable attire, riding a brand new Daong motorcycle, was the epitome of envy for many. Just as Wang Cai dismounted, four young men with center-parted hairstyles emerged from the restaurant, clearly up to no good. Hey there, pretty girl, one of them exclaimed, eyes gleaming with desire. Chapter 50, Encounter with Thugs. This girl is truly wild. The young man, drooling with admiration, reached out to caress her chin. Get lost. Zhao Xiaoqing glared and swatted his hand away. Oh, come on. A slap is affection. Hit me again and let's see. The young man smirked, attempting to tease her once more. With a swift motion, Zhao Xiaoqing swung her helmet down upon him. Ouch! He howled, clutching his arm where the helmet struck. Wang Cai observed, astonished by her boldness. She was indeed fierce. These thugs, with nothing better to do than cause trouble and harass pretty girls, had not anticipated that this girl would stand her ground against them. Seeing her courage, the other two thugs exchanged glances, one grabbing Zhao Xiaoqing's helmet while the other seized her arm. You're asking for trouble. Zhao Xiaoqing spat defiantly, trying to yank her helmet back. However, despite her bravery, she was ultimately overpowered by their strength. The cocky thug, emboldened by her vulnerable position, lifted her chin. Huh! Zhao Xiaoqing spat in his face. Enraged, he wiped his face and lunged for her collar. Zhao Xiaoqing relinquished her helmet and delivered a sharp slap across his face, leaving 5 distinct marks. Wang Cai couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, admiring her spirit reminiscent of his own daring past. The thugs, unaccustomed to such retaliation, became infuriated as one of them had been struck. They began to tug at each other, escalating the chaos. Lu Wang Cai, are you even a man? Zhao Xiaoqing, noticing Wang Cai standing idly with a foolish grin, shouted in frustration. Oh, so you're in cahoots with this country bumpkin? One thug remarked, approaching Wang Cai. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't provoke you. Wang Cai raised his hands defensively. Lu Wang Cai. Zhao Xiaoqing, exasperated by his cowardice, felt her anger boiling. Because you're with this beautiful girl, you've brought trouble upon yourself, the thug declared, swinging his fist towards Wang Cai's face. Wang Cai dodged. As the punch was thrown, Wang Cai, to everyone's astonishment, merely hugged his shoulders, remaining motionless, causing Zhao Xiaoqing's heart to race with anxiety. Smack! 2 sounds echoed. Zhao Xiaoqing shut her eyes, thinking that Wang Cai would surely be in for a beating. Why hit me? The thug gripping Zhao Xiaoqing's arm released her and clutched his face, howling in pain. Zhao Xiaoqing opened her eyes to find Wang Cai still standing there, wide-eyed at the unfolding drama. The punch aimed at Wang Cai had inadvertently struck his companion instead, knocking out a tooth and causing blood to flow. As the injured thug reeled in shock, the other two released Zhao Xiaoqing, rushing to check on their comrade. What a strange turn of events. I clearly aimed for him. The assailant stared at his own knuckles, bewildered. In a fit of rage, he swung again at Wang Cai. Watch out! Zhao Xiaoqing cried, covering her mouth in horror. Thud! Ouch! 2 more sounds rang out, sending shivers down Zhao Xiaoqing's spine as she braced for the worst. What the hell? Chao Laosan, whose side are you on? A tall thug, dazed and clutching half his face, howled in agony. The remaining uninjured thug, witnessing the chaos, pointed angrily at Chao Laosan. The 4 thugs began to quarrel among themselves, creating a scene of utter disarray. Onlookers began to gather, many recognizing the local troublemakers. What is going on? I have no idea. I heard it's an internal dispute among them. Good. They deserve to beat each other up. The crowd found amusement in the spectacle, pointing and snickering, while Zhao Xiaoqing, having picked up her helmet, mounted the motorcycle. She noticed Wang Cai was still watching the commotion and gave him a gentle kick, urging, let us go. Haha, this is quite entertaining, Wang Cai chuckled as he hopped on. Zhao Xiaoqing started the motorcycle, making a turn to park in front of another restaurant. She ordered 2 servings of braised noodles and an egg soup. The noodles took a while to prepare, leaving them to wait patiently. Lu Wang Cai, I'm truly impressed by you. Impressed? Why? Wang Cai asked, puzzled. I clearly saw that guy hit you, yet he ended up hitting his own friend. Do you possess some sort of magic? Zhao Xiaoqing felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite articulate it. Haha, I don't possess any magic. Just luck, that's all, Wang Kai replied, not wishing to delve deeper into the conversation. Humph, I believe you just have good fortune. Zhao Xiaoqing pouted, playfully nudging him. Hey boss, come here. A bald man at a nearby table suddenly shouted. The restaurant owner, in his 40s, donned a white hat and apron, hurried over, asking, what can I do for you? Gentlemen, what do you think this is? A man in his 30s, bald and imposing, pinched a fly between his thumb and index finger, displaying it to the restaurant owner. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to replace your bowl, the owner said amiably, wearing a forced smile. No way. I've already consumed half of it. And now that I've discovered this, I am traumatized. You must compensate me. The bald man slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at the owner. How would you like me to compensate you? The owner asked, his expression shifting to one of discomfort, struggling to maintain a semblance of a smile. If I report you to the Market Supervision Bureau, you could be fined at least 1,000 or 800. I won't ask for much, just 200 will suffice. The bald man frowned, hesitating for a moment as if granting the restaurant owner a significant concession. Sir, we are a small business. I implore you to show mercy. The owner continued to plead with a smile. Suddenly, the bald man pounded the table again, causing dishes to rattle. You think you can intimidate me? I will go to the Supervision Bureau right now, he declared, rising as though to leave. Wang Kai sensed the situation and realized these two individuals were clearly attempting to extort money. He stood to intervene, but was stopped by Zhao Xiaoqing. Lu Wang Kai, don't meddle. I won't ignore this. I need to see what's happening, Wang Kai insisted, approaching and placing a hand on the bald man's shoulder. Brother, I see darkness in your aura. You must be gravely ill, Wang Kai remarked with utmost seriousness. Chapter 51. With your condition, you won't last 2 minutes. The bald man was in the midst of berating the restaurant owner when the unassuming Wang Kai approached and made his comment about his health. The bald man's fury ignited, and he pointed accusingly at Wang Kai. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Hold on, let me finish. If I am wrong, feel free to strike me. Wang Kai replied calmly. All right, let us see what you have to say, the bald man retorted harshly. Wang Kai launched into a litany of symptoms: chills, lower back pain, weakness in the legs, tinnitus, and excessive thirst upon waking. The bald man scratched his head in disbelief, realizing that he had never been aware of such ailments until this country bumpkin pointed them out. If even one of these symptoms does not apply to you, I will concede and accept your punishment, Wang Kai challenged with a smile. You're spouting nonsense. Don't waste my time, the bald man growled, ready to retaliate against Wang Kai. Huh, a fool who cannot be reasoned with. If you continue in this state, you won't last 2 minutes with your wife, Wang Kai laughed, escalating the absurdity of his claims. Lao Si, this guy is just looking for trouble. Let us teach him a lesson. Another man, a crew-cut individual who had remained silent until now, was incensed by Wang Kai's remarks. This man, in his 40s and of a more imposing stature, glared at Wang Kai. Lu Wang Kai, come here, Zhao Xiaoqing shouted, recognizing the tension in the air and gesturing for Wang Kai to retreat. The restaurant owner, initially relieved by the rural man's appearance, now faced the unintended consequences of his words, which had only served to infuriate the two men. The tension thickened as the crew-cut man seized Wang Kai by the collar, capable of easily throwing him to the ground. Zhao Xiaoqing gripped a vinegar bottle, ready to defend Wang Kai at a moment's notice. Wang Kai caught a glimpse of her readiness and silently admired her courage. What are you waiting for? Do something. The crew-cut man urged the bald man, who had paused in his fury. Wang, loosen your grip. I want to ask him a few questions first, the bald man said, his tone noticeably softened. The crew-cut man was taken aback, unable to comprehend his partner's change of heart. The bald man pulled Wang Kai outside the restaurant, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and quietly asked, Brother, how did you know I was ill? That's not for you to worry about. Just know that I am right, Wang Kai replied nonchalantly, observing the passers-by. Since you can diagnose my ailments, could you provide me with a prescription? The bald man asked, lowering his tone and adopting a pleading demeanor. I certainly could. But rest assured, if you can cure my ailments, you will be like my reborn parents. I will do whatever you ask, he declared, as if envisioning a glimmer of hope. I see you are extorting the restaurant owner. This is not your first time. I hope it will be your last. Wang Kai admonished sternly. I won't engage in such behavior again, the bald man vowed, expressing his desire to reform, stating that if he were healed, his wife would no longer look down on him, and he would surely walk the righteous path. Wang Kai borrowed paper and pen from the restaurant owner and scribbled down a dozen herbal remedies based on the insights that flooded his mind. The crew-cut man watched in disbelief as Wang Sai's handwriting suggested he was no medical expert. Brother, do you truly believe this guy's nonsense? He queried skeptically. The bald man, slightly disheartened, assessed Wang Sai's scrawled prescription and recognized some of the herbal names, having consumed his fair share of traditional medicine in the past. Desperate times called for desperate measures. The bald man resolved to trust once more, tucking the prescription into his pocket as he and the crew-cut man left the restaurant. The crew-cut man, brimming with skepticism, repeatedly cast glances back at Wang Kai, who found the bald man's disheveled state amusing. "You truly are a good man. It's no wonder you married such a beautiful wife." Wang Kai jested. The bald man expressed his gratitude again and took a few steps before turning back to say, "Wait." But Wang Sai's words were cut short as the bald man had already departed. Wang Kai turned to Zhao Xiaoqing, noticing her flushed cheeks as she focused intently on her noodles. Who would have thought this wild girl could be shy? He mused, teasingly remarking to himself, "What a windfall. I've gained a wife for free. Get lost." "As if," Zhao Xiaoqing retorted sharply, banging her chopsticks on the table in indignation. After Wang Kai had helped the restaurant owner out of a tight spot, the owner insisted on not accepting any payment. Wang Kai was adamant about compensating him, but Zhao Xiaoqing forcibly dragged him outside. "Lu Wang Kai, I'm truly impressed. The village fool can diagnose illness. It's utterly laughable," she mocked him as they exited the restaurant. "I say you have an illness too. Do you believe me?" Wang Kai replied, laughing as he mounted his motorcycle. "Nonsense. What illness could I possibly have?" Zhao Xiaoqing shot back, turning her head to scold him. "When your relatives visited, you complained of a stomach ache," Wang Kai joked. "You." Zhao Xiaoqing jumped off the motorcycle, pointing an accusatory finger at him, her face filled with fury. "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously," he said, raising his hands in surrender. "Humph." Zhao Xiaoqing huffed, climbing back onto the motorcycle. They arrived at a pharmacy, and Zhao Xiaoqing shook his shoulder, ordering, "What are you waiting for? Get down." "What for?" Wang Kai asked, bewildered by her unpredictable behavior. "To fetch medicine," she replied. Stepping into the pharmacy, Wang Kai, unsure of what she intended to procure or for whom, followed silently behind her. "Miss, what kind of medicine are you looking for?" The proprietor of the apothecary was a venerable gentleman in his 60s. Adjusting his glasses perched on his nose, he calmly inquired. Zhao Xiaoqing turned around, extending her delicate fingers in front of Wang Kai's face. "What is it?" Wang Kai asked, puzzled. "The prescription, of course." Zhao Xiaoqing's hand had already struck Wang Kai. "Goodness. Is this how one requests a prescription from a doctor?" Faced with the apothecary's owner, Wang Kai refrained from retorting, hastily scribbling down a list of herbs and their quantities. The prescription was indeed commendable. However, upon reviewing it, the proprietor hesitated, appearing reluctant to speak. "What is it?" Zhao Xiaoqing pressed anxiously. "I advise against these two herbs. They could potentially exacerbate the condition," the proprietor remarked, wiping his glasses and scrutinizing the prescription once more, pointing to the two herbs. Chapter 52. "You claim I sell counterfeit medicine. Let me show you how to set things right. What issues could arise?" Zhao Xiaoqing asked urgently. "Both of these herbs are cold in nature. Adding them will only worsen the ailment." The apothecary owner frowned, deep in thought. After a moment, he added, "If we were to omit these two herbs, it would indeed be an excellent prescription." With the apothecary owner expressing doubt about Wang Kai's prescription, Zhao Xiaoqing became irate. Turning to scold him, "Lu Wang Kai, are you trying to get me killed?" Wang Kai, alarmed, carefully reviewed his prescription against his memory and found no errors. "It's fine. Just follow the prescription," he said, scratching his head in uncertainty. The proprietor sighed and proceeded to prepare the medicine according to the prescription. "If you dare to harm me, I'll make sure you regret it," Zhao Xiaoqing threatened as they exited the apothecary. Returning to Huaitree village, the sun hovered just an arm's length above the mountain peak, and darkness would soon envelop the sky. Beneath the massive Huaitree, a green jeep was parked. Upon seeing it, Wang Kai wondered if something unfortunate had transpired in the village. Carrying 2 bags of provisions, he walked homeward, where his sister-in-law stood at the entrance. Casting furtive glances in his direction, Wang Kai felt a sense of unease. Something was amiss with his sister-in-law's behavior. "Are you Lu Wang Kai?" 2 uniformed individuals accosted him as he approached the door. "Yes, what is the matter?" Wang Kai's heart raced. He had committed no crime. So what could they want with him? "You are reported for selling counterfeit medicine. Please come with us." Confirming their target, the 2 men swiftly restrained Wang Kai from either side. "My brother has only issued prescriptions for 2 days. How could he have sold counterfeit medicine? You must be mistaken." His sister-in-law's expression shifted drastically as she witnessed Wang Kai being taken away. Her eyes reddened with tears as she cried out, "What is happening?" "We need to investigate before making any decisions," the 2 men replied sternly to her. "Sister-in-law, it's all right. It's probably a misunderstanding. Don't worry. I will be fine," Wang Kai reassured her, noticing her distress. "A misunderstanding? Humph." One of the uniformed men muttered disdainfully, sneering as he ushered Wang Kai, toward the jeep. The jeep traversed the bumpy mountain road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. The previously tranquil scene beneath the Huai tree was now bustling with onlookers, all speculating about Wang Kai's fate. Lu Wang Kai's good days are over. He deserves it. He has deceived and harmed so many. The Xiangcao couple has dined on the spoils. Now they must pay the price. These individuals, opportunistic in nature, reveled in Wang Kai's misfortune, even deriving a sense of satisfaction from it. Wang Kai found himself confined within a small courtyard, where over 10 others had already gathered. As they noticed a newcomer, they approached him inquisitively. "Young man, what crime have you committed? Did you kick a widow's door down?" They laughed, their curiosity piqued. "What is this place?" "It hardly resembles a holding facility," Wang Kai mused, bewildered by the assembly of such diverse individuals. "How did you end up here?" An elderly man queried repeatedly. Wang Kai, taken aback, countered, "Well, my pig wandered into someone's crops, and I was caught by the patrol. That is how I ended up here." The old man lamented his plight, eliciting laughter from the group. "At least you were eating someone else's crops. I was caught for my own sheep eating my own," another elder chimed in. As Wang Kai conversed with the others, he realized that the reasons for their confinement were trivial matters. Initially, he suspected he had fallen victim to the whims of the local authority, only to discover that those who apprehended him were merely temporary workers hired to manage rural security. Surprisingly, these individuals wielded their authority capriciously, causing considerable distress. One elder recounted being imprisoned for over 10 days without any interrogation or oversight. Wang Kai learned that those brought to this place had not committed any actual crimes. Even so, their release depended on family members paying fines. Those who could not afford the fines remained imprisoned. Just then, a uniformed man entered, surveying the crowd. "Listen up. Hurry and notify your families to pay the fines. If you delay further, you'll be sent to the detention center, and that will be troublesome," he announced. The group fell silent, aware that words would have no effect. "Sir, I have no money. Please send me to the detention center sooner," Wang Kai pleaded, his face drawn with despair. "Do you think that place is easy to enter? For the crime you've committed, a 10 or 8-year sentence would not be unheard of," the man shot back, glaring at Wang Kai with contempt. "What crime have I committed? Investigate. What does it mean to be confined here?" Wang Kai protested, inciting a chorus of grievances from the others. "What are you all arguing about? Quiet down." The man shouted in frustration, but his words fell on deaf ears. Defeated, he exited, his head hung low. The rural folk, having never encountered such authority before, admired Wang Kai's audacity to challenge those in power. They began to gather around him, seeking his counsel. As darkness descended, a few individuals called out from behind the gate. "Help! Someone has died." Their clamoring created quite a commotion within the courtyard. The gate swung open, and 3 men rushed in, asking in a panic, "What happened? Who has died?" "Old Zhang just fell ill. We've been calling for ages, and Yu Wuden Ti opened the door. He is about to breathe his last." Wang Kai pointed toward the interior. The 3 men hurried inside, discovering an elderly man lying on the ground. One man checked for signs of life beneath the old man's nose and found none. "Ah, he is truly dead." The man's face turned pale with fear. The others' expressions mirrored his shock. A death in their midst was no trivial matter. "Quick, get him to the hospital." The on-duty men nearly wept, realizing the gravity of the situation. The crowd shrank back, none willing to assist. "What are you doing? Just watching?" One of the on-duty men shouted at the spectators. "You are unlawfully detaining us, and now that someone has died, you're suddenly concerned? Prepare for imprisonment." The crowd retorted in unison, pointing at the men. "Fine. Quickly help carry the old man to the hospital, and we'll let all of you go. Is that agreeable?" The men pleaded, attempting to negotiate. Seeing the crowd's willingness to assist, they lifted the elderly man and brought him to the gate, only to sneak away when they thought no one was watching. Wang Kai instructed the others to set the old man down, and to everyone's astonishment, the old man rose, chuckling. "How is that? Did I act convincingly?" Laughter erupted among the crowd as they turned to Wang Kai, their admiration for his cleverness evident. As they exchanged handshakes and farewells, congratulating one another on their unexpected release from confinement, Wang Kai faced a dilemma. He had arrived by vehicle, but would now have to walk the 20-plus li back home. The thought of the arduous trek already exhausting him. Wang Kai was in a state of distress when someone patted him on the shoulder. Startled, he turned around, only to find himself momentarily stunned. "What brings you here?" Chapter 53. The girl is too fierce. "Watch how I weaken you." Wang Kai was pondering how to return when he felt a tap on his back. Surprised, he realized he had no acquaintances in town. Who could it be? Upon turning, he saw no one. "What the heck? Am I encountering a ghost?" Suddenly, a woman burst into laughter, standing up from the ground and making a face at Wang Kai. It was then that he recognized Zhao Xiaoqing. "What are you doing here?" Wang Kai asked, somewhat astonished. "I heard you were captured and thought to come rescue you, but you managed to escape just as I arrived," Zhao Xiaoqing said, circling around him. "What are you looking at?" Wang Kai felt uneasy under her gaze and asked quietly. "Just checking if you've lost any hair," Zhao Xiaoqing teased. Sticking her tongue out playfully, Wang Kai climbed onto Zhao Xiaoqing's motorcycle. With a fierce twist of the throttle, the bike roared to life, the front wheel lifting nearly 2 feet off the ground. "Wow, this girl is too intense." Wang Kai's heart raced to his throat as he nearly toppled off. Instinctively, he grasped for something to hold on to. "Lu Wang Kai." Zhao Xiaoqing abruptly halted the motorcycle, turning her head to shout. It was then that he realized his hands had inadvertently found their way to her prominent features. Embarrassed, he quickly withdrew his hands, offering a sheepish grin. He expected Zhao Xiaoqing, known for her fiery temper, to unleash her wrath, but to his surprise, after he released his grip, she seized his hand and placed it on her waist. "I've got you. If you fall, it's not my fault," she remarked, revving the motorcycle again. As they sped along the mountain road, a cloud of dust billowed behind them. Though it was a warm day, the night breeze brought a chill. Wang Kai, dressed only in a short-sleeved shirt, shivered slightly. To warm up, he pulled his arms closer, pressing against her. However, his mind was devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. "Is the motorcycle broken?" he inquired anxiously as they approached a mountain hollow, and the bike suddenly sputtered to a halt. Zhao Xiaoqing dismounted and looked at him in silence. Confused, Wang Kai wondered what she was up to. "What is going on?" He could not help but ask again. "I'm tired. Can't we take a break?" Zhao Xiaoqing snapped, her tone surprisingly harsh. "Wow, that sounded rather unpleasant coming from you," Wang Kai thought, as she dragged him to sit on a large boulder nearby. Maintaining a bit of distance, he began to recount the events of his capture with embellishments, which captivated Zhao Xiaoqing as she leaned in closer. Wang Kai instinctively shifted away, re-establishing some space between them. "Are you even a man?" Zhao Xiaoqing suddenly exploded, noticing his evasive behavior. "What's wrong? If you're a man, don't shy away from me." She punched him playfully on the arm. Wang Kai was at a loss for words, bemused by her audacity. Indeed, where had his bravado gone? Since he was 15 or 16, village girls would shy away from him. Now, he was intimidated by a spirited young woman. "Haha." Wang Kai laughed heartily, the sound echoing eerily in the quiet hollow. Zhao Xiaoqing, who had been pampered since childhood, was fearless in many respects but harbored a fear of the dark. Wang Kai pulled her closer, and she seemed to stiffen. He chuckled inwardly, realizing why some said women were like springs. They became weaker when you were strong and stronger when you were weak. "At this age, you should be finding a suitor," Wang Kai awkwardly suggested after a long silence. "Why do you care?" "I have someone in my heart," Zhao Xiaoqing replied, shaking her shoulders and pouting. "Who is it?" he pressed. "I won't tell you," she said, leaning her head against him. Since she refused to divulge, Wang Kai decided not to pry further. They sat in silence for quite some time, with only the chirping of insects in the grass breaking the quiet, sending a shiver down their spines. In the distance, a low growl echoed, resembling the call of a wolf. Could there be wolves? Wang Kai broke the silence, voice tinged with apprehension. "Idiot, you're scaring me," Zhao Xiaoqing exclaimed, suddenly hitting him for his comment. Recalling how Zhao Haizi had spread rumors to frame him, leading to a series of unfortunate events for his sister-in-law, he felt a wave of concern wash over him. "Oh no, my brother and sister-in-law must be frantic at home." With that thought, he urged Zhao Xiaoqing to hurry. Though initially reluctant, Zhao Xiaoqing eventually succumbed to his coaxing and hopped on the motorcycle, speeding towards the village. Upon arriving at the entrance, as Wang Kai reached for the gate, it swung open on its own. Startled, he thought to himself, "I didn't use any supernatural powers. How did the door open?" Wang Zhu, surprised to see his brother return, exclaimed, "Oh my, how did you come back?" After Wang Kai was taken, both Xiang Cao and Wang Zhu were left in disbelief. Xiang Cao had gone to find the village head, Zhao Mozi, who hadn't returned from the town yet. Wang Zhu sought out the old secretary, who mentioned he would investigate before making any announcements. When Wang Zhu relayed the old secretary's message to Xiang Cao, she scolded him for being foolish enough to seek help empty-handed. She then selected a few of the finest fruits from a pile of gifts and insisted he return to the old secretary's house. Wang Zhu hesitated, wishing Xiang Cao would go herself. "I don't want to go. You know what that old secretary is like," she replied, irked. "He's a good man. You've always said so." "What changed?" Wang Zhu questioned, perplexed by her sudden shift in opinion. "Are you not afraid he'll take advantage of me, given the rumors you spread about him and me?" Xiang Cao finally voiced her concerns. Wang Zhu was left speechless. Years ago, upon returning from outside, He had encountered the old secretary at their home several times. Although he hadn't caught them in the act, it had planted seeds of doubt in his mind. Yet, he had previously accepted Xiangcao's infidelity due to his own health issues. Now that Wang Kai had recovered, she had no reason to act in that manner again. After much contemplation, he attempted to reassure himself. Unable to convince Wang Zhu, Xiangcao took the fruits and set off to find the old secretary. Wang Zhu waited at home for an extended period, but his wife did not return. Growing anxious, he stepped outside twice, yet saw no sign of her. On his third trip out, he was overjoyed to see Wang Kai returning. "Where's my sister-in-law?" he inquired, noticing her absence in the courtyard. "Your sister-in-law went to find the old secretary," Wang Zhu replied, omitting details about the situation at home. In the past, Wang Kai would not have thought ill of the old secretary, for he had been regarded as a good man in the village. However, after learning about the old secretary's connection with Wang Yaofeng, his image of the man had been tarnished. Sending his sister-in-law to the old secretary was akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, inviting trouble. "What were you thinking, letting her go to him?" Wang Kai scolded, his frustration evident. Will anything happen to her? Wang Zhu regretted his decision, fear creeping in as Wang Kai expressed his anger. "I'm going to find my sister-in-law," Wang Kai declared, sprinting towards the old secretary's house. Chapter 54. What did sister-in-law seek from the secretary? Wang Kai learned that his sister-in-law had approached the old secretary for assistance regarding his predicament. Knowing the old secretary's cunning nature, he feared for her safety, especially at night. With urgency gripping him, Wang Kai hurried along. "Lu Wang Kai, halt!" A figure approached, calling out to him. Wang Kai had taken a few steps when he heard the command and promptly stopped. "Zhao Eru, I'm in a hurry. I have no time for idle chatter," he said, attempting to brush past. Zhao Eru seized Wang Kai's clothing and glared, demanding, "Lu Wang Kai, what treachery have you committed against my Shaoqing? Wang Kai, be mindful of your words. Your daughter is wilder than any man. If she were not to deceive me, I would consider myself fortunate." Wang Kai chuckled inwardly, responding to Zhao Eru without courtesy. "I warn you, I can endure many things, but if you dare to harm her, I will ensure your ruin." Zhao Eru trembled with fury, threatening in return. "Fine. Whatever you say goes. I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, Wang Kai pushed Zhao Eru's hand away. "Do not leave. I still have more to say." Zhao Eru seemed intent on obstructing Wang Kai's departure. Wang Kai, anxious for his sister-in-law's safety from the old secretary's potential harassment, felt beads of sweat form on his brow. Finally escaping Zhao Eru's clutches, Wang Kai hastened towards the old secretary's residence. The old secretary's ancestral home stood centrally in the village, with his children working in the city, earning substantial wealth. He had built a two-story house in a valley to the east of the village, featuring 4 rooms and 2 side wings. With a grand entrance that was quite imposing, Wang Kai pushed against the crimson iron gate, but it would not budge. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Could it be that his sister-in-law had already fallen victim to the old man? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Kai knocked on the iron door. Shortly, the old secretary emerged, visibly astonished upon seeing Wang Kai. "Where is my sister-in-law?" Wang Kai inquired urgently. "She is inside," the old secretary replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining composure. His face adorned with a smile. Entering the house, Wang Kai found his sister-in-law seated on the sofa. Upon noticing his arrival, she promptly stood up and grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Wang Kai, why are you back so soon? Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Wang Kai, relieved not to see any distress, felt a wave of comfort. "Huh, what trouble could your sister-in-law be in while under my roof?" The old secretary interjected, donning a coat that had previously draped over his shoulders. Wang Kai's suspicions stirred again. Was the old man just now dressing? Had something inappropriate occurred? His sister-in-law appeared agitated, her cheeks flushed, though it was unclear whether it was from something that had transpired or merely from Wang Kai's unexpected return. Earlier that day, he had seen her with 2 braids, but now her hair was styled into a single large braid. Could it be that the old man truly took advantage of her? Wang Kai's mind was a tumult of thoughts. "Wang Kai, do tell, how were you released?" As Wang Kai pondered, the old secretary, smiling, broke the silence. Wang Kai hesitated to divulge the truth, instead claiming that the old man had fallen ill, causing those around him to panic and release everyone. "Those ruffians, do not let your sister-in-law worry. Tomorrow, I shall personally pay them a visit, and they will release everyone upon my arrival." The old secretary's words were reassuring. Anyone listening would feel immense gratitude, even if he had not directly assisted. He retrieved 2 elegantly packaged bottles of fine liquor from the cupboard, eager to share a drink with Wang Kai. However, Wang Kai, disinterested, made an excuse about his brother being anxious at home and departed alongside his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, he did not impose on you, did he?" Wang Kai could not suppress his concern as they walked. Lu Wang Kai, what do you take me for? She retorted, initially cheerful but now incensed by his question. Sister-in-law? I meant no offense. I merely worry that you may have been wronged, Wang Kai quickly clarified, sensing her anger. Everything I do is for your sake. She seemed hurt. Her voice tinged with emotion, making it evident that he had perhaps overstepped. Wang Kai found her response perplexing, leaving him unable to discern the truth of what had transpired. Choosing silence, he resolved, Old secretary, once I uncover the truth, you shall face the consequences. The journey home was marked by an uncomfortable silence. Ah, you are back. Why were you gone so long? Wang Zhu stood at the doorway, visibly anxious upon seeing his wife return. Why did you not go? Xiang Cao snapped, entering the house without turning back. Wang Kai, what on earth is happening with your sister-in-law? Wang Zhu asked, bewildered. How should I know? Wang Kai replied coldly, his own frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Seeing both of them brimming with tension, Wang Zhu muttered, what has transpired here? The following morning, Wang Kai was jolted awake by a ruckus. Which scoundrel has accused my Wang Kai of selling counterfeit medicine? Release him at once. Inside, his sister-in-law's voice rang out defiantly. Wang Kai hastily dressed and emerged to find her already dismissing several individuals. Sister-in-law, what is going on? He inquired, perplexed as he approached her. Wang Kai, you are far too trusting. Offering free medical advice only to be falsely accused. Who could endure such indignity? His sister-in-law's face flushed with indignation. Sister-in-law, someone is clearly scheming against us. Patients do not falsely accuse those who help them. All of them are the same. None are to be trusted, she replied, her ire still simmering. Wang Kai retreated into the house, contemplating. Let them do as they will. Healing is my responsibility. Why should I concern myself with their actions? Upon returning indoors, he overheard his brother speaking to his sister-in-law. You are so naive. Wang Kai provides treatments without charge, and we gain nothing. How will you manage your own needs? Though her voice was lowered, Wang Kai caught her words. Indeed, while treating others is commendable, one must devise a means of earning a living, he mused. He noted the old secretary's new two-story house and Zhao Eru's new motorcycle, while he himself did not even possess a bicycle. If he charged for his services, he could quickly amass wealth. Yet, healing others meant earning only merit, not profit. What to do? Wang Kai pondered, feeling the weight of uncertainty. Rather than remain idle, he decided to venture into town, hoping to stumble upon a lucrative opportunity. In Huanyuan town, the market overflowed with vendors selling meat, vegetables, and various wares. With such a multitude of businesses, which would prove profitable? Lu Wang Kai, what are you doing? Zhao Xiaoqing approached, clad in rubber shoes and a plastic apron. What brings you here? Wang Kai was taken aback. Why was Zhao Xiaoqing dressed this way at the market? I am here to sell fish, she replied, pulling him towards the market entrance. Zhao Eru and his wife were nearby, with several large tubs filled with over 2 pounds of carp on the ground beside them. Lu Wang Kai, I will not let this go. Zhao Eru seethed upon seeing Wang Kai and Zhao Xiaoqing together, his blood pressure rising as he brandished a net. Chapter 55. The Price of Ambition. Witness how I profit and infuriate you. Zhao Xiaoqing led Wang Kai towards the market entrance, inciting Zhao Eru's fury. He charged at Wang Kai, cursing vehemently. Dad, what are you doing? Before Wang Kai could intervene, Zhao Xiaoqing rushed to block her father. You dare to hold my daughter's hand in broad daylight. You must be tired of living. Zhao Eru directed his wrath at Wang Kai. Wang Kai, unperturbed, merely placed his hands in his pockets and tilted his head, deliberately provoking him. Together, Zhao Xiaoqing and her mother pushed Zhao Eru back, with his wife murmuring, there are so many witnesses. Do you not feel ashamed? Only then did Zhao Eru realize that a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Lu Wang Kai, this is not over, he spat, glaring at Wang Kai. Preferring to avoid a public altercation, Wang Kai stood at a distance, observing. Shopkeeper, your fish are rather small, a woman remarked, shaking her head as she scrutinized the contents of a tub. Buy it or leave, Zhao Eru snapped, venting his frustrations on the woman, his demeanor unprofessional. You truly have no business acumen, she retorted. The women observed Zhao Eru's face, flushed like a ripe tomato, as if someone had provoked him. And they murmured as they departed. Shortly thereafter, several individuals expressed their dissatisfaction, complaining that his fish were too small. Wang Kai pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Eyeing the unsold fish belonging to Zhao Eru, he began to formulate a plan. Zhao Eru, how much do you sell your fish for per pound? Wang Kai tossed aside the cigarette, and stepped closer to Zhao Eru. What business is it of yours? Get lost. Zhao Eru, still simmering with anger, was further incensed by Wang Kai's approach. Zhao Eru, this is your flaw. Your tolerance is far too limited, Wang Kai remarked with a casual chuckle. It's 2 yuan and 2 jiao per pound. Why do you ask? Before Zhao Eru could respond, Zhao Xiaoqing interjected. I'll take them all at 1 yuan and 8 jiao per pound. Just ask Zhao Eru if he is willing to sell. Wang Kai glanced at Zhao Eru and relayed Zhao Xiaoqing's offer. Lu Wang Kai, you fool, you can't possibly buy them all, Zhao Eru retorted angrily. His frustration peaked. He had brought hundreds of pounds of fish today, and Wang Kai audaciously claimed he would buy them all. Zhao Eru, you're like a man bathing in a teacup. Such a petty individual. I am kindly offering to buy your fish, and yet you glare at me? Wang Kai, observing Zhao Eru's fury, deliberately provoked him further. Zhao Xiaoqing and her mother, fearing an escalation, hurried over to pull Wang Kai aside. Wang Kai, is it entertaining to squabble here in the village? Zhao Eru's wife also expressed her discontent, reprimanding Wang Kai. Lu Wang Kai, do you treat me like air? After enduring a long silence, Zhao Xiaoqing finally confronted him. What do you mean? Wang Kai looked at her. Is this a joke? If you truly intend to buy them all, I'll take charge and offer you 1 yuan per pound. Zhao Xiaoqing genuinely felt anger rise within her. She could not fathom Wang Sai's intention to purchase such a quantity of fish, and she challenged him. I'm not joking. I genuinely want to buy them all, but Wang Sai's thought trailed off as he contemplated his next move. Speak plainly, let it all out. Zhao Xiaoqing's frustration grew, her expression tightening. Observing her daughter's tone towards Wang Kai, Zhao Eru's wife, fearing a fallout, chastised her daughter. Can't you speak properly? You can weigh the fish and leave them here. I need to use your tools. Wang Kai seemed to have an epiphany and readily agreed. Finally, a deal was struck. Zhao Eru weighed all the fish, totaling 384 pounds. Following Zhao Xiaoqing's earlier remarks, Wang Kai only needed to pay 380 yuan. However, he did not adhere to this and instead calculated the price at 1 yuan and 8 jiao per pound, settling the amount in full. Zhao Eru stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend Wang Sai's intentions. Selling fish, of course. Large carp weighing 7 or 8 pounds, at a bargain. As soon as Wang Kai took possession of the fish, he began to advertise. Passers-by, hearing the commotion, rushed over to see the supposedly large carp. What a ridiculous exaggeration, Zhao Eru scoffed. Aware that none of the fish exceeded 3 pounds, yet Wang Kai brazenly claimed they weighed 7 or 8. Boss, these fish don't appear that large, a bespectacled young man remarked, flipping through several fish before addressing Wang Kai. What size are you looking for? I need one for a gift. It should weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Wang Kai activated his abilities, envisioning a fish in a large basin growing in size. What about this one? He said, netting a fish that had just enlarged and presenting it to the young man. Ah, this one is indeed substantial. I'll take it. The young man, delighted by the discovery, added, boss, since this fish is large, the price is higher, 5 yuan per pound. Wang Kai, perceiving the young man as affluent, raised the price. Let it be a little more expensive. For a gift, money is no object, the young man said, shaking off the water from his hands. 8 pounds and 2 ounces. 41 yuan. I'll charge you 40. Wang Kai pointed at the scale as he spoke. All right, you're a savvy businessman, the young man replied, handing over the money while praising Wang Kai's acumen. Zhao Eru gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom how a fish could exceed 8 pounds. As more onlookers gathered, intrigued by the size of the fish, 2 others requested large fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds, and Wang Kai complied, transforming the fish to meet their specifications. The enlarged fish not only fetched a higher price, but also weighed enough to equal several smaller fish. Wang Kai felt a twinge of anxiety. What if everyone wanted larger fish? Although his powers allowed the fish to grow, energy was a finite resource, and 100 points were insufficient. Such is the nature of business. The more prosperous it became, the more customers flocked. Suddenly, over a dozen people surrounded the fish stall, clamoring to buy. Boss, how do you price the fish? A newcomer inquired. 5 yuan per pound for fish over 5 pounds, 4 yuan for those over 3 pounds, and 3 yuan for fish under 3 pounds. Instantly, Wang Kai had revised his pricing. Zhao Eru nearly choked with rage upon hearing Wang Sai's quotes. Good heavens, this rascal hasn't moved an inch and has inflated the price by nearly half. Business was booming, and they feared missing out, disregarding the price. Some sought large fish, while the majority preferred smaller ones. Noticing Wang Kai was overwhelmed, Zhao Xiaoqing stepped in to assist with transactions. Zhao Eru was seething with frustration, yet felt powerless. Not every customer sought large fish. As the number of buyers increased, they believed the stall offered quality, regardless of size. Boss, give me a fish weighing 5 or 6 pounds. An elderly lady squeezed through, urgently requesting. I'm sorry, they're all sold out. Within an hour, all the fish had been sold. There were still a dozen individuals waiting, but they left empty-handed. Lu Wang Kai, you've made over 1,000 yuan. This time, you've hit the jackpot. Zhao Xiaoqing exclaimed joyfully after counting the money. What? In less than an hour, this lad made more than I did? Zhao Eru's teeth ground together in frustration, his eyes blazing. Upon witnessing Wang Kai accept a hefty stack of cash from Zhao Xiaoqing, he was consumed with rage and charged over to seize it. Chapter 56. No Code of Conduct. Watch me deal with you. Hearing the figure of over 1,000 yuan. After deducting less than 700 in costs, Wang Kai felt elated as he took the money. Suddenly, Zhao Eru lunged at him, intent on snatching the cash. What the hell? Is Zhao Eru so devoid of honor? If it were anyone else, Zhao Eru might have succeeded. However, Wang Kai was not one to be trifled with. He stepped back, evading Zhao Eru's grasp. In a fit of frustration, Zhao Eru was solely focused on the money in Wang Kai's hands. As he lunged again, he failed to notice a basket at his feet. Ouch! With a thud, Zhao Eru stumbled, staggering forward before crashing into the large basin. A few disappointed potential buyers, ready to leave, heard the splash and assumed a large fish had emerged. When they turned back, they were greeted by the sight of a burly man sprawled in the water. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhao Eru, caught off guard, swallowed a mouthful of fishy water, nearly toppling the basin. His wife rushed over to help him up, scolding, "You fool, don't embarrass me." Wang Kai had expected Zhao Xiaoqing to be angry, but to his surprise, she was quite the opposite. Watching her father in such a predicament, she burst into laughter. Zhao Eru stood up, fish scales clinging to his hair, prompting more laughter from the onlookers. Lu Wang Kai. Zhao Eru pointed at Wang Kai, almost overcome with the urge to strangle him. Yet, in that moment, Zhao Eru felt a twinge of insecurity. Upon reflection, since Wang Kai's release from prison, he had sought trouble with him multiple times, only to come away empty-handed. With so many witnesses present, he feared suffering another defeat. Zhao Eru, are you still selling fish tomorrow? Wang Kai remained where he was, clutching a wad of cash, which he tossed playfully in the air, grinning as he said, "Get lost. Even if I had fish, I wouldn't sell them to you." Zhao Eru, intimidated, refrained from physical confrontation but found solace in verbal jabs. "Fine, if you won't sell, then I'm off," Wang Kai declared, turning to leave. "You infuriate me, you wretched girl. If you dare speak to Lu Wang Kai again, I'll break your legs." Zhao Eru seethed, redirecting his anger towards Zhao Xiaoqing, who defiantly retorted, "I can talk to him and even go play with him. Your opinions don't concern me." Zhao Xiaoqing, spoiled since childhood, paid no heed to her father's commands and stuck her tongue out at him. "Get lost, you insolent daughter." Her mother, fearing Zhao Eru's wrath would escalate, hastily urged Zhao Xiaoqing to depart. Wang Kai arrived at the restaurant where he had dined previously, and the owner, recognizing him, approached with a beaming smile. "Young man, it's you again. What would you like to eat? This is the price for a dish of braised noodles and a bowl of egg soup. Accept the payment, and I shall enjoy my meal. Refuse, and I shall leave immediately." Wang Kai, anxious that the owner might decline his money, placed it on the table. "Oh, remember the favor you did for me last time? I genuinely cannot accept your money." The owner hesitated, glancing at the cash on the table. "Here's a simple solution. Take the price for one meal and prepare two. That way you won't incur a loss," a woman chimed in from the entrance. Without needing to turn around, Wang Kai recognized her voice as Zhao Xiaoqing's. "Why did you follow me? Did your father die of anger?" Wang Kai found it amusing that Zhao Eru had such a daughter, a fitting consequence. "Haha, you two are together," the owner greeted them with a smile. "I am not." Wang Kai began to explain, but was interrupted by Zhao Xiaoqing's incessant chatter. "Lu Wang Kai, honestly confess, what is the story behind those big fish?" While waiting for their food, Zhao Xiaoqing interrogated him. "How should I know? If there were big fish, my father would surely know," Wang Kai replied. Zhao Xiaoqing, perplexed, questioned, "Is your father blind?" Wang Kai chuckled at her incredulity. Regardless of the jest, Zhao Xiaoqing was incensed by Wang Kai's remark about her father and was on the verge of a confrontation. "Ah, brother, what a coincidence." Before Zhao Xiaoqing could react, a bald man entered, rushing over with a smile upon seeing Wang Kai. "Brother, your medicine is truly effective." The bald man, unable to contain his excitement, whispered tales of his heroic deeds at home into Wang Kai's ear. "You men are utterly repulsive," Zhao Xiaoqing remarked, overhearing their conversation. "Sister-in-law, don't take your good fortune for granted. If your brother were lacking in that department, wouldn't you be devastated?" The bald man joked, his words carrying an irreverent tone. "You shameless rogue." Zhao Xiaoqing's face flushed as she turned to sit at another table. After finishing their meal, Wang Kai chose to ignore Zhao Xiaoqing, bidding farewell to the bald man before exiting the restaurant. "Lu Wang Kai?" Zhao Xiaoqing, noticing him leaving, shouted in frustration. Wang Kai ignored her, continuing on his way. As he walked down the street, he heard someone honking behind him. Assuming he was obstructing someone, he stepped aside. Yet the honking persisted. What the heck? I've already given way. What more do you want? Wang Kai, irritated, turned to confront the source. To his surprise, it was Zhao Xiaoqing on a motorcycle. This girl was like a persistent ghost, impossible to shake off. Wang Kai felt a mix of annoyance and resignation. What do you want? He asked, his tone icy. Since there's space behind me, I'll give you a ride. Zhao Xiaoqing tossed her hair back, speaking with a tone of forced nonchalance. No thanks, if your father sees us. He will surely devour me. Wang Kai waved his hands dismissively. Don't worry, with me around, he won't be able to touch you. As she drew closer on the motorcycle, Wang Kai reluctantly climbed on, not wishing to attract attention from passers-by who might think they were involved. Humph, riding a free motorcycle with a beauty clinging to you. And acting all high and mighty, Zhao Xiaoqing teased as he settled in. One more word, and I'll get off, Wang Kai threatened, leaning closer to her ear and raising his voice. Zhao Xiaoqing jumped, nearly losing her balance on the motorcycle. As they exited the street, they approached a gas station. Zhao Xiaoqing turned in, dismounted, and opened the gas tank. A stunning woman with a gas nozzle began filling up the tank, stopping when the numbers hit 50. Wow. Gasoline is ridiculously expensive, isn't it? $50 ISN, a small sum for someone from the countryside. Wang Kai thought to himself, preoccupied with the high fuel prices when Zhao Xiaoqing nudged him, saying, What are you dawdling for? Go pay. What? You expect me to pay for you? Wang Kai was taken aback, feeling as though Zhao Xiaoqing had completely disregarded their relationship. Since you've made so much money today, it's only fair that you cover the cost. She replied with a smile. Wang Kai considered her words. After all, she had taken him along so many times, covering gas expenses was indeed reasonable. He entered the gas station's convenience store, where a long-haired woman sat engrossed in a book, dressed elegantly. Her beauty was undeniable even before he caught a glimpse of her face. Boss, payment. Wang Kai tossed $50 onto the counter. The woman, startled by his voice, quickly closed her book and lifted her head, casting her hair back. Upon seeing her face, he was taken aback. Is that you? Chapter 57, An Unexpected Encounter with an Ex-Girlfriend. Watch me turn the tables. Wang Kai, intending to pay for Zhao Xiaoqing, was captivated by the beauty behind the counter. Just as he was about to admire her further, recognition struck him. It was his ex-girlfriend, Pan Xiaolian. Wang Kai, have you bought a motorcycle? Pan Xiaolian exclaimed, equally astonished. She hurriedly stepped from behind the counter, reaching for his hand. No, I'm just paying for someone else. He stepped back, trying to maintain distance. Oh, I thought you couldn't afford one, she muttered, her demeanor shifting abruptly. Wang Kai turned to leave, but Pan Xiaolian called after him, Lu Wang Kai. Seeing as you're not having an easy time, I won't take your money. Lu Wang Kai, don't rush off. Just then, a man emerged from the back. Medium height and clad in a blue suit, his face dotted with blemishes. His hair was slicked back with what seemed like an excessive amount of mousse, glistening even in the wind. Wang Kai turned to see it was Zhao San. Could this gas station be owned by him? That seemed implausible. Opening a gas station would require a significant investment, far beyond what Zhao San could afford. Well, old three, you're here too? Having grown up together. Wang Kai turned back, recognizing their familiarity. Wang Kai, what do you think of this gas station? Zhao San asked, one hand in his pocket, the other gesturing outside with pride. Not much, Wang Kai replied, knowing Zhao San was trying to boast. He sensed Zhao San expected compliments, but Wang Kai's expression remained cool, and his words even colder. Haha, Lu Wang Kai, I know you've always wanted to be with Xiaolian. Just look at your current situation. Can you offer her happiness? Zhao San, feeling somewhat irked by Wang Kai's lack of praise, decided to taunt him with Pan Xiaolian. Humph. Wang Kai, wishing to avoid a debate over women, merely scoffed through clenched teeth. Just look at Xiaolian. She is well-fed and well-dressed, her attire costing over 200. Can you afford that? Zhao San, relishing Wang Kai's silence, continued to press him. Wang Kai, I have no desire to engage in trivialities. I have no connection with her. As Wang Kai spoke, he turned to leave. Wait. Zhao San called out. What is it? Lu Wang Kai, you are no longer a child. It is time you found a wife. But you ought to consider your own circumstances. Just find someone of a similar standing. Why should that concern you? I offer this advice out of goodwill. If you use my Xiaolian as a standard in your search for a spouse, I can assure you, a lifetime of searching will yield nothing. Seeing Wang Kai refuse to engage, Zhao San grew increasingly bold, pulling Pan Xiaolian closer and declaring, I once thought you Zhao family had at least one decent person. But now I see you are all the same. Wang Kai, thoroughly annoyed, lost his politeness. Haha, whether a good person or a bad one, wealth reigns supreme. Just look at your pitiful state. When searching for a wife, don't be too choosy. When it rains, you should know to seek shelter. As Zhao San noticed Wang Kai's rising ire, he became even more brazen, uttering the most offensive remarks. He assumed Pan Xiaoyan would intervene, but to his surprise, she looked at Wang Kai with disdain, her expression replete with scorn. Lu Wang Kai, what are you stammering about? Zhao Xiaoqing, having mounted her motorcycle and waited impatiently for Wang Kai, angrily approached, raising her voice even before she arrived. Xiaoqing, what brings you here? Zhao San asked, forcing a smile upon seeing his niece. I am looking for Wang Kai, Zhao Xiaoqing replied. Xiaoqing, didn't Lu Wang Kai just pay your fees? Pan Xiaoyan suddenly realized. How is it that you are with him? Zhao San shook his head, his mind buzzing. Wang Kai, amused by Zhao San's bewilderment, placed his hand on Zhao Xiaoqing's shoulder. Drawing her closer as he said, there's still much to do at home. I'm leaving now. Zhao San, rendered speechless by anger, pointed at their retreating figures, wishing he could kick them both. Standing at the entrance with Pan Xiaoyan, he watched as Zhao Xiaoqing mounted her motorcycle, with Wang Kai climbing on behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. As Zhao Xiaoqing revved the engine, Wang Kai glanced back and waved. Zhao San and Pan Xiaoyan, their faces flushed with rage, trembled with fury. I must inform Eru, we cannot allow this toad to indulge in swan meat. With Wang Kai's figure now out of sight, Zhao San pushed Pan Xiaoyan aside, stamping his foot in frustration. What were you discussing with your uncle inside? Zhao Xiaoqing inquired as they walked along the road. Nothing much. Just praising your beauty, Wang Kai replied, wishing to avoid further conversation. Upon hearing that they were complimenting her, Zhao Xiaoqing could not suppress a smile, despite her efforts. The following morning, Wang Kai was awakened by his sister-in-law, who entered his room. Sister-in-law, is there something urgent? Wang Kai rubbed his eyes, startled to see her standing at the foot of his bed, fearing something was amiss. The girl from Zhao Eru's family is at the door. Have you offended her again? His sister-in-law's face was serious, as if filled with dread. Not at all, Wang Kai responded, throwing off the covers only to quickly pull them back. Sister-in-law, I need to get dressed. What is the big deal? I've seen much worse. Why are you so shy? His sister-in-law remarked, turning to leave. Wang Kai, feeling dejected, stepped outside after dressing, his thoughts consumed by Zhao Xiaoqing's relentless nature. Lu Wang Kai, why are you dawdling? Zhao Xiaoqing complained upon seeing him emerge. What do you want? Wang Kai was puzzled by her sudden mood. We're going to town. Aren't you going to earn some money? Zhao Xiaoqing made a face. Wang Kai insisted he would not go, yet Zhao Xiaoqing persisted, leaving him no choice but to hop onto her motorcycle. Since we came by motorcycle today, and it's still early, your father isn't selling fish to me. How am I supposed to earn? Wang Kai chuckled, noticing Zhao Eru had yet to arrive. Silly. There are countless opportunities in the market. Fish isn't the only way to earn. Zhao Xiaoqing playfully punched his arm, speaking in a mysterious tone. Wang Kai, suddenly enlightened, realized he could not solely rely on Zhao Eru for his income. Zhao Xiaoqing accompanied Wang Kai as they strolled through the market. In the southwest corner, a vendor selling mushrooms from a flatbed cart caught Wang Kai's attention. The location was not ideal, with few passers-by. Upon closer inspection, the mushrooms appeared unappealing and small. How much for the mushrooms? Wang Kai asked the vendor, a man in his 50s wearing a blue cap. $250, he replied hurriedly. What are you asking for? The quality is so poor, they won't sell well, Zhao Xiaoqing interjected, pulling Wang Kai away. Young man, these are homegrown. If you want, I can give you a discount. The vendor, eager not to lose a sale, called out. Don't look any further, you wouldn't profit from them. Zhao Xiaoqing, unimpressed, turned her back on the mushrooms. Undeterred, Wang Kai negotiated with the vendor, who ultimately agreed to sell all the mushrooms for 1 yuan per pound, realizing his produce was not worth much. Frustrated by Wang Kai's disregard for her advice, Zhao Xiaoqing stormed off, after arranging for the vendor's cart to be set up at the market entrance. Adjacent to Zhao Eru's fish stall, Wang Kai began to shout, mushrooms, fresh and plentiful, now available at a bargain. The vendor chuckled to himself, thinking how this young man was quite the smooth talker, fully aware that his mushrooms were of the lowest quality. Lu Wang Kai, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Zhao Eru fumed upon seeing Wang Kai's new venture in mushroom sales, positioned right next to his fish stall. Chapter 58, Intentionally Provoking You. Serves you right. As Zhao Eru placed the fish from his basket into a large basin, he suddenly heard a familiar call nearby. Looking up, he was infuriated to see Lu Wang Kai. Wang Kai, you sell your fish, and I'll sell my mushrooms. I'm not bothering you. Wang Kai retorted, refusing to back down. Zhao Xiaoqing approached, lightly kicking Wang Kai and sternly stating, Lu Wang Kai, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What is the problem? The market is so spacious, why must it be here? Zhao Xiaoqing asked irritably. I can set up wherever I please. This isn't your territory. Wang Kai shot back without hesitation, countering anyone who sought trouble. Zhao Xiaoqing, usually protective of Wang Kai, was genuinely angry today. Glancing at the many small, unattractive mushrooms on the cart, she silently resolved, "Lu Wang Kai, you're going to lose a fortune today." Before long, a crowd began to gather, intrigued by the commotion. Mushrooms, fresh and abundant. Wang Kai suddenly ignored both Zhao Eru and Zhao Xiaoqing, focusing on promoting his mushrooms. Many onlookers approached, examining the mushrooms on the cart. "These mushrooms are rather unimpressive, barely larger than walnuts," a woman remarked after inspecting them. Wang Kai suddenly remembered that he had not yet utilized his rapid growth technique to enhance the mushroom's appearance. He quickly focused his thoughts, employing the technique to make the mushrooms grow larger. In an instant, the mushrooms visibly expanded, reaching the size of a bowl. Incredible! This actually works? Initially expecting to grow them one by one, he was astonished to see so many grow at once. "Alas, I have never encountered such a large mushroom before. Boss, how much does this giant mushroom cost?" Upon seeing the bowl-sized fungus, several individuals gathered around, clamoring to inquire about the price. The large mushrooms are 5 yuan per pound, while the smaller ones cost 3. In a flurry, Wang Kai casually quoted the price, suggesting that if they found it too steep, he could lower it a bit. "It is indeed a tad expensive, but for mushrooms of this size, it is worth the price. Indeed, aside from this place, one cannot purchase such sizable mushrooms elsewhere." A few felt the cost was high, yet consoled themselves among each other. A woman selected several mushrooms and weighed them, totaling a hefty 5 or 6 pounds. Observing the purchase, the others hesitated no longer and rushed forward, bags in hand. Wang Kai removed the top layer of large mushrooms, revealing the original ones beneath. Once more, Wang Kai harnessed his swift and magical ability, causing them to grow yet again. "Your energy is insufficient. Please replenish it promptly." Oh no, the energy is depleted. It dawned on Wang Kai that while he could control the growth of many mushrooms at once, it consumed even more energy. There were still so many small ones left. What to do? Just as Wang Kai hesitated, the large mushrooms were sold out. The newcomers, oblivious to the situation, only recognized that these mushrooms sold quickly, indicating their quality. Without regard for size, they began to fill their bags. Business was booming, and Wang Kai could hardly keep up. Turning around, he noticed Zhao Eru glaring at him. Zhao Eru's wife shot a jealous glance in his direction. Zhao Xiaoqing initially believed that Wang Cai's mushrooms would never sell and that he would incur heavy losses. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the small mushrooms magically grew large and attracted a crowd, leaving Wang Kai flustered and sweating. Zhao Xiaoqing, still fuming, did not come forward to assist. "Help me collect the money. It's 100 yuan an hour," Wang Kai remarked, glancing at Zhao Xiaoqing without calling her by name. "You deceitful pup," Zhao Xiaoqing retorted immediately. "I never lie." As Wang Kai spoke, he busied himself weighing the mushrooms. A smile crept onto Zhao Xiaoqing's face as she came over to help with the accounting and collecting money. "You little brat, come back." Zhao Eru, frustrated with no outlet for his anger, saw his daughter assisting Wang Kai and felt his rage boil over. Zhao Xiaoqing pretended not to hear and continued her work. Zhao Eru raised his fist, ready to confront Wang Kai, but was stopped by his wife. "Are you foolish? Wang Kai is paying. Why would you want to fight him over 100 yuan? Zhao Eru's wife blocked him, giving him a knowing look. "Do you believe the words of that scoundrel?" Zhao Eru exclaimed, exasperated. "Humph. If he doesn't pay, it gives you a reason to be angry," she said mysteriously. Zhao Eru pondered this and nodded in agreement. It was certain that Wang Kai would not part with so much money, and he could use this as an excuse to confront him later. Within an hour, all the mushrooms on the cart had been sold. Zhao Xiaoqing, fond of counting money, did so with remarkable speed, rivaling that of a bank clerk. After a clattering of coins, Zhao Xiaoqing inquired, "Wang Kai, what was the cost?" 420. "This is 1,480. Subtracting costs and my 100 yuan for labor, we netted 960. Zhao Xiaoqing was truly adept at calculations, swiftly arriving at the total. The man selling mushrooms stood by, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the astonishing turn of events. "Wang Kai, if you dare deceive me, I'll ruin you." Zhao Eru fixed his gaze on the money in his daughter's hands. Seeing her pass the money to Wang Kai without receiving her share, he erupted in anger, ready to charge. "Zhao Eru, are you starting to bite again? How have I deceived you?" Wang Kai asked, fully aware that Zhao Eru would stir trouble, deliberately smiling as he inquired about the wages. "Where's my pay?" Zhao Eru shouted. "Right here." Zhao Xiaoqing waved a crisp 100 yuan note in front of her father. Upon seeing that his daughter had already deducted her wages, Zhao Eru was rendered speechless, pointing at her, wishing he could smack her. He watched as Wang Kai effortlessly earned such a sum, while he himself had exhausted considerable effort fishing from the reservoir, yet had sold not a single one, nearly causing him to lose his temper. Zhao Eru, say something nice, and I'll back you up, Wang Kai teased, intentionally provoking him. Get lost. I'd rather throw the fish away than sell them to you, Zhao Eru declared, moving to confront Wang Kai. You brainless fool, why are you so eager to fight? Zhao Eru's wife intervened just in time. Fine, I was going to help you, but since you refuse my assistance, I shall take my leave, Wang Kai remarked, tossing a wad of cash in his right hand and playfully making a face at Zhao Eru before turning to depart. Wang Kai, wait for me to treat you to a meal, Zhao Shaoqing called out loudly as Wang Kai walked away. You won't be able to finish it. Zhao Eru receded, witnessing his daughter rushing to aid his adversary. His anger flared, and he raised his hand to strike. Zhao Shaoqing turned to see her father poised to hit her, lifting her chin defiantly and saying, Go ahead, hit me. Chapter 59. The young man was beaten to death, yet his father prevented me from rescuing him. Wang Kai finally comprehended the situation. It was likely due to this woman that the hotel owner's son had been assaulted. Healing the wounded and accumulating merit points was something Wang Kai could not neglect. As he squeezed through the crowd to assess the man's injuries, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the woman's undeniable allure. In an instant, two words flashed in Wang Kai's mind: magnificent and fair. What the hell are you staring at? As he remained momentarily transfixed by what he should not have seen, an angry kick landed on him. Who the hell are you? Wang Kai barely managed to keep his balance and looked up to curse. At that moment, a burly, bald man stood before him, hands on hips, glaring fiercely. The man, in his 40s or 50s, had a large head and thick neck, his face adorned with rolls of flesh. He wore a checkered short-sleeved shirt and was glaring at Wang Kai with rage. My son is nearly beaten to death, and you scoundrel are gazing at women, he yelled, pointing accusingly at Wang Kai. Damn, this guy is truly ferocious, kicking me without even understanding the situation, Wang Kai thought, brushing off the dust from his legs. But the onlookers directed mocking glances at him. What a pretentious show of bravado. Turns out he's just a rogue, not even considering the time and place for such antics. He deserves to be beaten. The crowd buzzed with comments, wholly disregarding Wang Kai's feelings, loudly condemning him. What did I do to deserve this? Why does everyone look down on me? Wang Kai, equally incensed, retorted, I was merely trying to help. Yet you're all barking like dogs, unable to recognize a good deed. Help? With mere words? The bald man spat, bending to examine the young man lying on the ground. Debeo, I'm here, he shouted, shaking Li Debeo's head, tears streaming down his face at the sight of his son's grievous condition. Shortly thereafter, a woman with permed hair rushed in, accompanied by a doctor clad in a white coat, clutching a maroon medical box emblazoned with a cross. The doctor lifted Li Debeo's eyelid, shaking his head repeatedly. He opened the medical box and retrieved a stethoscope. Within a minute, the doctor sighed. The pulse is weak. Even if transported to a hospital, it would be too late. What? My Debeo can't be saved? The bald man seized the doctor's collar, eyes wide with fury. The woman with the permed hair quickly pulled him back and, kneeling before the doctor, pleaded, Dr. Wang, please, you must find a way to save my Debeo. He is my only son. It's not that I don't want to help, but his injuries are too severe for treatment, Dr. Wang replied, placing the medical box down and taking out the stethoscope once more. I told you it's too late. See, his heart has stopped, he lamented, shaking his head. And without heeding the bald man and woman's protests, he turned to leave. Debeo, you've suffered so much. The parents cried out in despair beside their son. Li Debeo's fiancée sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Wang Kai, filled with indignation, observed the bald man's arrogant demeanor. Thinking that perhaps it was just as well that his son had passed away, it was all retribution. Suddenly, a message flashed in his mind. Reminder from the spirit link. There is a critically injured person within 10 meters. Damn, is Li Debeo the only one severely injured? He is not dead, is he? Can he still be saved? Wang Kai pondered, bewildered by the spirit link's meddling. Reminder, if treatment is administered within 10 minutes of death, it is possible to revive them. You may earn 3 merit points. 3 merit points? That was worth a try. Though he was a stranger to Li Debeo, and the bald man was quite overbearing, Wang Kai was motivated solely by the prospect of merit points. There is still hope for him. Why are you all wailing? Wang Kai declared loudly as he approached. What did you say? The bald man glared at him with bloodshot eyes. I said he can still be treated. Are you deaf? Wang Kai replied bluntly. Are you looking for trouble? The doctor has declared him dead, and this country bumpkin dares to claim he can be saved. He is merely causing a disturbance. The bald man, unconvinced by Wang Kai's words, stood to unleash his fury upon him, incredulous that anyone could suggest treatment for a corpse. Can he really be saved? The woman with the permed hair wiped her tears and said to the bald man, let him try. We might as well give it a shot. You foolish woman. What do you know? If he can save DeBeo, I'll kneel and bow to him 300 times. Calling him grandpa, the bald man snapped at his wife, furious. 5 minutes remaining, Wang Kai announced, cutting through the tension. Please, let him try. There's at least a glimmer of hope, the woman urged, clutching the bald man's arm. Damn, stop bothering me, he yelled, kicking his wife to the ground as he wept beside his son. 1 minute left. Please, Good Samaritan. I believe in you. Save DeBeo. The woman in the floral dress, having heard that there was only a minute left, knelt and clung to Wang Kai's legs, pleading. Wang Kai looked down, intending to help her up, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon her alluring figure once more. He quickly closed his eyes, cursing inwardly. Why can't you wear something more modest? Hearing her son's fiancé's plea, the woman with the permed hair no longer consulted the bald man and knelt before Wang Kai, begging for assistance. Fine, clear the area and let me save him. The two women, desperate to help, implored the bystanders. Please, everyone, step back. Don't hinder the rescue. Yet none of the onlookers believed Wang Kai possessed the skill to revive the dead. Since Li DeBeo's family had already knelt, no one else felt comfortable remaining. And they all took a few steps back, though they did not leave entirely. Wang Kai signaled to his mind. Reviving the dead requires 199 energy points. Please consume energy liquid promptly. Wang Kai consumed an energy liquid, palms up, feeling the glow intensify as warmth radiated from his hands. He pressed his palms against Li DeBeo's heart. A rush of heat surged through his body, flowing into Li DeBeo. Don't touch my son, the bald man, seeing Wang Kai's hands on his son, screamed desperately, attempting to push him away with all his might. However, Wang Kai's hands remained steadfast, as if they were part of Li DeBeo himself. The bald man, enraged, picked up a fist-sized rock, ready to strike Wang Kai. Suddenly, Li DeBeo coughed. DeBeo, you're awake? His fiancée, Jiang Xiaoqi, who had been kneeling, stared intently at his face, her heart silently praying for hope. Upon hearing Li DeBeo cough, she quickly asked, is he alive? The bald man dropped the rock and hurried to check. Although Li DeBeo had coughed, he did not awaken. Jiang Xiaoqi placed her fingers beneath his nose, and her heart surged with joy as she shouted, Auntie, DeBeo has a pulse. The woman with the permed hair rushed over, grasping her son's wrist. Feeling a faint pulse. You deadbeat. Our benefactor has truly saved DeBeo. What are you still doing here? She reprimanded the bald man, striking him repeatedly. Regardless of their commotion, Wang Kai remained with his eyes closed, utterly still and expressionless. Quiet. Let him concentrate on the rescue. The bald man, finally seeing a glimmer of hope, reluctantly pushed away both his wife and the fiancé, allowing Wang Kai the space to work. Wang Kai's forehead glistened with tiny beads of sweat, which continuously gathered and streamed down his face. Jiang Xiaoqi retrieved a white handkerchief from her bag to wipe his perspiration. The bald man observed Jiang Xiaoqi's actions, but felt no perverse thoughts. Instead, he acknowledged that her actions were appropriate. An hour passed, and the wound on Li Daba's head gradually healed. A message flashed in his mind. Congratulations, you have revived the injured subject, earning 3 merit points. Wang Kai's sweat had drenched his clothing, and feeling utterly drained, he collapsed with a thud. Where am I? Am I dead? Li Daba murmured as he opened his eyes, the blinding sunlight obscuring his vision. Son, you are not dead. You have been saved by a great benefactor, the bald man interjected before Jiang Xiaoqi could speak. Li Daba was assisted to his feet by his parents, rubbing his eyes to adjust to the light, and gradually regained his composure. Strange. I distinctly remember seeing a bridge ahead, and an elderly woman handed me a bowl of soup just as I was about to drink it. But then someone pulled me back, Li Daba recalled. Foolish child. If you had consumed the mangpa soup, you would never have returned, his mother lamented, tears of joy streaming down her face. Mother, who saved me? Li Daba suddenly inquired. I. His mother glanced around, puzzled that she could not see Wang Kai. Oh dear, why has the benefactor collapsed? She exclaimed upon noticing Wang Kai, drenched in sweat and lying on the ground. Benefactor, what has happened to you? Jiang Xiaoqi knelt beside Wang Kai, shaking him gently. It's nothing. I'm just exhausted. I'll be fine after a short rest, Wang Kai replied, recovering some strength. As he stood up, the bald man suddenly dropped to his knees. Sir, you truly are my savior, he proclaimed while bowing his head repeatedly. What's going on? Can the dead be revived? Is this person truly a divine being? The onlookers, witnessing Li Daba rise, gasped in astonishment. Some even pinched their own arms to confirm they were not dreaming. Their excitement was palpable as they began to murmur among themselves. Lu Wang Kai. I've been searching for you all this time. How dare you come to watch a show? Wang Kai, amused, observed the bald man kneeling before him. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name and turned to find Zhao Xiaoqing. Hey, Lu Wang Kai, what are you up to, allowing someone to bow to you? Zhao Xiaoqing asked, glancing at the bald man kneeling before Wang Kai. Xiaoqing, what brings you here? Zhang Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhao Xiaoqing. Cousin, I came to find him. Zhao Xiaoqing replied, pointing at Wang Kai. You two know each other? Wang Kai asked in confusion, noticing the familiarity between Zhao Xiaoqing and Zhang Xiaoqi. This is my cousin. Zhang Xiaoqi. What is going on between you two? Zhao Xiaoqing inquired, looking at Wang Kai. Before Wang Kai could respond, Zhang Xiaoqi recounted the events, expressing her gratitude towards Wang Kai. All right, we are all family here, no need for thanks. I need to talk to him about something. So I'll take my leave now, Zhao Xiaoqing said, pulling Wang Kai along. What are you doing? Wang Kai asked, shaking off Zhao Xiaoqing as they walked a few steps. Selling fish, she replied. What fish? Did I agree to anything? Wang Kai asked, a bit irritated, thinking Zhao Xiaoqing too presumptuous. Lu Wang Kai, I warn you, if I can't sell my fish, you won't be able to leave, Zhao Xiaoqing shouted defiantly. Huh? What does that have to do with me? Wang Kai found her amusing, realizing how she did not see him as an outsider. Zhao Xiaoqing glared at Wang Kai, suddenly reaching for his shirt. Wang Kai stepped back, causing her to miss. Lu Wang Kai, you. Zhao Xiaoqing was somewhat exasperated, her breathing becoming unsteady. Hey, pretty girl, who are you angry with? 3 or 4 young men in their 20s eyed Zhao Xiaoqing like cats drawn to fish. One, wearing a crooked hat, patted her shoulder lewdly. Him, Zhao Xiaoqing pointed at Wang Kai, feeling disgusted by the ruffians, which only fueled her anger towards Wang Kai. You dare provoke me, huh? You're looking for trouble, the young man sneered as he turned to Wang Kai, his expression suddenly turning menacing. Wang Kai nearly laughed at the appearance of the 4 young men. One was thin and wolf-like, his hair parted down the middle, obscuring his eyes. Another was short with a flat top, as dark as coal, not much better than a dirt dweller. A third was large and hulking, resembling a bear, while the last, though slightly better dressed, wore his hat askew, indicating he was no good. The young man in the crooked hat swung his arm to strike Wang Kai. Wang Kai attempted to use his spiritual domain to embarrass him. Sorry, insufficient energy. He cursed himself for forgetting that his energy had been depleted while healing Li Daba. The crooked hat youth's fist struck Wang Kai's shoulder. Why didn't you dodge? Zhao Xiaoqing rushed over, pushing Wang Kai and scolding him. I enjoy it, Wang Kai said, turning to leave. Stop. My wife didn't say you could go. Take another step, and I'll break your legs. Do you believe me? The crooked hat youth blocked Wang Kai's path with his arms outstretched. Get out of the way. Wang Kai, furious, was unafraid of confrontation despite his lack of energy, knowing he could easily handle a few ruffians. Feeling brave, huh? Boys, get him. The crooked hat youth commanded, and they all charged at Wang Kai. Before he could make a move, Zhao Xiaoqing panicked, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it at the youth's back. Ouch! Who the hell is that? The crooked hat youth exclaimed, turning around to find his assailant, his face turning pale upon recognizing Zhao Xiaoqing. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xiaoqing pulled Wang Kai away, and he, lacking energy, chose to escape with her rather than engage in a serious fight. By the time the young men realized what had happened, Wang Kai and Zhao Xiaoqing had already fled. Most of the vegetable vendors at the market had already packed up, and Zhao Eru stared blankly at the fish in his large basin. It's almost noon, and I've sold barely half. After noon, the market would be practically empty, and the remaining fish would be unsellable. If only you had sold them to Wang Kai earlier, you wouldn't be in this situation now, Zhao Eru's wife fretted, scolding him. Shut up, don't nag me, Zhao Eru snapped, feeling irritated and falling silent. His wife's eyes brightened as she saw their daughter approaching with Wang Kai. Wang Kai, where have you been? She asked, trying to strike up a conversation. Lu Wang Kai, you have 2 choices. First, help me sell fish. Second, buy the fish yourself. Choose, Zhao Xiaoqing said, her hands behind her back, tilting her head. Isn't this coercion? If not for his depleted energy, Wang Kai would have been tempted to buy all the fish and profit from it. However, he felt uncertain about his ability to transform the small fish into larger ones. Wang Kai, you are good at business. Why not buy all of them? Zhao Eru's wife suggested, seeing Wang Kai silent. Yes, if you buy them all. I'll still help you, Zhao Xiaoqing added, watching Wang Kai intently, waiting for his decision. Zhao Eru, feeling frustrated yet wanting to sell the fish, turned his head away, allowing his wife and daughter to negotiate with Wang Kai. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Kai finally said, all right, I'll take all your fish. Zhao Eru's wife had been waiting for this response. Upon hearing Wang Kai's agreement, she eagerly began preparing to weigh the fish. In total, they weighed a little over 200 pounds. Wang Kai handed the money to Zhao Xiaoqing, and these fish now belonged to him. Before Wang Kai could begin selling the fish, a brand new motorcycle pulled up nearby. A man dressed in a suit with a tie and slicked back hair stepped off, donning sunglasses. On the back seat sat a woman with permed hair, clad in a striking pink dress with a low neckline that showcased her ample assets. Goodness! The sight of her was truly tantalizing. As Wang Kai stared at the woman, Zhao Xiaoqing nudged him, whispering, "Lu Wang Kai, you rogue." "How am I a rogue?" Wang Kai retorted, aware that this strong-willed girl was displeased with his admiration for the beauty. "Sister-in-law, how could you let Xiaoqing be with Lu Wang Kai?" The slick-haired man said, approaching Eru's wife. She was taken aback, wondering who he was. Upon the man removing his sunglasses, she realized it was Zhao San. "Ah, Sanner, is that you? Dressed like this? I hardly recognized you," Eru's wife exclaimed with surprise. Glancing at the woman, who was heavily made up, she took off her sunglasses, revealing herself to be Pan Xiaolian. At that moment, Wang Kai finally recognized her. The adage clothes make the man holds true. She was quite different from the last time he saw her at the gas station. Pan Xiaolian, now in high-heeled shoes, wrinkled her nose at the fishy smell, fanning herself with one hand. Watching her theatrical display, Wang Kai nearly retched. "Sister-in-law? Lu Wang Kai is just a nobody, too poor to even afford a meal. How can you stand seeing him with Xiaoqing? It's quite embarrassing," Zhao San continued. Hearing this, Zhao Eru turned to him, striding over with a stern expression. "Sanner, don't speak nonsense. In my eyes, Lu Wang Kai is nothing more than a dog. Why would I let Xiaoqing be with him? Are you looking for trouble, Zhao Eru? You're the real dog here." Wang Kai could no longer endure Zhao Eru's insults. "Lu Wang Kai is no longer the same as before. Wealth makes one a master. I advise you to keep your distance from Xiaoqing." Zhao San, having complained for quite a while, saw that Zhao Eru was unfazed by Wang Kai and turned his ire towards him. "Huh, with your little money. You are nothing in my eyes," Wang Kai laughed, realizing that Zhao San was just a gas station owner. Why was he behaving so arrogantly? "Oh, Lu Wang Kai, you haven't improved your earning skills, but you've certainly become proficient in boasting." Pan Xiaolian chimed in, supporting Zhao San. "Wang Kai has no desire to converse with you, Pan Xiaolian," he replied, disgusted by her transformation into a vixen. "Fish for sale. Fish for sale." Wang Kai shouted loudly, drowning out her voice. Zhao Xiaoqing, initially wanting to speak with her uncle and Pan Xiaolian, grew displeased upon hearing their grievances in front of her. She pouted and glared at Zhao San, wishing she could slap him twice if they weren't family. "Sister-in-law, Xiaolian loves fish. I'll just take a couple." Zhao San assumed Zhao Eru was selling fish, and without hesitation, he grabbed a net to catch some. Eru's wife's expression changed drastically as she didn't know how to respond. "Put it down," Wang Kai barked. "Lu Wang Kai, I'm just taking fish from my sister-in-law's home. What business is it of yours?" Zhao San shot back coldly. Chapter 62, Confronting Him. "Two fish worth over 1,000 will ruin you." Zhao San thought Wang Kai was assisting Zhao Eru in selling fish, so he felt there was nothing wrong in taking two small fish. However, when Wang Kai ordered him to put it down, he became furious. Eru's wife, feeling embarrassed, quietly informed Zhao San, "Sanner, these fish have already been sold to Wang Kai." Her meaning was clear. They were no longer hers, so he should not take them. Yet Zhao San didn't want to lose face in front of Wang Kai and defiantly pulled out a fish, proclaiming loudly, "What is wrong with your fish? Can't I buy it with money?" "You can't afford it," Wang Kai shot back. "Oh, it's just money. I have plenty. Name your price," Zhao San boasted, glaring at Wang Kai. 100 per pound. If you have money, buy it. If not, get lost." Wang Kai countered without hesitation. "What are you, a goldfish or a silverfish?" Zhao San fumed, irate that Wang Kai was asking such a high price. "What kind of fish it is doesn't matter. If you can't afford it, then leave." Wang Kai retorted unabashedly. "Fine, I'll buy them," Zhao San said, in a huff, placing two fish in the net for Wang Kai to weigh. "Count it as you wish. Whoever doesn't buy is a fool." Wang Kai, anticipating a change of heart from Zhao San, decided to take a bold step and consumed an energy potion. In his mind, he envisioned the two fish gradually growing larger in the net. Zhao San, uninterested in the fish, was solely focused on challenging Wang Kai. Thus, he didn't pay attention to the fish's actual size. Wang Kai weighed the two fish and announced, "They total 18 pounds and 4 ounces. "What? Two small fish weigh over 10 pounds. Zhao San, thinking Wang Kai was deceiving him, rushed over to check. Indeed, it was 18 pounds and 4 ounces, leaving Zhao San dumbfounded. He could feel that the two fish only weighed 3 or 4 pounds each when he caught them. How had they grown so large? Pan Xiaolian tugged at Zhao San's clothing, signaling him to leave, but Zhao San felt it would be embarrassing to do so. "Sanner, if you don't have money, then just go," Wang Kai deliberately provoked him. Zhao San fell for the bait. angrily pulling out money and tossing 1,800 yuan in front of Wang Kai. "Sanner, are you out of your mind?" Zhao Eru shouted at his nephew, witnessing him actually spending over 1,000 yuan on fish. Before Zhao San could respond, Wang Kai had already pocketed the wad of cash. Zhao San, filled with anger, left with Pan Xiaolian. "Good riddance," Zhao Xiaoqing remarked, having remained silent until seeing her uncle depart, then spat in disdain. "Lu Wang Kai, your heart is as dark as it gets." Zhao Eru, nearly apoplectic with rage, glared at Wang Kai as if he could devour him whole. "These are my fish. I'll sell them as I please." Wang Kai made a face at Zhao Eru, deliberately trying to irritate him. Zhao Eru clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, ready to confront Wang Kai, but his wife held him back. With few customers around, after shouting for a long while, Wang Kai had only sold over 20 pounds. He felt troubled, wondering how to proceed. Suddenly, a rotund, bald man on a motorcycle zoomed past, spotting Wang Kai and making a sharp turn. "Ah, great benefactor. I've been searching for you all day," the bald man exclaimed, dismounting and seizing Wang Kai's hand. Wang Kai realized it was the restaurant owner, remembering the man's earlier arrogance. Wang Kai felt displeased and nodded coolly. "You saved my son. Please accept this money," the bald man said, pulling out a red envelope from his pocket. Wang Kai estimated there was a significant amount inside. "I don't want a single cent of your money," Wang Kai replied flatly. "Why not?" the bald man asked, puzzled. "I merely saved a life. It was not for monetary gain," Wang Kai explained, believing his reasoning was clear enough. The bald man insisted Wang Kai accept the money, but he refused adamantly. With no other option, the bald man, full of gratitude, turned to leave but then asked, "Are you selling fish here?" Wang Kai nodded in silence. "Just right. My restaurant is hosting a banquet tomorrow and needs a lot of fish. I'll buy them all," the bald man declared earnestly. Wang Kai confirmed multiple times that the purchase wasn't meant as thanks, then proceeded to weigh the fish. As the bald man called for someone to take the fish away, Zhao Eru's jealousy flared anew. "Damn it, Lu Wang Kai is just too fortunate. All the fish I couldn't sell after hours, and he effortlessly offloads them." The most infuriating part was that today, Zhao San was cheated out of over 1,000 yuan. Zhao Eru was fuming, ready to unleash a torrent of curses at Wang Kai, but his wife intervened just in time. "Lu Wang Kai, having earned so much today, you must treat us to a grand feast." Wang Kai stuffed the money into his pocket and had barely walked a few paces when Zhao Xiaoqing caught up, insisting that Wang Kai should host the meal. Left with no choice, Wang Kai accompanied Zhao Xiaoqing to a slightly upscale restaurant, where they ordered several stir-fried dishes. After their meal, Zhao Xiaoqing and Wang Kai cruised along the highway. As they approached the entrance to the mountains, Zhao Xiaoqing showed no intention of stopping. "Hey, where are you going?" Wang Kai was bewildered, wondering if the girl had overlooked the turnoff. "Into the city," Zhao Xiaoqing called back loudly. "What the hell? This girl is utterly wild, making decisions without consulting me." Wang Kai was displeased, recalling a fellow inmate's words from his prison days. "A failed man is swayed by women, while a successful man has women swaying around him." Many had found that statement particularly insightful during that time, but as the years went by, it slipped from memory. Now, reflecting upon it, he felt a profound resonance. Observing the recent events, he realized he had been entirely under Zhao Xiaoqing's influence, and as a grown man, this was undeniably a failure. "No more. I shall not be swayed by you again," Wang Kai resolved, his hand slipping beneath her garment, fingers curling upward like a climbing vine. "Lu Wang Kai," Zhao Xiaoqing gasped, her body trembling at his touch. Wang Kai thought, "Wild girl, let me show you the boundaries." He expected her to halt the motorcycle, engage in playful banter, and then part ways. To his surprise, after her exclamation, she remained silent. Wow, this girl is surprisingly mature. Wang Kai felt a twinge of regret, wanting to withdraw his hand, but to his astonishment, Zhao Xiaoqing pressed it down. Damn, what man could withstand this? After entering the city, Zhao Xiaoqing parked the motorcycle and pulled Wang Kai along the bustling streets. The sight of handsome men and beautiful women casually linking arms was no longer a novelty. Observing couples snuggled together, Zhao Xiaoqing instinctively leaned closer to Wang Kai. He mused. Everyone has physiological needs. Even if one lives to 88, they would still desire to pluck a wildflower. As a man, I cannot fear a wild girl. With that thought, he wrapped his arm around her. Zhao Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed, but she did not resist. Wow, is she really this open-minded? Back in the village, his boldness and assertiveness had instilled fear in many young women. Yet, this tactic seemed ineffective with her. Watching couples entwined, he felt a sudden stir of longing. It had been days since he had contemplated the nuances of intimacy. Perhaps he should explore that with her. Chapter 63. Watching the video. So this is how it is after wandering the streets for a while. Zhao Xiaoqing suddenly suggested. Wang Kai, let us go watch a video. What is a video? Wang Kai inquired, bewildered. The concept of video had burgeoned in coastal cities a few years prior, and after several years of development, a few video halls had opened in small county towns. You don't even know what a video is? Zhao Xiaoqing exclaimed, letting go of Wang Kai's arm. It was no wonder he was oblivious. Having spent 5 years in prison, he had fallen out of touch with the outside world, while rural life remained unchanged. Cities evolved rapidly, introducing a plethora of new experiences that he was unaware of. Is it fun? Wang Kai's interest piqued. Come on, you'll find out, Zhao Xiaoqing beckoned, leading him across 2 streets until they arrived at a video hall. Climbing the iron staircase affixed to the exterior of the building, they reached the 3rd floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by a large poster on the wall, bodyguard of Zongnanhai. At the entrance, a plump woman dozed at a table. Boss, 2 tickets, please, Zhao Xiaoqing said, tossing 2 yuan onto the table. The woman rubbed her eyes and retrieved 2 small tickets from the drawer. Following Zhao Xiaoqing inside, they lifted the curtain to reveal a dimly lit room. Looking up, Wang Kai saw a screen the size of a square table displaying a film. So this is what a video is. You could have just called it a movie. After a moment of adjustment, he could finally see clearly. The space was roughly the size of 4 rooms, filled with long benches on the floor. The screen was not particularly large, and Wang Kai thought to move closer for a better view. What are you doing? Zhao Xiaoqing tugged at his shirt, pulling him back. Confused, Wang Kai stared at her. She chose a seat in the last row, and he soon realized that the last 3 rows were composed of soft sofas. Wang Kai admired Zhao Xiaoqing's cleverness in selecting a comfortable seat. Suddenly, he noticed a couple in the front row engaged in a passionate embrace, and his curiosity led him to watch a little longer. Zhao Xiaoqing said nothing but pulled him along. Damn, being with this girl has robbed me of my freedom to admire. At that moment, the film Bodyguard of Zongnanhai was playing. The young, handsome lead performed effortlessly, showcasing remarkable martial arts skills. The female lead was beautiful, spoiled, and utterly charming. Wow, people truly know how to enjoy life. Bringing the cinema indoors. What a delightful experience. Wang Kai, a fan of Jet Li's films, felt his blood boil with excitement, wishing he possessed such skills. Suddenly, a few individuals in the front row began clapping and shouting for a change of film. Wang Kai cursed under his breath. What kind of fools are these? This movie is fantastic. What could possibly be better? As more voices joined in the chorus for a new film, the owner emerged from the back room holding a disc. The screen abruptly turned white, leaving Wang Kai feeling disheartened. After a moment, the screen flickered back to life, revealing a fair-skinned, stunning woman wrapped in a bath towel. What the heck? This isn't the previous film. Soon, a dark-skinned man appeared, engaging with the female lead in an intimate manner. What the hell? They could film this? Wang Kai had never encountered such content, finding it both fascinating and embarrassing, as though he were guilty of a crime. Suddenly, he noticed a couple in the front row mirroring the actions on the screen. What on earth is wrong with these people? Wang Kai felt restless, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Sensing his discomfort, Zhao Xiaoqing wrapped her arm around his, resting her head on his shoulder. Wang Kai thought, women would usually shy away from such films, yet Zhao Xiaoqing is watching intently. Damn, this wild girl is bolder than most men. In her presence, I feel like a timid little boy. Where had his former courage gone? Had 5 years in prison dulled it? He reflected on his past, recalling how he had never blushed in front of women. Now he felt timid. Conflicted within himself, he reasoned that he had encountered women before, so why should he care? As long as he felt good, that was what mattered. Resolutely, he shook off Zhao Xiaoqing's arm. Surprised, she looked at him, unsure of his sudden outburst. In an instant, Wang Kai pulled her close. Zhao Xiaoqing said nothing, her face displaying a mix of nervousness and sweetness. Wang Kai, she whispered. What is it? He asked, lowering his gaze. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoqing slightly parted her lips, leaning in. The sensation was encapsulated in 2 words, soft and fragrant. If I were to sleep with Zhao Xiaoqing, Zhao Eru would surely be furious. At this juncture, it wasn't about him pursuing her. She was the one drawn to him. With that thought, Wang Kai abandoned all hesitations. Everyone freeze. Check. Just as he was about to cross the final threshold, blinding beams of flashlight pierced through the room. The screen abruptly turned white. What is happening? Wang Kai asked in astonishment. Not good, the police have arrived. Zhao Xiaoqing hurriedly pushed Wang Kai aside and began to adjust her clothing. The lights in the room brightened, illuminating it as if it were daytime, causing the couple on the sofa at the back to panic. Why are the police here? Wang Kai inquired, puzzled. Fool, they want tea, let us continue the show. Zhao Xiaoqing had already composed herself and no longer felt afraid. Several officers wearing large hats did not apprehend anyone on the scene. If they truly intended to make arrests, they would certainly succeed. Wang Kai understood that the couple on the front sofa had been entangled for quite some time. The owner of the video hall was taken away, reportedly for distributing illicit material. Upon exiting the hall, dusk was approaching. The street was lively as the city lights began to twinkle. After strolling for a while, Zhao Xiaoqing, concerned that her father might be searching for her, urged Wang Kai to head home. Riding the motorcycle along the mountainous road was bumpy, and the mountain breeze brought a slight chill. Turning around a hill, they entered a wooded area. Wang Kai, I'm feeling a bit cold. Let us find a place to rest. Zhao Xiaoqing halted the motorcycle and turned to Wang Kai. He said nothing but nodded in agreement. Not far from the main road, there were two shabby thatched huts, previously used by mountain climbers for shelter. Now, with no one to watch over the mountain, the huts stood empty. Let us go rest in those rooms, Zhao Xiaoqing suggested after locking the motorcycle. Wang Kai, bewildered, thought it was sufficient to rest by the roadside. Why go up the hill? Though he had questions, he kept them to himself and followed Zhao Xiaoqing up the slope. The dilapidated huts had been uninhabited for so long that the doors were missing. Outside, the moonlight illuminated the area, but inside, it remained dark. Wang Kai struck a match and noticed a pile of thatch. He ignited a small fire, which brightened the entire room. In the glow of the flames, Zhao Xiaoqing's face flushed slightly as she quietly sat there warming herself. The thatch quickly burned down to ashes, leaving only darkness. Zhao Xiaoqing leaned her head against Wang Cai's shoulder. I like you. Will you accept me? Zhao Xiaoqing whispered softly in Wang Cai's ear after a long silence. Chapter 64. Wealth brings woes. Buying a motorcycle meets derision. Zhao Xiaoqing leaned against Wang Cai's shoulder and suddenly recalled the scene in the video hall, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. It felt as if she were still in the hall, prompting her to utter an embarrassing remark. What? Wang Kai was taken aback by Zhao Xiaoqing's directness and casually asked. Good words should not be repeated. Zhao Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly straightened herself. Just then, someone on the main road called out Zhao Xiaoqing's name. Oh no, my father is coming, Zhao Xiaoqing exclaimed, hastily rising in a flurry. We need to get out of here, Wang Kai said, also standing up to head outside. Are you foolish? If my father sees us together, it will cause a commotion. Zhao Xiaoqing blocked Wang Kai, her voice filled with concern. Wang Kai considered this. After all, Zhao Eru had always been at odds with him, and being caught with his daughter on the hillside at night would surely lead to trouble. Zhao Xiaoqing descended the small path down the slope and spotted Zhao Eru and her mother calling out beside the motorcycle. Mom, I'm over here. Zhao Xiaoqing called out loudly, regaining her composure. You wretched girl, what are you doing up there? Zhao Xiaoqing's mother scolded, her face stern. I went up to take care of something, Zhao Xiaoqing replied with a fabricated excuse, initially thinking her parents had intentionally come to find her. Zhao Xiaoqing felt a pang of embarrassment. Upon seeing the tricycle and the fish baskets, she realized they had likely passed by and only called her upon noticing the motorcycle. What kind of girl runs around like you, day and night? Zhao Eru glared, finally voicing his frustration after a long pause. Zhao Xiaoqing, aware of her father's temper, preferred to avoid conversation, swiftly mounted the motorcycle and sped off. Wang Kai, seeing the distant lights fade, finally made his way down towards the village. By the time he returned home, it was late. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard commotion coming from his sister-in-law's room. Knowing they were still awake, Wang Kai intended to share some food with them, but hesitated at the door when he heard something unusual. Stop the ruckus. Who can tolerate this every day? His sister-in-law's voice of complaint echoed out, startling Wang Kai. What were they arguing about now? You're my wife. If I don't bother you, who else should I? His brother's clueless voice responded. Following that were sounds that were quite unsuitable for young ears. Wang Kai felt a mix of amusement and relief as he walked away. Ever since he had cured his brother's ailment, the two seemed to have little else to occupy their time beyond their shared bed. Returning to his own room, he counted the savings he had accumulated over the past few days and found he had over 20,000 yuan. Wow, I am now a person of wealth. The next challenge would be how to spend this money wisely. Marrying a wife was the primary goal, but he had yet to encounter a woman he truly adored. Remembering the enchanting image of Zhao Xiaoqing riding her motorcycle, Wang Kai resolved, I must also buy a motorcycle. Early the next morning, Wang Kai set out for the town. He found it odd that he hadn't seen Zhao Xiaoqing along the way. After browsing the market, he chose to buy shiitake mushrooms. He purchased a cart of particularly poor quality mushrooms from a man and asked him to help push it to the market entrance. Continuing with the method he had employed the previous day, he managed to enlarge some of the mushrooms. Many people had never seen such large shiitake mushrooms, and soon they were snatched up. After more than an hour of hectic selling, Wang Kai finally sold out. Counting the money in his hand, He was dismayed to find it was less than 1,000 yuan. How is it possible that, despite buying them for a similar price as yesterday, I earned several hundred yuan less? After reflecting, Wang Kai realized the reason. Due to the high demand, many customers snuck away without paying. Damn! Operating a business alone is simply unmanageable. With this thought, Wang Kai glanced around. Oddly, Zhao Eru had not come to sell fish today. Lately, Zhao Xiaoqing had been persistently pursuing him, which had begun to irritate him. Today, however, he felt a sense of absence. Could it be that I have developed feelings for that wild girl? No, Zhao Xiaoqing is Zhao Eru's daughter. I am at odds with Zhao Eru. How could I like his daughter? Moreover, there was still a generational gap to consider. After rationalizing this to himself, Wang Kai dismissed the thoughts of Zhao Xiaoqing. He took a bus into the city, wandered for a while, and finally located a motorcycle shop. Inside were models from Daong, Chang'an, and Jialing. Wang Kai stood at the entrance, carefully examining each motorcycle model. A tall, bald middle-aged man lounged in a reclining chair, leisurely swaying. Noticing Wang Kai standing at the door, he did not even lift his eyelids. Boss, what brand is this motorcycle? Wang Kai pointed to a Jialing motorcycle and inquired. The owner, with half-closed eyes, emitted a vague sound from his throat, likely inaudible even to himself. Judging by the owner's expression, he clearly looked down on others. Wang Kai felt a surge of anger but maintained his composure and asked, "How much is it? Go wander elsewhere. I can't be bothered with you." The owner snapped, clearly irritated. "Is this motorcycle for sale or not?" Wang Kai pressed. "Of course, but can you afford it?" The owner sneered, looking disdainfully at Wang Kai's worn clothes. What an arrogant man to look down on country folk. Wang Kai retorted angrily, "I have money. I just don't want your motorcycle." As he turned to leave, the bald owner sprang from his chair, shouting, "Who are you cursing? Stop right there. I'm cursing you, you arrogant fool." Wang Kai halted and turned back to respond. "Kid, you're clearly looking for trouble. You don't even realize where you are." The bald owner approached, ready to grab Wang Kai by the collar. Wang Kai stepped back to evade. "Old Wang, what are you arguing about?" At that moment, the door of the motorcycle shop swung open, and a beautiful woman emerged, elegantly brushing her hair, and loudly inquired. The woman, in her 30s, possessed striking features, truly a beauty. Wang Kai glanced at the plump, balding owner, who had crossed the half-century mark, and then looked back at the tall, fair-skinned woman. He couldn't fathom how such a stunning woman could be married to such a man. "What are you staring at?" "This is my wife," the bald man barked at Wang Kai, who had been fixated on the woman. "I know she's your wife. What's the problem?" Wang Kai retorted with a smirk. "You asking for a beating?" The owner growled, advancing towards him. "Come on, hit me if you dare," Wang Kai defiantly challenged, determined to teach him a lesson and intentionally inciting anger. The woman intervened, pushing the bald man back inside, and then turning to Wang Kai, saying, "He has a bad temper. Don't stoop to his level. You should leave now." A strong scent of snow lotion filled the air, which Wang Kai found quite pleasant, and he took a deep breath. The woman's porcelain-like hand gently pushed against Wang Kai's arm, and he could not help but notice how exquisitely beautiful her hand was. Unable to resist, he placed his hand atop hers. "My goodness, it's so soft," he thought. The bald owner, still seething with anger, was infuriated to see this country bumpkin touching his wife's hand. "Don't you dare leave." He grabbed a wrench from the doorway and charged at Wang Kai. "Oh no. This guy is really going to swing that wrench at me." The woman gasped, retracting her hand and covering her mouth, realizing that trouble was imminent. Chapter 65. A dog's eyes look down on others. Take out money to scare you. Seeing the bald man lift the wrench towards him, Wang Kai swiftly summoned his ethereal powers. In his mind, the bald man swung the wrench and struck the new Jialing motorcycle instead. A loud crash echoed as the wrench dented the pristine motorcycle. The bald man could hardly believe his eyes. After rubbing them, he confirmed it was indeed his handiwork. "Old Wang, have you lost your mind?" The woman looked at the bald man in horror, unable to comprehend that he would damage the new motorcycle. "I." The bald man stared at the wrench in his hand and despondently tossed it to the ground. He couldn't understand how he ended up hitting the motorcycle instead of Wang Kai. In his confusion, he felt utterly befuddled. "You little brat, I want to let this slide." The bald man blamed Wang Kai for his own blunder, picking up the wrench again, ready to retaliate. "Uncle, what is going on?" At that moment, a girl approached from the west, grabbing the bald man's arm in inquiry. The girl had delicate eyebrows and large eyes, with white teeth and red lips, her figure slender, clad in a plaid shirt that struggled to conceal her impressive curves. "Hey, isn't that Lu Wang Kai?" Before the bald man could respond, the girl turned and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Wang Kai. "Zhao Yan." Wang Kai recognized her as the village chief's daughter, Zhao Yan. "What brings you here, Lu Wang Kai?" Encountering a fellow villager in the city was unexpected for Zhao Yan. "I'm here to buy a motorcycle." "You? Buy a motorcycle?" Zhao Yan took a couple of steps back, circling around Wang Kai with a mocking tone. Yan, don't mind him. This bumpkin is just looking for trouble, the bald man interjected. Lu Wang Kai, this is my uncle's shop. If you're looking for trouble, go elsewhere, Zhao Yan admonished Wang Kai. I'm here to buy a motorcycle. What gives you the right to say I'm looking for trouble? Wang Kai was infuriated. Do you even know how much a new motorcycle costs? Zhao Yan didn't believe for a moment that Wang Kai was genuinely there to buy one. No matter how much it is, I'm buying it. What is it to you? Wang Kai, taken aback, realized that Zhao Yan, like her uncle, looked down on him. And her tone was anything but courteous. All right, if you want to buy one, which one do you want? Zhao Yan regarded Wang Kai with disdain, eager to show him that motorcycles were not for just anyone. I'm not interested in these models. After looking at a few options, Wang Kai replied to Zhao Yan. Humph. If you don't have money, just admit it. Stop pretending to be something you're not. We're from the same village. Who doesn't he know who? Zhao Yan scoffed, her disdain palpable. The bald man, witnessing his niece accompany Wang Kai in inspecting motorcycles, suppressed his rage, glaring at them from the side. It was clear that Wang Kai couldn't afford anything, yet he audaciously claimed not to be interested in those models. You little brat. Since you claim to be uninterested in those bikes, we just got a new one installed in the back. Don't say it's too expensive. The bald man thought to himself, eager to see how long Wang Kai could keep up the charade. Wang Kai said nothing and followed the bald man to the back. Indeed, a red motorcycle was parked there, with the rear rack yet to be installed. This one is good. Wang Kai observed the motorcycle, noting that the seat was lower than the fuel tank, assuring him of comfort and ample size, nodding in approval. This is a Suzuki King 125 motorcycle. Do you know how much this costs? The bald man nearly burst into laughter. He thought to himself that while anyone could admire this motorcycle, very few could afford it. It was clear from Wang Kai's shabby attire that even if he wanted to buy it, he likely wouldn't be able to gather enough funds. How would I know? It's over 20,000. Can you afford it? The bald man looked at Wang Kai with contempt. Lu Wang Kai, stop embarrassing yourself here. Come on. I'll treat you to spicy soup. Zhao Yan said, patting Wang Kai on the back. Don't change the subject. I'm looking at motorcycles. Wang Kai continued to circle the motorcycle, nodding repeatedly, quite satisfied with it. Lu Wang Kai, are you done yet? Zhao Yan found Wang Kai amusing, even when offered a way out. He stubbornly persisted, leaving her baffled. Kid, if you have enough money to buy this motorcycle, I want ask for 21,000, 18,000, and you can take it. The bald man, convinced Wang Kai couldn't possibly afford it, snapped angrily. Seeing Wang Kai's earnest demeanor nearly made him spit blood in anger. He had seen people boast, but had never encountered anyone so audacious. Wang Kai looked around once more, and upon meeting the bald man's disdainful gaze, he felt a surge of anger. With a flourish, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, letting it rain down onto the ground. Lu Wang Kai. Zhao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the cash scattered everywhere, leaving her momentarily speechless. Well, you really did bring money, the bald man, momentarily stunned, began to smile coldly. He squatted down to help Wang Kai gather the money, his demeanor having shifted entirely. Wang Kai remained silent, counting out 18,000 yuan and handing it to the bald man. This price is below our cost. Just moments ago, the bald man had looked down on this country bumpkin, and in a fit of pique, had tossed out a price lower than the purchase cost, now regretting it. Selling it at that price would mean a significant loss. Uncle, you quoted that price yourself. Don't go back on your word, Zhao Yan chimed in, playfully tugging at the bald man's arm. You little brat. The bald man hadn't anticipated his niece would put him on the spot at such a crucial moment. And he felt a flash of irritation. Just spit and lick it back up, Wang Kai calmly replied. The bald man was left speechless. After completing the transaction, Wang Kai mounted the motorcycle, feeling invigorated, as if his worth had multiplied. Wait for me. As he started the motorcycle and shifted gears, Zhao Yan called out urgently. Damn it. That girl just looked down on me, and now she is calling for me? Wang Kai turned to see Zhao Yan rushing out from the shop. In her haste, her fitted top AC Wang Kai glanced back at Zhao Yan with a playful smile and said, as long as you don't fall, I want drop. Zhao Yan turned her face aside and scoffed. Without engaging in further banter, Wang Kai shifted into gear, revved the throttle with his right hand, and released the clutch with his left. Suddenly, the engine stalled. Damn, riding a motorcycle doesn't seem that difficult. Watching Zhao Xiaoqing, Wang Kai thought, feeling slightly embarrassed as Zhao Yan sat behind him, clearly unimpressed by the motorcycle's performance. A wave of nervousness washed over him, his ears burning with embarrassment. Hee. Zhao Yan giggled from behind. It's my first time. What is there to laugh about? Wang Kai mumbled, his cheeks flushed. Silly, you need to accelerate when starting off. Do you understand? Zhao Yan laughed. I know that without you telling me. Hearing her words, Wang Kai finally understood why the engine stalled at the start, though he refused to admit it. Determined not to let Zhao Yin laugh at him again, he gripped the throttle tightly as he prepared to start the motorcycle. Let us see if you stall now, he thought to himself. With a roar, the motorcycle surged forward. Pull the clutch, hit the brakes, quickly, Zhao Yin exclaimed in alarm, urging him to stop. Reacting swiftly to her command, Wang Kai squeezed the clutch with his left hand, gripped the brakes with his right, and pressed down on the foot brake simultaneously. The sudden stop jolted the motorcycle, causing the front suspension to bounce several times. As a result of inertia, Zhao Yin leaned forward and pressed tightly against Wang Kai. Wow, so soft. Wang Kai felt as though a fluffy cloud was pressing against his back, his heart fluttering. You sly dog, are you doing this on purpose? Zhao Yin exclaimed, having not expected to be startled while merely riding a motorcycle. Chapter 66. A dinner invitation at the hotel. This woman has too many demands. Guangtou, feeling irritated as he watched Wang Kai stall the motorcycle, couldn't help but smirk. Suddenly, he remembered that Zhao Yin was his own niece. He couldn't let her ride with Wang Kai in case something went wrong. Yinner, come down. Your uncle will drive you later, Guangtou said, approaching her. It's fine, I'm teaching him how to ride, Zhao Yin replied, clutching Wang Kai's shirt and turning to Guangtou. Ignoring Guangtou's words, Zhao Yin remained seated on the motorcycle. With no other choice, Guangtou returned indoors, panting heavily, having learned from his previous failures. Wang Kai was particularly cautious during the next attempt to start the motorcycle. Though it lurched forward briefly, he finally managed to get it going. Lu Wang Kai, I've saved you so much money, how will you thank me? Zhao Yin playfully patted his back as they rode along the highway. Damn, typical of a Zhao girl. Always seeking recognition, Wang Kai thought. How about I treat you to a meal? He initially hesitated, but didn't he want to appear stingy? Alright, let us go to Yuan Kalai, Zhao Yin beamed, having already chosen the restaurant. Yuan Kalai Hotel, a 4-story building located in Huanyuan town, was renowned for its wide array of dishes, from noodles to elaborate feasts, and it also offered rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors. Upon arriving, Wang Kai noticed a few motorcycles and over a dozen bicycles parked outside. As he parked, several onlookers gathered, intrigued by the luxurious motorcycle. A rare sight in the impoverished Huanyuan town. The appearance of such a motorcycle immediately signaled wealth, leading onlookers to speculate about Wang Kai's background. Although he had a handsome face, his worn-out clothes, clearly faded and rustic, gave away his humble origins. Standing beside him, Zhao Yin shone brightly, a striking contrast that left them perplexed. Lu Wang Kai, if you're so wealthy, why not buy some new clothes? Zhao Yin pointed out, noticing the mismatch between his attire and the motorcycle. Why should I care what you think? Wang Kai retorted, accustomed to his family's poverty and disinterested in new clothes even if he could afford them. Zhao Yin, discontent with his old clothing, felt increasingly annoyed. As they entered through the glass door, a beautiful waitress approached and asked, how many in your party? Wang Kai leaned in and whispered, are you blind or nearsighted? The waitress blushed, glancing at Zhao Yin and then back at Wang Kai, before asking, what would you like to order? Wang Kai gestured toward Zhao Yin. One order of shredded pork with green peppers and one of sauerkraut fish. Zhao Yin skillfully listed 6 dishes. The waitress took note and led them to a private room. Why can't we sit at one of the many tables outside? Wang Kai grumbled. Lu Wang Kai, are you really this clueless? This is a private room. Do you understand? Zhao Yin chuckled at his naivety. What is so great about a private room? It's not as lively as outside. You're such a simpleton. You can't grasp the finer points, Zhao Yin teased, wagging her finger at him. What do you mean? If we hadn't ordered so many dishes, they wouldn't even let us sit here, she patiently explained, realizing that Wang Kai truly didn't understand many aspects of such establishments. It was no wonder the restaurant thrived. Their service was incredibly swift. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen, your sauerkraut fish, the waitress announced, placing a dish on the round table before politely departing. What is this? Zhao Yin frowned at the small fish on her plate. Isn't this fish too small? She complained, pointing at the dish. Just then, another waitress approached with more dishes, but Zhao Yin stopped her, insisting on speaking to the manager. When the waitress inquired about the issue, Zhao Yin pointed at the fish and said, previously, the fish was 3 or 4 pounds. How big is this one? Unable to resolve the matter, the waitress went to fetch the manager. Moments later, a woman in her 40s, dressed fashionably with permed hair, knocked lightly on the door and entered with a smile. You think I haven't eaten before, don't you? Before the woman could speak, Zhao Yin angrily interjected. Oh, you are such a benefactor. The woman, about to explain, suddenly recognized Wang Kai, recalling that he was the one who had saved her son's life. She dramatically slapped her forehead and exclaimed, taking Wang Kai's hand. Let us discuss matters at hand. Don't change the subject, Zhao Yin remarked, believing the woman was intentionally diverting the topic as she pushed away the woman's hand from Wang Kai. Is this your restaurant? Wang Kai realized she was Li Debao's mother. Zhao Yin was taken aback. She had intended to stir up trouble, but was surprised to discover Wang Kai knew the owner. Just a moment. I'll get you a larger fish right away. No need, Wang Kai replied before the owner could leave. You're too naive, with people like this. You shouldn't worry about politeness. Sure enough, a large fish soon arrived. This is much better, no bones, Zhao Yin commented, serving Wang Kai a piece. Damn, I'm the one treating, and she's not being polite at all, Wang Kai thought, engrossed in the meal. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wang Kai assumed it was the waitress and paid no mind, continuing to enjoy the food. Thank you for saving my life. A male and female pair entered, bowing deeply as they knelt before him. The young man was of average appearance but well-dressed, while the young woman, strikingly beautiful in a pure white dress, revealed an unintentional glimpse as she bent down. Wang Kai was momentarily stunned, then realized the young man was Li Debao's and the woman was his fiancée. Just as he was about to help them up, he caught an inappropriate sight, feeling a strange sensation beneath his nose. Wiping it, he was shocked to find he was bleeding. How despicable, he thought. Though he quickly wiped it away, Zhao Yin noticed and smirked, muttering a teasing remark. What are you doing? Get up, Wang Kai exclaimed, turning his head away in embarrassment. Next time you come, let me know in advance. I'll arrange the best dishes for you, he added hastily. Li Debao said nothing, while Jiang Xiaoqi stood up and said to Wang Kai, Lu Wang Kai, your eyes are about to pop out, aren't they? As soon as Li Debao's and Jiang Xiaoqi left, Zhao Yin began to tease Wang Kai. Wang Kai felt immensely awkward, silently cursing Jiang Xiaoqi for her outrageous attire yesterday that had attracted a group of ruffians, nearly leading to Li Daba's demise. Yet today, she donned an equally provocative outfit, demonstrating a remarkable lack of foresight. As a server entered with a platter, Zhao Yan's eyes widened as she seized the server's wrist, demanding, Did you bring the wrong dish? The server, after consulting the menu, assured her it was correct. I only ordered 6 dishes, yet you brought 11. Who will cover the extra cost? Zhao Yin insisted it was the server's mistake, raising her voice in indignation. Wang Kai felt that Zhao Yin was making a mountain out of a molehill and urged her to lower her voice. You, Lu Wang Kai, I am advocating for you. So don't be so ignorant, Zhao Yin retorted. Despite the commotion, the server, feeling helpless, went to the kitchen to inquire. Moments later, she returned, apologizing, I'm sorry. Those dishes were a gift from the owner for Mr. Lu Wang Kai. Gift? For him? Zhao Yin was utterly perplexed. She had heard tales of the owner being quite stingy, yet it seemed she had been mistaken, as the generous spread was indeed substantial. Wang Kai felt a twinge of guilt. It appeared as though he was merely mooching off the generosity. However, he thought to himself, it's free, so why not indulge? Zhao Yin, without hesitation, sat down to eat, and together they faced a bounty of 12 dishes, with much left untouched. Suddenly, Wang Kai was reminded of his sister-in-law and brother, who had lived in the countryside for many years, never having had the opportunity to dine on such lavish fare. Rather than waste the food, he decided to take it home for his sister-in-law. When the server approached again, he requested some bags. What are you doing? Zhao Yin inquired. Puzzled. Taking it back for my sister-in-law, he replied, filling the bags with leftovers. How embarrassing, Zhao Yin scoffed. Embarrassment doesn't cost money. What's in my stomach is what matters, Wang Kai retorted, ignoring her disdain as he continued to pack the food. As he exited the private room with several bags in hand, he approached the cashier, but the owner insisted he pay nothing, leaving Wang Kai at a loss. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the second floor. Jiang Xiaoqi rushed down, breathless, her presence striking. The owner quickly inquired, what is causing the noise upstairs? Jiang Xiaoqi, panting, explained, 2 customers are claiming they have stomach pains and insist our food is poisoned. The owner furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, they must be looking for trouble. Where's Daba? Jiang Xiaoqi pressed. He just stepped out, came the reply. I'll go check on him. The owner hurriedly ascended the stairs. What are you standing around for? Let us go. Jiang Xiaoqi nudged Wang Kai, who was momentarily dazed with worry. Wang Kai thought it best to wait for another opportunity to settle the bill. Just as he mounted his motorcycle, Jiang Xiaoqi dashed out, pleading, Wang Kai, the 2 customers are in severe pain, and the owner is terrified. Can you please help? She grasped his hand anxiously. Zhao Yin, pushing Jiang Xiaoqi's hand away, grumbled, he's not a doctor. What good will it do? I'm waiting to go home. Never having encountered such a situation, Jiang Xiaoqi was on the verge of tears. Seeing her distressed demeanor stirred compassion in Wang Kai. Lu Wang Kai, are you really going to meddle? Zhao Yin shouted from the motorcycle, fuming as she watched him follow Jiang Zhaoqi back into the hotel. Upon reaching the staircase, they encountered a crowd in the lobby, where several men in their 30s were shouting at the owner. "We were fine when we came. After eating your food. We feel this way. Are you saying I poisoned myself?" A short-haired man barked, his demeanor aggressive. "Nothing will convince them otherwise. They claim your food is poisonous. And they're nearly dying," another man added, spitting as he spoke. The owner, hands clasped, attempted to pacify them. "Please, let us discuss this calmly." "Ouch. I'm in agony." Two burly men writhed on the floor, clutching their stomachs. Wang Kai seized the wrist of one of the shorter men, activating his ability to diagnose ailments. However, his mind quickly relayed a disheartening message. "Sorry, the diagnosis could not determine a specific illness." How could that be? Wang Kai pondered, questioning whether his ability had failed or if the man was simply trying to swindle them. Just then, a tall man pointed at Wang Kai, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" Wang Kai found the voice somewhat familiar. Looking up, he recognized the man as Zhao Sanhu, the third son of Zhao Haizi, with a robust build and a menacing expression. "Get lost, Lu Wang Kai. This doesn't concern you." Zhao Sanhu snapped, his temper flaring upon seeing Wang Kai. "I have a penchant for meddling. What are you going to do about it?" Wang Kai replied with a smirk, his gaze dripping with disdain. "Have you not had enough time in prison? Are you eager for another stint?" Zhao Sanhu threatened, rolling up his sleeves to strike. Wang Kai, taken aback by his impulsiveness, braced himself for a confrontation. "Ouch." The short man on the ground, who had been feigning pain, sat up to watch the confrontation. Suddenly, Zhao Sanhu swung his hand, and the short man cried out, "Why are you hitting me?" "Something's amiss," Zhao Sanhu muttered, examining his hand, befuddled by the incident. "How did I hit the wrong person?" "Zhao Sanhu, you've crossed a line. You've struck your own." Wang Kai chuckled, mocking his bewilderment. "Lu Wang Kai, you're asking for trouble." Zhao Sanhu, undeterred, brandished a chair at Wang Kai. The owner gasped, shielding her eyes in fear. Jiang Zhaoqi rushed over to protect Wang Kai, but he gently pushed her aside, feeling as if he had touched a cloud. Wang Kai cursed inwardly at Jiang Zhaoqi for distracting him amidst the chaos. Drawing upon his abilities, he deftly directed the chair, causing it to crash upon the head of the short man instead. "Ah!" The man yelped, blood streaming from his forehead as he collapsed. "Lu Wang Kai, you did this on purpose." Zhao Sanhu's companions, witnessing his blunders, began to turn against him. The tall man, who had previously been feigning illness, now rose and kicked Zhao Sanhu. "Hey, weren't you poisoned?" Wang Kai taunted. "I was played. And you think I'm still pretending?" The man retorted, redirecting his ire towards Zhao Sanhu. A gathering of deceitful rascals, devoid of honor, swiftly turned on one another. Although Zhao Sanhu was strong, he found himself outnumbered and overwhelmed by the onslaught of fists and feet raining down upon him. The proprietress and Jiang Zhaoqi were bewildered, witnessing chaos among their own people. "Stop it." At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from the staircase. Chapter 68, Turning Deception into Reality. "A scoundrel begging me to heal him." Zhao Sanhu's accomplices were mercilessly pummeling him, and as he attempted to explain, words eluded him. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the stairway, startling everyone. Turning to look, they saw a tall, beautiful girl standing at the top of the stairs. She wore a plaid top that accentuated her impressive figure, her large eyes resembling black grapes, her cheeks flushed, and a delicate hand pointing accusingly at them. "Wow, this girl is quite stunning." One man, upon seeing her, drooled as he spoke. "Hey, with so many big brothers around, which one are you looking for? Is it me?" Several ruffians ceased their assault on Zhao Sanhu, instinctively moving toward the staircase. "Wow, this girl sure has a fiery temper." They thought it was someone else, only to realize it was Zhao Yan. "Why are you hitting my brother Sanhu?" Zhao Yan approached to support Zhao Sanhu and glared angrily at the assailants, demanding an explanation. "Your brother? Zhao Sanhu is your brother? Who would have thought he had a sister?" The thugs, having recognized the beautiful Zhao Yan as Zhao Sanhu's sibling, immediately changed their demeanor, flocking to Zhao Sanhu to offer their apologies. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Sanhu, aware of the unsavory nature of these individuals, felt a surge of anger as he noticed the lascivious glances they cast at his cousin, scolding Zhao Yan sharply. "Had I not come, they would have beaten you to death." Zhao Yan, believing her presence had been the reason for their cessation of violence, became incensed at her cousin's lack of gratitude. Observing Zhao Sanhu's bleeding nostrils and bruised eye, she secretly chuckled at the company he kept, questioning their character. The ruffians, entranced by Zhao Yan's anger, found it hard to focus, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. "Get lost." Zhao Sanhu shoved Zhao Yan away, reprimanding her sternly. "Hey, Zhao Sanhu, how can you be so harsh to your little sister?" One of the boys chimed in. "Yeah, You seem to have forgotten where you came from, they added, seeking to curry favor with Zhao Yan while chastising Zhao Sanhu. Curse it all. Zhao Sanhu, unaccustomed to such humiliation, was incensed to see his so-called friends behaving so shamelessly, ready to retaliate. Ouch, that hurt so much. At that moment, the short, chubby man who had been beaten clutched his stomach and began to wail. Stop pretending. Just as Zhao Sanhu was about to confront the group, he noticed the injured man groaning and kicked him, cursing, "You're not fooling anyone. I'm not faking it. This time it's real pain." The chubby man grimaced. The others, captivated by Zhao Yan's beauty, had overlooked their injured companion, now startled to see him sweating profusely. Boss. This time Air Pang isn't pretending. A flat-headed man turned to the proprietress and said. Clearly, from the man's words, it was evident they had been acting earlier. What does this have to do with our restaurant? Before the proprietress could respond, Wang Kai, arms crossed, tilted his head and remarked, having just eaten here. It must be the food's fault. Right, it must be the food. The group redirected their ire toward the proprietress. The proprietress's heart raced once more as she stammered. What should we do? We need to get him to the hospital quickly. As they attempted to carry Air Pang to the hospital, he yelled, "Don't touch me. It hurts too much." The group exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to proceed. Wang Kai, you can save the dead. Please take a look at him. Jiang Xiaoqi, witnessing the commotion, rushed to grab Wang Kai's hand, pleading earnestly. Wang Kai had initially intended to let the chubby man suffer a bit longer, but was unable to resist Jiang Xiaoqi's desperate entreaties. He placed his hand on Air Pang, who shouted, "Don't touch me." His brain quickly registered, 1,000 illnesses. 1,000 remedies detected. Patient has kidney stones. Wow, this guy has kidney stones. Medication won't he help? Wang Kai stood up, addressing the group. How do you know? Nonsense. Without a hospital checkup, how can you claim he has kidney stones? They scoffed, dismissing Wang Kai's assertion. Lu Wang Kai, this isn't your business. Stop meddling or you'll get hurt. Zhao Sanhu, having forgotten his own injuries, stood with the others, pointing fingers at Wang Kai. Yeah, it's all because of this guy. Let's beat him up. The flat-headed man rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Wang Kai really can heal. He saved Li Debao. Jiang Xiaoqi quickly intervened, arms spread wide to block them. He can heal? I see now why it hasn't rained. You scared it away, huh? If he could heal, I'd eat dung right now. The group erupted in laughter, mocking Wang Kai's supposed abilities. Zhao Sanhu, you're like a frog in a well, ignorant of the world beyond. Whether I can heal or not, you'll find out soon enough, Wang Kai retorted, anger swelling within him as he faced Zhao Sanhu, who was now laughing with the others. Huh, you all know, this guy is from our village, too lazy to farm, never did a good deed. Only bad ones, stealing corn by day and kicking down widows' doors at night. Zhao Sanhu recounted tales of Wang Kai's childhood mischief. Stop with the nonsense. I can't stand this pain any longer. Yes, right. I had a checkup at the hospital a few days ago, and it is indeed kidney stones. Air Pang, sweating profusely, interrupted Zhao Sanhu. This guy really can see illnesses? Could it be a fluke? The others stared at Wang Kai in disbelief, discussing among themselves. Brother, I believe in you. Please help me. Air Pang, overwhelmed by pain, clung to Wang Kai as a last hope. Air Pang, have you lost your mind? Even if this guy knows you have kidney stones, he can't break them without a hospital's lithotripter. Zhao Sanhu, displeased to see Air Pang pleading with Wang Kai, scolded him vehemently. Wang Kai, no longer willing to waste breath on them, sought to earn some merit and placed his hands on Air Pang's abdomen, feeling a warmth radiate from his palms. The group erupted in laughter, mocking Wang Kai's antics, believing him to be nothing but a fool. As Air Pang's cries gradually subsided, color returned to his face. It doesn't hurt anymore, brother. Thank you so much. As Wang Kai withdrew his hands, Air Pang knelt down, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Wow, this guy really can heal? The others were astonished, gazing at Wang Kai in disbelief, realizing that not only had Air Pang's pain subsided, but his wounds had also healed. Zhao Yan, who had initially worried about Wang Kai's ability to heal Air Pang and feared he would be bullied, was taken aback as she witnessed the miraculous transformation within mere minutes. Zhao Yan could no longer conceal her excitement as she embraced Wang Kai's neck, exclaiming, Wang Kai, you are truly handsome. A group of young men, witnessing the beautiful Zhao Yan's intimacy with Wang Kai, were consumed by jealousy and sought ways to trouble him further. However, Air Pang had a different perspective. He had recently suffered from abdominal pain and, after a hospital examination, learned he had kidney stones. Due to the unique location of the stones, immediate treatment was not possible. Now, Wang Kai had alleviated his suffering without him spending a single penny, and Air Pang looked at him with more affection than he did for his own parents. Enough of this commotion. Let's head out, Pang said, pushing the others towards the stairs. Hey, don't forget to settle the bill. Wang Kai suddenly called out as he observed them leaving. Zhao San, who, being pushed by Pang, turned and pointed at Wang Kai, baring his teeth and threatening. Lu Wang Kai, just wait, I will get you one day. Wang Kai made a face at Zhao San, who, intentionally provoking him. Noticing the proprietress standing there in a daze, Wang Kai urged, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and collect the payment. It's fine. It's not a large sum, and the situation hasn't escalated too much. Thank goodness, the proprietress thought, believing that this outcome was quite satisfactory. Even if she went down, these rascals might not comply with settling the bill. Proprietress, why are you dawdling? Collect the payment. Pang shouted from downstairs, startling the proprietress. She had never expected these rascals would willingly call out for the bill. What seemed like an insurmountable issue had been effortlessly resolved by Lu Wang Kai. As Wang Kai stepped out of the hotel, he found the group still lingering, admiring his Suzuki motorcycle. Whose motorcycle is this? They wondered. In Huanyuan town. Only Song Lao Lu and Cui Yuan owned this model, and this one looked brand new, perhaps just purchased. Who on earth is so wealthy? The same young men who had been causing a ruckus moments ago were now gathered, enviously eyeing someone else's fortune. Wang Kai, wait until they leave before approaching. Zhao Yan cautioned, sensing their potential for trouble as they surrounded the motorcycle, tugging at Wang Kai's sleeve. It's broad daylight. I'm riding my own motorcycle. What is there to fear? Wang Kai replied, stepping up behind them. Make way. What is so interesting about a worn-out motorcycle? He suddenly exclaimed loudly in their ears. Damn. Worn-out motorcycle? You certainly talk big. One of them retorted. Just because you treated Pang's ailment, you think you're something special now? They continued to hurl insults at Wang Kai. This motorcycle costs over 20,000. How dare you call it worn out? If you're so confident. Buy one and let us see. As the group reacted to Wang Kai's comments, their leader was clearly displeased. They began to bombard Wang Kai with a flurry of taunts. This is mine. One of them laughed. You really know how to boast. If that motorcycle is yours, I'll call you Grandpa. Zhao San, who, unable to tolerate Wang Kai's defiant expression, pointed at him in frustration. Is that what you said? Wang Kai challenged Zhao San, who. Yes, I said it. Where's the key? Show it. Zhao San, who demanded. You're quite the rascal, Zhao Yan scolded. Seeing her brother and Wang Kai betting on something that seemed a sure loss. Get lost. Zhao San, who, wishing to prevent his companions from provoking Zhao Yan further, snapped at her to leave. He could never have imagined that Wang Kai could afford a motorcycle worth over 20,000. Extending his hand to demand the key from Wang Kai. Zhao San, who, call me Grandpa, Wang Kai teased, pulling out the motorcycle key and inserting it into the lock. Grinning at Zhao San, who. Damn, it really is his. The group was completely taken aback, their worldviews shattered. They could hardly believe that this motorcycle truly belonged to Lu Wang Kai. Zhao San, who. You haven't called me Grandpa yet. Don't try to cheat me. Wang Kai laughed as he saw Zhao San, who turning to flee. Although Zhao San, who still doubted that the motorcycle belonged to Wang Kai, the emergence of the key left him speechless. Fearing humiliation in front of his friends, Zhao San, who had no choice but to escape. Lu Wang Kai. You're treating me like heir, aren't you? Zhao Yan, seeing Wang Kai insisting on Zhao San, who calling him Grandpa, punched him lightly in annoyance. Wang Kai started the motorcycle, relieved that this time the engine roared to life smoothly. Finally, he embarrassed himself in front of the group. The young men, observing the unassuming and shabby-looking Lu Wang Kai, could hardly believe he owned a brand-new Suzuki motorcycle. Zhao San, whose sister was gleefully seated on the back, causing them to gnash their teeth in envy. As they passed Zhao San's gas station, Zhao Yan exclaimed, Wang Kai, it's time to refuel. Hearing Zhao Yan mention fuel, Wang Kai slightly accelerated the motorcycle. Lu Wang Kai, was that intentional? You're making me refuel, he wondered, finding Zhao Yan quite unreasonable. Fool, when I bought the motorcycle. My uncle only put a little gas in, it's nearly empty now. We need to go to the gas station, Zhao Yan explained, realizing Wang Kai had misunderstood. Damn, this girl can't even express herself clearly. I thought she was complaining about the speed and wanted me to refuel, Wang Kai thought. Turning back and steering into the gas station. Upon seeing the girl, he suddenly remembered that it was Zhao San who owned the gas station. Not wishing to interact with Zhao San, he felt it was awkward to turn back now, so he opened the fuel tank. Lu Wang Kai. This is my brother's gas station, Zhao Yan proudly announced, glancing around before focusing on Wang Kai. Uffed. In response to Zhao Yan's boasting, Wang Kai smirked, letting out a scoff. After filling the tank, Wang Kai stepped inside to pay. Lu Wang Kai, what brings you here? Pan Xiaolian, applying makeup while gazing into the mirror, looked up in surprise upon seeing Wang Kai. Paying the bill, Wang Kai tossed the cash onto the counter and turned to leave. Considering we had a past, you should think about finding a way to earn some money. You can't keep relying on others for fuel, Pan Xiaolian remarked. Assuming Wang Kai was filling up for Zhao Shaoqing and wanting to keep him away from her. Mind your own business, Wang Kai retorted as he exited. Just before he reached his motorcycle, Zhao San rode back on a Jialing motorcycle. Wearing sunglasses, Zhao San failed to notice Zhao Yan standing beside him, fixated on the Suzuki motorcycle parked in front of the gas pump. Damn, which wealthy person bought this motorcycle? It's amazing. Zhao San, who had always wanted to buy a Suzuki, lamented that he didn't have enough money since the gas station had just opened. Each time he entered the city and saw someone riding such a motorcycle, he would watch until it disappeared from view. Today, however, this motorcycle was parked right at his gas station, finally allowing him to admire it up close. Zhao Yan, initially excited to greet her brother upon seeing him, was dismayed that Zhao San's attention was entirely consumed by the motorcycle, ignoring her completely. Zhao San removed his sunglasses and ran his hand over the Suzuki motorcycle's headlight cover. Admiring its sleek design, Zhao Yan, pouting as she stood nearby, felt a surge of frustration at her brother's indifference toward her in favor of the motorcycle. Get away. What is so interesting about a motorcycle? Wang Kai commented lazily as he pushed Zhao San aside, observing him as if he were admiring an antique. Chapter 70. Encountering an ex-girlfriend again. What you envy, I already possess. Zhao San, caressing Wang Kai's motorcycle, found himself increasingly captivated and unable to tear his gaze away. Suddenly hearing someone refer to it as a worn-out motorcycle, he became irate. Who dares to say such a thing? Zhao San exclaimed, looking up to find Wang Kai grinning foolishly at him, which only fueled his anger. He pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Kai's nose, grinding his teeth as he said, Lu Wang Kai, you dare to call this a worn-out motorcycle? You should be careful of your words. Zhao San glared at Wang Kai with disdain, each word dripping with contempt. What? Wang Kai replied, noticing Zhao San's scornful expression. Suzuki King 125, do you understand? This is Suzuki Wang. Zhao San believed that given Wang Kai's current situation, it was difficult for him to even recognize the brand of a motorcycle, let alone purchase one. What is there to flaunt about? It's merely a Suzuki Wang, after all. Wang Kai nearly burst into laughter at Zhao San's exaggerated expression and retorted mockingly, Huh. Lu Wang Kai, your audacity is truly remarkable. What do you have to show off? I doubt you will ever afford a motorcycle in your lifetime. Zhao San tugged at the frayed edge of Wang Kai's shirt, shaking it up and down while squinting his eyes. Zhao San, you are nothing but a sycophant, bullying those beneath you. Just because your father embezzled a fortune and enabled you to run a gas station. What is so impressive about that? Move aside. I'm leaving. Wang Kai noticed Zhao Yan standing behind him and thought of sparing Zhao San some dignity, but the latter was relentless, prompting Wang Kai to retaliate verbally. Leave if you wish. Who is stopping you? Get lost, Zhao San said, shoving Wang Kai aside before returning his attention to the motorcycle. Darling, what are you arguing about? Pan Xiaolian, who was applying makeup indoors, hurried outside upon hearing loud voices. Wang Kai was taken aback by how Pan Xiaolian imitated the women in movies by calling him darling. It made his teeth ache. However, he felt no connection with her at that moment and chose to ignore her. Isn't that the impoverished Lu Wang Kai? He can't afford a motorcycle but still looks down on others. It infuriates me, Zhao San remarked to Pan Xiaolian while eyeing Wang Kai's motorcycle. Lu Wang Kai, why haven't you left yet? Wang Kai noticed the thick layer of white makeup on Pan Xiaolian's face, which made her lips look grotesque, and he felt disgusted, opting to ignore her. Although Pan Xiaolian was quite beautiful with fair skin, her excessive application of makeup rendered her less appealing. Upon seeing the motorcycle, Pan Xiaolian's eyes lit up. Wow, this motorcycle is stunning. If it weren't for my business, I could never afford one in my lifetime. She stood beside Zhao San, gazing enviously at the motorcycle. Cough cough. Zhao Yan cleared her throat, fuming silently as she stood there for so long without receiving a glance from them. The saying, not a family, not in the same door, rang true. Zhao San and Pan Xiaolian were indeed of the same ilk. Haha. Wang Kai laughed heartily at the two condescending individuals. Lu Wang Kai, what are you laughing about? What is with your sudden outburst? Pan Xiaolian and Zhao San were infuriated by Wang Kai's inexplicable laughter, their faces taut with annoyance. Wang Kai was nearly in tears from laughing, pointing at the two and saying, you two are like frogs in a nightclub, each more ridiculous than the last. Lu Wang Kai, what are you saying? Unable to buy a motorcycle, and yet you resort to mockery. Pan Xiaolian's face flushed with anger, her frown deepening as the thick layer of powder on her face seemed to melt away. I say you two are shameless, prancing around like fools. Wang Kai looked at Pan Xiaolian's ghastly face and felt truly repulsed. Lu Wang Kai, On what grounds do you accuse me of being shameless? You better clarify. Yes. If you don't clarify, this won't tee in well today. The couple stopped considering the motorcycle and instead confronted Wang Kai with a barrage of insults. Enough. You two are embarrassing yourselves. Zhao Yan, previously standing by with a scowl as she watched Zhao Sen make a fool of himself, could no longer contain her frustration and stepped forward. Yenner, when did you arrive? Zhao Sen finally noticed his sister and quickly adopted a smile. You two were so engrossed in the motorcycle that you didn't even notice your sister has arrived. Zhao Yan pouted, feigning anger. Yenner, you wouldn't have come with Lu Wang Kai, would you? Pan Xiaoyan widened her eyes, glancing back and forth between the stylishly dressed Zhao Yan and the faded-clothed Lu Wang Kai. Despite her doubts, she found it hard to believe Zhao Yan would associate with him. I would. Zhao Yan felt that Pan Xiaoyan and Zhao San's behavior today was particularly humiliating in front of Wang Kai, and she responded with indignation. Wang Kai wanted to avoid further banter with them and walked towards the motorcycle. Lu Wang Kai, what do you think you're doing? Zhao San assumed Wang Kai intended to touch the motorcycle and rushed over to stop him. Wang Kai didn't look at him or speak. He merely took out his key and inserted it into the ignition. Is this motorcycle really yours? Pan Xiaoyan gasped, unable to believe it. Just as Zhao San reached out to stop Wang Kai, he froze in place, his face paling to an ashen hue as he witnessed Wang Kai insert the key into the ignition. Zhao San felt utterly humiliated, having boasted about the motorcycle moments before. He could hardly fathom that the very motorcycle he had mocked was indeed Wang Kai's. Stunned, he couldn't comprehend it, and he muttered, "So what if it's just a motorcycle? If I wanted one, I could have bought it long ago." After a brief moment of shock, Zhao San regained his composure. Despite his desire for the motorcycle, he quickly changed his demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at it. Wang Kai, observing Zhao San's transformation akin to a chameleon, considered it unworthy to stoop to such a person's level, allowing a slight smirk to form on his lips. Pan Xiaoyan was also taken aback and began to reassess her ex-boyfriend, finding that she no longer looked down on Wang Kai as she once did. Noticing Zhao San boasting to Wang Kai again, she couldn't hold back and retorted, "Lu Wang Kai, regardless of where your money comes from, let me remind you, having a bit of cash isn't everything. Finding a wife is what truly matters. My dear Xiaoyan is right. Being able to find a wife like mine is what counts." Zhao San, feeling that the motorcycle had tarnished his image, resorted to mocking Wang Kai by invoking his wife. "Uft, you two are truly a match made in heaven, equally pathetic." Wang Kai scoffed derisively, mounting the motorcycle. "Lu Wang Kai, who are you calling pathetic?" Seeing Wang Kai attempt to leave, Zhao San quickly stood in front of the motorcycle, arms outstretched to block his path. "Ask your wife." Wang Kai replied without turning his head. Zhao San glared at Pan Xiaoyan, who immediately felt guilty, recalling the day Wang Kai was released from prison in the small woods. "Darling, don't listen to him. He's just trying to provoke you," Pan Xiaoyan hastily defended. Zhao San quickly realized that Wang Kai was indeed trying to provoke him and decided not to fall for it. "Lu Wang Kai, you really are wasting this motorcycle." "What do you mean? A single man's life, what use is a motorcycle? Who would ride it?" Zhao San struggled to find another excuse to belittle Wang Kai. Wang Kai never anticipated that Zhao San would be so unreasonable. He was tempted to argue back, but he indeed lacked a girlfriend. Turning around, he noticed Zhao Yan watching them with her arms crossed, and he suddenly had an idea. Chapter 71, Underestimating Me? Watch how I make you two fight. Zhao San kept insisting that Wang Kai would never marry and that buying a motorcycle was pointless. Enraged, Wang Kai turned to Zhao San and said, "You think no women would ride my motorcycle? That essay given. Only blind fools would choose to ride with you," Zhao San scoffed, disdainfully slapping the back of the motorcycle. Virum. Wang Kai suddenly revved the motorcycle, producing a loud buzzing sound. "Lu Wang Kai, what are you running away for? Why aren't you bragging anymore?" Upon seeing Wang Kai attempting to flee, Pan Xiaoyan regained her bravado and said loudly, "Are you leaving or not?" Wang Kai ignored Zhao San and Pan Xiaoyan, turning to Zhao Yan. "Why aren't you leaving?" Zhao Yan, running over, lifted her leg to sit on the back of the motorcycle. "Zhao San, haha." Wang Kai turned to Zhao San and laughed heartily. "Lu Wang Kai, you're in for it." Zhao Yan, aware that Wang Kai was deliberately trying to provoke Zhao San, playfully slapped him on the back. "Yenner, get off. I'll give you a ride later." Zhao San had completely overlooked Zhao Yan, assuming she had just coincidentally arrived with Wang Kai. Unexpectedly, the young lady took a ride on Wang Kai's motorcycle, a blatant contradiction to her earlier stance. Before Zhao Yan could utter a word, Wang Kai revved the engine and released the clutch, the motorcycle buzzing away. "That wretched girl. Just wait until I return. I shall deal with you," Zhao San muttered, watching Zhao Yan's retreating figure as he sank down onto the ground in frustration. Had they not shared the same mother, he would have surely unleashed a torrent of curses. Your sister really has the audacity. Isn't she just helping others slap us in the face? Pan Xiaoyan exclaimed, exasperation evident in her voice as she approached Zhao San, pulling at his arm in complaint. Get lost. You're the one who embarrassed me. Zhao San, filled with pent-up anger, forcefully shook off Pan Xiaoyan's grip. Just a few days ago, it was Zhao Xiaoqing, and now Zhao Yan. Were all the women in the Zhao family so shameless? Pan Xiaoyan, feeling unjustly scolded, mumbled under her breath, what a deserving target for a beating. In the throes of his fury, Zhao San heard Pan Xiaoyan's biting words and charged at her, delivering a flurry of punches. Zhao San, you are no man. Pan Xiaoyan never anticipated that Zhao San would take his frustrations out on her instead of Wang Kai, and she instantly retaliated with a stream of curses. Wise women never provoke violence. Those who endure it often invite it upon themselves. Pan Xiaoyan belonged to the latter category, and the more Zhao San struck, the more she cursed. The aftermath was predictable. The expensive cosmetics, worth hundreds, crumbled away like walled dust after enduring a beating. As Pan Xiaoyan cried out in despair, yet Zhao San remained unsatisfied, cursing and striking all the while. Just then, Wang Kai returned on his motorcycle, witnessing the altercation with amusement. Oh, Zhao San, what kind of play is this? A reenactment of Changban Slope? Lu Wang Kai, I'll get even with you. Zhao San, incensed by Wang Kai's laughter, charged toward him. Zhao Yan, having retrieved her small purse from the gas station steps, reached out to stop him. Don't make a fool of yourself. It was then that Zhao San realized they hadn't returned to mock him, but rather for the purse. In the blink of an eye, Wang Kai had whisked Zhao Yan away. Cursing under his breath, Zhao San searched the ground for something, anything, but found nothing. In a fit of rage, he removed his shoe and hurled it at Wang Kai's departing figure. The shoe bounced a few times before coming to rest in the middle of the road, just as a speeding car rolled over it. Damn it! Zhao San cursed silently, limping over to retrieve the now misshapen shoe. What rotten luck! After several failed attempts to confront Lu Wang Kai, Zhao San seethed with resentment, vowing to make him pay. The motorcycle rattled along the mountainous road, forcing Wang Kai to slow his pace. Lu Wang Kai, today I've offended my own brother for your sake, so be careful in the future. I'll make sure you regret it, Zhao Yan warned, clinging tightly to Wang Kai's waist, her voice loud enough to be heard over the engine. What does she mean by that? Wang Kai pondered, sensing something amiss, and quickly pulled over to the side of the road. Zhao Yan, I never asked you to offend Zhao San, nor did I seek your gratitude. I merely offered you a ride home, he said earnestly as he parked the motorcycle. You foolish Wang Kai, Zhao Yan retorted, her mood shifting from sunny to stormy as she turned away, ignoring him. Beneath the big locust tree, a crowd of villagers, men, women, and children, stood or sat in idle chatter, gossiping about the latest happenings. The moment Wang Kai halted, Zhao Yan insisted he take her back, and with no other choice, he restarted the motorcycle and headed east toward the village. Who was riding that new motorcycle? Aunt Li, facing the road, noticed a motorcycle stop briefly before departing and remarked to Sister Wang Er beside her. Sister Wang Er, who had been distracted, stood to look but saw only the motorcycle vanishing into the distance. It looked like Wang Kai was riding it. Sister Tsuhua chimed in, folding her hands. Don't be ridiculous. How could Wang Kai afford a motorcycle? Not even a ghost would believe that. Widow Sun scoffed. I think the girl sitting behind looks like the village chief's daughter. Could it be that Yenner has found a boyfriend? Aunt Xiao Zhen pondered aloud, slapping her hand in realization. It's possible. He must be wealthy and influential. And she works in the city. It's only natural for her to seek a prosperous partner, old Lu remarked, having just finished welding. The villagers found merit in old Lu's reasoning, collectively believing that Zhao Yan had returned with her suitor, as they debated the village chief's daughter's romantic prospects. Wang Kai arrived on his motorcycle and parked beneath the big locust tree. Lu Wang Kai, where did you borrow that motorcycle? Wang Kai, wasn't that the village chief's daughter you had with you? Before Wang Kai could dismount, the crowd surrounded him, peppering him with questions. Stop your wild speculation. I merely gave Zhao Yan a ride part way, Wang Kai clarified, aware of their vivid imaginations and fearing their wild assumptions. As he rode home, the villagers buzzed with chatter, questioning how Wang Kai could afford such a motorcycle. Zhao Haizi strolled leisurely from the east side of the village, drawn in by the ruckus beneath the locust tree. Always eager to glean information, Zhao Haizi approached to inquire about the commotion. Upon learning that Wang Kai had purchased a new motorcycle, he nearly burst into laughter. It's just a motorcycle, not worth all this excitement. He scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. Hey, that motorcycle looks impressive, far better than your second brother's. Old Chow chimed in, offering Zhao Haizi a cigarette with a conspiratorial tone. Uft. My second brother's motorcycle cost nearly 10,000. What can Lu Wankai afford? Zhao Haizi retorted disdainfully, convinced that Wankai could not afford anything extravagant. Uncle, I don't know. I just heard Wankai mention a Suzuki King 125, old Chow replied. His household impoverished, viewing a motorcycle as a myth, yet curious to learn its worth from Zhao Haizi. What? Suzuki King 125? Zhao Haizi's eyes widened in shock as he lit a cigarette, inadvertently singeing his own eyebrow. The resulting flare startled him, and he quickly patted it out, drawing laughter from onlookers. Embarrassed, Zhao Haizi tossed the lighter to the ground. Zhao Eru also bought a motorcycle from Zhao Yan's uncle. And I remember that striking red Suzuki King. They say it costs over 20,000, but Zhao Eru couldn't afford that, so he settled for a Dajong motorcycle. Damn. Lu Wankai could buy such an expensive motorcycle? Where on earth did he get the money? Surely he didn't steal it. Zhao Haizi mused, perplexed as he perched on a protruding root of the big locust tree, unable to fathom Wankai's sudden wealth. In the village of Dahuai, Zhao Haizi fancied himself the top dog, believing no one could surpass him. Even if his brother Zhao Matzi was doing better, he would still harbor jealousy, especially toward his rival, Lu Wankai. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, prompting him to march toward Eru's home. Xiang Cao, busy preparing dinner, was startled by the sound of the motorcycle, fearing Wankai had gotten himself into trouble again. Wankai? She exclaimed, brandishing a kitchen knife as she stood in the doorway. Momentarily stunned by Wankai's cheerful grin atop his new motorcycle, unable to believe he could ride one. Sister-in-law, how's it going? Wankai turned off the engine and gave the back seat a pat, inquiring. Wankai, whose motorcycle are you riding? Xiang Cao asked, unsure whether to feel excited or apprehensive. Sister-in-law? It's ours. Wankai observed his sister-in-law's fearful demeanor and chuckled. Wankai, you reckless spendthrift. Suddenly, Xiang Cao, recalling something, burst into tears and turned back to the kitchen, vigorously chopping vegetables. Wankai was perplexed. He had anticipated that his sister-in-law would be thrilled to learn he had purchased a motorcycle. Instead, she appeared furious. His brother emerged from the house, spotted the motorcycle, and rushed over. Wankai, where did you get this motorcycle? He inquired. Wankai felt disheartened. Why did no one believe he could afford such a purchase? Ah, this motorcycle is splendid, his brother gushed, circling it in admiration, his hands exploring every inch. Go tend to the fire. Have you never seen a motorcycle before? Upon hearing her husband's words, Xiang Cao stormed out and yelled at him, fearing his wife. His brother cast a glance at Wankai and mumbled as he returned to the fire. Wankai retrieved several bags of vegetables from the restaurant and, noticing Xiang Cao was busy chopping, tossed the contents onto the cutting board, covering her hands. Xiang Cao, already irritated, became even angrier at Wankai's antics. She turned to him, speechless with rage. Sister-in-law, stop chopping. There are fresh vegetables here, he said as he separated the bags. Here are your favorite pig's trotters. Give them a taste. He opened one bag, revealing the stewed trotters, and offered a piece to her. Though Xiang Cao wasn't particularly tempted, she had a fondness for pig's trotters. Seeing her beloved dish so close, she could no longer resist, and took a bite. Wankai chuckled inwardly. Aha, I can still manage you. As he presented her with an abundance of unfamiliar vegetables, her expression began to soften. Wankai, you are not a child anymore. You must not squander your money. Save it for your future wife, Xiang Cao admonished, munching on the trotters. Wankai realized her earlier anger stemmed from his impulsive purchase of the motorcycle without consulting her. Money is a mere trifle, it can be earned again. Don't worry, as long as one is willing to work, money is never ending. At that moment, Xiang Cao had finished reheating the dishes. Wankai, while eating, boasted about his motorcycle. Now that there are fewer cattle in the village. Did you scare them all away with your words? She laughed, a light-hearted chuckle escaping her, despite being leftovers from the restaurant. Wankai felt they tasted more delightful than dining out. Later, as Wankai slept, he was stirred by the sound of raindrops outside. Remembering his new motorcycle left in the courtyard, he feared it might get wet, and hastily got up. Indeed, the rain was lightly falling outside. The night was overcast, shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. As he approached the motorcycle, he noticed a figure standing in front of it. Goodness, is someone trying to steal my motorcycle? Wankai gasped, cautiously nearing the figure. Sister-in-law, is that you? He expected to confront a thief, but instead found her gently caressing the motorcycle. Why are you out here? You startled me, Xiang Cao said, one hand clutching her chest, and the other fanning herself as she spoke in fright. Sister-in-law, why are you awake at this hour? Are you fond of our motorcycle? Wankai observed that, despite her outward criticism of his purchase, she secretly coveted it. Humph. Xiang Cao scoffed, turning to return indoors. Sister-in-law, Wake up early tomorrow. I will take you to the town for some fun, Wang Kai called out as she departed. He then moved the motorcycle into the house before settling back into bed. Exhausted from the day, he fell into a deep slumber. Wang Kai, it's time to get up. He was awakened by his sister-in-law's voice. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced out the window into the pitch-black night. Sister-in-law, it's not dawn yet, is it? He asked, confused. Didn't you say you wanted to wake up early? It's almost morning, she replied, glancing outside with a hint of embarrassment. Wang Kai suddenly remembered his promise to take her to the town that day. Not wanting to disappoint her, he sprang out of bed. Xiang Cao, seeing him throw off the covers, blushed fiercely and scolded him before hastily exiting. It was then that Wang Kai realized he was wearing nothing. Oh no, how embarrassing. When Xiang Cao sat on the motorcycle's back seat, her excitement was palpable. This was her first time riding a motorcycle, especially one that Wang Kai had purchased. It was something she had never dared to dream of. Sister-in-law, I ride fast. Hold on tight, he called out, noticing the distance between them. Impudent boy, have you learned to banter with your sister-in-law? I'm not going to let you take advantage of me, she retorted, though she instinctively moved closer, grasping his shirt. Wang Kai found her reaction peculiar. She had always pursued him relentlessly before, but now she appeared anxious sitting behind him. An idea sparked in his mind. As the motorcycle started smoothly, he suddenly released the throttle and slammed the brakes. The vehicle halted abruptly, causing her to lurch forward against him. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her face flushing as she playfully hit his back. Sister-in-law, taking advantage of a good situation? Wang Kai chuckled at her flustered expression. Enough with your antics. I'm not going anymore, she warned, though he could sense her amusement. Haha, sister-in-law, who told you to sit so far away? I had no ill intentions, he replied, revving the engine and speeding away. The weather was warm during the day, but the morning breeze remained cool. Wang Kai slowed his pace as a motorcycle roared behind him, gradually overtaking him. It was Zhao Xiaoqing, who called out in surprise, Lu Wang Kai, when did you buy that? Wang Kai chose not to respond, opening his mouth but remaining silent. Xiang Cao, unable to contain her excitement, shouted, just bought it yesterday. It's much faster than a bicycle. Zhao Xiaoqing glanced at Xiang Cao but remained silent, speeding off with a cloud of dust. That girl, causing me trouble, Wang Kai grumbled, reducing his speed to wait for the dust to settle. The market was still quiet. Many vendors had yet to set up their stalls. Wang Kai, aren't you taking your sister-in-law to town? Why are we stopping at the vegetable market? Xiang Cao, expecting a culinary adventure, was puzzled by their halt. How can we have fun without money? Wang Kai replied with a grin. You should have said so earlier. I forgot to bring cash, she said nervously, realizing he was also unprepared. Well, we'll earn some money first, then we can go have fun, he said mysteriously, observing her reaction. Xiang Cao thought he was merely trying to cheer her up, though she felt a twinge of uncertainty, knowing her circumstances relied on him. Wang Kai waited in a secluded corner for the mushroom vendor, and after some time, a man in a blue cap finally approached with a flatbed cart. Lu Wang Kai, are we still collaborating today? Over their recent encounters, the vendor had learned Wang Kai's name. Li Gu, as long as you're willing to sell. I'm ready to buy, Wang Kai replied cheerfully, noticing the mushrooms looked better than before. Xiang Cao assumed he was buying mushrooms for a meal, but to her surprise, he weighed an entire cartful. Her head spun as she rushed to stop him. Wang Kai, have you lost your mind? Why buy so many mushrooms? Sister-in-law, don't concern yourself with it, he replied, too hurried to explain. When they arrived at the market entrance, Zhao Eru's stall was empty, with only Zhao Xiaoqing waiting there. As the mushrooms were freshly displayed, Wang Kai harnessed the power of swift spirit to enlarge a portion of them. Wang Kai, with so many mushrooms, when will you sell them all? Xiang Cao had come today merely to wander about, and upon seeing a cart full of mushrooms, she felt a pang of worry. Mushrooms for sale, large and inexpensive, Wang Kai fervently shouted, neglecting to explain much to his sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaoqing, noticing Wang Kai's new motorcycle, felt an overwhelming displeasure. To make matters worse, Wang Kai had brought his sister-in-law along, which only intensified her irritation. Although she couldn't quite articulate the reason for her anger, she stood at a distance, casting a cold glance at Wang Kai's enthusiastic calls. Soon, a crowd of 7 or 8 people gathered around after Wang Kai's persistent shouting. An elderly lady looked at Wang Kai and cheerfully remarked to a companion, just yesterday, I bought mushrooms from him. They were so fragrant. My husband didn't have enough, so he urged me to buy more. A gentleman in his 60s approached, picking up a bag to fill, with one person leading the way. The onlookers transformed from passive spectators into eager participants, scrambling to get their bags filled with mushrooms, fearing they might miss out. As the crowd rushed to grab mushrooms, Wang Kai's sister-in-law stood there, clueless about what was happening. Hey, you haven't weighed them yet. Why are you leaving? Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoqing saw a young man struggling to reach Wang Kai with a bag of mushrooms, attempting to slip away amidst the chaos. She hurried over to block his path. This isn't your business. Stay out of it. The young man, frightened by Zhao Xiaoqing's assertiveness, pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket and offered it to her in a bid to appease her. That's not acceptable. It's tough for him to run a business. Hurry and weigh your mushrooms, Zhao Xiaoqing insisted, returning the 10 yuan and pushing her way to the electronic scale. After weighing, the young man had no choice but to pay the price. Xiang Cao watched this unfold, feeling grateful towards Zhao Xiaoqing while simultaneously lamenting her own helplessness. Heh. Once I sell out, I'll treat you to a meal. Wang Kai grinned at Zhao Xiaoqing. Who cares? She retorted, starting to tally up the money. Wang Kai couldn't help but admire her. She truly had a knack for business, her mind sharper than any electronic calculator. With an innate ability to discern counterfeit bills, she handled the cash with remarkable efficiency. When Zhao Eru arrived driving a tricycle, Wang Kai was nearly finished selling the mushrooms. Zhao Eru, upon seeing Wang Kai still at it, felt a surge of anger rise within him. His face contorted as he glared at Wang Kai's stall, breathing heavily. Wang Kai, after deducting my wages, you still owe me 1,800. Zhao Xiaoqing quickly counted the money she had and handed it to Wang Kai. Although Xiang Cao hadn't helped directly, she overheard Zhao Xiaoqing's words. Wang Kai had earned over 1,000 in less than an hour. She knew that her father, who farmed at home, might not even earn that much in a year. Her heart raced with excitement, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Dead girl, come here. Zhao Eru, witnessing Zhao Xiaoqing happily handing money to Wang Kai, could no longer contain his fury and yelled, Dad, are you going to let Wang Kai sell your fish? Zhao Xiaoqing cheerfully bounced over to her father. Get lost. Zhao Eru snapped back. Zhao Xiaoqing, initially joyful, instantly soured at her father's rebuke. You better think it over. Once Wang Kai leaves, I want to go looking for him. Though she was angry, she couldn't afford to create a rift with her father. Zhao Eru glared at her, his expression fierce enough that if she were a rabbit, he would have crushed her without hesitation. Yet, she was his precious daughter. And no matter how furious he felt, he could only endure. Zhao Eru's wife, though boisterous and masculine, was far more adaptable than her husband, who was as stubborn as a mule. Without consulting Zhao Eru, she approached Wang Kai to negotiate the sale of fish to him. Though Zhao Eru didn't want Wang Kai to profit, he feared the fish might go unsold, wasting time. With his wife and daughter orchestrating matters, he stood back, choosing to remain uninvolved to save face in front of Wang Kai. Sister-in-law, the price of fish today is not what it used to be, Wang Kai informed Zhao Eru's wife. What? You're lowering the price? Her expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Eru was known for his obstinacy and would be furious if the price were reduced. Wang Kai, don't push your luck, Zhao Xiaoqing exclaimed, equally astonished and pointing an accusatory finger at him. Zhao Eru, though pretending to be indifferent, was alert to the commotion and, upon hearing about the price change, erupted with rage. Wang Kai, why don't we just forget about buying from them? Xiang Cao, recognizing the tension, urged Wang Kai to step back. Wang Kai pushed his sister-in-law away gently, whispering, Sister-in-law, I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Zhao Eru, what are you staring at? I haven't finished speaking, Wang Kai retorted, crossing his arms defiantly and glancing at Zhao Eru with a smirk. Seeing Wang Kai's defiance, Zhao Eru realized this fellow was up to no good. Snatching the basket of fish from his wife's hands, he declared loudly, the price stays the same. I want to sell for less. But will you sell for more? Wang Kai asked with a grin. Do you think I'm that generous? Zhao Eru clearly doubted Wang Kai's sincerity. You used to sell for 2 yuan and 20 cents. Considering your daughter's help, I'll give you that. Wang Kai, noticing Zhao Eru's lingering anger, made a face at him while chuckling. Before Zhao Eru could reply, his wife kicked him, preventing him from finishing his thought. He was bewildered. This Wang Kai was either foolish or mad. It was unheard of for a buyer to voluntarily raise prices unless they were a fool. How could I pass this deal? Just give me what I'm asking. Zhao Eru's wife, thinking a bit quicker, hesitated to agree outright. Since Wang Kai had proposed it, he surely wouldn't shortchange them. Are you foolish? Zhao Xiaoqing nudged Wang Kai, feeling a mixture of appreciation and concern for his unconventional approach to business. Zhao Eru finally understood he had inadvertently benefited, gaining an extra 1 or 200 yuan. Although he didn't show Wang Kai any goodwill, he nonetheless rushed over to help weigh the fish. During the transaction, Wang Kai calculated the price at 2 yuan and 20 cents per pound. Zhao Xiaoqing counted once and gave Wang Kai a thumbs up. Zhao Eru snatched the money from Zhao Xiaoqing's hands and counted it again. After verifying the total weight several times, he confirmed that Wang Kai had indeed charged 2 yuan and 20 cents per pound. Wang Kai, what's your game? Why are you paying extra for no reason? Zhao Eru questioned suspiciously, pointing a finger at Wang Kai. Zhao Eru, you're blind to the truth. I'm offering you a fair price, and you don't appreciate it. Next time, I'll only give you 1 yuan and 80 cents. Wang Kai almost laughed, incredulous at Zhao Eru's small-mindedness. Lu Wang Kai, can you speak properly? Zhao Xiaoqing, concerned that a conflict might erupt, urged him to refrain from provoking her father further. Zhao Eru's wife pulled him away, continuously trying to reason with him. Fish for sale. Big fish, small fish, we have them all. Wang Kai resumed his calls, undeterred by Zhao Eru's irritation. It is no longer the first day of doing business. Many patrons have visited this place before. Upon seeing the fish vendor Lu Wang Kai, any lingering doubts dissipated, and one by one, purchases were made. Today, no one sought large fish, and Wang Kai effortlessly sold out all his stock. Zhao Xiaoqing found it puzzling. Her family sold fish here for 2 yuan per pound. Yet they never sold out in a day. In contrast, Lu Wang Kai, selling at 3 yuan per pound, managed to clear his inventory in just 2 hours. Although the profit from selling fish wasn't substantial, combined with the earnings from mushrooms, it still amounted to over 1,000 yuan. Wang Sai's sister-in-law, unable to assist much, stood nearby, continually expressing her admiration for Wang Kai. It seemed that Wang Sai's business acumen was akin to a well-rehearsed script. Sister-in-law, buy whatever you wish. We have the means now, Wang Kai said, patting the back of his motorcycle. I want to go too. Zhao Xiaoqing exclaimed as she rushed over and grabbed Wang Sai's motorcycle. Why are you tagging along? I'm going with my sister-in-law, Wang Kai replied, somewhat irritated that Zhao Xiaoqing was as clingy as a stubborn adhesive. I also want to buy things with my sister-in-law. We can discuss a few matters, Zhao Xiaoqing retorted, quick-witted as ever. Wang Kai, let her come along. It won't be practical if it's just the 2 of us. His sister-in-law chimed in, sensing the underlying dynamics. Though not skilled in business, she was astute enough to recognize Zhao Xiaoqing's possible affection for Wang Kai. Wang Kai remained silent, starting the motorcycle and slowly making his way onto the street. Huanyuan Town, a region marked by poverty, boasted a bustling vegetable market, yet the clothing stores were scarce. For apparel, one might as well venture to the county town, where a myriad of styles awaited. After a roundabout search, his sister-in-law failed to find what she desired, prompting Zhao Xiaoqing to suggest a trip to the city. Hearing this, his sister-in-law felt a yearning to explore, having never ventured into the city since marrying Wang Zhu. Seeing her eagerness, Wang Kai resigned himself to accompany them. Zhao Xiaoqing sped ahead, quickly disappearing from view. As they neared Zhao San's gas station, a girl stood by the roadside, waving at Wang Kai. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhao Xiaoqing. With her motorcycle parked against the wall, Wang Kai felt a surge of joy, thinking she might not join them after all. If you have something to attend to and won't be going, I shall take my leave, Wang Kai said, preparing to start the motorcycle. Who said I'm not going? Zhao Xiaoqing pouted in annoyance. I parked my motorcycle here to ride with you, she declared, disregarding Wang Sai's wishes as she hopped onto the back of his bike. Goodness, this girl is far too presumptuous, Wang Kai thought, feeling a mix of irritation and helplessness as he initiated their journey on the road. Upon entering the city, Wang Kai stored the motorcycle and accompanied his sister-in-law and Zhao Xiaoqing through the mall. His sister-in-law, having endured years of hardship, had seldom bought new clothes, let alone had trouble affording meals. Since Wang Sai's return, everything had changed. They now resided in a new home, free from the worry of an empty pantry. Presently, his sister-in-law began to care more about her appearance, indulging in new clothing. Sharing a common bond as women, she and Zhao Xiaoqing engaged in laughter and conversation, leaving Wang Kai feeling somewhat out of place. Zhao Xiaoqing, a frequent visitor to the city, led them to the clothing market with ease. As they entered, his sister-in-law's eyes sparkled with excitement, captivated by the myriad of offerings. Zhao Xiaoqing whispered enthusiastically in her ear, and the two laughed as they ascended to the second floor hand in hand. Wang Kai was momentarily distracted by a model's outfit, only to realize he had lost sight of his sister-in-law and Zhao Xiaoqing. Where did those two go? He thought anxiously, catching a glimpse of a figure on the second floor that resembled Zhao Xiaoqing. He hurried after her, only to find that she and his sister-in-law had entered a glass door. Without a second thought, he followed them inside, only to be taken aback by the peculiar assortment of garments on display. They hardly resembled clothing. Rather, they were scant pieces meant for women, perhaps designed to save fabric. Ah, so that's why they didn't call me. They are shopping for women's apparel, Wang Kai thought, feeling his cheeks flush. Turning to leave, he was met with his sister-in-law's amused gaze. Wang Kai, where are you going? She asked, noticing his embarrassment. You two can decide what to buy. I'll wait outside. He stammered, hastily exiting. Zhao Xiaoqing and his sister-in-law exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter at Wang Kai's flustered demeanor. Our Wang Kai, they say he is a rogue. Yet he blushes at the sight of me, his sister-in-law remarked, her tone tinged with playful concern. He must have something to hide, otherwise, why blush? Zhao Xiaoqing, though a young girl, seemed quite perceptive about men. Don't speak nonsense. Wang Kai harbors no ill intentions towards me. I've tested him several times, his sister-in-law replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Wang Kai is a true man. If he were to meet a genuine rogue, I suppose you would be half-heartedly persuaded. Zhao Xiaoqing said candidly. Enough, you silly girl, stop overthinking. Did you find anything you like? The two women continued their banter inside, while Wang Kai listened awkwardly from outside. Goodness. Women truly have no filter, he thought, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. I want this one, Zhao Xiaoqing said, holding up a red piece of fabric. Despite being outside, Wang Kai could hear their conversation clearly and felt the urge to retreat further. As he made his way down the stairs, he encountered an elderly man accompanied by a woman, struggling to ascend. The man, with graying hair and a frail gait, was supported by the woman, who wore a blue floral-fitted shirt and loose blue pants, her long braid cascading down to her waist. Seeing the elderly man struggle, Wang Kai felt compelled to assist. Thank you, the young woman said gratefully as Wang Kai approached. Being from the countryside, he was unaccustomed to such interactions and simply focused on helping. The young woman, after a moment's hesitation, suddenly widened her eyes and asked, Are you Lu Wang Kai? Surprised to hear his name, Wang Kai turned to her. Jiu Girl? He replied, recognizing her as the renowned proprietor known as Jiu Girl. Young man, do you both know each other? The elderly man asked, having overheard their exchange. Wang Kai took a closer look at the man, who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with a ruddy complexion and bright, alert eyes. His thin lips bore a set of remarkably well-aligned teeth, a rarity for men of his age. Strangely, he had no facial hair, nor did he appear to have shaved recently. Wang Kai nodded and smiled. Jiu Girl mentioned that the Lingxi Xianchao was brought in by him, the elderly man remarked, chuckling. Ah, a true talent, the elder continued with a smile. Judging by his age, he was likely Jiu Girl's father or grandfather. Their family ran a medicinal shop, so why had the elder not sought treatment for his ailment? It's an ailment he has suffered from since childhood. All the doctors have been consulted, and all remedies tried, yet it remains unhealed. Jiu Girl seemed to sense Wang Kai's curiosity and replied with a smile. Wang Kai privately commended her cleverness. Shall I carry you on my back? He offered. Wang Kai supported the elderly man, noticing that he still struggled to maintain his balance. Leaning down, he said, Hee, young man, you truly are a good soul. The old man did not refuse and allowed Wang Kai to carry him upstairs. Wang Kai wished to utilize his ability, Thousand Cures, to discern the old man's ailment, sending a signal to his mind, but received no response. It appeared that his ability was not infallible, proving ineffective against the old man's condition. Undeterred, Wang Kai transmitted information regarding the instant healing power. Apologies, stubborn pathogens detected within 10 meters. Only super energy can provide a cure. What the heck? Last time, to treat his brother's illness, it was said that special energy was required, and now it demanded super energy again. What on earth is super energy? Wang Kai felt a wave of disappointment, his mind clouded with questions. Greetings, super energy can only be obtained through serendipity. Currently, there is no fixed method for acquisition. The reply from his mind came swiftly, bringing with it a sense of loss, leaving his heart feeling quite cold. He had hoped to alleviate the old man's leg ailment using his extraordinary abilities to impress Zhigunyang, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. Hee, young man, my leg is beyond healing. It is a blessing to be alive, the old man remarked, seemingly able to discern Wang Kai's inner turmoil. Watching Zhigunyang assist the old man as they departed, Wang Kai remained in a daze for quite some time. It seemed that his powers were not omnipotent, and he must exercise more humility henceforth. A careless misstep could lead to embarrassment. Lu Wang Kai. As he pondered, someone called out to him. Zhigunyang, either mishearing or misunderstanding, seemed to have called his name from behind. Suddenly turning around, he swallowed the next word, for he found Zhao Xiaoqing and her sister-in-law standing behind him. Lu Wang Kai. You can just call me sister. I'm not your Zhigunyang, Zhao Xiaoqing said, as if reveling in a significant advantage, breaking into a fit of laughter. Sigh. Wang Kai felt greatly disappointed, irritated by Zhao Xiaoqing's teasing, and he scoffed, unwilling to engage further. Lu Wang Kai, who was that woman? His sister-in-law had been watching Zhigunyang's retreating figure until it disappeared from view before turning to Wang Kai with her inquiry. I don't know her. The old man's leg was troubling him, and I offered assistance, Wang Kai responded, offering a vague lie to avoid further questioning. Humph. I see you have taken a liking to that woman. Have you even considered who she is and who you are? Zhao Xiaoqing pouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Kai. What does it matter to you whom I fancy? Wang Kai retorted, irritated by Zhao Xiaoqing's incessant meddling. Zhao Xiaoqing, rendered speechless by his rebuttal, turned bright red. What do you mean? Mind your own business, Wang Kai said coldly, refusing to coddle her just because she was upset. Humph. I will no longer talk to you, Zhao Xiaoqing declared, sulkingly turning away. Are you on some kind of warpath? Xiang Cao, noticing Zhao Xiaoqing's displeasure, swiftly slapped Wang Kai on the arm, her expression stern. Who does she think she is? Ignore her, Wang Kai replied, pulling his sister-in-law away. Xiang Cao had initially thought that Zhao Xiaoqing harbored feelings for Wang Kai. If they were to become a couple, it would strengthen their family's ties and prevent future bullying from the Zhao family. However, she was taken aback by Wang Kai's lack of tolerance for Zhao Xiaoqing. Lu Wang Kai, you. Zhao Xiaoqing fumed, turning back, but Wang Kai had already fallen silent, and the atmosphere behind him had quieted. She pretended to tie her shoelaces, bending down for a discreet glance, only to see Wang Kai walking away with Xiang Cao, igniting her fury. Chapter 76. Encountering an acquaintance. Does he truly ignore me? Ah, Lu Wang Kai, are you really leaving? Zhao Xiaoqing had initially feigned anger, hoping for Wang Kai to appease her, but was taken aback when he actually walked away with Xiang Cao. She stamped her foot and called out, but Wang Kai seemed oblivious. Xiang Cao, feeling sympathy for Zhao Xiaoqing, turned back to wave at her. Although Zhao Xiaoqing felt embarrassed by this, she still chased after them. Lu Wang Kai, I'm hungry. Zhao Xiaoqing broke the silence, pouting. Wang Kai, sister-in-law, is also hungry. Let us find a place to eat, Xiang Cao suggested, nudging Wang Kai to break the tension. Wang Kai remained silent as they exited the clothing market, spotting a large sign not far away, Sanpongzi Restaurant. What an intriguingly named establishment. The restaurant appeared to be thriving, with a steady flow of customers. Wang Kai stood at the entrance, peering inside through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, observing the bustling diners. Wang Kai, this restaurant is owned by Sanpongzi, Zhao Xiaoqing informed him, standing before him and pointing at the sign. I can see that. No need for your commentary. Wang Kai replied curtly. Xiang Cao couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. Wang Kai stepped inside, with his sister-in-law and Zhao Xiaoqing hurrying to follow. Every table was occupied, and after surveying the room, Wang Kai found no available seats. Gentlemen, there's a table upstairs, an eager young server, in his 20s, rushed over to inform him. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Wang Kai grumbled, turning to ascend the stairs. The staircase was rather narrow, engrossed in watching his steps. Wang Kai nearly collided with a man coming down. Sanpongzi. Before Wang Kai could discern the man's face, Zhao Xiaoqing shouted from behind. Xiaoqing. The man replied, quickly sidestepping Wang Kai to greet Zhao Xiaoqing. Goodness. This fellow was extraordinarily overweight, nearly occupying the entire staircase and nearly knocking Wang Kai over. This is Lu Wang Kai. You don't know him? The plump man attempted to grasp Zhao Xiaoqing's hand, but she deftly evaded him, pointing at Wang Kai instead. Oh, who cares who he is? I just want to see you, the portly man chuckled. Wang Kai steadied himself and turned to face the man. He was shorter than 5'6", with a round face and an astonishing girth. His arms were thicker than Wang Kai's legs, and the excess flesh on his face squinted his eyes into a mere slit. Isn't this the Sanpongzi from Huaishu village? At that moment, Wang Kai realized he had misjudged Zhao Xiaoqing earlier. Yet, this Sanpongzi was utterly disrespectful, completely ignoring Lu Wang Kai. What a nerve, regardless of who he was. Wang Kai was paying for his meal, and didn't he feel the need to curry favor with him? With that thought, he turned and headed upstairs. Zhao Xiaoqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated that Sanpongzi would disregard Wang Kai. After exchanging a few words, she hurriedly took Xiang Cao upstairs. Ching, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you, Sanpongzi called out, turning back as he descended the stairs. Eager to please Zhao Xiaoqing. Sanpongzi, this is Lu Wang Kai, and this is his sister-in-law, Xiang Cao, Zhao Xiaoqing introduced awkwardly, her face flushed. Oh, it's your sister-in-law. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Sanpongzi squinted at Xiang Cao, stretching out his hand for a handshake. Xiang Cao smiled and nodded, acknowledging the gesture. However, noticing Sanpongzi reaching out, she instinctively stepped back, leaving his hand hovering awkwardly in the air. Oh, isn't that Wang Kai? Sanpongzi finally noticed him, forcing his eyes wide in exaggerated surprise. Damn, how could you not see me standing here for so long? Wang Kai felt a surge of displeasure. This Sanpongzi had grown unbearably arrogant. Suddenly, memories flooded back of how he had been ostracized as a child due to his weight, Others had shunned him. Sanpengzi, a few years older, had once trailed behind Wang Kai, weeping as he sought companionship. Wang Kai had taken pity on him, allowing him to be his little follower. Whether climbing trees for bird nests or catching fish and shrimp in the river, Wang Kai had always included him. Who could have imagined that after 5 years of his imprisonment, Sanpengzi would own such a large restaurant? Even more surprising was his complete disregard for Wang Kai. The upstairs area was also filled with patrons, but fortunately, there was one empty table left. Sanpengzi led Wang Kai and the others to the vacant table and waved for a server to come over. "Please bring us a few portions of our signature dishes," instructed Sanpeng without waiting for the waiter to speak. Witnessing Sanpeng's enthusiastic invitation, Wang Kai felt a flicker of comfort, for they had grown up together as children. The waiter acknowledged and departed, prompting Sanpeng to turn to Wang Kai. "Wang Kai, it has been many years since we last met. Where have you found your fortune?" "Toiling in the fields, as always," Wang Kai replied casually. "Sangu, you all drank together at the wedding, didn't you?" Zhao Xiaoqing interjected. "Ah, my memory fails me," Sanpeng said, patting his head in embarrassment. "Sanpeng, your business seems quite prosperous," Xiaoncao remarked, breaking the awkward silence as she noticed Zhao Xiaoqing's reluctance to engage with Sanpeng. "Haha, what is this compared to my elder brothers? They are in a different league," Sanpeng replied, his small eyes fixed on Zhao Xiaoqing. "What do your elder brothers do?" Xiaoncao inquired casually. "My eldest brother works for the government. His salary not substantial, yet gifts flow in abundance, filling the house with fine tobacco and liquor. As for my second brother, he runs a fish wholesale business on the west side of the city, employing over 10 people, counting money late into the night, never able to spend it all," Sanpeng boasted, his claims teetering on the edge of believability. Wang Kai listened, nearly bursting into laughter. This man, who had once been prone to tears as a child, had grown into a braggart. "Your family's grave must be smoking with prosperity," Xiaoncao remarked, captivated, giving a thumbs up. At that moment, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. Sanpeng requested 2 bottles of white wine, eager to drink with Wang Kai. With a few cups downed, Sanpeng became more loquacious. Wang Kai noticed Sanpeng's interest in Zhao Xiaoqing, as he continually sought her attention. However, Zhao Xiaoqing consistently evaded him, showing no desire to engage. After finishing her meal, Zhao Xiaoqing pulled Xiaoncao to leave. Sanpeng turned to watch her depart before shifting his attention back to Wang Kai. "Wang Kai, could you do me a favor?" he asked quietly. "I have a fancy for Xiaoqing. If you help me win her over, I promise you shall not suffer in poverty back home." Wang Kai took a sip of his drink, chuckling softly. He thought to himself, since he had no intentions of pursuing Zhao Xiaoqing, it would be a relief if she ended up with Sanpeng, as it would spare him her incessant attention. "I mean it. If you help me, I'll offer you a job at the restaurant, so you won't need to toil in the fields anymore." "How much can I earn?" Wang Kai asked, nearly laughing in disbelief, thinking he had expected some advantageous offer, but was instead being asked to work for him. "Others earn 500 a month. Since we are from the same village and you are helping me, I will pay you 550 a month. Quite generous, wouldn't you say?" Wang Kai couldn't hold back his laughter, spitting food onto the table. Businessmen truly know how to calculate their interests. "What are you laughing at? I'm not deceiving you. Others pay to get in, but I wouldn't require that of you. Working here for 2 months would earn you more than a year of farming," Sanpeng said, his expression as if he had offered Wang Kai an incredible fortune. "Fine. I understand," Wang Kai replied, wishing to end the conversation as it bore no value. He stood up and left. At the entrance, a young woman sat behind the counter, collecting payments. 178 yuan, she said after Wang Kai provided the table number. "Wow. Sanpeng's food is outrageously priced," Wang Kai muttered, glancing back to see Sanpeng standing not far behind him. "Lu Wang Kai, who do you think you are? You think you need to pay when dining with me?" Sanpeng exclaimed loudly after Wang Kai had settled the bill. Wang Kai felt a mix of annoyance and indignation, cursing Sanpeng inwardly 100 times for treating him like a fool. "Wang Kai, remember what I asked of you," Sanpeng shouted as Wang Kai exited. Wang Kai turned back and smiled, choosing not to respond. Sanpeng believed that a slight maneuver would compel Wang Kai to pay the bill. Just then, he spotted Zhao Xiaoqing and Xiaoncao outside. Seeing Zhao Xiaoqing walk east with Wang Kai ignited a fury in Sanpeng as he stomped his feet in frustration. A man can lose his head and bleed, but a sister is a rare treasure. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. With that thought, Sanpeng lumbered out like a clumsy bear, pushing his bicycle forward. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xiaoqing asked flatly as she noticed Sanpeng trailing behind. "I'm just giving you a ride," Sanpeng said with a smile as he pushed his bike. "I'm with Wang Kai. You should head back." Zhao Xiaoqing replied irritably. "Oh, what can you achieve following Lu Wang Kai? He can't even afford a bicycle, San Pang whispered to Zhao Xiaoqing. Though Wang Kai still heard him. How has this guy become so arrogant? Zhao Xiaoqing spat out, pointing at San Pang. In an attempt to impress Zhao Xiaoqing, San Pang continuously belittled Wang Kai. San Pang, you're just a foolish pig. Wang Kai suddenly stopped and shouted, unable to tolerate San Pang's taunts any longer. Though Wang Kai wished to ignore San Pang, his loud voice pierced through, making it impossible to remain unheard. Just a moment ago, you were begging me to help you win over Zhao Xiaoqing, and now you belittle me to elevate yourself, Wang Kai retorted, catching San Pang off guard. Lu Wang Kai, I kindly invited you to dine, and this is how you repay me? San Pang shot back, pointing at Wang Kai. Huh, you have the audacity to say that? Wang Kai replied, exasperated by San Pang's thick skin. I run a large restaurant. The money I earn in a day exceeds what you can earn in a year. Why do you think you can hang out with Xiaoqing? Don't think I don't know your intentions, San Pang concluded, dropping the pretense. Huh, I wouldn't even want to work at your restaurant, Wang Kai said, unwilling to engage further, and turned to leave. Lu Wang Kai, with your character, you deserve to be poor for life, San Pang called after him. Zhao Xiaoqing shot San Pang a glare and ran after Wang Kai. San Pang, don't compare yourself to Wang Kai. He is in a league of his own, Xiang Cao interjected, hoping to alleviate the tension. Does Wang Kai think he can thrive by stealing and skirting by? This is the age of money. Only those who can earn are worthy, San Pang grumbled, watching Wang Kai walk further away. As Wang Kai disappeared from sight, San Pang's taunts grew louder. Your elder brothers earn in a day what your foolish brother will never see in a lifetime, he shouted triumphantly. Xiang Cao's smile faded as she realized San Pang's words had crossed a line, dragging Wang Kai's family into the fray. Just as San Pang was on a roll, praising his brother's prowess while disparaging Wang Kai, a brand new Suzuki motorcycle pulled up, and Zhao Xiaoqing dismounted from the back seat, grabbing Xiang Cao's hand. San Pang, caught off guard, stared in disbelief as Wang Kai parked his Suzuki beside them. How long would it take you to buy a motorcycle working for me, San Pang? Wang Kai asked with a smile. San Pang swallowed his words, unable to voice his thoughts upon seeing Wang Kai's expensive motorcycle. Haha. Wang Kai laughed as he revved the engine and rode away, leaving San Pang green with envy. You are quite impressive. Just a short distance away. Zhao Xiaoqing could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming loudly, Wang Kai, that was a bit excessive. However, Xiang Cao held a different opinion. She felt pity for San Pang's foolish demeanor as they departed. Since her sister-in-law married into the family, she had never set foot in the city. Today was a rare exception. Upon returning home, Wangzu was in the west yard tending to the sheep. Lu Wangzu, come back. Xiang Cao called out, glaring at him. Wangzu, perplexed by his wife's sudden outburst, hurried back. Xiang Cao, what's the matter? He inquired. What's the matter? A major incident has occurred. Xiang Cao recounted the day's events to Wangzu with embellishments. Our Wang Kai is truly capable. He sold mushrooms and made over 1,000. Wangzu's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape for quite some time. Now you see how easy it is to make money outside, and you, a simpleton, still stay home farming. What a waste. Xiang Cao scolded, pointing her finger at Wangzu's nose. Her teeth clenched. Xiang Cao, their earnings are their business. Aren't we doing just fine? Wangzu scratched his head, feeling that his wife had transformed after her outing, becoming somewhat unrecognizable. How did I end up marrying someone so useless? Frustrated by Wangzu's lack of ambition and his tendency to lounge at home, Xiang Cao slapped him and scolded, sister-in-law. What are you doing? Just then, Wang Kai emerged from the house, witnessing his sister-in-law raise her hand to strike his brother, and rushed over to inquire. No wonder San Pang criticizes him. Both of his brothers are successful businessmen, while you, brother, have lived half your life relying on her to support you. In front of Wang Kai, Xiang Cao launched into a vehement tirade against Wangzu, nearly drowning him in her words. Since their return, Wang Kai had never seen his sister-in-law so furious. He had initially thought of taking her out for some fun, but it seemed that while she was happy, she was also dissatisfied with reality. It was as if a frog at the bottom of a well, upon leaping out and seeing the vast world, could never return to its former confines. Sister-in-law, you and brother can just stay home. I can support you both, Wang Kai said. However, he inwardly cursed San Pang, blaming him for instigating this situation before his sister-in-law. Wang Kai, I've made up my mind. What? Tomorrow, I will go to the town with you. Chapter 78, Opening a Mountain Goods Store. Wang Kai was taken aback to hear that his sister-in-law wanted to accompany him to the town. He had merely wished for her to relax a bit. But it seemed she had become quite addicted to the idea. If she were to accompany him regularly, rumors would surely spread. More importantly, after seeing the world, could she still be content to stay at home? Damn, this is truly troublesome. Wang Kai resolved to rise early the next day and leave without a word. Before dawn, He quietly opened the door. Sister-in-law, you? He was met with the sight of her standing at the entrance. Damn, I can't escape this at all. Wang Kai, let us leave early. I want to look around the market, she exclaimed, oblivious to his expression. With no choice, Wang Kai reluctantly agreed to take her to the town. Arriving early, the market was still quiet. Xiang Cao gazed intently at two vacant storefronts beside the market entrance. Sister-in-law, what are you looking at? Wang Kai asked, puzzled. While you were busy yesterday, I heard someone mention that these two shops are available, Xiang Cao replied mysteriously. What is the matter? Wang Kai still did not understand her intentions. Since you have a knack for business, why not rent these two shops and open a storefront? Even in bad weather, we can still sell our goods, Xiang Cao suggested, appearing to have already formed a plan in her mind. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Kai replied, it's feasible. But I don't want to run a business here every day. Are you foolish? You have me to manage it. You can focus on what you need to do. How does that sound? Xiang Cao said with unwavering confidence. Not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, Wang Kai smiled and nodded. Before long, the market began to bustle with activity as vendors arrived to set up their stalls. When the man selling mushrooms arrived, Wang Kai and his sister-in-law had already been waiting for quite a while. The man in the blue liberation hat saw Wang Kai and smiled. Brother, if I had known you were still here, I would have brought more mushrooms. I want to rent a shop here. You can bring the mushrooms over in advance, he added before Wang Kai could respond. Before he could say a word, Xiang Cao jumped in. That's wonderful. Just bring them over in the evening. And we want to have to wake up early. The man in the liberation hat was delighted as he and Xiang Cao discussed future business plans. Damn, sister-in-law is so eager. They haven't even finalized the rental yet, and she's already discussing deliveries. Just as they pushed the cart to the market entrance, Zhao Xiaoqing rode in on a motorcycle. Lu Wang Kai, your sister-in-law isn't here today, is she? Wang Kai turned and, indeed, saw that she was absent. She's here, he replied to Zhao Xiaoqing. Zhao Xiaoqing's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal as she shouted, mushrooms. Big and cheap mushrooms. Wang Kai shot her a glare. I'm the one selling mushrooms. Why are you making noise? Zhao Xiaoqing ignored him and continued to call out. As more customers began to arrive at the market, drawn by Zhao Xiaoqing's shouts, many started to gather around, eager to purchase the large, fresh mushrooms without even asking the price. You're quite impressive. Starting a stall and already attracting customers, Zhao Xiaoqing whispered to Wang Kai. After a busy spell, most of the mushrooms were sold. When things calmed down, and he still hadn't seen his sister-in-law, Wang Kai grew anxious. Wang Kai, what are you looking for? Zhao Xiaoqing noticed him scanning the crowd and asked urgently. Where's my sister-in-law? Wang Kai wondered aloud. Just then, his sister-in-law appeared from the market, radiant and seemingly joyful. Wang Kai, I found the landlord. The two shops will cost 200 a month, she exclaimed before even reaching him. Sister-in-law, are you really serious about starting a business? Wang Kai asked, frowning and feeling uneasy. He knew that if his sister-in-law started a business in town, what would happen to his brother and Yaya? Of course. You and your brother can't expect me to support you forever, Xiang Cao replied cheerfully, her hands animated as she spoke. You want to rent a place for business? Zhao Xiaoqing asked Xiang Cao in surprise. Xiang Cao nodded vigorously without saying a word. Wang Kai thought for a moment. After all, he would need to marry someday and could not live with his brother indefinitely. Teaching them to earn their own income was a good thing. With this thought, Wang Kai began to help his sister-in-law prepare for the next steps. It seemed his sister-in-law had come well prepared, having already paid the rent and received the keys. Wang Kai helped her purchase an electronic scale, large basin, baskets, and other essentials. Zhao Xiaoqing suggested to Xiang Cao that they should make a sign to let people know what they were selling. After 3 days of hard work, Xiang Cao Mountain Goods Store officially opened. Wang Zhu, having grown accustomed to life at home, was displeased to hear that Xiang Cao had opened a mountain goods store in town. After some persuasion from Wang Kai, he reluctantly moved to town with Yaya to assist Xiang Cao. The night before, the mushroom vendor had delivered a cartload of mushrooms to the mountain goods store. To ensure they had customers from the very start, Wang Kai used his swift abilities to cultivate the mushrooms to their finest quality. Soon, everyone in town knew that a mountain goods store had opened, selling mushrooms that were truly exceptional and unavailable elsewhere. Whenever he had free time, Wang Kai wandered through the market and noticed 2 elderly ladies with baskets full of eggs. With fewer customers in the market, the eggs had yet to sell. How much for the eggs, old lady? Wang Kai squatted beside the basket, picking up an egg to inquire. I ran over 10 miles through the mountains, and if I couldn't sell the goods, I would have to take them back, Wang Kai inquired. And the elderly lady launched into a lengthy explanation. Wang Kai understood. She was clearly troubled. Young man, if you're interested, I can give you a discount of 2 cents. Seeing Wang Kai's silence, the elderly lady, fearing he might refuse, hastily lowered the price. How about this? You take the eggs to the market's mountain goods shop, and let my sister-in-law help you sell them. I can give you the money up front. After pondering for a moment, Wang Kai suggested an idea to the elderly lady. Oh, young man, you're truly kind, she exclaimed, beaming with delight. Would you also help me sell these eggs? It's already late, and I haven't had a bite to eat. Another elderly lady, trembling, stood up and patted Wang Kai on the shoulder. He nodded, instructing the two ladies to bring the eggs to the shop. As Wang Kai took another turn, he spotted a crowd gathered outside the shop. What is going on? Is someone causing trouble? He thought anxiously, quickening his pace toward the shop. Upon arrival, he discovered that his sister-in-law was arguing with the two elderly ladies. Pushing through the crowd, he asked his sister-in-law what was happening. These two ladies are truly something else. The market's large eggs are only 17 cents, and she wants me to sell her tiny ones for 18. His sister-in-law exclaimed in frustration. Sister-in-law, it was I who asked her to bring them, Wang Kai said with a smile upon understanding the situation. Wang Kai, have you lost your mind? We're in business, not charity. His sister-in-law pointed at him, her anger intensifying. Young man, it was you who told me to bring them here, and now she doesn't want them, the elderly lady said, tears brimming in her eyes. Noticing his sister-in-law's continued anger, Wang Kai urged the elderly lady to count the eggs and settle the payment. Wang Kai, who runs a business at a loss. Xiang Cao sulked on a stool, nearly brought to tears. Observing their quarrel, his brother stood there, bewildered, unsure of whom to console. Wang Kai ignored Xiang Cao, placing the eggs outside and addressing the onlookers. Look here, such large eggs, only 50 cents each. What do you think? Huh, such small eggs for 50 cents? Is your head a bit off? The crowd erupted in laughter, some scoffing at him. The onlookers noticed the eggs Wang Kai presented were both small and dirty. Yet he boasted about their size, selling them for 50 cents. Many found it amusing, believing something must be wrong with Wang Kai's mind. Suddenly, two youths, a tall and a short one, pushed through the crowd. The tall young man sported a center-parted hairstyle that nearly obscured his eyes. He crouched beside Wang Kai, picked up an egg, and laughed. Kid, you call this a quail egg and expect to sell it for 50 cents? These are fine large eggs, not quail eggs. Wang Kai retorted, immediately sensing that this young man was trouble. Why are your prices so much higher than the market? The tall young man demanded with a glare, as if interrogating a suspect. Mine are indeed larger. If you can find eggs larger than these, I'll give you these for free or pay you the price. Wang Kai provocatively challenged, knowing this guy was looking for trouble. Did everyone hear that? He just said it. The tall youth nearly laughed himself silly as he stood up, addressing the crowd. Oh, what a fool. Encountering a stick, and now he's in for it. The crowd began to murmur. And what if you lose? Wang Kai asked with a grin. If I lose, I'll buy all your eggs at 50 cents each. The tall youth felt confident he would win, speaking with assurance. Most in the crowd recognized him. He was known as Stilt, a lanky troublemaker who often bullied the innocent. Go find a few large eggs. Let us have a wager. Stilt instructed the short youth. Wang Kai then noticed that the shorter young man had only one hand, the other severed at the wrist. All right, he replied, squeezing through the crowd. Stilt eyed Wang Kai's bowl of eggs, wary that he might switch them out. Xiang Cao, who had been fuming, saw the gamble unfolding and her face paled in alarm. She rushed out, hitting Wang Kai and exclaimed, Wang Kai, have you lost your mind? How can you compare these eggs with his sister-in-law? It's just a matter of size. What is the big deal? Wang Kai replied casually, inciting further anger from Xiang Cao, who stormed back inside. Make way, make way. Soon, a hand emerged from the crowd, carrying a basket of eggs. Stilt, did this kid switch them out? A voice asked as the basket was set down. Stilt ignored the question, glancing at the eggs inside. All large and carefully selected. Let us compare then. He sneered at Wang Kai with a mocking grin. Wang Kai retrieved an electronic scale from inside. Stilt placed his eggs on the scale, which registered 0. 15 gene. These eggs are indeed large. Generally, they weigh about 1 or 2. Yes, they must have been specially selected. The shopkeeper is bound to lose. He doesn't even have 1 gene. The onlookers speculated, none believing Wang Kai stood a chance. What are you betting on? Just then, a burly man pushed his way through the crowd, inquiring loudly. Wang Kai looked up and laughed. It was Zhao Eru. We're betting on eggs. His are 50 cents each. If I lose, I'll buy them all. And if he loses, he'll pay me the price. Stilt, feeling every cell in his body dance with excitement, replied, I thought it was something of value. This is pointless. Zhao Eru shook his head, his tone dripping with disdain. Oh, you think it's too trivial? How about we raise the stakes? Stilt, feeling insulted by Zhao Eru's tone, snapped back. I'll bet 500. Let us see if he dares to accept. This declaration provoked Zhao Eru, who casually remarked, Kid, If he bets 500, do you dare to take him on? Still turned to Wang Kai, tauntingly asking, do you dare? It's all the same to me. Anyone can bet, and any amount is fine, Wang Kai replied, surveying the eager crowd. Noticing several were keen to join in. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Zhao Eru perked up and pulled out cash. Several young men, seeing Stilt's assuredness and Wang Kai's bold claims, couldn't resist the opportunity. Within 5 minutes, a large pile of money lay on the ground. Tens, 50s, and 200s. My apologies, everyone. My brother's a bit out of sorts. He's just joking with you all. Wang Kai's brother, pushed forward by his wife, awkwardly tried to placate the crowd. Xiang Cao, anxious that Wang Kai wasn't listening, didn't want to argue further and could only grumble about her man. Huh. You've lost your mind. Where have you been all this time? Yes, all the money is on the line. You can't just back out. No way. When you gamble, you must accept the consequences. If you don't pay, we'll smash the shop. Yes, let us smash the shop. The bettors remained silent, while those merely observing stirred up trouble, leading to a ruckus outside. Wang Kai's brother realized the situation was spiraling out of control and feared they would lose everything. Listen to me. He just got out of the mental hospital. Don't be like him. As the crowd grew restless, Xiang Cao, unable to let her husband lose control, stepped forward to speak. Oh, the shopkeeper's wife is quite beautiful. If you share a drink with me, I'll get the money back. The crowd, captivated by Xiang Cao's beauty, momentarily forgot about the wager, hurling provocative remarks in her direction, drowning out any attempts she made to speak. Listen to me, everyone. This fellow is not insane. Let the bets be placed. For those who wager, more shall earn more. Zhao Eru, sensing the atmosphere heating up, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Just moments ago, some were hesitant, but upon hearing Zhao Eru's words, several individuals began to pull out money from their pockets and place their bets on the ground. Xiang Cao observed the unfolding scene. Realizing her efforts to dissuade them were futile, the more she urged, the more people were inclined to wager. Is there anyone else placing bets? After a brief lull, Wang Kai surveyed the crowd and inquired with a smile. Noticing the silence, Wang Kai turned to Zhao Eru and remarked, Zhao Eru, you have wagered the most. Make sure you do not backtrack. Lu Wang Kai, I stand firm in my resolve. I have never wavered, Zhao Eru retorted, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Wang Kai, silently vowing to make him regret this day. Two elderly men, who had been indecisive, observed the somewhat insecure exchange between Wang Kai and Zhao Eru, and promptly determined to place their 20 yuan on the line as well. Wang Kai thought it best not to dissuade them any further. If he did, more would likely join in. All right, I had 1.5 taels. Now it's time to weigh my eggs, he announced, lifting the eggs from the basin and addressing the onlookers. Laughter erupted once more, with some pointing at the small egg in Wang Sai's hand, laughing until tears streamed down their faces. The outcome hinges on this moment, Wang Kai mused. Placing the egg on the scale, all eyes fixed upon the digital display, it was the moment of truth. Although many believed victory was assured, their hearts raced with anticipation. After all, surprises often lurk in the shadows. Haha 0.99 Jean. Young man, you have lost, Motzi exclaimed, leaping for joy at the sight of the displayed number. Compensation. Compensation. Those who had not placed bets shouted even louder than those who had wagered. Perhaps these were the true spectators reveling in the excitement. Xiang Cao stood at the door, harboring a flicker of hope. After all, Wang Kai always managed to surprise her. Hearing Motzi's exuberant cries, the crowd echoed demands for repayment. Xiang Cao, overwhelmed, rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Xiang Cao, what's wrong? Wang Zhu rushed over, shaking her and calling out. The onlookers were fixated on Wang Kai, ignoring Xiang Cao's plight. Young man, you have lost. Pay up, Motzi declared, calming his excitement slightly while pointing at Wang Kai. By what means do you claim I have lost? Look for yourself. Wang Kai replied, maintaining his composure. Haha, no need to look again. You've lost, several voices chimed in laughter. Motzi, however, was unconcerned, having already learned the outcome. What the hell? How could this be? Motzi exclaimed, staring at the scale in disbelief. It clearly registered less than 1 tael. How did it become 3? A hand leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming in astonishment, 3 taels? That's impossible. Even a duck egg isn't that heavy. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? The egg was so small. The scale must be faulty, someone suddenly shouted. Yes, your scale is defective, Motzi realized, instructing someone to fetch several scales from the market. At this point, everyone was convinced that the digital scale was at fault, brimming with confidence. When 5 digital scales were placed side by side, each displaying similar numbers, the crowd was left in stunned silence, as if encountering a ghost in broad daylight. This egg must be defective. You need to exchange it, Zhao Eru suggested, seemingly having uncovered a clue, pointing at Wang Kai. Zhao Eru, you're all wet. It's the same no matter what you switch it for, Wang Kai retorted, yet still retrieved another egg from the basin. This one is larger, over 3 tails. No way. When you picked it up, it was small. How did it grow on the scale? Zhao Eru queried again. If you don't believe me, come and take one yourself. Wang Kai invited, standing aside to make room for Zhao Eru. Not one to be polite, Zhao Eru squatted down to select the smallest egg and placed it on the scale. This is bizarre. Still 3 tails, Matzi murmured from behind Zhao Eru, witnessing the numbers displayed. A bet is a bet. I haven't deceived you, Wang Kai declared, gathering all the money from the ground. By the time the bettors realized what had transpired, the money was already in Wang Sai's hands. Lu Wang Kai, this isn't over. Zhao Eru shouted, his eyes aflame with rage, suddenly recalling the 200 yuan he had lost by the reservoir, ready to confront Wang Kai. This scoundrel, unreasonable to the end, refuses to accept defeat. Before Zhao Eru could charge at him, Wang Kai addressed the crowd. Indeed, a bet is a bet. Exactly. If the boss loses, he must compensate you. Others chimed in. Although many had lost money, they felt a sense of acceptance. Noticing Zhao Eru's intent to cheat, a few young men rushed to intervene and persuade him. Matzi, sensing the situation was spiraling, attempted to slip away. You haven't compensated yet. Weren't you supposed to buy all the eggs? Several young men who had lost money quickly confronted him. What the hell? Wang Kai gasped. If this fellow truly bought all the eggs, what would happen to the smaller ones that weren't as heavy? If all the eggs grew larger, would the energy suffice? What would I do with so many eggs? Here, take 100 yuan. I don't want the eggs, Matzi offered, handing over the money with a flushed face. Wang Kai considered this and thought to himself that it was best to quit while he was ahead. The crowd, buzzing with excitement, began to disperse, while Wang Kai turned to find his sister-in-law lying on the ground, with his brother calling out, Hey, what is wrong with your sister-in-law? Wang Kai rushed over, placing his hand on her. Attention, no medication needed. The fainting was due to excitement within 10 meters of pathogens. Fortunately, his sister-in-law was not ill. Sister-in-law? Look what this is, Wang Kai said, waving the money over her face. The allure of wealth proved effective, as Xiang Xiao's eyes flew open. Didn't he lose? She asked, astonished at the sight of the stack of cash in Wang Sai's hand. Fear not. When have we ever lost? Wang Kai replied, placing the money in her hands and rising with a smile. Oh dear, I cherish you so much. Xiang Xiao's furrowed brow relaxed as she counted the money, quickly scrambling to embrace Wang Kai. Sister-in-law, don't do that. Wang Kai glanced at Wang Zhu, gently pushing Xiang Xiao away. You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death. After the initial joy, Xiang Xiao playfully hit Wang Kai, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. What kind of person is this? Laughing one moment, crying the next. A woman's mood changes so swiftly. Following this commotion, those who had participated began to recount the tale, embellishing it into a mythical story. Thus, in the not-so-large town of Huangyuan, Xiang Xiao's mountain goods store became widely known. Li Debao's family, operating a hotel, purchased vast quantities of poultry, meat, vegetables, and mountain goods daily. Business was particularly prosperous today. Having exhausted their supply of mushrooms in the morning, Li Debao set out on his motorcycle to replenish stock. Hearing about a new mountain goods store at the market selling mushrooms, he decided to stop by. Great benefactor, what brings you here? Li Debao asked, spotting Wang Kai standing at the entrance. Wang Kai explained that it was his sister-in-law's store. That's wonderful. I will surely support your business from now on, Li Debao declared, thumping his chest. Just in time. We still have mushrooms, Li Debao exclaimed, delighted to avoid a trip to the city. However, upon noticing the store only stocked mushrooms, he furrowed his brow, commenting that the selection was too limited. He then inquired about several other popular mountain goods that would be used daily. Simply supplying vegetables to the hotel can sustain an entire family. Xiang Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement, as this happiness arrived rather unexpectedly. Wang Kai spent the day riding his motorcycle, finally locating a wholesale market for vegetables, thus resolving the sourcing issue. With a diverse range of produce available and operating all day long, the business began to thrive, especially with a beautiful proprietress at the helm. Observing his sister-in-law's success, Wang Kai entrusted her and his brother with managing the shop, allowing himself the freedom to enjoy life. With a light heart and unburdened mind, Wang Kai returned home and indulged in a deep slumber until dawn, without the obligation to assist his sister-in-law in selling goods in town. And with little else to occupy his time, he rode his motorcycle to the Guishan Reservoir. This place, adorned with mountains and water, offered breathtaking scenery that could easily dispel any worries with a mere glance. It was a pity that such a beautiful reservoir was being used by Zhao Eru for fish farming, a true squandering of nature's gifts. Leaving his motorcycle aside, Wang Kai found a large rock by the reservoir to lie down on, allowing him to both rest and enjoy the view. As he lay there, on the verge of dozing off, a sudden splash interrupted his tranquility. Startled, he sat up to see a woman in a red dress thrashing in the water. What on earth? Who dares to seek death in such a manner, right beneath my nose? Chapter 81. The Consequences of Being Teased by the Girl. Wang Kai, basking in the sun by the reservoir, was jolted awake by a splash. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted a woman in red struggling in the water. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew he had to act to save her. Wang Kai quickly attempted to harness his spatial powers. Sorry, the object is obscured by the water's surface. Transfer cannot be completed. Frustrated, he realized that the limitations of his abilities were numerous. Without further thought, he discarded his clothing and dove into the reservoir. The woman's long black hair, flowing like silk, danced in the water. At times, she would surface, only to be submerged again. Wang Kai, a skilled swimmer since childhood, approached her, grasping the fabric of her red top to pull her ashore. However, the wet garment clung tightly to her body. With a sudden rip, buttons popped off, startling him. A second pull separated the top from her body, leaving it in his grasp. What a predicament! I intended to save her, and instead, I've torn her clothing off. Feeling embarrassed, he pondered what to do next. Lu Wang Kai, are you trying to get yourself killed? Just as he was at a loss, the woman surfaced and shouted, Hey, you can't just leave me here. To his astonishment, the girl could swim. Well, if you can swim, then why should I bother? With that thought, Wang Kai swam back to the shore. Lu Wang Kai, give me back my clothes, she called out, her head bobbing above the water as she wiped her face. At that moment, he recognized her as Zhao Xiaoqing. Zhao Xiaoqing had heard the sound of a motorcycle and guessed that Wang Kai had gone to the reservoir. After hesitating briefly, she followed him. Upon seeing his motorcycle parked on the dam, she spotted him sleeping on a large stone slab. Mischievously, she decided to jump in, intending to tease him about his bravery in rescuing her. That rascal is definitely trying to provoke me, Wang Kai thought, shaking his head as he waved the torn clothing. You can stay in the water, you mischievous girl. He placed the garment on the stone slab and turned to leave. Lu Wang Kai, this isn't over, Zhao Xiaoqing shouted angrily. Her arm raised in accusation. In her fervor, she forgot she was still in the water, and as she lifted her arm, she began to sink, choking on water. Her anger only intensified. Wang Kai, have you abandoned me? She yelled, scanning the area for him, wary of being seen without her top. If you dare peek, I'll make you regret it. As she swam towards the shore, she called out, her eyes darting around for any sign of him. Once she confirmed there was no response, she stood up in the water, her fair skin and stunning figure reflecting in the water, leaving the fish and shrimp feeling embarrassed. Just as she reached for her clothes on the stone slab, she heard giggling from behind a nearby tree. Lu Wang Kai, you rogue. Startled, she ducked down, peeking out. Come out, Wang Kai. When silence followed her outburst, she assumed he was hiding there, calling louder. Hee hee, little girl, Lu Wang Kai has long since fled. What are you shouting for? A small, wiry figure emerged from behind the tree, his beady eyes squinting upwards, his lips swollen like those of a bee-stung African. Zhao Xiaoqing was shocked to realize it was not Wang Kai, but Mu Yukai, a notorious local troublemaker. Mu Yukai, in his 30s and barely 5 feet tall, was known as the Short Tiger. He lived in a dilapidated hut on a hillside near Irwin Village. His grandfather had once been a bandit, robbing a wealthy family far away and taking off with their mistress, fearing retaliation. Hence, they sought refuge in Irwin Village, living a carefree life while locals struggled for basic needs. However, Mu Yotsai's family history did not guarantee him any fortune. He was a source of embarrassment to his family, being short, ugly, and notorious for his misdeeds. A notorious troublemaker, he was known for petty thefts and other mischief, emboldened by his many brothers who shielded him from consequences. Seeing his familiar face reminded Zhao Xiaoqing of the potential embarrassment she could face if he had seen her stand up earlier. Enraged, she shouted, Mu Yukai, if you dare spy on me, I'll gouge your eyes out. Hee, my eyes are of no use. Come and try, he taunted, approaching the stone slab where her clothing lay. Give me back my clothes, she demanded, horrified at the thought of this lecherous man holding her garments. Don't worry, Ching Ching. Big brother will return your clothes, he grinned, tossing off his shoes and leaping into the water towards her. What are you doing? Zhao Xiaoqing gasped, alarmed at his boldness in broad daylight. Hee, I'm just delivering clothes to the lady, he replied, swimming closer. Don't come any closer, she warned, her fear overtaking her bravado. Everyone knew that despite his small stature, he was a proficient swimmer, and any inappropriate advances from him would leave her utterly vulnerable. Ignoring her pleas, Mu Yukai Zhao Xiaoqing realized that threatening this rogue would yield no results, prompting her to resort to invoking her father. Hee. Do not think that even your father, or your uncles and elders, can intimidate me, Mu Yukai chuckled, completely unfazed. It is worth noting that Mu Yukai had 5 older brothers, all formidable figures. Thus, he harbored no fear of the Zhao family. In that moment, Zhao Xiaoqing truly understood the essence of fear. Since intimidation was futile, her only option was to flee. However, with nothing on her upper body and too frightened to swim ashore, she could only navigate towards the deeper waters. Help! Yet, before she could swim far, Mu Yukai swiftly caught up to her,